Chapter 1, Awakening. Character, Yunqi. Soul Power, Level 6. Wuhuan, Unawakened. Soul Bone, none. Current task, none. Yunqi gazed at the sudden appearance of a virtual panel within his line of sight. After vigorously pinching himself several times to confirm he was not dreaming, tears welled up in his eyes. After 6 long years of yearning, my golden finger has finally arrived. Yunqi was a transmigrator who had crossed over to the Douluo Continent 6 years prior. Initially, he was filled with trepidation, for he had lost both parents and found himself merely an infant in swaddling clothes, devoid of any ability to act, only capable of wailing. Fortunately, his cries attracted the attention of old Jack, the village chief of Holy Soul Village, who was laboring nearby. He cradled the infant and waited until sunset before departing with Yunqi, subsequently adopting him. This world was vast and expansive, populated by powerful soul masters and soul beasts, as well as various nefarious soul masters who sought to exploit others for their own gain. Thus, Yunqi considered himself fortunate to have crossed over near Holy Soul Village and to have been taken in by old Jack, a village chief, alleviating his concerns about food and shelter as he grew up safely until the eve of the much-anticipated soul awakening day, when the golden finger finally manifested. Before the arrival of this extraordinary boon, Yunqi's primary goal had been to steadily cultivate his abilities and, once he possessed soul power, to strive for a soul master. Wife. With no soul power, he intended to rely on his memories of Earth to engage in innovative endeavors and commerce, ensuring that he upheld the dignity of a civilization with a 5,000-year history, leaving a mark on this unfamiliar continent. However, he had not anticipated that plans would be upended as the golden finger had arrived. Yunqi silently crossed out his previous goals and ambitions, rewriting them anew. He would surpass Tang San, seize beauty, and henceforth reign supreme in Douluo. Upon further examination, Yunqi discovered that this golden finger resembled a game panel from his past life, capable of displaying his soul power level and soul bones. As for the final task section, he remained uncertain, unclear whether it was triggered, passive, or active. Unable to derive any conclusions, he dismissed the thoughts and called out of his mind. Is anyone there? System brother? Xiao AI? Siri? After a moment's wait, Yunqi realized that it appeared to be merely a panel, devoid of artificial intelligence. He attempted to interact with the panel through thought, tapping randomly, yet discovered nothing of significance. How was he to utilize this golden finger? As Yunqi pondered his dilemma, a deep voice and a series of knocks resounded from outside the door. Xiao Qi, remember to sleep early. Tomorrow is the momentous day of soul awakening. Rest well. This was the voice of his grandfather, old Jack, his benefactor. Returning to reality, Yunqi replied, Understood, Grandpa. I will sleep shortly. Frustrated by his lack of progress, he extinguished the oil lamp, pulled the covers over himself, and murmured, Douluo, I am coming. Early the next morning, upon rising, Yunqi hastily finished his breakfast and resumed his examination of the panel. Upon exiting the door, Yunqi made his way directly to the central spirit hall of the village, which, in reality, was merely a slightly larger wooden hut. In such a small village, the existence of a house dedicated to awakening spirits already demonstrated the concern the spirit hall had for these common folk, while Yunqi contemplated the potential of this newfound ability. After all, in his previous life, Yunqi had been an avid reader for over a decade. Thus, he was not overly ambitious, and this was a novel curiosity for him. Engaging in contemplation while waiting was hardly a burden. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the parents of the various children began to queue outside, occasionally casting expectant glances toward the village entrance. After all, those they awaited would determine the fates of their children. Among the crowd, a frail and patched-clothing boy caught Yunqi's attention. As he observed Tang San, the protagonist from his previous lives narrative, a multitude of emotions surged within him. Here was a figure of great destiny, sharing the same era as himself. Initially, Yunqi contemplated the possibility of befriending this central character of their time. Yet, he knew that the events of novels were not universally applicable, and he lacked the benevolent heart to intervene in the affairs of others. Without sufficient strength, all efforts would be futile. Although Tang San often acted recklessly, disregarding consequences and adhering to a skewed moral compass, it was of no concern to Yunqi. However, upon reflection, he decided against pursuing a friendship. The companions of protagonists often faced numerous tribulations. He was acutely aware that his modern spirit would not align with those from ancient times. Thus, he relinquished the thought of camaraderie, not wishing to play the sycophant. Nevertheless, he bore no ill will, for Yunqi was not foolish. Their relationship remained that of ordinary neighbors, occasionally exchanging a few words, as both possessed the wisdom of adulthood. Before long, the autumn breeze soothed the anxious emotions of the crowd, and amidst the blue-silver grass and fallen leaves, a figure entered the Holy Spirit village, approaching the entrance of the spirit hall. Before he could utter a word, the surrounding voices enveloped him. "Welcome, esteemed master of battle spirits." The villagers bowed in respect to the figure in the center. The young man exhibited a hint of pride in his demeanor, his lips curving into a slight smile, seemingly at ease with the surrounding reverence, and he inclined slightly in acknowledgement. "Let us not indulge in excessive formalities. I have little time and must hasten to the next village. Let us commence." Old Jack hurried forward, addressing the lined-up children with a loud voice. "Children, this esteemed battle spirit master hails from Notting City. He will awaken your spirits one by one. Do not be afraid, cooperate obediently with the master." The young man appeared somewhat impatient, pondering whether this was wasting his time. "Stop. You deliver the same lines every year, yet there has been no one who has become a spirit master. I have traversed 6 villages without encountering even a single child with spiritual energy. You may as well take a break." A shadow of gloom flickered in old Jack's eyes as he sighed. Moving to Yunqi's side in the queue, he patted his shoulder and uttered a few encouraging words before turning and stooping as he walked away. "Xiao Qi, do not worry, you will surely become a spirit master. Do your best." In the fleeting moment when Yunqi turned back, he wished to articulate something, but was interrupted by a voice echoing in his mind. "Task. Successful awakening. Reward. Soul power level 1. Do you accept? Yes or no?" So, this is how attribute points and tasks are acquired through triggered missions? Suddenly, Yunqi felt that this golden finger seemed capable of executing some remarkable maneuvers for accepting the task and reaping the rewards. It was evident that this was a gaming interface after all. Yunqi had been a seasoned player in his past life and had encountered most games. This task, which was to awaken his martial soul, was something Yunqi was destined to undertake. Leaving him with no reason to decline after all, there is nothing more delightful than obtaining something for free. Without further contemplation, he promptly accepted the task. Current task: successfully awaken the martial soul. The young man's gaze lingered on the departing old Jack, yet he refrained from voicing any further thoughts, for it was exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to become soul masters. He returned to his senses and refocused on the 9 children before him. Having completed his duties for the martial soul hall, his task was now to assist these ordinary individuals in awakening their martial souls, a routine he had long since grown accustomed to. "Children, shortly I will awaken each of you in turn. For now, please refrain from speaking loudly." Clearly, his demeanor softened considerably when addressing the children, for this matter pertained to his professional career. The 9 children stood in orderly fashion before the young man, with Yunqi positioned at the front due to his early arrival, while Tang San stood slightly behind him. The young man smiled. "My name is Su Yuntao, a level 26 Great Soul Master, and I shall be your guide. Now, one by one, please come forward to me and do not be afraid of whatever happens next." As he spoke, Su Yuntao began to unpack his belongings from a nearby table, preparing the items needed for the awakening: 6 stones and a gleaming blue crystal ball. He arranged the 6 stones into a hexagonal shape, and then gestured for Yunqi to step forward. Without hesitation, Yunqi stood in the center. "Oh, not be afraid, close your eyes and keenly sense the changes within your body." As he spoke, a sudden gust of wind surged from below, causing Su Yuntao's eyes to brighten. In the astonished gaze of Yunqi and the other children, he called out, "Lone Wolf, manifest." A faint azure light first spread from the center of his brow, transforming Su Yuntao's originally dark hair into a silvery hue that rapidly lengthened. His arms and body became covered in gray fur, and his clothing seemed to shrink by 2 sizes, now taut with muscle. However, the garments of the martial soul hall were evidently well made, as they did not tear despite the transformation. Su Yuntao's eyes shifted to an ethereal green, and his fingers sprouted claws that glimmered with a chilling light. Simultaneously, 2 circular rings of light emanated from his feet, shimmering from head to toe in a peculiar dance, one white and one yellow, creating an eerie spectacle. Although Yunqi had prepared himself, he was still taken aback, for modern young man had never encountered a werewolf before. As for the other children, their reactions were even more distressing, with some crying and others screaming. However, Su Yuntao's gaze was indeed intimidating, reminiscent of an instinctual biological hierarchy, where a higher-ranked creature exerts a palpable pressure upon a lower-ranked one. Simply put, it was akin to encountering a tiger in the wildwood. You consider a desperate maneuver, or quietly accept your fate. With a hint of resignation, Su Yuntao brushed his forehead. Cease your cries, I assure you. There is no need for fear. This is my martial soul, the lone wolf. Should you aspire to become soul masters, you too shall acquire such abilities in due course. As he spoke, a glimmer of sharpness flashed across his claws under the sunlight, sending a chill down the spines of the other children who trembled in place. The only one who seemed relatively unperturbed was Tang San, a man of ancient lineage who had witnessed bloodshed before. Although intrigued, he quickly regained his composure. Nevertheless, when Su Yuntao transformed, Tang San instinctively took a step back, resembling a stance from the ancient martial arts. Yunqi observed all of this silently, choosing not to comment. Yet, what drew more attention was the peculiar sight of a beast martial soul manifesting in a fur-covered form, resembling a werewolf aside from his face. He bore an uncanny resemblance to a character from a television drama, with a furry visage and a thunderous mouth. Yunqi's lips twitched at the thought of something unpleasant. Could it be that the portrayals in comics and novels were deceptive? My cat-eared maidens, fox-eared maidens, and Suchi am not a fan of such tropes. Su Yuntao slowly extended his palms, and 6 faint green lights soared towards the 6 dark stones, forming a delicate golden dome that enveloped Yunqi. At that moment, Yunqi felt an unprecedented tranquility wash over him. Yes, he watched the golden specks of light drift into his body. He felt a slight pressure, as if these luminous points were tangible objects flowing towards his right hand. Instinctively, Yunqi raised his right hand, and in an instant, a long sword materialized within his grasp. This sword appeared not as a mere illusion, but as a genuine entity. Measuring 3 feet in length, it could be resized, predominantly hued in black and purple, with a glimmer of cold radiance emanating from the blade. No one would doubt its sharpness. It exuded an air of nobility and elegance, yet retained a fierce edge. It seems I have encountered a remarkably powerful weapon, martial soul. Quickly, let us measure your soul power. Su Yuntao eagerly presented a blue crystal ball before Yunqi, gesturing for him to place his hand upon it. In that moment of awakening his martial soul, Yunqi instinctively glanced at the panel. Mission completed, rewards automatically distributed. With a thought, Yunqi declared, claim, your soul power level has increased by 1. A satisfied smile graced Yunqi's face as he placed his hand upon the crystal ball. A dazzling light emitted from it, illuminating a significant portion of the sphere with his soul power. I have struck gold. An innate soul power of level 7. Young brother, you shall undoubtedly become a formidable soul master. I hereby extend a formal invitation for you to join the Spirit Hall, home to the finest soul master academy in the world, along with the most esteemed instructors. Master Su Yuntao, may I take a moment to consider? Of course, such an important decision should certainly be discussed with your family. Yunqi sighed as he stepped out of the door, pondering the fact that although he possessed only a single martial spirit, its appearance suggested it was indeed a high-level spirit, potentially even one of the utmost caliber. Despite having certain advantages, Yunqi was not inclined to be the type of character who struggles in the early stages only to later achieve a stunning turnaround, exclaiming, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not underestimate the youth in poverty. He considered the notion of secretly competing for excellence, but found it too cumbersome. The decision of whether to join the Spirit Hall weighed heavily on his mind, a contemplation of whether to be the tail of a phoenix or the head of chicken. Ultimately, Yunqi leaned towards the Spirit Hall, recognizing the benefits of a well-structured environment that demanded little thought, offering resources, future connections, and guidance from esteemed mentors. Should he choose not to join, he could slowly amass a collection of beautiful women. Task: intercept Xiao Wu. Lowly development. Reward: concealment ability, an unwavering rabbit-eared wife, and a martial spirit fusion technique. Accept? Yes or no? Well, it seemed there was no choice to be made. A trip to Notting City was now inevitable. The prospect of such a task and rewards was simply exhilarating. Despite the various conspiracy theories from his past life, this was a fantastical realm, far removed from the mundane world of ordinary rabbits. But of course, it was not due to Yunqi's own experiences, nor was it a reflection of any historical figures. He repeated this thought within himself. Even he found it hard to believe. Accept. Rewards have been issued. Please collect them at your convenience. As for the rabbit-eared wife, Yunqi felt no particular desire for her. Indeed, that was correct. What struck him even more was that the reward had been dispensed in advance, leaving no room for reconsideration. Stealing his emotions and aware of the unfolding narrative, Yunqi glanced at Tang San before stepping outside. Fear not. I shall care for your wife and child. Outside, the parents were anxiously peering at the door, reminiscent of those in his previous life waiting outside the walls during college entrance examinations, wishing fervently to climb over. Upon seeing Yunqi emerge, they flocked around him, bombarding him with questions. It was old Jack who, unable to contain his compassion, pulled Yunqi from the throng. One by one, the children emerged, their spirits dampened after sharing their circumstances, though they were not overly disheartened, understanding that the odds of Phoenix rising from chicken coop were exceedingly slim. The Holy Spirit village had not seen a soul master in many years. Yunqi relayed his situation to his grandfather, including the invitation from Su Yuntao to join the Spirit Hall. Old Jack's initial tension melted into hearty laughter, and the surrounding villagers offered their blessings. Excellent, excellent, excellent. A soul master has emerged from Holy Spirit Village. Little Chi, your future is yours to mold. Whether to join or not is entirely your decision, but do not regret the choices you make today. Yunqi was swept up in the festive atmosphere, responding with fervor. Grandfather, once I achieve success, Holy Spirit Village may very well need to change its name. Old Jack and the villagers laughed, devoid of any derision, for they recognized Yunqi's exceptional talent. It was a reflection of their shared pride, as he was not just a boy they had watched grow, but a beacon of hope for the village. Seeing this, Su Yuntao approached old Jack, extending his congratulations, yet his gaze wandered to Tang San, who was preparing to depart, and he sighed deeply. Master, what seems to be troubling you? In your village, there were originally two prodigies, one with innate 7th-level talent, and the other possessing a full innate spirit power. Alas, the latter's martial spirit is merely blue silvergrass, if you catch my drift. Old Jack, unable to react to the mention of full innate spirit power, was swiftly brought back to reality by the reference to blue silvergrass. Yet, Yunqi, observing Su Yuntao's demeanor, was struck by a profound sense of déjà vu, as if he were witnessing the celebrated genius being applauded in public while the diligent, yet unremarkable protagonist toiled in silence, serving as a stepping stone. By the way, have you given any thought to joining the Spirit Hall and pursuing your studies there? Su Yuntao inquired, his face brimming with hope. Gazing intently at Su Yuntao, Yunqi replied earnestly, Master, I do not wish to join the Spirit Hall at this moment. Although you may not comprehend my reasoning, I shall inevitably join the Spirit Hall in the future, for it is indeed the sanctum of spirit masters across the continent. Su Yuntao also looked regretful, but he didn't dwell on it for too long. After all, he was only responsible for calling the report, and he wouldn't lose too much in terms of achievements and rewards. After confirming that Yunqi wouldn't be joining, he handed the 2 Soul Hall certificates to old Jack and planned to head to the next village. However, before leaving, he wanted to make a good impression on the genius. Yunqi, I'm a steward for Nodding City. If you ever need anything while studying in Nodding City, feel free to find your brother Tao. Su Yuntao took out a small pouch from his pocket and placed it in Yunqi's hand, which made a metallic clinking sound. This is 10 gold soul coins. School is starting soon, and you'll need it. Don't refuse it. Just consider it your brother Tao's early investment. Seeing Yunqi instinctively wanting to return it, Su Yuntao finished speaking and walked away. Yunqi just wanted to return, but it was merely a habitual action after receiving a red envelope in a past life, refusing and being particular about it. The crowd gradually dispersed as they followed Su Yuntao, busy with their own affairs, the bustling scene fading into solitude, returning to their lives. Chapter 2. Cutting in on the dance during the 6 years in Xianghun Village. Old Jack often pulled Yunqi aside to chat. The old man was quite talkative, especially now. Upon learning that Yunqi would soon leave home to attend the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City, he was filled with excitement. As for Tang San, who could compare to his own grandson? If it weren't for Yunqi, old Jack might have given the village's work-study position to Tang San. However, now with his own grandson, having spent 6 years together and possessing even better talent, old Jack had completely forgotten about Tang San, though he still made sure to remind him. Yunqi accepted the internship position with a mindset of convenience and strategizing for Xiao Wu. Although now there is money, isn't it more enjoyable to take advantage of the situation? Time flies, and soon it was time for Yunqi to start school. The distance from Xianghun Village to Nodding City isn't very far, about half a day's journey. The two of them casually ate some rations on the way, and by the afternoon, they could see the city wall in the distance. Although Nodding City isn't a very large city, it is on the border of the Tiando Empire, and the city walls are quite thick. Yunqi and old Jack passed through the soldiers' inspection and entered the city with the surrounding pedestrians. Xiaoxi, you must take good care of yourself at the academy and study hard. Grandpa will take you to the academy and then go back. You must listen to the teachers at the academy, and if you have any problems, remember to seek help from the Spirit Hall. Just be careful, and Grandpa will come to pick you up at the end of the semester. Yunqi is also leaving Xianghun Village for the first time, feeling a bit reluctant. Grandpa, are we going back so soon? Let's play here a little longer. I have money now. Yunchi looked at old Jack in front of him and said softly, 10 gold soul coins still have strong purchasing power in the Douluo Continent. Old Jack smiled and replied, the crops in the village haven't been harvested yet. Besides, you need to save those gold soul coins to nourish yourself. Grandpa is getting old and has long since stopped being greedy for these things. You must work hard. The next time I see you, I hope you will have become an excellent soul master. Holy Soul Village will be proud of you. Yunchi understood the thoughts of the older generation and did not say much. He silently vowed that in the future, whatever could extend life, he would definitely keep a portion for his grandfather. The Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy was built in the western part of Nodding City. Along the way, Yunchi and old Jack inquired several times and finally arrived at the entrance of the academy. At the entrance, there was a tall archway, at least 20 meters wide and over 10 meters high, constructed from solid Qingyang rock. On either side at the bottom were 2 black iron gates. Through the gaps in the iron gates, a straight main road could be seen leading into the academy, surrounded by tall trees. Above the archway, the rocks were engraved with the 4 characters Nodding Academy. Yunchi looked at the imposing gate and couldn't help but exclaim that soul masters really enjoy a good reputation in this place. Even a junior soul master academy is so grand. It's not hard to imagine what the soul master sanctuary in Wuhuan City must look like. After Yunchi finished explaining to old Jack, he was about to enter the academy, but was immediately stopped. Hey, who allowed you to go in? Is this a place for you country bumpkins? Just as old Jack was about to explain, Yunchi held him back. He didn't want to be humiliated first before striking back. That wasn't his character. Yunchi smiled, took out the Wuhuan Hall certificate that Su Yuntao had given him last time, and released his martial soul. I'm here to enroll. I wonder if I qualify to enter? Yunchi smiled playfully and looked up at the doorman in front of him. He thought to himself, Yunchi actually encountered these kinds of plots, but he didn't want his grandfather to be humiliated, so he interrupted in advance. Although there is an old saying that it's easier to deal with the king of hell than with a little ghost, it also depends on the person. If the little ghost overestimates itself, then it's no longer just a little ghost. The young doorman, looking at this little brat in front of him, saw his youthful and handsome face, with a slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth and a hint of amusement in his eyes. However, when he noticed the dark, purple longsword in Yunchi's hand, he felt an inexplicable chill. Coupled with a martial soul proof in Yunchi's hand, he turned pale with fright, hurriedly nodded and bowed, loudly apologizing and saying things like, I apologize for the offense. Yunchi looked at the gatekeeper in front of him, and with such demeanor, he no longer had the heart to hold grudges. After all, being able to become the gatekeeper of the academy meant that he was just an ordinary person. An ordinary person in this world could see a 7th level innate killing sword martial soul, and that martial soul was clearly not an ordinary one. How could he be so foolish as to seek death? Yunchi put away his martial soul and proof, turned to his grandfather and said, Grandpa, let's go back early. If we go back late, it will get dark and we won't be able to see the road. All right. Xiaoqi, you must remember what I said. Yunchi quickly agreed. After seeing Grandpa jack off, he turned around and reported to the academic affairs office. Yunchi was admiring the scenery along the road while wondering if Tang San would still come to the academy. Without the work-study student quota, his father, at the very least, was a title de loi, so making some money shouldn't be difficult and attending school normally should be possible. He just didn't know how Tang San would persuade his dad. Whether it would be like in the original story, showcasing his twin martial souls. Thinking too much was exhausting, and Yunchi didn't pay too much attention to it. It might be better if he didn't come. After all, Tang San, the dual god position, had spent his whole life working hard, and that storyline was also quite good. The initial Soul Master Academy in Nodding City didn't look as large as it seemed. It was just divided into a few areas, with the teaching building, playground, dormitory, and cafeteria clustered together. Soon, Yunchi found Director Su, who was in charge of new students, on the first floor of the teaching building, along with 2 young teachers assisting him and a middle-aged man in a gray robe with a buzz cut nearby. Yunchi glanced at the few people in front of him and placed the proof of his martial soul and the work-study student quota issued by the Holy Soul Village on Director Su's desk. Hello, teacher. I am the new student reporting this time. Yunchi, here's my proof. Director Su casually picked up the materials in front of him, took a look, and his expression changed dramatically as he murmured, a genius. Innate level 7 soul power plus a martial soul sword that I've never seen before. Our Junior Soul Master Academy has never encountered a student with innate level 7 before. The surrounding teachers seemed to have heard something incredible. While the gray-robed man next to them momentarily brightened up, then darkened again, showing a listless appearance. Yunqi looked at the reactions of the people in front of him and understood. After all, in previous years, any child with good talent basically joined the Spirit Hall. As for commoners, only by going there for training could they truly realize their advantages. Teacher, can I proceed with enrollment procedures? Yunqi's voice interrupted a few people still immersed in joy, and they glanced at the man in the gray robe, who was presumably the theory-invincible, practical rookie, the shameless one of Douluo, soft egg, plagiarist, and book tailor Yu Xiaogang. After all, watching anime and various comments from netizens in his previous life made Yunqi realize that this was not a good figure. Yunqi noticed that Yu Xiaogang didn't pay attention to him and felt relaxed. He couldn't be bothered to deal with it. Moreover, it was still uncertain whether the future would bring enemies or friends. Soon, Yunqi registered for his enrollment and other related matters, but that Director Su was too enthusiastic, wanting to arrange an independent room for Yunqi since he was a work-study student and even offered him financial support. Yunqi thought for a moment and agreed, as it was a free opportunity. After all, not everyone wants to sleep in a big dormitory and play with a bunch of kids. The main thing was how to convince the soon-to-be enrolled Xiao Wu to live with him. Yunqi had an idea in mind. Under Director Su's guidance, Yunqi was soon settled into a teacher's housing, a private room. The room was neither too big nor too small, with a relatively large bed, a desk, and a private bathroom, with the teaching building right outside the window. However, there were no bedding and toiletries, so he still needed to buy those. It is worth mentioning that Yu Xiaojiang's room was next door. Yunqi received 5 gold soul coins from Director Su again, declined his offer to accompany him to buy something, and walked out of the academy alone. Yunqi carefully placed his wallet in the inner pocket of his jacket. Now he was a little wealthy man, and losing it would be unbearable. As he walked, Yunqi arrived at a restaurant to grab something to eat, having not had a proper meal during his long journey. Upon entering the restaurant, he saw a lively young girl, her delicate face rosy and fair, looking like a ripe peach, which made one feel an urge to take a bite. Her long black hair was braided into a scorpion braid that hung down to her waist, and her eyes were bright and watery. Although her clothing was very simple, it was clean and tidy. However, the way she was eating was astonishing. She was devouring food at a table filled entirely with various carrots. Yunqi looked at the girl in front of him and suddenly felt a sense of unreality. After all, the characters from his past life had appeared in his fantasies, and now one was right in front of him. While Yunqi was lost in thought, the girl who was eating also sensed someone staring at her. She turned her head and saw a little boy who was about her age, and he was quite handsome, giving off an immediate sense of likability. Xiao Wu opened her big eyes, her small face breaking into a sweet smile, tilting her head and blinking her pink, large eyes. Are you looking at me? Yunqi suddenly came to her senses, caught in the act of peeking, and having stared for so long. Even though her soul was that of an adult, she felt a bit embarrassed. She instinctively ran her fingers through her hair and slowly replied, "Sorry. I've never seen such a beautiful girl before. I got a bit lost in thought. My name is Yunqi. Flattery is always effective. This saying holds true for most situations. Especially when complimenting a girl, of course, it should be done moderately, otherwise, others might think you're sycophant." The girl felt quite flattered, her smile growing even brighter, and she waved her hand, pointing to a nearby chair, signaling Yunqi to sit down. "My name is Xiao Wu. Dance as in the character for dancing. Come sit. I'll treat you to a meal." Yunqi was straightforward and decided to introduce herself early, trying to build some rapport, and directly walked over to sit next to Xiao Wu. Before Xiao Wu could say anything, Yunqi took the initiative to speak. "Are you eating alone here?" "Yeah." "Then why did you order a table full of carrots?" Facing Yunqi's question, Xiao Wu's face turned a bit red. "Is it not okay that I like eating carrots?" Yunqi picked up the chopsticks from the bamboo basket next to him, grabbed a piece, and started eating. To be honest, the carrot dish from the restaurant was quite good. P.S. Brothers, let me digress for a moment. The current average subscription is 425, still 75 short of reaching 500. Only then can I get a full attendance bonus of 1,000 yuan this month. The author is just a guy who cares about his image and only shares good news, hiding his troubles. I also conceal my income from my family, just saying that I earn okay. This has led to a vicious cycle. I have to help my family pay some money every month, but I can't give much. This has caused a lot of disdain, with neighbors saying I'm a freeloader. I know that I don't have much ability, and I can't even write novels well. That 1,000 yuan is very important to me, because I've been using borrowed money to help my family pay off debts. I don't know what the future holds. So this month I've started 2 more novels, both based on Douluo Dalu. I had launched a few before, but they all failed. I didn't even meet the requirements for full attendance. Perhaps many people think, why don't you just go work in a factory if you can't even write novels? This involved a lot of unspeakable difficulties. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't. I'm 23 this year, which is quite laughable. It's supposed to be the prime of youth, yet I am plagued by illness and dare not speak about it. Adult life is always full of hardships. I know that sharing my misfortunes makes many uncomfortable, especially in the main text, because what a writer says can't be seen on other platforms, nor can it be pirated. That's why I've resorted to this tactic, but I just want to gain a few more subscriptions, hoping that those who read pirated versions can briefly come to support me on Qidian, spending just a few cents, $1. I often envy and yearn for things. In the end, I feel powerless. I don't know what the future holds, nor how far I can go. I want to wield power like the protagonists in novels, pointing out the world and sitting with beautiful women. But reality has dealt a heavy blow. Just as others have told me, I am a waste. I apologize for taking up everyone else's time. I'm sorry. I wish everyone and myself that there will be times when we ride the winds and break the waves, hanging our sails high to cross the vast sea. 2023, 5. 23 Flying Stinky Tofu Chapter 3. The master was so angry he spit blood. Seeing that the boy in front of her didn't answer, Xiao Wu rejoined the eating team. Soon, the entire table of food was devoured clean by the two hungry individuals. Lying back in the chair, rubbing her belly, burp, burp, two satisfied burps sounded from both sides of the table. Yunqi and Xiao Wu exchanged a knowing smile. Why are you eating here alone? Where are your guardians? Xiao Wu asked the boy in front of her, who was also rubbing his belly. I'm an orphan. The grandfather who adopted me sent me to the academy and then left, so I came alone, the boy replied. Upon hearing that he was an orphan, Xiao Wu's expression clearly changed for a moment. She didn't continue to pry and simply replied lightly, oh. Yunqi looked at the girl in front of him and suddenly realized that he might have said the wrong thing, but he didn't do anything, just sighed at how similar their fates were. Neither of them continued to speak, just staring at each other, but Xiao Wu quickly shook off the memories in her mind. Seeing the boy in front of her looking pensive, she thought he was sad like her, so she walked over, patted Yunqi's head, and softly said from now on, you can call me Sister Xiao Wu. I'll take care of you. I'm also here to study at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Yunqi looked at the sudden small hand on her head and felt a warm sensation. Then she heard Xiao Wu's words and couldn't help but roll her eyes, saying in annoyance, why don't you call me sister? I treated you to a meal. You think just one meal makes me your sister? Anyway, it doesn't hurt to ask. You've eaten my food, so you have to call me sister from now on. As she spoke, Xiao Wu grabbed Yunqi and was about to leave. The shop assistant, who had been watching from the side, quickly stepped forward to block their way. Excuse me. You haven't settled the bill yet. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu stopped and turned around, blinking in confusion. Bill? What bill? The bill for the meal, of course. Xiao Wu's little brain went into a meltdown. In the Douluo Forest, it was all about the law of the jungle. There was no concept of money. When she came out, she just happened to stumble upon the day of martial soul awakening and randomly found a village to blend into. Because of her cute appearance, and since no one in that small village had soul power coupled with Xiao Wu's background, the compassionate village chief directly gave her a spot as a working student in the village and kindly pointed her in the right direction, giving her some food supplies. Xiao Wu then made her way directly to Nodding City, just as she felt hungry. Seeing all the food inside, especially the many carrots, she ordered a large table full. At this moment, Xiao Wu was completely inexperienced in human society. The shop assistant looked at the dazed Xiao Wu and couldn't help but speak. Little girl, you're not planning to dine and dash, are you? I won't. That's good. The total is 1 silver soul coin. Saying this, the shop assistant took out a silver soul coin to show her before putting it away again. Xiao Wu looked down, realizing she didn't have anything like that on her. Her little brain short-circuited again, and she didn't know what to do. Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu beside her, whose face was flushed with anxiety because she couldn't pay the bill and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Upon hearing the sound, Xiao Wu seemed to have a moment of enlightenment and looked at Yunqi with eager eyes. It seemed like Yunqi had thought of something fun and quickly said, call me big brother. No, if I have to pay, then this meal is on me. And if you call me big brother, I'll take care of your carrots from now on. Xiao Wu, you wouldn't want to be without carrots to eat in the future, right? Xiao Wu's mind raced, and after thinking about it carefully, she realized it was true. Being hungry felt terrible, and originally, she was using this meal as an excuse to make this little boy her brother. Now that she had no money to pay, and would still need to navigate human society in the future, calling him big brother didn't seem like such a loss. However, it was still quite embarrassing. Although she was a soul beast with 10,000 years of cultivation, she had lived for tens of thousands of years. And while she had always lived in the core area of the Douluo Forest and hadn't ventured out much, She had only her mother and two younger brothers, Daming and Erming, around her for those years. Now having an older brother seemed pretty good, but she was old enough to be this little brat's ancestor. Yunqi looked at the hesitant Xiao Wu and subtly signaled to the waiter with a glance, simultaneously revealing a few silver coins in his hand. The waiter, being quick-witted, immediately understood Yunqi's intention, his expression turning cold as he raised his voice. "Little girl, if you don't pay, I'm going to call the guards and say that someone is dining and dashing here." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu, who had just transformed and was still weak in strength, panicked. She no longer cared about feeling embarrassed and was afraid that Yunqi wouldn't pay. She quickly grabbed Yunqi's hand and shook it, acting cute. Brother. Ah, good sister." Yunqi's mouth was almost cracking with a smile. After discreetly handing the silver coin to the waiter, he gave a approving glance and pulled Xiao Wu away from the tavern. On the street, Xiao Wu looked at the smug Yunqi and suddenly pinched his arm fiercely. Stop, that hurts. Serves you right for being so proud." Yunqi looked at the redness on his hands and at the little dancer beside him, who had her hands on her hips, thinking to himself, "I can't do anything about you. Sigh, I just got a little sister and thought I would have another family member. But I didn't expect my sister to not welcome me like this. She won't even let me be happy for a moment. Perhaps it's destined that we are fated to be apart." Yunqi was speaking while also sniffing a few times, looking gloomy as if deeply hurt. She walked forward in a daze. Xiao Wu had never seen anything like this and was momentarily frozen in place, feeling the impact of the tea art from a different world. She suddenly felt extremely guilty. After all, this was her good brother who had taken care of her meals. "I really am not a good person." Watching Yunqi about to walk away, she hurriedly followed. "Brother, don't do this. I'm your sister, always." Yunqi couldn't help but smile inwardly. Since ancient times, true feelings have been hard to keep. Only schemes can win people's hearts. The plan worked. Yunqi turned sorrow into joy. "Really?" Looking eagerly, "Really? With determination? Let's go. Brother will take you shopping." Xiao Wu looked at her brother in front of her and immediately let out a sigh of relief. Yunqi also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Tang-san, I'm sorry. I didn't intend to deal with you, but now Xiao Wu is mine." According to the first law of the Tang sect code, when fellow villagers meet, they should first strangle each other. The clouds are holding the bouncing little dance, and there's a hint of a smile. How wonderful. Yunqi opened the panel and applied the previous task reward's aura concealment function to Xiao Wu, discovering that the aura concealment was always active and that he could use it too. Yunqi suddenly thought that he could play some fun games in the future. However, he didn't tell Xiao Wu, mainly to avoid any misunderstandings. It's better to avoid trouble. That afternoon, Yunqi took Xiao Wu to buy various daily necessities and also bought a lot of carrots to be delivered to the academy. Hand in hand, they happily made their way to report. "Director Su, I brought my sister to report." Yunqi looked at the smiling director in front of her and slowly spoke, while signaling Xiao Wu to hand over the materials to Director Su. Then, once again, the several teachers were stunned, their jaws almost dropping. Yu Xiaogang was among them, looking at the teachers in front of him with indifference, thinking that they must be another innate level 7 or 8 kid, not even qualified to participate in my experiment. Yu Xiaojang's brows were filled with arrogance. But seeing the exaggerated expressions on the faces of the people in front of him, he reached out to take the materials from Director Su's hands. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but once he did, his eyes almost popped out. He quickly said to Xiao Wu, "Xiao Wu, would you like to be my disciple? I can make you a top powerhouse in this continent." Saying this, he revealed a confident smile, as if he believed the person in front of him would definitely become his disciple. The teachers and directors nearby also heard the master's words and exchanged glances, showing strange expressions. Yunqi had long anticipated this. Now, Tang-sen hadn't arrived yet, because of her, and Xiao Wu was the only innate, full soul power child she had seen in decades. At least it could realize part of his theory, such as soul ring limits, and how plant martial souls absorb various animal soul beasts. Perhaps beast martial souls would also absorb plant soul beasts. So she had told Xiao Wu beforehand on the way here. What kind of person is Xiao Wu? Does she need these theories? She could become a title de law just by steadily absorbing the sealed soul power in her body. Besides, after tens of thousands of years, does she not understand her own martial soul? She immediately agreed to Yunqi's words. Now, both Yunqi and Xiao Wu looked at Yu Xiaogang as if he were a clown. At least have some groundwork for accepting a disciple. Coming out of nowhere with a request to be your disciple and claiming that you will become a top powerhouse in the continent is absurd. Please, even if someone with innate full soul power doesn't need anyone else's help, just following the basic step by step can make them strong, right? After all, the talent is there. Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi, her eyes seemingly asking if this is the so-called arrogant man and thief you mentioned. Yunqi nodded and thought to himself, I really want to embarrass Yu Xiaogang. Task: slap Yu Xiaogang in the face and make him feel utterly humiliated in front of few people. Reward: 1 spatial soul guide ring. Except, yes. Yunqi suddenly understood something. It seemed that every time the game panel released a task, it was exactly what he subconsciously wanted. Was it not a trigger mechanism, but rather him giving himself tasks? It seemed he needed to study this further, but for now, he had to focus on the formal matters at hand. Yes. Looking at the sudden silence in front of him, Yu Xiaogang also seemed to realize something. My title outside is Master. I'm sure you've heard of me. I'm the one who proposed the theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls. Do I now have the qualifications to be your master? Yu Xiaogang's eyes were filled with pride, but the expressions of the few teachers behind him were even more peculiar, as if they were about to burst into laughter. At that moment, Yunqi interrupted Xiao Wu's speech, hastily chiming in to support him. I know the master. Even I knew about the Master S title when I first arrived in Notting City. The master Yu Xiaogang, who interrupted Xiao Wu, had a slightly displeased expression, but the following words made him feel pleased, so he continued. Little girl, look, even your brother knows. Yes, even I know that the Master S theory is invincible. But it's only a theory. Yunqi blinked her innocent big eyes, but her tender voice pierced through the master's psychological defenses like a sharp sword. The surrounding teachers, parents, and children who had come to watch couldn't help but burst into laughter. They could no longer hold it in. People around began to speak up. Master, children speak without restraint. However, Director Su wanted to give Yu Xiaogang some face. That's enough. The master is still a friend of the dean. Let's not make reckless judgments. Although no one can prove his theories are correct, neither can anyone prove he is wrong. In the entire Soul Master world, the master is quite well known. Director Su's voice grew weaker until it faded away, clearly unable to continue. Yu Xiaogang became anxious, and, regardless of whether Yunqi was a child or not, he loudly retorted on the spot. My theory is based on evidence. Most of the top 10 core competencies of martial souls are compiled from various knowledge in the books of the Martial Soul Hall. It is real. Yunqi's eyes suddenly brightened, and a mischievous thought crossed her mind. At the same time, she sobbed pitifully, trying hard to squeeze out a hint of mist from her eyes. Master, why are you so fierce? I just heard it from others. I just arrived in Notting City. How would I know these things? They said you were just living off free meals, not teaching at the academy, never giving lectures, and not helping at all. I never said any of that. I admire you so much. Why are you being mean to me? Besides, you yourself said your theories came from the Spirit Hall, and hardly any of them are yours, right? Her voice trembled. The surrounding parents and teachers, not wanting to miss out on the drama, began to speak up. Master, how can you bully a child like this? Why are you shouting so loudly? Can't you see you're about to scare the child to tears? Master, aren't your theories all plagiarized from the Spirit Hall? Or should I say borrowed? Xiao Wu also chimed in, what kind of so-called master bullies my brother? I will never take you as my teacher. Everything you have is copied. How dare you call yourself a master? You should be called a big thief instead. Yu Xiaogang looked around at the murmurs and realized he had said the wrong thing, exposing all his plagiarized work. Suddenly, he felt darkness before his eyes, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell straight to the ground with a loud thud. It looked serious. Everyone stared at the fainted master, speechless. He had brought this upon himself, and now he was unconscious. After all, he was a great soul master. How could his endurance be so weak? However, seeing him fainted, no one dared to say anything more. Instead, Director Su hurriedly called for someone to carry the master out to find a doctor. Yet, everyone's eyes were filled with gossip, and with such explosive content, Yunqi believed it wouldn't be long before the entire continent would know. Yu Xiaogang, the master, bullying a child, and then self-exposing that all his theories came from the Spirit Hall. This was certainly good fodder for conversation over tea and meals. Chapter 4. Tang San's enrollment and apprenticeship. Yunqi stared at the master, who was so enraged that he was speechless, captivated by the charm of tea art. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu saw Yunqi standing there in a daze and thought he was still scared by the master's loud roar. She directly hugged Yunqi's arm and softly said, Brother, it's okay. Let's not pay attention to this fraud. Yunqi hurriedly rubbed his eyes to indicate that he was fine, pulling Xiao Wu to stand in front of Director Su. Because Xiao Wu was even more talented, Director Su quickly adjusted his thoughts and stated that everything would be arranged for Xiao Wu. After all, geniuses are rare, and having two appear at once is a great fortune, as long as they graduate smoothly from the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Who knows how much benefit they would bring to the academy? Hearing this, Yunqi repeatedly thanked him and asked Director Su to convey his apologies to Master when he wakes up. After saying this, Yunqi took Xiao Wu back to his room. Director Su supported his forehead with one hand. Being experienced, he could see that Yunqi's feigned crying and grievances were intentional. After getting angry with Yu Xiaogang, he now had to convey Yunqi's apologies instead, as if all the good and bad words had been exhausted. However, the good thing is that such a personality can go further in this dangerous continent, as the rising geniuses are indeed geniuses. Watching Yunqi and Xiao Wu walk away, Director Su's eyes were filled with appreciation. He also did not want a genius to become a tool for certain people's experiments. After returning to his room, Yunqi received the system rewards, and the ring was a dark purple, crescent-shaped ring, quite aesthetically pleasing. He was surprised to find that this spatial soul tool had a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters. After Yunqi brought in the items, she began to decorate the room with Xiao Wu. The bed in the room is quite large, unlike in the original story where they had to combine beds. The bedding is all printed with patterns of rabbits and carrots, and various items are also in shades of pink. Despite Yunqi's earlier reluctance when choosing things, now that the room is decorated in such a cute and pink way, her girlish heart has been activated all at once. It's just too adorable. Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi, who had a blank expression, and called out brother several times. Although Yunqi didn't say anything, her heart had already melted. Xiao Wu, it's getting late, so wash up and go to bed early. We'll go to the city tomorrow, and classes start the day after. Okay, but you better not peek. Yunqi, feeling a bit breathless, said, what's good to watch? Hurry up, I need to wash up later too. I've been out all day. Before long, the two of them finished washing up, and after some playful banter, they lay down on the bed together, tucked themselves in, and said good night to each other. Good night, Xiao Wu. Good night, brother. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, Yunqi, still with eyes closed, noticed that Xiao Wu was sleeping restlessly, turning to the side, with her arms and thighs resting on Yunqi and a bit of shiny drool at the corner of her mouth. Yunqi was quite interested in watching Xiao Wu and didn't wake her up. Soon, Xiao Wu slowly awoke from her dream, saw her ungraceful sleeping posture, quickly wiped the drool from her mouth, her little face flushed, and pretended to act nonchalantly, saying, what's wrong? Are you captivated by me? Didn't even wake me up. Yunqi didn't burst the little girl's bubble. She smiled and said good morning before getting out of bed. Seeing Yunqi up, Xiao Wu didn't linger too much. With a quick leap, she dressed herself neatly. She hadn't forgotten that classes would officially start tomorrow, so she wanted to play today. After all, everything was new to her since she had just arrived in human society. Tang-san, don't you want to become a soul master too? Tang-san was taken aback and didn't understand why he was being asked this so long after his martial soul awakening. It's okay, Dad. Becoming a blacksmith like you is also good. I can support myself, and didn't you promise to teach me how to make farming tools last time? Tang Hao opened his eyes, sat up from bed, and looked at Tang-san, inexplicably revealing a hint of coldness, followed by a touch of self-mockery in his gaze. Soul Master, what is the use of being a soul master? Even the strongest soul master with the strongest martial soul is still just a waste. Tang Hao's emotions became very agitated. His body trembled uncontrollably, and a glimmer of tears even appeared in the corners of his eyes. Tang-san hurried over and held Tang Hao's fist. It's okay, Dad. I will always be with you. Tang Hao had been paying attention to Tang-san since his martial soul awakening, but after seeing that Tang-san's martial soul was blue silvergrass, he stopped caring. Taking a deep breath, Tang Hao calmed his thoughts. Show me your martial soul. Tang-san nodded, circulating his Xiantian Gong, feeling the fusion of soul power and Xiantian Gong. In an instant, a small grass and a small hammer appeared in his left and right hands. Tang Hao stared blankly at his son for a moment, then made a firm decision. He directly took Tang-san's hand and walked towards Nodding City, talking as they walked. Brother, do you think this hairpin looks good? Yunqi looked at the bunny hair accessory on Xiao Wu's soft black hair and smiled. Xiao looks really beautiful. What are you talking about? You're supposed to be looking at the hair accessory. Why are you complimenting me? Xiao Wu held her hands together behind her back, lowered her head, and muttered softly, a bit shy. Haha, I'm just speaking the truth. Yunqi looked at the girl in front of him, smiled, and held the shy Xiao Wu beside him, heading straight to the next place to play. Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. The master had just woken up, thinking about his lifelong reputation, suddenly ruined by that little brat. The talented disciple he was preparing to take in was also gone. The more he thought about it, the more chaotic it became, and a glimmer of darkness flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The master frowned. Could be that blind thing coming to mock me now. Who is it? The master got up from the bed, his tone not very pleasant. The door opened, and a tall figure dressed in a simple gray robe appeared, with murky eyes and a strong smell of alcohol emanating from him. Beside him was a small child dressed in coarse clothes, looking underdeveloped and frail. "Hello, master." Tang Hao's voice was a bit low and hoarse. As Yu Xiaogang saw the man enter, he felt a difficulty in circulating his soul power, making it hard to breathe. Yu Xiaogang's voice was filled with confusion and fear as he slowly asked, "May I ask, who are you?" Tang Hao waved his hand, signaling Tang San to wait outside. After Tang San went out, although he was very curious about what his father was talking about inside, he ultimately did not take action. After a while, the two finally came out of the room. Tang Hao looked at his son in front of him, revealing a hint of reluctance. "Xiao San, from now on, you will study under the master. I have things to do. You study well, and remember what I told you on the way." Tang San also understood, as his father had told him many common-sense questions and entrusted him with some matters on the way, informing him that he would be studying in Nodding City in the future. However, Tang San still looked reluctant, with a crying tone. "Dad, can you not leave? I'll come and pick you up when this semester ends." Tang Hao casually thought of a reason and turned to leave. Hearing Tang Hao's reason, Tang San's expression improved a bit. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojing looked at Tang San as if he were looking at a rare treasure. "Xiao San, I will be your teacher from now on. I will train you to be outstanding." On the way, his father had also mentioned some things about the master. So Tang San immediately bowed without hesitation. Not far away, Yunxi, who had just returned from shopping with Xiao Wu and was about to go back to his room, saw the iconic scene of Douluo outside the room. Yunxi thought, Tang San has come again, and he has still worshipped Yu Xiaogang as his master. Fate is truly miraculous. He thought, I want to interfere with Tang San's apprenticeship and Yu Xiaogang again. Task, stimulate Yu Xiaogang again. Discuss Tang San. Reward, Tang San's Xiantian Gong and a year's cultivation progress. Accept. Yes. Yin Shi quietly said yes. Soon, Yin Shi and Xiao Wu passed by Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, stopping in their tracks. Yin Shi said to Yu Xiaogang with deep regret, "Thief? Oh no, master. I'm sorry. I spoke carelessly out of desperation yesterday." Turning to Tang San, he said, "Oh, Tang San, you're here for school too. Why are you kneeling on the ground? Get up quickly." As he spoke, he helped the half-kneeling Tang San to his feet. Noticing that Tang San was staring at Xiao Wu, Yunxi directly stood in front of Tang San, blocking his view. "The ground is quite cold. Don't fall next time. I have something to do now, so I'll be leaving." After saying that, he didn't even glance at the nearly exploding Yu Xiaogang, turned around, took out his keys, and opened the door to the next room. Then he slammed it shut. Bang! This is a big win. He now has the cultivation technique. For the past 6 years, every time he saw Tang San, he would rush to the mountaintop to practice early in the morning, but he was envious, unable to learn or understand. Then Yunxi did 6 years of radio calisthenics. Now he has the technique and even stole a year's progress from Tang San's cultivation. His soul power has also increased by more than 1 level. Awesome. Inside the room, Xiao Wu asked Yunxi with confusion, "Brother, why are you apologizing to that kind of thief?" Yunxi smiled and shook her head. Xiao Wu, a normal apology, even if not accepted by the person involved, would make one feel a little better. But look at that so-called master just now. Does he look like he's feeling better? So you did that on purpose? Yeah. Who asked him to try to use our Xiao Wu to realize his ridiculous theory? Xiao Wu nodded, touched. What about that guy named Tang San? Do you know him? He kept staring at me just now. He's from a village, usually doesn't tea-talk much. He's rather reclusive and often goes to the mountains to hunt rabbits for food. Upon hearing rabbits, Xiao Wu frowned. Rabbits are so cute. Why would you eat rabbits? Outside the room, Tang San was still dazedly looking at Xiao Wu, who had just walked past hand in hand with someone, feeling as if something was missing inside him. He scratched his head, unable to figure out what was missing, only feeling that the girl was so beautiful. Suddenly, he felt a wave of emptiness. A portion of his soul power diminished, and the progress of his Xiantian skill also decreased. After realizing he couldn't find a reason, he decided that finding a master was more important. Then he knelt down again with a thud to worship his master. This time, without Yunxi's interruption, the process went smoothly. Tang San looked at his still angry teacher with confusion. "Teacher, do you know Yunxi and the girl next to her?" Yu Xiaogang, seeing his beloved disciple ask, took a deep breath, his expression turning stern, and then slowly replied, "That kid slandered my theory yesterday, and the girl named Xiao Wu. I want to take her as my disciple, but she refused me. I was so angry that I fainted, letting many people see me as a joke." Tang San acted according to the principles he held from his previous life and believed Yu Xiaojiang's words without doubt. although he had known Yunqi for 6 years. They had little friendship. Naturally, he stood on Yu Xiaogang's side. Moreover, the presence of Xiao Wu next to Yunqi caused a pang in his heart, especially since she had slandered his teacher. He thought to himself, Yunqi was already on the path to destruction. Chapter 5. Knowledge in the Room. Yunqi was unaware that she was on the path to destruction. Of course, even if she knew, she wouldn't be surprised. After all, she had long been mentally prepared. Yunqi now has cultivation methods, so naturally, it won't be as powerless as before. After calming down Xiao Wu, he began to review the Xiao in his mind. After understanding the cultivation operation route, he started to sit cross-legged and simultaneously gave himself a mental command. Cultivate Xiao 10 times. Task: cultivate Xiao 10 times. Reward: increase in soul power meditation speed. Do you accept? Yes. Yunqi felt a surge of joy, realizing her guess was correct. She could assign herself various tasks. Looking at Yunqi's excited expression, Xiao Wu felt a wave of concern. As the only person she knew in the human world and her soul support, she couldn't afford to be foolish. Brother, what's wrong? You're not running a fever, are you? Yunqi's smile froze, feeling a bit too excited, almost losing composure. Still not fully cultivated. Need to stay calm. Yunqi let out a light laugh and said, Xiao Wu, I'm Fina. I just thought of something happy. You go rest for a while, and I'll practice for a bit. Yunqi's heart moved, summoning the martial soul, which appeared before him. Yunqi looked at the sword in front of him, which resembled a weapon from his previous life in the 8 Desolations. He thought to himself, I haven't given you a name yet. The sword was entirely black and purple, lightweight, and emitted a faint sharpness. How about I call you the Moon Shadow Sword? The Moon Shadow Sword, floating in mid-air, seemed to shudder in agreement with the name. After naming it, Yunqi focused his mind and fell into meditation. After all, the original text stated that a soul master's training is most important in their youth. Achievements before the age of 20 determine future success. When a soul master's level reaches 30, it marks a threshold. Crossing this threshold before 20 means unlimited potential in the future. Conversely, failing to do so means a significant reduction in potential. In short, youth is an advantage, and youth holds potential, but all of this is based on one's own efforts. Because of the earlier soul rings, others could assist you, but as you progress to later soul rings, you must start considering the impact of soul beasts. Right now, what Yunqi needed to do was to quickly operate his soul power through meditation and the Shantian skill, increasing his total soul power and enhancing his advantages. Although he had the help of the task panel, he couldn't be complacent. After all, if he wanted to see the heights, he had to forge ahead. Seeing this, Xiao Wu did not disturb him further. In the Douluo world, strength is the true path. She also needed to grow quickly. Although there were few titled Douluos in the human world, they did exist. If she encountered one someday, it would be a disaster. Night quickly gave way to dawn, and sunlight shone on Yunqi's face. The task was completed with his last breath. Yunqi carefully sensed the soul power within him. He had just reached level 9, thanks to Tang San, who contributed over a level of soul power and techniques. Now, Yunqi and Tang San were almost at the same starting line. It wouldn't be long before he could acquire his first soul ring. Thinking of this, Yunqi felt an immense excitement. After all, what boy hasn't fantasized about being unique and possessing one-of-a-kind skills in their youth? Yunqi slowly got up from the meditation position, her bones cracking all over, and she felt better than ever. It seemed that meditation could completely replace sleep. Turning around, she saw Xiao Wu, who had fallen asleep in a position resembling the falling sand pose, and helplessly approached to shake her. Xiao Wu, get up. Today is the day we go to school at the academy. We still have class. Don't bother me. Let me sleep a little longer. If you keep sleeping, I won't wait for you. Reluctantly, Xiao Wu rubbed her eyes and got out of bed. After getting ready, Yunqi and Xiao Wu went together to class 2 on the first floor of the teaching building. They didn't end up in the same class as Wang Sheng and the other work-study students from the original story, clearly arranged by Director Su. After casually finding a seat, a few oblivious students approached Xiao Wu, but they were all scared away by Yunqi directly releasing her martial soul. Before long, the classroom was filled with students, and a teacher with dark green hair and a handsome face walked in from outside. Hello, everyone. My name is Mo Hen. My martial soul is Ink Bamboo, and I am a level 31 soul master, and I will be your teacher from now on. Let's start the lesson. Yunqi and Xiao Wu straightened their bodies. After all, the original work is just a fantasy world, while Yunqi has already traversed into this real world, where various texts and experiences cannot be learned from the original work. As for soul masters, there are a total of 10 types, which are assault type, agility type, control type, defense type, healing type, support type, food type, summoning type, strength type, and range type. Each martial soul has its own characteristics, and when searching for soul rings, one must look for soul beasts that suit their martial soul. For example, can a tiger martial soul, which is strong and aggressive, find a rabbit soul beast for its soul ring? Pause for a moment and continued. Yes, but it's useless. Tigers are mostly about strength, and it's too difficult to obtain suitable soul skills from a rabbit soul beast. This is the characteristic of martial souls and the basic knowledge that soul masters need to learn. The correct choice is to find soul beasts that possess both strength and speed, or directly find soul beasts that are the same as 1's martial soul. Beast martial souls generally manifest during use, enhancing 1's strength by combining the human body with the martial soul. Just as was speaking eloquently, a student below asked, "Teacher, what about our weapon martial souls like scythes? And those food martial souls?" Thought carefully before replying. There are many types of weapon martial souls, and, generally speaking, plant-type martial souls also count as part of them. Therefore, the auxiliary effects of weapon martial souls are often greater than those of beast martial souls. For example, various food martial souls formed by condensed soul power are a source of energy for any living creature. As for weapon martial souls, there are various tools like yours. The scythe. You need to find soul beasts that enhance the sharpness and hardness of your martial soul to add soul rings. Your martial souls must also choose a suitable direction for development from here. Otherwise, no matter how talented a soul master is, they will only be stuck in mediocrity and eventually fade from everyone's sight. The surrounding students seemed to understand, but not fully, while tirelessly imparted various knowledge, occasionally answering and inquiring about Yunqi and Xiao Wu, clearly placing special importance on them. After the class ended, Yunqi felt greatly benefited, realizing that what he knew could never compare to over a decade of experience. Yunqi had long figured out his future development path without dual martial souls. He would definitely choose the assault type, as having strength is necessary for self-protection and protecting all his loved ones. On the other side, Yu Xiaogang was preparing to skip class with Tang San to hunt soul beasts and prepare Tang San's first soul ring. As for skipping class, he considered himself a theoretical master in the martial soul world, and learning from him would surely be better than learning from other teachers. Little San, the teacher is preparing to take you to the martial soul forest to hunt soul beasts and absorb your first soul ring to become a soul master. However, Tang San felt a bit awkward. His soul power had inexplicably dropped a level, and he couldn't find a reason no matter how hard he looked. After returning to live in the work-study dormitory, he was forced to become a leader. After organizing his things and practicing the Shintian skill, he noticed that his soul power was slowly increasing, which relieved him, as he had been anxious all night, fearing that his soul power would inexplicably disappear again. After preparing his words, he said to his teacher, "Teacher, my soul power is only level 9 right now, so I might not be able to go. My soul power inexplicably regressed a little yesterday, but I will be able to cultivate it back quickly." Yu Xiaogang had never seen such a situation before, pulling Tang San a check for a long time without coming to a conclusion, so he gave up, only instructing him to let him know if anything was wrong and to hurry up and cultivate. Tang San unconditionally trusted Yu Xiaogang's words, believing that once a teacher, always a father. He didn't attend class and immediately began to cultivate after returning to the dormitory. Chapter 6. Yu Xiaogang's fame spreads across the continent. Preparing to hunt souls. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had gone by. Yunqi absorbed various knowledge and the experiences imparted by the teachers like a sponge soaking up water. He often assigned himself meditation tasks and physical training tasks, and although the benefits of the tasks were decreasing, he had to admit that doing morning exercises really improved his physical fitness. Now, Yunqi's physical and soul power were advancing rapidly. During this period, several things happened. The first was that the relationship between Yunqi and Xiao Wu improved significantly, while his relationship with Tang San deteriorated, leading to mutual dislike. Yunqi's soul power had already broken through level 10, but he had been busy with school and honing his body, so he hadn't gotten his first soul ring yet. Yunqi felt that it was a bit disrespectful to follow the original work's timeline regarding Yu Xiaogan's soul ring limits. He also learned that Tang San had just returned to level 10 after cultivating and was preparing to hunt for souls. The second event was that Yu Xiaogan's name had completely spread across the continent, having bullied children and exposed that all his research on martial souls was plagiarized. revealing himself as merely a second-rate knowledge dealer. This caused a sensation throughout the soul master community. After all, he was a well-known master among low-level soul masters. Suddenly turning into a plagiarist was shocking. Although he didn't become a universally despised figure, he certainly wasn't respected as before. The people of Notting City had never looked highly on him anyway, as their children had learned nothing from him. Of course, Yu Xiaogang's actions in Notting City had already been known to Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall, and Lu Erlong of the Shrek Academy. The former had an inexplicable feeling, while the latter couldn't believe that Yu Xiaogang was such a person. After all these years of disappearance, to hear such news was shocking. When he was with her, she thought he was knowledgeable and filled with wisdom, but it seemed that fate was unfair, leaving him with only a mere half-level innate soul power. As for the emotions of the two, Yunqi could not know, while Xiao Wu had taken a day off long ago, saying she was going out to see relatives, and returned with a soul ring. Yunqi naturally knew what she went to do, and after briefly comforting Xiao Wu, he went to ask Director Su to take him into the soul-hunting forest. "Director, could you take me to get my first soul ring? I've been at level 10 for a while now." Director Su looked at Yunqi in shock. This child had only been at innate level 7, and now, in less than 2 months of school, he was at level 10. He had seen outrageous things, but never anything this outrageous. It was simply inhuman. Director Su." Yunqi walked up to Director Su and waved his hand in front of him. "I'm sorry, Xiaoqi, your talent is just too astonishing." He was momentarily taken aback. "I'll get ready to help you obtain your first soul ring right away." "Thank you, Director." "No problem. After all, you're also a genius student of our academy." As he spoke, he reached out and patted Yunqi on the shoulder. Yunqi is also assigning a task to himself at this moment. Task: obtain the first soul ring. Reward: soul attracting incense. Can attract soul beasts within a radius of 5 kilometers to induce forced mating for those under 1,000 years. Ineffective on humans, colorless and odorless. Will not be detected. Yunqi couldn't help but reveal a hint of a sinister smile at the sight of this reward. Soon, after finishing the instructions, Director Su took Yunqi out of the academy, riding in a carriage to the border of the soul-hunting forest. When Yunqi and Director Su got off the carriage, Yunqi realized that the soul-hunting forest was completely different from what he had seen and imagined in his past life. To Yunqi, a forest should be filled with the fragrance of nature, fresh air, and sparse human presence. However, the forest in front of him felt entirely like a massive marketplace, bustling with people, with a large number of houses and shops built around, various calls echoing in succession, and a network of simple roads connecting different buildings. The noisy atmosphere made Yunqi feel like they were not about to enter a forest. But Yunqi also understood that where there are soul beasts, there are adventurous people. Especially in these soul beast forests specifically cultivated by the country, it was even more so. Moreover, the shops established in this area generally had prices several times higher than those outside, as soul masters were a wealthy group and many wanted to profit from them. 1 token, 3 needed, looking for healer. Fast hunting of soul beasts, 6 for 1. Looking for someone with a token. Looking at the people nearby who were inviting him. Director Su quickly refused and led Yunqi out of the market, where it suddenly became quiet. Gazing at the vast forest in front of him, Yunqi couldn't help but be shocked. After all, this was not like the forest from his past life. The towering trees reached up into the clouds, and around the forest perimeter were layers of iron horse traps, revealing numerous sharp spikes glinting coldly. With a height of at least 10 meters, outside the horse traps, soldiers in steel armor stood every 10 meters, armed with long spears, forming a line that conveyed a very grim atmosphere. Director Su explained to Yunqi in a deep voice, "The soul beast forest that is raised is not accessible to everyone. Only those who have obtained a token from the spirit hall can enter the soul-hunting forest. These soldiers are just on the perimeter checking defenses to prevent poaching and protect the residents, while also prohibiting soul beasts from running out and causing chaos. Inside the forest, there is a dedicated law enforcement team from the Spear Hall. This soul-hunting forest is extremely strict." Yunqi nodded, indicating that he understood. Director Su then took out a token marked with a long sword emblem from his pocket and handed it to Yunqi. Obtaining the token was not very difficult. One just needed to register with the Spear Hall and reach a soul master level of 30 to automatically acquire the title of Baron of the Empire. The higher one's strength, the better the treatment, and the token only required the guarantee of 3 nobles to obtain it, as long as one was at the peak of their current realm. Yunqi took the token, glanced at it casually, and then returned it to Director Su. Director Su and Yunqi walked straight towards the soldiers at the entrance of the forest. The soldier in charge of checking the tokens just took a look and waved his hand, and the soldiers at the entrance opened a large gate, allowing Yunqi and the others to pass. After crossing the tall horse-drawn barricades, Yunqi took a deep breath. The air became extraordinarily fresh. Once inside the forest, Director Su did not rush to act, but silently observed the surroundings, memorizing the paths. Seeing this caution, Yunqi also began to observe the surroundings. After confirming everything was in order, Director Su said seriously to Yunqi, "Xiaoqi, from now on, you must stay close to me, to the point of being inseparable." Yunqi quickly nodded. It was her first time hunting a soul, and she felt both scared and excited. Director Su then chose a direction and cautiously led Yunqi into the depths of the forest. "Do you know the soul hunting process, Xiaoqi?" "I know, the teacher taught me." "Why do you keep calling me director?" "Just call me Uncle Su from now on," Su Yi said seriously to Yunqi. Yunqi also directly called out, after all, Su Yi had helped him a lot. Anyway, he would owe first and repay when he had the ability in the future. "Good uncle." Hearing Yunqi directly call him uncle, his eyes lit up, clearly very happy. After walking for a while, Yunqi saw quite a few 10-year soul beasts and 100-year soul beasts, and a few met his requirements. But their ages were low, only around 200 years. Yunqi obviously was not satisfied. Su Yi said nothing, clearly not wanting Yunqi to absorb that. "Xiaoqi, do you have any soul beasts you want to kill?" Yunqi pondered for a moment. In fact, there were quite a few soul beasts that matched his moon shadow sword this month, such as the dark gold terraclaw bear, the chainsaw crocodile, and the shadow leopard. All of these were good options. However, none of them were found in this soul-hunting forest, and his moon shadow sword was also inclined towards the dark attribute, giving it a certain advantage in speed. "Uncle, how about we go check out the area of the ghostly shadow sword bamboo?" Su Yi looked at Yunqi, who had found some choices, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth, mechanically nodding. Clearly, he felt quite pressured regarding these soul beasts as well. The ghostly shadow sword bamboo was actually a good soul beast, very suitable for Yunqi, as it could increase resilience and the sharpness of the sword. If luck was on their side, they might even obtain a decent soul skill from it. But it was a social creature, and if they couldn't see where those eerie bamboo shoots were swinging their sword energy from, entering could easily turn them into a sieve. Chapter 7, Ghostly Shadow Sword Bamboo, First Soul Ring, as Su Yi led Yunqi towards the area of the ghostly shadow sword bamboo. He was also teaching Yunqi about various old beasts along the way, even though he couldn't fully identify all of them. Just as Yunqi was learning about the habits and appearances of various soul beasts, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang also arrive at the soul hunting forest in search of suitable soul beasts for Tang San. "We're here. Ahead is the area where the ghostly shadow sword bamboo lives." Su Yi pointed to the dark bamboo forest ahead. "What we need to do is to try to find a suitable sword bamboo on the outskirts. As for the inner area, even I, a level 38 soul master, wouldn't dare to go in. There's a group of 1,000-year-old ghostly shadow sword bamboos inside." Yunqi expressed understanding, looking at the eerie bamboo forest, and shivered. The bone-chilling aura made Yunqi feel a bit uncomfortable. However, Yunqi's martial soul, the moon shadow sword, was shaking continuously, appearing in Yunqi's hand as if there was some great treasure ahead. Su Yi led Yunqi around the outskirts of the bamboo forest for a while before finding only a few scattered ones, but among them, there was one bamboo segment that reached 7 segments of the phantom sword bamboo, while the others had 2 to 3 segments. The method to distinguish the age of the phantom sword bamboo was to look at the segments. One segment represented 100 years. This meant that to obtain the soul ring from this sword bamboo, they had to deal with all 3 phantom sword bamboos at the same time. Su Yi felt a bit of pressure, but it was still under control. If there were a few more, he would have to take Yunqi to find other soul beasts. "Xiaoqi, you step back a bit and don't come forward. I don't want to accidentally hurt you. Uncle, please be careful too." After saying this, Yunqi retreated about 10 meters, not fearing other soul beasts ambushing them. In this area, very few dared to come here, as it was the domain of the phantom sword bamboo. After seeing Yunqi hide in a safe position, Su Yi shouted loudly, "Flame Lion, possess me!" A fiery lion phantom emerged behind Su Yi, transforming into a red light that merged into Su Ye's body. With a red light passed, Su Ye's body hair rapidly grew, turning into a coat of red fur. His muscles under his clothes quickly bulged, claws sprouted from his hands, and a pair of fangs appeared in his mouth. First soul skill, Fiery Lion Rampage. In Yunqi's astonished gaze, Su Ye's figure expanded once again. A yellow halo enveloped him. His eyes turned the color of flames, and he charged towards a phantom sword bamboo. The nearby phantom sword bamboo also shook violently, and the sound of rustling leaves filled the air. As Suyi struck at the phantom sword bamboo, gray sword energy erupted from the bamboo, flying towards Suyi. Sensing the sword energy coming from behind and in front, Suyi dared not take it head-on and quickly dodged to the left. Unfortunately, his speed wasn't fast enough, and he was still grazed by the sword energy on his arm, causing a trickle of blood to flow out. Taking advantage of the gap in the attack, Suyi hurriedly retreated a few steps and opened his mouth. Second soul skill, Flame Lion's Roar. Suyi's second soul skill was not a sound wave attack. A red light flashed from his abdomen, and a flame erupted from Suyi's mouth, heading straight for the two smaller phantom sword bamboos, clearly intending to clear the minions before dealing with the boss. The three phantom sword bamboos swayed even more violently, and sword energy continuously emerged, heading straight for Suyi. Suyi did not rush in a clash. A purple halo flashed, and a red circular shield appeared around him, enveloping him. Third soul skill, Flame Lion's Shield. Suyi dodged the sword energy whenever possible, and for the ones he couldn't avoid, he used his third soul skill to withstand them, occasionally launching a fiery attack. Yunqi watched in astonishment. Was this a magical showdown? Uncle was still so cool while dodging. It opened Yunqi's eyes. The three soul beasts were soon burned to the brink of collapse, no longer moving, with various shard marks all over their bamboo bodies. Watching Suyi release his martial soul and sit on the ground, gasping for breath, Yunqi hurriedly approached, taking out the healing medicine bought in Nodding City to apply to Suyi's injuries. Suyi waved his hand, pointing at the few phantom sword bamboos, and said, "Hurry and kill that one over 300 years old to absorb its soul ring. The other two are temporarily not dangerous. They won't do anything to you. I need to recover my soul power here. I can't handle another soul beast right now. Remember not to absorb the wrong one. That big one is over 700 years old, and you can't handle it right now." Yunqi nodded and quickly said, "Uncle, you need to recover your soul power quickly. I've already applied the medicine for your wounds. I'm going to absorb the soul ring now." Walking up to the ghost shadow sword bamboo, Yunqi held the trembling moon shadow sword and fell into silence. On one side was a soul ring that was over 300 years old, and on the other was one that was over 700 years old. As long as one's physical fitness was sufficient, one could generally absorb a soul ring of a higher level. Yunqi recalled the daily training he had undergone over the past few years, as well as the continuous task training for more than a month recently. Although it might not compare to the rigorous physical training of some prominent families from a young age, combining it with the exercises from another world, which are a condensed form of Chinese civilization, shouldn't be too bad. It's a gamble. Yunqi made a decisive move and directly used the moon shadow sword to thrust forcefully at the root of the sword bamboo, cutting it down. Fortunately, this eerie shadow sword bamboo, which was over 700 years old, did not have any soul power attached to it. During the recent battle, its root had also been scorched, which allowed Yunqi to slay it with a single strike. Yunqi sat down cross-legged, looking at the bright yellow soul ring floating in front of him. He concentrated all his soul power into his palm, and with a black-purple aura, the moon shadow sword appeared out of thin air in Yunqi's hand, radiating waves of cold light. "Come on, I've been watching you since my first step in the Douluo Continent, my first soul ring," under the light emitted by the moon shadow sword. The more than 700 years of the phantom sword bamboo slowly wrapped around Yunqi's body. Yunqi sat cross-legged with closed eyes, focusing all his energy on his martial soul. He felt an unprecedented pressure, causing his bones to creak. As the soul rings and soul power were injected, the soul rings gradually shrank, firmly encircling the moon shadow sword in the palm of his right hand. In an instant, he felt a pain as if his right hand was about to explode. Waves of scorching energy spread throughout his body from his right hand, and for a moment, it felt as if his internal organs were about to catch fire, causing his body to tremble unnaturally. At this point, Yunqi didn't care about anything else and directly operated the Xiantian gong to disperse the energy throughout his body. Although the pain doubled, he could clearly feel the soul power being rapidly absorbed. In Yunqi's consciousness, a sharp sword appeared, reforged in the blazing fire, its edge sharper and adorned with many new patterns, making it look exceptionally enchanting and luxurious. Finally, as the flames extinguished, the moon shadow sword also stopped trembling. Emanating a strange aura. Yunqi was overjoyed, as if he heard the sound of something breaking. The pain in his body disappeared, replaced by a wave of comfort. His soul power increased from level 10 to level 14, and the theft of Tangsan Xiantiangong also broke through to the first realm. Yunqi's thoughts stirred, and he directly displayed the soul ring of the Moon Shadow Sword, a bright yellow ring with patterns floating up and down around him. Yunqi sat up and realized that his clothes had already become smaller, and he had grown much taller. The soul power in Douluo was simply more powerful than Golden Kila. Stretching out his muscles and bones on the spot, his whole body made a series of cracking sounds, feeling as if he was floating in the clouds. With every pore opening wide, greedily absorbing the surrounding air. When Yunqi turned to look at Su Yi, he found the latter staring at him, as if he had seen a ghost, with a face full of disbelief. Just after Su Yi had sat down for a while, feeling uneasy, he opened his eyes and saw the over 700-year-old ghost shadow bamboo lying dead nearby, and Yunqi absorbing the soul ring, feeling dizzy. He hurriedly got up, but didn't dare to disturb Yunqi, fearing that if he wasn't careful, Yunqi would explode and die. This made Su Yi extremely angry. After waiting for a long time and noticing that Yunqi's expression was no longer fierce, he finally felt relieved. However, thinking about how Yunqi had actually absorbed a soul ring that far exceeded the age limit, he couldn't help but show a ghostly expression, which Yunqi noticed. Chapter 8. Soul Guiding Incense. Yunqi also felt a bit awkward. After all, absorbing this soul ring was a risky move. After Su Yi lectured Yunqi for a while, seeing that Yunqi had a good attitude in admitting mistakes, and with the matter already settled, not to mention having gained tremendous benefits. Xiaoqi, I won't say anything more about you. Quickly use your first soul skill, and let me see. Yunqi's soul power surged into his martial soul, and the Moon Shadow Sword appeared in his hand. Su Yi observed that the Moon Shadow Sword now had an added aura of mystery and darkness compared to before. A bright yellow soul ring emerged around Yunqi, who held the sword in one hand and directly slashed at the nearby bamboo forest, softly shouting. First soul skill. Phantom Shadow, Sword Technique. Gray sword energy, resembling the Phantom Shadow bamboo, appeared out of thin air from the Moon Shadow Sword and shot toward the bamboo forest at an astonishing speed, creating a sound of breaking air. Midway through its flight, it suddenly vanished and reappeared from within the bamboo forest, directly slicing through 3 10-year-old Phantom Shadow bamboos and leaving a gash on the surface of a 100-year-old bamboo. Uncle, my first soul skill not only releases this bizarre sword energy, but also increases the sword's toughness and sharpness by 30, as well as the speed of the sword energy's release. Su Yi listened to Yunqi's description of his first soul skill, feeling overwhelmed. How could it feel like his first soul skill was many times better than Su Ye's third soul skill? Xiaoqi did well. This soul skill has a long attack range, high damage, and can also enhance your own speed. As a close combat soul master, there shouldn't be a more suitable soul skill for you than this. Let's rest up and then head out. Yunqi was quite satisfied as she watched Su Yi sitting cross-legged to restore his soul power, and she stood guard beside him. After all, Yunqi had not participated in the soul hunting process at all, only delivering the final blow. Yunqi also took the opportunity to directly claim the task reward this time, and at the same time, assigned a new task to himself. Task: place the soul guiding incense on Tangsan or Yu Xiaogang. Hoa, affinity yoha. Accept, yes. The Cloud Rest can also directly observe the effect of this halo, the affinity halo, which can greatly enhance the goodwill of both people and soul beasts towards you. Treating others with humility feels like a refreshing breeze. It has a certain effect of dispelling hostility, but if the other party has strong hostility towards you, it will be completely ineffective. Yunqi's eyes suddenly lit up. This is an essential tool for home travel, flirting, and assassination. Produce. With Yunqi's already extraordinary handsome face and my elusive first soul skill, this is just too exhilarating. Tangsan, oh Tangsan, I can't wait for our meeting. Yunqi revealed a beautiful smile. After a while, Su Ye's soul power had also recovered significantly. He stood up and said to Yunqi, let's go out. Since we've obtained a suitable soul ring and it's still not dark, we won't stay overnight in the forest. After all, the nighttime forest can be quite dangerous and terrifying. All right, uncle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San were still searching hard for suitable soul beasts, while Yunqi and Su Yi were also on their way back, but their paths were the same. Just as Yunqi was focusing intently on the surrounding environment, Su Yi suddenly stopped in front and turned back to Yunqi, lowering his voice. Shoo, there's the sound of fighting ahead. Yunqi nodded in understanding. So, uncle, are we going to go around? Let's take a look first. If the other party's strength is higher than ours, we can just turn back. If it's not, then we can go straight through. If we take a detour, we won't be able to get out before it gets dark. Seeing Yunqi silent, so he thought he was scared. It's all right, in this kind of captive spirit beast forest, there won't be any high-level spirit masters. If we encounter one, that'll be quite good. After all, I'm a spirit master of the spirit venerable level. Yunqi took a deep breath, thinking to himself, hiss, a soul master. So terrifying. Just joking. Yunqi certainly wasn't afraid. With a soul master by his side, he wouldn't say he could walk horizontally, but self-defense wouldn't be a problem. What if ahead were Tang San and Yu Xiaogang? Thinking of this, Yunqi directly said, Uncle, let's hurry up. It will be dark soon. Suye nodded, brushed aside the weeds in front of him, and passed through the dense forest. Yunqi then saw Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, who had just killed a soul beast that was attacking them. Suye approached to greet Yu Xiaogang and the others. But Tang San kept his hand on the 24-bridge moonlit night that Yu Xiaogang had given him. Seeing Tang San like this, a glint of cold light flashed in Yunqi's eyes. Yunqi knew what Tang San wanted to do and was secretly on guard. The soul power in the Moonshadow Sword was always filled with soul energy. As soon as Tang San made a move, Yunqi would quickly release his first soul skill, delivering a decisive blow and then flee, taking Xiao Wu to the Spirit Hall. Even if Tang Hao found out later, he wouldn't be able to escape from the Spirit Hall anyway. He believed that the Spirit Hall would not give up on a genius soul master with full innate soul power and rapid progress. Yu Xiaogang also noticed the tense atmosphere and quickly stepped forward to grasp Tang San's hand, as killing an enrolled student without reason would lead to being wanted and expelled. Tang San was also aware of the look in his teacher's eyes, as they had not yet reached the point of life and death enmity. Besides, he was the grandson of old Jack. However, for some unknown reason, he deeply disliked this person, even though he had never felt this way before. Yunqi didn't pay attention to their eye contact, just urging Su Yi to leave quickly. Master, we have already obtained the first soul ring. You all need to pay attention to safety. As Yunqi brushed past Tang San, he silently said in his heart, distribute the rewards to Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. The soul-calling incense was distributed. In an instant, two colorless and odorless gases instantly attached themselves to Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. When Yunqi and Sui returned, the journey went smoothly, without any aggressive soul beasts attacking them. They quickly reached the outskirts of the forest, where the towering steel barricades were already in sight. Just as Yunqi passed through the barricades and showed his token to the guards, a series of roars from the soul beasts echoed from within the forest. The howls and screams of various soul beasts resounded through the air, so loud that even Yunqi, 5 miles away, could hear them. Yunqi's heart filled with joy, knowing that the effects of the medicine had kicked in. However, the recent encounter also made Yunqi realize one thing. Without a backing and strength, he shouldn't recklessly wander around. After all, Tang San had hidden weapons at this stage, and taking a few hits could leave him severely injured if not dead. As he thought about this, a cold sweat broke out on Yunqi's forehead. Just thinking about trading his life was not worth it at all. He certainly didn't have the ability to revive after death. Yunqi realized that during this period, having the golden finger made him a bit arrogant, and that provocation was somewhat foolish. He needed to reflect more and be more cautious. At this moment, the task rewards had also been credited. Yunqi directly claimed and used them, and in an instant, he felt a mysterious aura enter his body and then disappear. However, Sui seemed to sense something, turning to look at Yunqi's face. Why does it feel like this kid has become more handsome again? So cute. Yunqi looked at Su Yi, who suddenly turned around with a cheerful face, and knew that the friendly aura had taken effect. However, she was unsure how much an impact it would have on Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. Speaking of Tang San, Yunqi turned to the direction where the soul beasts were roaring, attracting soul beasts within a 5-kilometer radius into a forced mating frenzy. I'm contributing to the hunting soul forest. In the near future, there will be a large number of soul beasts getting pregnant. How wonderful. But I wonder if Tang San and Yu Xiaogang can withstand the onslaught of so many soul beasts. Chapter 9. The Master is famous again. In the forest, Yu Xiaogang was continuously feeding Luo Sanpao with white radishes, while the poor Sanpao was constantly farting at the approaching soul beasts. However, the irrational and lustful soul beasts rushed towards the soul-attracting fragrance that was colorless and tasteless to humans, but extremely appealing to soul beasts. At that moment, Tang San also took out the hidden weapons he had crafted. Instead of gaining a soul ring, he found himself in trouble. As he watched the soul beasts closing in on them, Tang San kept using his hidden weapons against one soul beast after another that was under 100 years old. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Tang San anxiously asked Yu Xiaogang, Teacher, what's going on? Why are all the soul beasts coming at us? At that time, Yu Xiaogang was also brainstorming, searching his memory. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. I got it. It must be that there's some treasure in our location, and these soul beasts are coming for that treasure. Since we're standing here, they keep rushing towards us. What should we do? Yu Xiaogang was suddenly at a loss. Yeah, what do we do? With so many soul beasts surrounding us. Even if I'm a 29th level soul master, I might not be able to handle it, even if a soul sect member came. Although they're all soul beasts under 1,000 years, it doesn't mean we can deal with them. Just as Yu Xiaogang was stunned, another soul beast stealthily attacked from behind and directly grabbed Yu Xiaogang. When Yu Xiaogang turned around, he panicked. It was a harmony ape. What kind of soul beast was that? One could tell just from its name. He hurriedly shouted to Tang San, Xiao San, come help. I can't muster any strength. Tang San patted his waist and found that he had no hidden weapons left. Not caring about anything else, he gathered all his strength, used Ghost Shadow Misty Step, and dashed towards Yu Xiaogang. He jumped into the air, summoned the Haotian hammer, and smashed it down towards the harmony ape behind them. Due to the lack of soul power attached and its low level, he failed to knock it unconscious or drive it away, instead triggering the beastly instincts of the harmony ape. The harmony ape let out a roar, quickly capturing both Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. And in just 2 or 3 leaps, it escaped from the many surrounding soul beasts. It brought them into the territory of the harmony ape, where Yu Xiaogang and Tang San looked around in horror at the numerous white demons, their faces pale and trembling inside. The many harmony apes quickly dragged Tang San and Yu Xiaogang into a cave, and soon the depths of the cave echoed with heart-wrenching, piercing cries. After a long time, they were discovered by the abnormal Spirit Hall law enforcement team and mercenaries who came to watch the excitement. And when they were pulled out, they found that Yu Xiaogang and Tang San were barely recognizable, tortured and covered in wounds, emitting a foul odor. Fortunately, they were not in life-threatening danger. Unfortunately, when they were rescued, the pair had already been recognized. The previous incident of Yu Xiaogang's plagiarism had not yet calmed down, and now they were once again famous across the continent in a rather creative way. Tang San also gained notoriety along with him. They truly made a splash. After Yunqi learned about this matter, he and Xiao Wu laughed in the room for an unknown amount of time, tears streaming down from their laughter. When Tang San returned, he also stayed indoors with Yu Xiaogang. Reflecting on his past life, he remembered a person who, after being hit by a car, crawled several meters and insisted on formatting his phone before fainting. This time, they couldn't format the memories of the entire continent. The Wuhuan Temple's Bibi Dong, after hearing the news not long ago, learned again about Yu Xiaogang's misfortune and was evidently at a loss for words. As for the mother, Tyrannosaurus, after finishing the school matters, she silently turned back halfway. It wasn't that they couldn't share joy or endure hardship together, but such things were likely unbearable for anyone. Even Tang San, who had seen great scenes in 2 lives, would occasionally wake up startled from dreams. As for Yu Xiaogang, he simply couldn't sleep with his eyes closed, imagining various big sticks hitting him, causing him to howl in pain, hit from the front, then from the back, above, below. And it wasn't just one group of combined apes hitting him, but a whole bunch. Tang San was the same. His small body was beaten to a pulp. The scene made the Wuhuan Temple's law enforcement team, who had come to watch the commotion and rescue them, tremble uncontrollably, covering their backs. Tang Hao also visited the academy once during this time, and after understanding the situation, he displayed the strength of a soul king. To avenge his son, he immediately took Tang San to the soul hunting forest, avenged him, and destroyed the entire territory of the combined apes. Only a few that were outside the territory managed to escape. Otherwise, Tang San wouldn't dare to step into that forest or ape territory. With Tang Hao's help, Tang San also obtained the soul ring of the mandala snake from the original work, but he lagged behind Yunqi by more than half a month. And the extermination of the soul beast population attracted the attention of the law enforcement team. Reluctantly, Tang Hao went missing again. His injuries hadn't healed yet. If he hadn't coincidentally heard this news while buying wine, he wouldn't have come. Time flew by quickly, and because of the affinity halo above Yunqi's head, he occasionally bumped into the master and Tang San, greeting them without deliberately provoking them. The master and Tang San's attitudes seemed to be less hostile towards Yunqi, likely due to the halo, and they could occasionally exchange a few words. As for the other students and teachers in the school, they were very enthusiastic towards Yunqi. Even Xiao Wu often found herself staring blankly at Yunqi's face, and when Yunqi noticed, she would unconsciously blush. As for tasks, Yunqi also managed to take advantage of Tang San, acquiring the complete set of ultimate skills. Even the hidden weapons that Tang San occasionally forged while disguised to earn money were completely stripped away by Yunqi through various tasks. He even began to suspect Yu Xiaogang, as he had spent this year with Yu Xiaogang day and night, receiving all his teachings. They lived and ate together. After all, the two of them had no face to meet others anymore. Besides him, there was no one else around who could sneakily take things away. Otherwise, it could be that the soul guide device had issues with the internal space leaking. Meanwhile, Yunqi, who lived next door, was also smiling quietly. His physical training hadn't fallen behind, and he didn't know what magic this set of radio calisthenics had, as it continuously improved his physical strength with the help of the task panel, while the Xiantian skill could only operate at double speed with the task panel's assistance. However, it far exceeded the training speed of Xiao Wu and Tang San. It's worth mentioning that Yunqi passed these skills to Xiao Wu. Although she wasn't as fast as Yunqi, she had still made considerable progress. At the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, a semester lasts a year, during which returning home is not allowed. However, Grandpa Jack had visited Yunqi many times, bringing a lot of food each time. Xiao Wu particularly liked Grandpa Jack, whose martial soul was a carrot. Each visit, they could eat carrots condensed from soul power, although they were super rare, but they were tender, juicy, and crunchy. A year quickly passed, and during this year, Yunqi and Xiao Wu talked about various things, learning that Xiao Wu had lost her family. The last time, she said she was going out to see relatives. She was actually meeting Deming and Ming, which wasn't wrong either. Yunqi was also packing her bags to go home. She turned to Xiao Wu and directly asked Xiao Wu, "Tomorrow is a holiday. Do you want to go home together?" Upon hearing home, Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned, her eyes revealing a hint of loneliness, which was a stark contrast to her usual lively demeanor. Yunqi smiled and said, "What I mean is to go home together, back to our home." Xiao Wu suddenly brightened up and thought, yes, after a year of living together in a colorful life, she had already treated Yunqi as family. All right then, let's go home together. Chapter 10. Confirming feelings, Xiao Wu immediately began to pack her things. The next morning, Yunqi was accompanied by a bouncy little girl dressed in a pink outfit. They left the academy together, bought a lot of things in Nodding City, and then headed towards Holy Soul Village. The past year and more had been extremely fulfilling and satisfying for Yunqi. Not only had he learned all of Tang San's unique skills, but with the help of the task panel, he had also made great progress. In terms of Xiantian level, he was now at level 20, but he had been focusing on honing his physical body, hoping that the second soul ring would absorb an even more powerful soul ring. In the academy, no student could match him in terms of soul power or combat strength. Because of his close relationship with Xiao Wu, they hadn't really fought much, just a taste here and there. However, with the support of Xiantian and efforts not present in the original work, Xiao Wu's soul power level was not far behind Yunqi's, now around level 17, almost 18. Interestingly, it seemed that Tang San had become rather depressed. Aside from training, eating, and sleeping, he only attended classes taught by Yu Xiaogang. He had long given up on blacksmithing, as the things he painstakingly crafted would disappear in just a few days, so he simply gave up. As a result, his strength was steadily increasing, and he now had a soul power level of 15, which, while not as high as in the original work, was still quite close. Yunqi had also had a few friendly matches with Xiao Qinyu, Wang Sheng, and others, but they were not a match for Yunqi, who was recognized as the academy's leader. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, would challenge them whenever she had the chance, just to practice. She made everyone call her sister Xiao Wu before finally letting them off. Yunqi was secretly practicing the hidden weapons created by Tang San, as they would become a powerful weapon later on. After the encounter in the soul hunting forest, Yunqi was extremely cautious. When practicing, he would sneak to the back mountain to ensure there was no one around before starting. After a year, he had become somewhat proficient. How much longer? I'm so tired. Xiao Wu, who was lying on Yunqi's back, looked around and asked him. Yunqi also replied with a hint of annoyance. You've only walked a little bit. How can you say you're tired? Xiao Wu, being playful, stuck out her tongue. I was just asking casually. We're almost there. After we pass that mountain ahead, Saint Soul Village will be right at the foot of it. Yunqi couldn't help but feel happy. After all, having lived here for 6 years, he had already developed feelings for the people and things around him. Now, having not returned for a year, he naturally felt a sense of excitement. In her previous life, Yunqi's parents passed away when she was very young. Therefore, she cherishes the emotions and the grandfather who raised her in this life even more. Yunqi touched the storage ring on his finger, filled with various gifts he had brought for the villagers. From time to time, he looked at the familiar village and the familiar statue before him. and an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. As he walked into the village, he was spotted by the surrounding villagers, who called out loudly, "Little Qi is back." It was just like the scenes in movies where someone returns home in glory after achieving success. Villagers from every household gathered around, enthusiastically pulling Yunqi and Xiao Wu to ask about various things from the city. Yunqi held Xiao Wu's hand, distributing the gifts he had bought to each household. After bidding farewell to the villagers, he returned home. Old Jack, who had heard the news, hurried back from outside. Yunqi looked at her grandfather in front of her and rushed forward to give him a hug. Although old Jack had visited the academy a few times to see Yunqi, he had only briefly mentioned a few things, delivered some items, and hurried back without having a proper chat. "Good child, you're back." Old Jack smiled broadly as he looked at Yunqi and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu also stepped forward to greet him. "Grandpa Jack, I came to see you." Old Jack was particularly fond of this energetic girl, knowing that Yunqi had taken her as a sister and that she was a naturally gifted genius with full soul power. He had long considered her his granddaughter-in-law. Good, you're all good kids." After saying that, he took out his keys to unlock the door and pulled the two of them inside. He brought out some snacks and radishes, chatting with Yunqi and the others. When he learned that Yunqi and Xiao Wu were now soul masters, he laughed heartily. The atmosphere in the room was lively and cheerful. "By the way, Xiao Qi, why didn't Tang-san come back with you? I don't know where his father went. I went to their house this morning and found no one there." Yunqi also explained, "Grandpa, Tang-san's father told him in the academy that he had something to attend to. Tang-san knew there was no one at home, so he didn't come back." "Is that so? It's a pity that Tang Hao is gone. There are no blacksmiths in the village, and what you can buy is not as good as his craftsmanship. What a pity." Yunqi found it quite interesting. After all, if Grandpa knew that the blacksmith in the village was a titled Douluo, he wouldn't know what expression to make. Old Jack chatted with Yunqi for a while before getting up to cook for Yunqi and the others. In the room, only Yunqi and Xiao Wu were left. Looking at each other, they took out various items and luggage from the ring and placed them in the room. At Nodding Academy, the campus became quiet after the holiday, and Tang-san stayed at the academy to study with Yu Xiaogang. With someone to keep him company, Tang-san was not too sad, but he missed his father a bit since he hadn't seen him for a long time. Occasionally, the figure of Xiao Wu would flash through his mind, but it was quickly suppressed by the memory of the encounter in the soul-hunting forest. As the sun set, the afterglow bathed Yunqi's face, making it look particularly beautiful and peaceful. Xiao Wu leaned against Yunqi, playing with her braid. Yunqi looked at the little dancer beside her and slowly spoke. "Thank you, little dancer." The little dancer stopped her activities, sat up straight, and turned around to pinch Yunqi's face. "What's wrong with you? Why are you thanking me?" "Thank you for always being with me." Yunqi began to sigh, her eyes filled with laughter. Xiao Wu chuckled and directly hugged Yunqi. "Hey, if I don't play with you, who will I play with? I'm your little sister." Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu with a serious expression. "But I don't want you to always just be my sister." Hearing Yunqi's voice, Xiao Wu's face turned pale, and her voice became shaky. "Brother, do you not want me anymore?" Yunqi's serious expression suddenly disappeared, and she hurriedly comforted. "How can I not want you? You just misunderstood what I meant." Xiao Wu grabbed the corner of Yunqi's clothes, looking at her eagerly. "What does that mean?" Now it was Yunqi's turn to speak hesitantly. "It's just growing up, not simply just a little sister." Xiao Wu instantly understood the meaning behind Yunqi's words, turning danger into safety, wiping away the glistening tears at the corners of her eyes. With a beaming smile, she hugged Yunqi, using a tone Yunqi had never heard before. "Then I am yours, what?" Yunqi's handsome face also began to turn red. He turned his head and said fiercely, "You'll understand when you grow up." Chapter 11. Confession and Graduation. Xiao Wu no longer asked questions. She just shyly shook her head, flipping her long scorpion tail braid in front of her. Looking at Xiao Wu's charming and shy appearance, and her little face flushed by the sunset, Yunqi couldn't help but smile. Having someone by his side was ultimately a wonderful thing. Xiao Wu suddenly looked up at Yunqi and said seriously, "Brother, what would you do if one day everyone wanted to kill me, and you couldn't defeat them?" Yunqi was also taken aback for a moment, thought seriously, and decided to be honest. Slowly, he said, "Actually, Xiao Wu, I know your true identity. I have a special ability, but you can rest assured, I had no other intentions from the very beginning. As for the aura around you, I have used that special ability to help you conceal it, so you don't have to worry about it being exposed in the future. If one day you accidentally reveal it, I will firmly stand in front of you and won't let anyone harm you." Xiao Wu fell silent, feeling very shocked inside, not knowing how Yunqi discovered her identity, but still tentatively asked, "Do you really know my identity?" Yunqi smiled silently. "Xiao Wu, you should be a transformed soul beast, right? I saw this statement in an ancient book, but I also knew it through my innate special ability, so you don't have to worry. Xiao Wu couldn't help but shed tears. Since coming to the human world, she had always been on edge, fearing that one day she would be discovered by passing soul.Duo or title Duo. Now that she learned Yunqi had already helped conceal her aura, the stone in her heart was finally set down. Brother. A simple address seemed to completely break the last barrier between the two. Will you despise me? Yunqi didn't respond, but directly hugged Xiao Wu's head, continuously stroking her hair and softly comforting her, listening to Xiao Wu's sobs in her arms. She also heard Xiao Wu share her life experiences, revealing all her secrets in front of Yunqi. Watching Xiao Wu's mood gradually calm down, Yunqi made an inappropriate joke. Xiao Wu, since your true form is a rabbit, don't you rabbits have a lot of offspring? Xiao Wu immediately became both angry and amused, biting Yunqi's hand. What are you talking about? 4 soul beasts like us that have reached 10,000 years of cultivation, the stronger the soul beast, the harder it is to give birth to offspring. Besides, I've always lived in the core area, and there are no rabbits that I would take a liking to. Yunqi also hurriedly surrendered, admitting that he was wrong. Yunqi did not intentionally seek death or distrust Xiao Wu. He just wanted to answer a long-standing question from his past life. With old Jack's shout, the playful bickering came to an end, and they peacefully enjoyed their meal. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and 5 years went by. In the forest in the southern part of the Barak Kingdom, near the Xingluo Empire, 2 young people were carefully walking through the grass. The boy was handsome, with long black hair simply tied up with a hairpin. He looked about 12 or 13 years old, dressed in a black tied outfit, standing over 8 meters tall, exuding a friendly vibe, and making a great first impression. As for the girl, she had silky brown long hair styled into a scorpion tail braid, reaching down to her calves, standing at about 7 meters tall, just a bit shorter than the boy. She wore a pink vest that tightly wrapped around her well-developed figure, revealing a tiny waist. With big eyes, willow-shaped eyebrows, and a plump little face, she embodied the phrase lowly face, mature body. Even though she was only 12, she had already matured earlier than her peers, with a promising future ahead. The 6 years had made Yunqi and Xiao Wu inseparable. Before leaving the academy, they heard the master mention that they could go to Shrek Academy. Yes, the master took the initiative to talk to Yunqi, and this impressive aura of friendliness had eliminated the hostility between Tang San and Yu Xiaogang over these 6 years. However, Yunqi was not a good person. Just because you don't have hostility towards me doesn't mean I won't take advantage of you. But this aura of friendliness is indeed powerful. It would be best to have another type of aura at some point. As a modern person, Yunqi enjoys being a schemer. The feeling of secretly plotting against others is simply too delightful. In these 6 years, Yunqi lived a very fulfilling life, attending classes, training, shopping, eating, and scheming against others. He had acquired most of the financial support from Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. Tang San often wore a malnourished expression and looked particularly frail. Xiao Wu raised her hand to look at the muddy grass beneath her feet and complained a bit. Is your martial soul mistaken for guiding you to such a remote place? It's so eerie here. Yunqi was also helpless. Not long ago, his soul power broke through to level 40, leaving his teachers and Su Yi in shock and speechless. For the past 6 years, anyone who knew Yunqi had pretty much the same expression. After graduating, he was sent off by Su Yi and his teachers with reluctant gazes, and Yunqi remembered their kindness, intending to repay them in the future. This time, he came out to hunt souls guided by the Moonshadow Sword. His 2nd and 3rd soul rings were acquired with the guidance of the Moonshadow Sword to find the most suitable soul beasts. This time, Yunqi didn't want to give up easily, so he came to this remote forest bordering the star Luo Empire and the Barak Kingdom. Due to its geographical location, there were often various mercenaries hovering around. Just wait a little longer after we get out. I'll treat you to a big meal. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu changed her previous demeanor. Now that's more like it. Ever since they confided in each other 5 years ago, Yunqi had been taking care of her like an older brother, and Xiao Wu really enjoyed this feeling of being cared for. The forest was constantly exuding a strange aura, and Yunqi held the Moonshadow Sword in his hand, ready for battle at any moment, cutting through the thorns on the path. Yunqi and Xiao Wu entered the depths of the forest, where lush trees blocked most of the sunlight, and in the center of the forest, there was a small river, beside which lay a massive creature over 7 or 8 meters long. The Moonshadow Sword in Yunqi's hand revealed a murderous and cold aura as he looked at the current soul beast. Yunqi understood that this was the target of the mission. The reward would be an increase in the age of the first soul skill's 1,000-year soul ring. Speaking of mission objectives, Yunqi had set a long list of tasks for himself, such as intercepting the cat-eared girl, intercepting Ning Rongrong, and tricking Dai Ma Bai, among others. He didn't know how many there were, but there was no time limit. As long as he completed them, there would be rewards. The rewards range from small amounts of gold soul coins to large items like soul bones, and even insidious things like subconscious modifications. Yunqi looked at the colossal creature in front of him, his expression exceptionally serious. The iron-armored sword dragon, a soul beast that only liked to hide in the mountains and eat various ores, had a low subjective aggression. However, if you provoked it, it would make you understand what it meant to be pierced by 10,000 swords. At the same time, the iron-armored sword dragon boasted one of the highest defensive capabilities among soul beasts. Its long-term diet of ores had allowed its body to merge with various ore characteristics, leading people to often call it the ore sword dragon. This soul beast was a treasure in itself, as one could find various rare ores within its body, even without the need for refining, because it was essentially a furnace for ore forging. Chapter 12, Martial Soul Fusion Technique. Yunqi knows that this battle will not be easy. Even though Yunqi is currently a soul master of the third ring, with an excellent soul ring configuration of 1 yellow and 2 purple, he still does not dare to let his guard down. The giant in front of him has a cultivation level of 10,000 years and is a highly advanced soul beast on the brink of extinction. However, this battle must be won. If he misses this soul beast, Yunqi will slap himself awake in his dreams. If he captures this soul beast, he won't have to suffer like Tang San in the original story, collecting various materials and ores. At the same time, Yunqi feels that his martial soul will undergo tremendous changes. Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu. Due to their close relationship, Yunqi obtained his other 2 soul rings with the help of Xiao Wu's younger brother, Erming. When Erming first saw Xiao Wu, he thought she was an imposter, as she had no trace of soul beast aura. After Yunqi and Xiao Wu explained, they covered Xiao Wu's aura, and Yunqi also gave Erming a dose of aura concealment, which made Erming believe them. Erming, having no reservations about helping his beloved sister Xiao Wu, made Yunqi suffer a little bit. As for killing soul beasts, would Xiao Wu feel guilty? Obviously not. Right now, Yunqi has filled Xiao Wu's heart to the brim, and she hardly cares about anything other than the people and beasts she cares about. When Erming gets hungry, he can eat an unknown amount in one sitting. But most of the time, at their level, they don't need to eat much. They now share a tacit understanding that ordinary people cannot comprehend, having long ago used the rewards for awakening their martial souls and the martial soul fusion technique together. Although their martial soul characteristics do not match, the reward is unreasonable and forces compatibility. This is also why Yunqi dares to face this terrifying soul beast. Xiao Wu understood Yunqi's intention and directly summoned her martial soul, transforming into a pink soft light that entered Yunqi's body. Yunqi began to change. Suddenly, 2 rabbit ears popped out from his head, and his beautiful long black hair instantly turned white. His eyes also changed to pink, and although there was no significant change to his body, the muscles in his legs bulged noticeably, transforming his entire aura from that of a friendly older brother to a charming and alluring young man. The cloud feels a sense of explosive power with nowhere to vent its expansion. To deal with such a big presence, one can only give it their all. Otherwise, whether it breaks through the defense is another matter. Yunqi said to the little dance inside her body, "We've done it, little dance. Hurry up and finish. I'm really tired from the martial soul fusion skill state. I can't recover without eating 20 crystal carrots." Yunqi smiled faintly, suddenly exerting force with her feet, and the yellow halo around her body shone briefly, causing her speed to explode once again. The sword energy shot straight towards the eyes of the iron-armored sword dragon. To kill this big guy, one could only target the eyes and the rear. Yunqi chose the eyes considering the feelings of her fellow spirit beast, Xiao Wu. The iron-armored sword dragon didn't have time to react. While it was silently replenishing its moisture, a sword energy came straight at it, suddenly disappearing, and when it reappeared, it had already struck its eye. Yunqi took advantage of the moment when the ironclad sword dragon was lost in pain and directly thrust the sword into its mouth. The sword energy rampaged through the eye sockets of the ironclad sword dragon. Blood flowed from its mouth. It had never suffered such severe injuries since its birth. Usually, it would deliberately protect its weaknesses, and even when encountering soul beasts and soul masters that sought to kill it, those who managed to get close couldn't break through its defenses, and those who could break through would be pierced by the blades on its back from a distance. Unable to help itself, it let out a roar of pain and anger. Boom! The leaves around flew everywhere, and the surface of the small river rippled with circles of waves. Yunqi watched the furious, ironclad sword dragon in front of him, quickly dodging a few steps to the side to avoid its bite. He then bent backward to avoid a close-range tail whip. Yunqi watched as the iron-armored sword dragon opened its rear defense wide and directly unleashed its second soul skill. This second soul skill was the result of Yunqi and Xiao Wu, with the help of Erming, defeating a nearly 3,000-year-old gold-eating ant in the Douluo Forest. Known for its strong penetrating ability, named heart-piercing, Yunqi's sword in hand struck out like a white snake flicking its tongue, hissing through the wind, and aimed straight at the rear defense. However, the iron-armored sword dragon was well aware of its own weakness, quickly clamping its tail down, and the sword's body penetrated into the iron-armored sword dragon, but ultimately, it wasn't long enough to fully enter its body. The iron-armored sword dragon, injured again, curled its body, exposing the sharp swords on its back, rolling towards Yunqi like a hedgehog, maximizing both offense and defense. However, by doing so, the sword dragon lost most of its visibility. Yunqi had no choice but to keep running, occasionally launching sword energy combined with the second soul skill at the sword dragon, which had the ability to break defenses in an unclear trajectory, tearing through the sword dragon's body from time to time. The iron-armored sword dragon realized that this approach wasn't effective. Charging wildly seemed intimidating, but without visibility, it couldn't hit this man who had maxed out his speed. As it stood up again, the iron-armored sword dragon let out a deafening roar, enduring the intense pain, and the sharp swords on its back quickly extracted from its body, rushing straight at Yunqi. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp swords continuously sliced past Yunqi, who was almost stunned by the sight. This old beast had no sense of martial ethics. The swords on its back had turned into a Gatling gun. Yunqi constantly activated Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps and Purple Extreme Demon Eyes to dodge the sharp swords, but these swords seemed to have GPS tracking. There was no way to shake them off. Yunqi's expression darkened, and his third soul ring lit up. A sword shadow emerged directly from beneath Yunqi's feet, carrying him up into the sky. Yes, Yunqi's third soul skill, Sword Control, from the Douluo Forest, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, possesses remarkable flying ability and can also provide certain enhancement effects to his martial soul, seeing the sword that was still chasing him after taking to the sky. Yunqi gritted his teeth and flew towards the iron-armored sword dragon with the sword in hand, pointing his long sword directly at the sword dragon. The iron-armored sword dragon, seeing Yunqi rapidly approaching, was afraid that Yunqi would poke its eyes again, so it closed its eyes tightly, using the thick mineral covering on its eyelids for protection. But could Yunqi be so easily deterred? Upon reaching the sword dragon's side, Yunqi executed a sudden stop while controlling the sword, then quickly ascended, causing the swords that couldn't make the turn to crash into the iron-armored sword dragon. Although it didn't cause much damage, it rendered the iron-armored sword dragon's attacking capabilities useless. Now it was merely a target with extraordinarily high defense. Just as Yunqi was preparing to take action, Xiao Wu hurriedly reminded him, "Brother, I can't hold on much longer. My soul power is almost exhausted." Yunqi's expression turned serious. "Xiao Wu, let's make it quick and use that move directly." "Okay, brother." "Yes. The martial soul fusion skill is not simply merging two people's bodies together." Yunqi raised the long sword in his hand, and with a wave, the martial soul transformed into a massive black-purple sword shadow, swinging straight to unleash a sword light that extended about 10 meters long. Wherever the sword energy passed, it carved a huge chasm, drawing the sword like thunder. The moment the sword was drawn, it claimed heads. In the despairing gaze of the iron armor sword dragon, the sword light sliced through its neck, severing the river behind it, and the surrounding trees fell with neatly cut stumps, crashing down. Meanwhile, Yunqi also fell heavily from the sky, not far from the ground. Bang! Yunqi's body stirred up a cloud of dust. Xiao Wu transformed into soft light and emerged from Yunqi's body, sitting down on the ground and taking deep breaths of fresh air. Chapter 13. External Soul Bone, Sword Bone Head. After a while, Xiao Wu finally recovered from her exhaustion, helped Yunqi up, and found that nothing serious had happened. It was just soul power depletion, and he had no strength left. Yunqi also slowly woke up in Xiao Wu's embrace. After greeting Xiao Wu, he signaled that he was fine. "Xiao Wu, let me go. I need to absorb the soul ring." Yunqi endured the nauseating feeling of fatigue and operated the Xiantian gong at full speed, drawing in the soul ring of the nearby iron-armored sword dragon. The absorption of the soul ring went very smoothly, as his physical body had been greatly strengthened through Yunqi's daily training. To his surprise, Yunqi only felt a slight strain when facing the remnants of the iron-armored sword dragon's soul impact, which left him puzzled. Could it be that traversing time had honed his soul? Or perhaps his soul power from living 2 lives was already capable of withstanding this level of soul impact? Yunqi's situation is unknown, but from the results, is clearly good. So Yunqi no longer tangled over why. Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi, whose expression remained unchanged, and secretly admired her brother, a genius she had never heard of in all these years. Before long, Yunqi completed the absorption, received the task rewards, and the 4 soul rings on his body floated up and down. Purple, 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 black. Xiao Wu immediately approached him. Brother, how do you feel now? What level are you at? Yunqi felt the power within her body and smiled broadly. Xiao Wu, I'm already a level 42 soul master. You need to work hard too. Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu's expectant eyes and understood what she was hoping for. The black soul rings on the martial soul shone brightly. In an instant, the moon shadow sword split into 2, then 4, continuously undergoing fission. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a dense mass of sword shadows. Under Xiao Wu's astonished gaze, Yunqi casually pointed, and the concentrated rain of swords turned into a streak of flowing light, cutting through the air in the direction Yunqi pointed, crashing violently into the ground not far away. And it wasn't over yet. The ground left behind was still ravaged by the lingering sword energy, continuously destroying the surrounding objects. Brother, this is too exaggerated. Have you turned into an enhanced version of the ironclad sword dragon? Yunqi lightly tapped Xiao Wu's head. It's not over yet. As my level increases, the sword shadows will continue to grow, theoretically without limit. Can you explain why your first soul ring turned purple? Yunqi smiled mysteriously and put a finger to his lips. Sure, this is one of my special abilities. Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi as if he were a monster. This 10,000-year soul beast didn't have as many strange abilities as this man in front of her. Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu in front of him, not knowing how to explain. After thinking for a moment and finding it hard to explain, he simply gave up. Yunqi noticed an unusual soul power fluctuation on the back of the iron-armored sword dragon's corpse. It seemed like Yunqi thought of something and directly began to dissect the iron-armored sword dragon's back with a sword. In a short while, Yunqi dug out a piece of soul bone from the body of the iron-armored sword dragon and then stored the entire corpse into a storage ring. Xiao Wu looked at the soul bone in Yunqi's hand with curiosity. Is this an external soul bone? Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu in front of him and said directly, Xiao Wu, help me protect the law. I want to absorb this soul bone. I feel that this soul bone will elevate my strength to an unprecedented level. As soon as the words fell, Yunqi directly fused the external soul bone in his hand into his body. The moment the soul bone entered his body, it began to change and reorganize continuously. There was excruciating pain, his whole body felt hot, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Meanwhile, sharp swords without handles pierced through his back, tearing through flesh and ripping his clothes, transforming into a sword array in the sky. Yunqi let out a painful roar. After a while, he regained his composure, controlling the flying sword to transform into energy and return to his body. Xiao Wu looked at him with a strange expression and thought to herself, still saying he is not a Tyrannosaurus. After absorbing the soul bone, Yunqi and Xiao Wu rested in the forest for a day. Once they recovered their soul power, they prepared to head to Soto City for a nice meal. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, a figure in black and an old man in a gray robe were rushing towards Yunqi's direction, with shouts and cries of battle from some black-robed figures behind them. Before long, the black-robed man caught up with the two in front and injured the strongest gray-robed elder. Second miss, don't run. Yeah, second miss, if you don't behave and let my brothers have some fun, we'll let you go, how about it? A middle-aged man in a black robe looked at the curvaceous woman before him with a lewd smile, while his companions slowly spread out to form a circle around her. Seeing this, the gray-robed elder immediately blocked in front of the black figure, whispering to her, Second miss, I'll hold them off. Just run forward. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. With that, he used all his soul power to break open a gap in the encirclement and wrapped the black-clad woman with his soul power to send her out. The encircling men shouted in anger, You dog, looking for death. Hearing the sounds of the fierce battle behind, the black-clad woman turned back, her eyes turning red as she called out in despair, Uncle Fu. Hearing the call, Uncle Fu responded amid the fight, but was unfortunately injured again. Miss Run, you must live well. Hearing these words, the leader of the black-robed men made a decisive decision and immediately dispatched 2 men to pursue. The black-clad woman took one last deep look at Uncle Fu and the assassins around her, as if to remember them deeply, her tears turning into a blazing flame of revenge. Staggering forward, leaping and hiding. But this did not shake off the pursuers behind her. Instead, due to insufficient soul power, the distance she created was gradually erased. The black-clad woman looked desperately at the 2 middle-aged men in black robes before her and slowly said, "Do you want to betray your master?" The 2 black-robed men seemed to have heard a joke, bursting into laughter. "Second miss, we were sent by the eldest lady. Now everyone knows the crown prince will definitely win. Why not become a dragoness servant?" The black-clad woman's eyes darkened. But she continued, "The duel hasn't even started yet. Who knows, I will definitely lose. Moreover, before the duel starts, do you think the royal family and the Zhu family will spare you? My good sister and brother-in-law might just kill you to silence you." The black-clad woman felt that since she was 6 years old, she had never spoken so much in one go. If she couldn't dissuade them, she would have to die. The black-robed men exchanged glances, their faces showing bitterness. They knew full well that reaching the soul master level proved they weren't fools. But what could they do? From a moment, they chose to serve the crown prince and the eldest lady in the dark. Their wives and daughters had been held captive by the crown prince. Thinking of this, the black-robed men could only gamble on the crown prince's mercy. The 2 men nodded to each other and slowly approached the black-clad woman. "Brother, since we might die anyway, isn't it a waste not to have some fun with the Zhu family's second miss or the crown princess consort?" "You're right." As they spoke, the 2 let out a lewd laugh, rubbing their hands and slowly reaching towards the voluptuous black-clad woman. Just as the black-clad woman was about to bite her tongue to end her life, a whooshing sound suddenly came from afar. Whoosh! A black-purple sword sliced through the hands they had extended, turned in midair, and returned to Yunqi's hand. "Hey, scum, what are you doing?" Chapter 14. First encounter with Zhu Zhuqing. Yunqi looked at the scene before him, feeling extremely angry. How could they bully his target? He quickly assigned himself a task. Clearly, Yunqi recognized the identity of the girl. Cat ears, leather jacket, big round eyes, and being chased from the direction of the Star Luo Empire. It must be the little cat, Zhu Zhuqing. Task, save Zhu Zhuqing. Hua, Fujivnesoha. Accept, yes or no? Yunqi looked at the 4 shining characters on the panel and immediately replied, yes. The halo of forgiveness can greatly rationalize the things he did that made others feel angry. Yunqi's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of NTR halo is this? It's even more powerful than the yellow-haired guy, and with his own affinity halo. Yunqi felt that if he wanted to find Yu Xiaogang now, he could just slap him hard and Yu Xiaogang probably wouldn't even be that angry. As long as it doesn't exceed the limits of life, this halo is simply invincible. So cunning. Moreover, this is also a necessary halo for a firm harem supporter. Understanding Zhu Zhuqing's identity, Yunqi instinctively adjusted his posture slightly. What started as a righteous act of helping those in need had now turned into a heroic rescue. And he had to present his most dashing side. However, before Yunqi could show off, the 2 black-robed men, seeing the soul rings on Yunqi, disregarded their grudge from having their hands severed and directly turned to flee. Clearly, someone who could easily cut off both of their hands was not a weakling. And what on earth was that soul ring? Yunqi couldn't help but laugh, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, his lips moving. Let you run 39 meters first. Hearing Yunqi's voice, the 2 men in black robes could only wish they had 4-wheel drive and 2 more legs. Yunqi saw them running almost out of reach and directly drew out his 40-meter-long greatsword. The sword is here. Behind Yunqi, the black soul rings flickered, and suddenly a purple-black sharp sword appeared, continuously splitting and instantly catching up to the 2 men. The 2 men in black robes turned around to look at Yunqi's smile, as if they had seen an abyssal demon, and the dense sword shadows were right behind them. The black-robed man exclaimed in fear. Who uses a big move to kill someone directly? That's against the rules. Before he could finish his words, he was pierced from behind by the numerous sword shadows, turning him into a sieve. Yunqi called back his martial soul with a disdainful smile, saying, a soul master is merely a one-time opponent. Standing next to him, Xiao Wu immediately became unhappy. She directly pinched Yunqi's arm. What did you say? Looking at Xiao Wu's cute little face making a fierce expression, Yunqi immediately pinched her cheek, all chubby. Yunqi's eyes were filled with affection as he watched Xiao Wu's comical appearance, teasingly saying, a soul master is just a one-time opponent. What's wrong? If you have the ability, hurry up and cultivate. and become a soul sex sooner. Oomph. Xiao Wu turned her head away in a proud manner. Over the past 6 years, she had never gained the upper hand against Yunqi, always being firmly controlled. Meanwhile, the other black-robed figures, after dealing with Uncle Fu, quickly sought them out. Seeing Yunqi protecting Zhu Zhuqing, they launched an attack directly. Yunqi didn't mind much. The leader was only a 4-ringed soul master, at the same level as himself. After revealing his 2 warm black soul rings, all the black-robed figures were annihilated. There was not a hint of difficulty. After receiving the task rewards, Yunqi remembered the important matter and turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing, who was lying on the ground. He walked over and slowly stretched out his hand. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the fair, slender hand with distinct joints in front of her and instinctively reached out her own hand. Suddenly, she felt a strong pull and found herself leaning weakly against Yunqi's shoulder. Realizing something was wrong, Zhu Zhuqing wanted to move away a bit, but her soul power was exhausted and she had no strength left, causing her to fall once again into Yunqi's embrace. Her eyes wide in surprise as she looked at him. Just now, when Yunqi was killing, he had his back to Zhu Zhuqing, so the little cat naturally hadn't seen his face clearly. Now, as she fell into his arms, she was momentarily stunned. He was an exceptionally handsome man, with eyebrows like willows and a figure like a jade tree, and his black tight-fitting outfit accentuated his already outstanding physique. He also exuded an aura that greatly enhanced his appeal. Yunqi also watched as the little cat's face turned red and her eyes filled with embarrassment. He no longer held her, but gently supported her arm, allowing her to lean on him. After a while, Zhu Zhuqing had sorted out her thoughts and bowed to Yunqi, filled with gratitude. "Thank you for saving me, my lord. If there is anything I can do in the future, I will not hesitate." Yunqi also shook his head subconsciously. As a member of Huaxia in his past life, he couldn't bring himself to exploit the gratitude of others. However, Zhu Zhuqing clearly thought differently. She was a person who was extremely stubborn, serious, and grateful. Yunqi's shake of the head made this already quiet girl anxious. "I currently have nothing of value. Only a little money, which is nowhere near enough to repay your kindness. I have nothing else to offer you." Looking at the anxious little cat in front of him, Yunqi instinctively made a mischievous suggestion. "How about I offer myself in return?" What Yunqi didn't expect was that Zhu Zhuqing did not immediately refuse. Instead, after thinking seriously, she replied with a determined gaze, "I'm sorry, I can't agree to that. I currently have a fiancé. Until I clearly sever that relationship, I can only be his fiancé." Yunqi also laughed it off, indicating he was just joking. Otherwise, his waist would have been pinched to a pulp by Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing secretly noted Yunqi's kindness. In life-and-death situations, the kind of fear experienced is an instinct that living beings cannot resist. Yunqi's handsome rescue, along with his charming face and that subtle sense of familiarity, clearly planted a seed in Zhu Zhuqing's heart. Yunqi didn't notice the inner thoughts of the little cat and was still smilingly comforting Xiao Wu. "What's wrong, my good sister? Are you jealous?" Upon hearing Yunqi's shameless words, Xiao Wu stopped pinching him. After all, she couldn't be serious in front of outsiders. Her face instantly turned a shade of crimson, clearly under the influence of her forgiveness aura. Xiao Wu didn't feel anything wrong. Before Yunqi could continue teasing Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing spoke up. "Senior, could you take me to the front? I need to help Uncle Fu collect the body. We can't let it be left out in the open." Seeing the misty look in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, Yunqi felt soft-hearted. She was searching for her debauched fiancé, far from home. She just wanted to survive. Yunqi nodded. For the sake of speed, the Yunqi soul ring flashed, and the sword appeared under Yunqi's feet. Yunqi pulled Xiao Wu, and the little cat stood beside Yunqi, one in front of the other, directly taking off on the sword. Before long, guided by Zhu Zhuqing, they found Uncle Fu's body. There wasn't a single good piece of flesh on his body. It was evident that after Zhu Zhuqing left, he had exhausted his life to buy time. Zhu Zhuqing didn't cry, but the despair in her heart overflowed through her eyes. Silently, she picked up the corpse and gently placed it aside, picked up some firewood nearby, arranged it in a clear area, and set a big fire to directly cremate Uncle Fu, completely burying her past self in the flames. Xiao Wu felt the same way and stepped forward to embrace the seemingly soulless little cat. Yunqi originally wanted to comfort this strong-willed girl, but recalling the personality of the little cat, he remembered that in the original story, any pity shown to her before she recognized herself was a mockery. The bright red flames illuminated the three of them, but Yunqi felt not a trace of warmth, only the chilling coldness of the old system. He also felt disgusted by Dai Mabai, who abandoned his fiancée, The fire burned rapidly under their watch, and before long, only a few scattered sparks remained. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, grabbed a handful of ashes, carefully packed it into a box, then secured it with a cloth bag and placed it into the soul guide. After doing all this, Zhu Zhuqing turned around to bow again, but Yunqi pulled her back. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Yunqi and the little dance beside him. Her gaze firm as she said, "Senior, thank you again for you and your sister. But I'm afraid I cannot stay long. I still need to go to Soto City to find my fiancé." Chapter 15, Journey to Soto City. Yunqi looked at the serious little cat in front of him, feeling a bit of a headache as he held his forehead with one hand. "I'm not a senior. My name is Yunqi, and I'm only 12 years old. The girl next to you is called Xiao Wu, and she's currently my sister. You can just call us by our names, or you can call me brother." The little cat, Zhu Zhuqing, was obviously stunned. "Senior, my name is Zhu Zhuqing, and please don't joke or tease me." At this moment, Xiao Wu laughed from the side, saying, "It's true, we are both only 12 years old now." Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu in surprise and quickly averted his gaze. He didn't want to be choked again. The little cat's brain had already burned out, and even the previously cold and desperate expression had turned into one where her mouth could fit a baguette. After a long time, without coming to her senses, Xiao Wu waved her hand in front of Zhu Zhuqing. "Wake up." The little cat, after waking up, looked at Yunqi and stuttered. "You're 12 years old, soul master, and your soul rings have that kind of extraordinary configuration?" In response to the little cat's shock, Yunqi helplessly nodded. He was already used to it. Back at Nodding Academy, the teachers were the same, and during practical lessons, the instructors were not even his match. What could Yunqi do? He had already held back his strength. After receiving a positive response, the little cat's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, but quickly dimmed again. Yes, how could she repay the life-saving grace of this extraordinary man in front of her? How could she now dare to ask Yunqi to teach her his unique secret techniques? Yunqi also noticed the sparkle in the little cat's eyes, but didn't say anything. While feeling heartache, she knew that expressing it before confirming their relationship would make her seem like a sycophant and might make the other person think she had ulterior motives. She simply smiled faintly. Xiao Wu also sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off, so she quickly changed the subject. "Zhuqing, we're also going to Soto City. Why don't we go together?" The little cat was still a bit confused. Too much had happened in such a short time, even changing her perception of soul masters. She instinctively nodded but suddenly remembered something and looked at Xiao Wu weakly, asking Xiao Wu, "You're not a soul sect now, are you?" Xiao Wu shook her head in disappointment. "I'm not that pervert. Someone with innate rank 7 soul power cultivates faster than me, who has innate full soul power. I'm still just a 37 rank soul elder." The little cat's last bit of comfort was gone, and her CPU exploded. Her brain went completely blank. "Still just?" Xiao Wu innocently answered, "I can cultivate so quickly thanks to my brother. He taught me some things and helped me compete." Clearly, Xiao Wu had also learned many modern terms from Yunqi. The little cat, however, had become numb. One blow after another had locked her heart away, and she didn't want to say another word. Yunqi is also a timely and direct decision. "Zhuqing, let's go together. In case someone comes after you again, we can look out for each other. Plus, we want to see what kind of person your fiancé is, someone worth your reckless pursuit." Xiao Wu, curious, nodded in agreement. "Zhuqing, let's go together. It's just right that we need to go to school over there too." Zhu Zhuqing looked at the enthusiasm of the two in front of her and couldn't help but feel a bit moved, nodding her head. "Thank you." Soto City is located in the heart of the most fertile limal plain in the Baloch Kingdom, known as the Granary of Baloch, and is the economic lifeline of the entire Baloch Kingdom. Soto City is a large city, with the Spirit Hall being extremely large and well-maintained, and the streets are crisscrossed, connecting buildings leading to various places. It was just past noon, and the sun was at its hottest point of the day. At this moment, 3 young people, 1 male and 2 females, arrived at the city gate of Soto City, chatting as they passed the guard's inspection and entered the city. Xiao Wu leaned closer to Yunqi, took Yunqi's sleeve and wiped the sweat from her forehead, complaining, "We finally arrived, and I don't know why that nonsense master recommended you to come here. And you actually came. Didn't you always dislike Yu Xiaogang?" Yunqi smiled and didn't answer. He thought to himself, "If they don't come, how can I become stronger? If they don't come, how can I bully the weak? I can only be the weak one, not others." On the other hand, Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing the master's name, slightly regained some of the gossip that a girl should have. It was the one who self-destructed first, whose martial soul theory came from the Spirit Hall, and then helped his disciple obtain soul rings, only to be. Zhu Zhuqing spoke until she felt embarrassed to continue. After all, the combined apes. Swift wind demon wolves and wolf bandits are all famous existences in the spirit master world. It doesn't matter if they fall into their hands, regardless of gender. Xiao Wu directly nodded. Yes, it's at Yu Xiaogang. I didn't expect his fame to have spread all the way to the Star Luo Empire. Yes, it is said that there are about 100 soul beasts in the entire territory of the combined apes. And Yu Xiaogang and the others surprisingly stayed there for 2 hours. In a sense, that's quite impressive. Yunqi saw that they seemed to want to keep chatting, so he directly interrupted. All right, Xiao Wu, let's go eat something first, then find a hotel. We've been out in the wild for so long. We need to freshen up. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also looked down and sniffed their wrists. There was no smell, but the discomfort in their minds made them have no objections. After all, it's harder for girls to tolerate stickiness on their bodies compared to boys. Soto City was much larger than Notting City, and naturally, it was bustling with activity, with soldiers and crowds everywhere. The three of them first had a big meal at a restaurant. When it was time to pay, they immediately started asking the waiter. Waiter, we just arrived in Soto City today. Could you please tell us where we can find a hotel? The waiter, seeing the two beautiful girls standing behind Yunqi, instantly imagined a bunch of scenarios and then smiled as he replied, Dear guests, when you go out, just head east, and you'll see it. Yunqi casually tipped a little before leading the two girls out. The waiter looked at them with envy, a man's dream. Not long after, Yunqi discovered a uniquely designed hotel. The 3-story building in front of him was decorated entirely in rose red, and its architectural style resembled a giant rose, instantly capturing the attention of the two girls. Xiao looked at the hotel and said directly to Yunqi, Brother, let's stay here. Yunqi also nodded, indifferent. He turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, what about you? Are you staying here? Or are you going to find your fiancé first? Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to respond, she heard a familiar voice beside her and turned to look. She saw a man and 2 women flirting with each other, completely oblivious to the gazes of passersby. The man was about 1.8 meters tall, with long, flowing golden hair and a pair of sinister eyes. His looks were only slightly inferior to Yunqi's. But what caught the most attention were the twin sisters clinging to him, dressed flamboyantly and looking around 17 or 18, with enchanting figures. Chapter 16. Beating up Dai Mubai. Seeing this scene, even someone as strong as Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of despair. Ever since Dai Mubai abandoned her and fled alone, Zhu Zhuqing hadn't held any resentment against him. She merely comforted herself that he was just out training. Zhu Zhuqing had been desperately cultivating, enduring oppression and assassination in the Star Luo Empire, and had survived to the age of 12, reaching level 27 in soul power. She still held onto a glimmer of trust, wanting to believe that Dai Mubai had been working hard for their future all these years. But the scene before her shattered her illusions completely. She just wanted to survive. There were no more words. Silence, still silence. Dai Mubai also felt the tremor of his martial soul. Shifting his gaze from the twins to Zhu Zhuqing, he immediately recognized her identity, as it was the resonance of their martial souls and souls. Comparing the twins clinging to him with Zhu Zhuqing, it was like comparing clouds to mud. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing's expressionless face made him feel guilty, and he shook off the twins. He walked toward Zhu Zhuqing, forcing a smile. Zhuqing, you're here? Zhu Zhuqing looked at the man before her, saying nothing and showing no anger, clearly having lost all capacity for anger. She had risked her life multiple times to escape the Star Luo Empire and come to Soto City to find him, but Dai Mubai's actions had completely crushed her hopes. After a long while, she said, Don't call me Zhuqing, we're not that close. After saying that, Zhu Zhuqing turned to leave. Seeing this, Dai Mubai hurriedly stepped forward to block her. Where would he find pleasure if his beautiful fiancée, he ran away? Moreover, if Zhu Zhuqing left, he would have no hope of turning things around. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Dai Mubai, who was being persistent, and felt increasingly disgusted. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, who was watching the scene unfold, realized that things were not as she had imagined. It wasn't a sweet and loving story, but rather a scenario of a scumbag with no responsibility, abandoning his fiancée while indulging in a life of pleasure. Suddenly, she felt a surge of anger. Just as she was about to step forward to confront him, she was held back by Yunqi. Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi, her eyes filled with confusion. Yunqi noticed Xiao Wu's confusion and replied softly, Leave this scum to me. Don't let him dirty your hands. After saying that, under Xiao Wu's admiring gaze, Yunqi completed the task of beating Dai Mubai and directly approached him. Grabbing his hand, Yunqi executed a shoulder throw in front of Dai Mubai's astonished eyes. Bang! The ground erupted in a cloud of dust. Yunqi looked at Dai Mubai with contempt. What are you doing? abandoning your fiancé, indulging in a life of debauchery, and even finding a pair of twins. When a matter is exposed, you still refuse to relent. You really deserve to die. Yunqi became increasingly angry, and he hadn't even gotten on base yet. Before Dai Maobai could regain his composure, 2 kicks landed on his stomach with a thud. The onlookers slowly gathered around. Dai Maobai looked at this man, who was even more handsome than him, and was furious. The halo of forgiveness was ineffective in his rage. Moreover, Yunqi had no intention of activating it now. Kid, you're looking for death. Dai Maobai directly performed a leap, standing up and completing his martial spirit possession. His 3 soul rings shining brightly. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like this. I'll make you half paralyzed, then steal your girlfriend and do things in front of you. Dai Maobai clearly thought Yunqi was young and assumed his soul power level wasn't high, so he exposed his true nature. As for Zhu Zhuqing, he would charm her later. After all, he was an old hand in the flower scene. Charming a little girl was a piece of cake, but Dai Maobai had clearly misjudged. Who was Yunqi? He held grudges, was cunning, and full of wisdom. Yunqi couldn't help but smile wryly upon hearing Dai Maobai, but his gaze instantly turned cold. He originally just wanted to play a trick. Now, if he didn't get beaten half to death, it would be a miracle. Xiao Wu, who had been holding back from intervening, was furious. But upon hearing Dai Maobai say such things in front of Yunqi, she suddenly felt less anxious. She even playfully shouted at Dai Maobai, "Come on, scumbag big brother. I believe in you." Yunqi glanced at Xiao Wu, his eyes widening. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue shyly and didn't say anything further. Dai Maobai naturally saw this scene as well, feeling a surge of heat in his heart, and his eyes filled with more wicked intent. The cloud-resting martial soul emerged, and the soul rings on his body appeared instantly. Without waiting for Dai Maobai and the shocked residents around him, he directly unleashed a sword energy. Dai Maobai also realized it wasn't the time to be distracted. His first soul ring flickered, suddenly forming a circle of white light that barely blocked the sword energy. Just as he was about to counterattack, another sword energy struck. But this time it vanished and reappeared on Dai Maobai's right leg. While Yunqi was boredly waving his long sword, the first soul ring flickered from time to time, followed by the second, third, fourth. More and more sword energies appeared in various places on Dai Maobai's body, leaving deep blood marks. In no time, Dai Maobai was lying in a pool of blood, covered in wounds and looking unrecognizable. Yunqi also gave up the idea of playing around. Just when he intended to kill him to put an end to it, Zhu Zhuqing timely grabbed Yunqi's hand, which was mechanically swinging the sword. "Senior, please spare his life. His identity is, killing him now will bring you unnecessary trouble." Yunqi thought about it carefully and realized that it wasn't worth losing many rewards over a moment of anger. Xiao Wu also stepped forward and directly hugged Yunqi's other arm, smiling as she stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek. "I helped you out of trouble twice, and you still call me senior?" Zhu Zhuqing's expression was also a bit unnatural, and she shyly called out, "Brother." Xiao Wu was full of question marks, and Yunqi was equally confused. They both looked at the little cat in front of them with puzzled expressions. The little cat suddenly became anxious. "Didn't I call you senior last time? Do you want me to call you brother instead?" Yunqi suddenly remembered and immediately displayed his charm to the fullest. From now on, you can call me Brother Yin or Brother Qi." Dai Maobai, who was lying on the side, was already numb, looking at himself bleeding continuously, covered in dense sword wounds. He was already extremely weak, pleading for help from those around him. Yunqi also heard Dai Maobai's cries for help. Lazily, he stepped forward and squatted in front of Dai Maobai. "Hey, why did you provoke me?" Dai Maobai, unable to act recklessly, could only endure the pain and, with great difficulty, spoke up. "I didn't mean to offend you. It's just that I was overwhelmed with anger earlier. That's why I acted so foolishly. I hope you can spare my life." Yunqi also smiled, but there was a hint of fear in Dai Maobai's eyes. "It's you, kid, shamelessly pestering that girl over there." Dai Maobai quickly explained, "That girl over there is my fiancée. We just had a bit of a misunderstanding." Yunqi's gaze also became unfriendly. "Oh, I've heard that some people, fearing for their lives, abandoned their fiancé and indulged in a life of debauchery." Dai Maobai immediately fell silent, but her eyes were filled with constant pleading. Yunqi also didn't continue to trick Dai Maobai. The leaks still need to grow. After casually taking all the money from the soul guide on Dai Maobai, he called a few people to send it to the doctor for treatment. As for whether there is money, it has nothing to do with Guan Yunqi. Chapter 17. Capture the Little Kitty. After Yunqi dealt with all of this, His soul rings shook simultaneously, unleashing a wave of energy around him. At the same time, he activated his affinity aura and smiled at the onlookers, saying, "Everyone, you can disperse now. There's nothing more to see." The people around had witnessed a good show, plus a monstrous genius, and after finishing their gossip, they left satisfied. Yunqi smiled as she finished speaking, then turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing seriously. What was she thinking now? Zhu Zhuqing was suddenly confused. Yes, the persistence over all this time, the fantasies before meeting Dai Mabai, her efforts, seemed to be nothing more than a joke. The midday sun was particularly glaring, and the sunlight shining on Zhu Zhuqing made her feel cold. After a while, she finally parted her lips and weakly said, "I don't know." Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing didn't understand what the future held. The best outcome might just be having her soul power abolished and being imprisoned for life. Looking at Yunqi in front of her, tears glistened in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as they unintentionally slid down her beautiful, cold face, making her seem particularly helpless. Perhaps it would have been better if Yunqi hadn't saved her that time. At least she wouldn't have to die with such despair. Yunqi said nothing, just looked at the little kitten in front of her with a heart full of compassion. She stepped forward and hugged it tightly, feeling the softness in her arms and the faint fragrance emanating from the kitten's fur. Her hand unconsciously rested on the kitten's head, stroking its hair. Zhu Zhuqing did not refuse Yunqi's embrace. Perhaps every lonely child longs to find a harbor for their soul. "Maybe I have a way to help you." Yunqi held the little cat's shoulder, looking at it with a serious expression. Zhu Zhuqing's dim and lifeless gaze suddenly brightened. Yes, perhaps others couldn't do it, but the man in front of her definitely could. She had never seen such an abnormal person before, and if nothing unexpected happened, there was no one this abnormal in the entire soul master world. Zhu Zhuqing excitedly asked Yunqi what method. Yunqi thought for a moment, raised 3 fingers, and answered seriously, "Based on what you told me on your way here, I analyzed it. First, the simplest option is to join the Wuhuan Hall. However, your talent might be stronger in other places. Putting it in the Wuhuan Hall may not yield the highest level of achievement. The Wuhuan Hall doesn't need to interfere, as it would also be quite a hassle." But Yunqi paused deliberately, and Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly asked, "Chiga, but what?" Seeing the anxious little cat, Yunqi didn't continue to tease her. He then said, "But you may not get the attention you deserve. However, if we go together, we will definitely get noticed. At that time, I'll say you're my family, my person. That should solve the problem." Zhu Zhuqing looked at Yunqi, who had a warm smile, and shook her head. "I can't interfere with your life for my own selfish reasons. Let's talk about the other 2 methods first." Yunqi looked at the shaking head of the girl in front of her and felt a sense of relief. The fact that she could empathize with her and think from her perspective already surpassed most people. Although for Yunqi herself, joining the Spirit Hall was also a good choice. After all, there were a few beauties over there. "Yunqi, the second option is to break off the engagement. You can start cultivating and train with me. First, increase your own strength, and then we can go together to request your father. I believe my progress in strength will be very rapid. Moreover, I think no major family would refuse the addition of a genius. At that time, your father could plead with the royal family to exempt you from the seemingly unwinnable competition. And since your Yumming Spirit Cat and the Dai clan have a martial soul fusion technique, I believe they wouldn't ruin the long-standing relationship between the royal family and the Zhu family over a family tradition." Zhu Zhuqing thought seriously for a moment, her face still carrying a sorrowful smile as she replied, "Chigu, you may not understand. The relationship between the Xingluo Empire and the Zhu family is one of mutual prosperity and decline. They wouldn't break these ties because of some external factors. Although your talent is great, the chances of successfully convincing my father are not very high. This is too dangerous." Yunqi's mind turned, and indeed, he overestimated himself. Looking at the light in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes that kept fading away, there was a sharp pain in Yunqi's heart. "Chigo, what about the third method?" Yunqi took a deep breath and hugged Zhu Zhuqing again, unleashing his own affinity aura at the same time. "The third option is to make you my woman. At worst, we can hide in the deep mountains and forests until I achieve my title. Let's see who dares to oppose us." Zhu Zhuqing's eyes became hazy as she looked at the man in front of her, filled with masculine warmth. Her gaze also filled with determination. Her heart was overwhelmed with emotion, and the seeds of love within her began to sprout and grow. It had been many years since she had felt care and affection. Tears streamed down Zhu Zhuqing's face as she buried her head in Yunqi's chest, her lips slightly parted. "Do you really like me?" Hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Yunqi nodded seriously. "You may not believe it, but I have liked you since my previous life." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing lifted her head from Yunqi's chest and directly kissed his lips. Yunqi responded eagerly. They separated after a long while, feeling as if they were stuck together. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red, completely transforming from her previous melancholy. Xiao Wu, who was nearby, couldn't stand it any longer. She glared fiercely at Yunqi and, seeing that things were settled, angrily went to the Rose Hotel to book a room. Zhu Zhuqing stayed in Yunqi's embrace for quite a while, but because she wasn't quite used to his strong embrace, her graceful body kept twisting against him. Yunqi, as a young man full of vigor, has long since come of age in this world. How could he withstand this? After hurriedly releasing the little kitten, he began to recite something under his breath. With a heart as clear as ice, I'm unshaken by collapsing sky. Amidst countless changes, I remain steadfast, my spirit calm and my mind tranquil. In the serene void, there is nothing. From nothing comes existence, and from ease comes difficulty. After walking into the hotel with the little kitten, he discovered that Xiao Wu had already booked a room. She glared at Yunqi in anger. Her face nearly puffed up like a bun. Upon seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing, feeling a loss, stepped forward to hug Xiao Wu's arm. Clearly aware that Yunqi and Xiao Wu did not have a normal sibling relationship, she whispered an apology. Xiao Wu, however, had no grievances against Zhu Zhuqing. After all, who doesn't like a strong girl with a tragic story? Her anger was directed at Yunqi for making decisions on his own, especially since her first kiss wasn't something he had the right to give away. Yunqi looked at the furious Xiao Wu and stepped forward to grab her hand. However, Xiao Wu, with her quick reflexes, dodged and pulled Zhu Zhuqing upstairs. Yunqi realized he was in the wrong. Although the forgiveness halo was useful, it couldn't even soothe normal emotions. Moreover, Yunqi hadn't activated the forgiveness halo. After all, he might be bad, but he wasn't the irresponsible kind. Seeing the two girls about to leave, he hurriedly followed them. Chapter 18. Apology. The manager downstairs looked at the three people going up and couldn't help but feel envious, murmuring, which hidden family has produced this outstanding talent? At such a young age, he is already a 4-ring soul master, and his soul ring configuration is absurdly impressive. What is even more enviable is that both of these beautiful women like him. Upon reaching the door, the three of them exchanged glances. Xiao Wu blushed and took out the room card. Just one room. The waiter said there was only one left. After opening the door, Xiao Wu entered the room and pulled the still outside Zhu Zhuqing in, preparing to close the door. Yunqi saw the situation and quickly kicked the door open, slipping inside in a flash. He looked at Xiao Wu with a sincere apology, saying, I'm sorry, Xiao Wu. I didn't consider your feelings. You know that in this world, it's just Grandpa Jack and you for me. You are like family, and Grandpa Jack often mentions that you should help me find a wife. You and T want our family line to dwindle in the future, right? As he spoke, Yunqi's voice grew weaker until it was barely audible, feeling that he was being too pathetic and cheap. Xiao Wu pulled Zhu Zhuqing to sit on the bed covered in roses, looking at Yunqi. She understood that Grandpa Jack wanted Yunqi to marry more wives to continue the bloodline, especially since Yunqi had no parents. Having more descendants was in line with the customs of this world. That's why old Jack often whispered in Xiao Wu's and Yunqi's ears. This wasn't just the case for soul masters. It was the same in the spirit beast world, and even high-level spirit beasts were not exempt from tradition. Although she had not experienced this herself, Xiao Wu was upset about it. However, seeing Yunqi's sincere attitude made Xiao Wu feel a bit relieved and calmed her anger. After all, for 6 years, whether in sparring, fighting, or banter, Xiao Wu had never been Yunqi's match. So, Yunqi's concession this time brought Xiao Wu a lot of enjoyment. But she didn't show it, still looking at Yunqi with a gloomy expression. Yunqi is becoming more and more anxious, unable to sit still. Xiao Wu directly asked, You have no problem looking for a wife, but you said before that I would be the first. Yunqi understood what Xiao Wu was saying and stopped pretending. He knew Xiao Wu wasn't that angry anymore, so he stepped forward, wrapped his arms around her neck, lowered his head, and kissed her without giving her a chance to react. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she tilted her head and didn't say much. After all, she was the newcomer. Moreover, she didn't care much about the idea of marrying multiple wives, as she was born into a big family where women generally married into the royal family. With hundreds of women in the emperor's court, she was used to such things from a young age. Compared to Dai Mabai's extravagant lifestyle, Zhu Zhuqing showed no reaction. But she felt a bit defeated, as Yunqi, who was much younger than her, easily overpowered her without caring for his own safety. Thus, in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, this was not a big deal as long as he cared for her in his heart. Additionally, After hearing Xiao Wu say that Yunqi had no parents and was the last person in his family, the little cat felt sympathy, as for women born into big families. Preserving the bloodline was of utmost importance. At this moment, Xiao Wu was breathless from the kiss and hurriedly patted Yunqi's back. Seeing Xiao Wu's flushed face, Yunqi finally let her go and laughed. Xiao Wu pinched Yunqi's soft flesh at his waist and glared at him fiercely. I'll let you off this time. But next time you want to find my sister, if you don't get my and Zhuqing's consent, you'll be in for it. Seeing the situation calm down, Yunqi breathed a sigh of relief, directly sitting in the middle of the two girls and lying down with them on the bed. The little cat and the little rabbit immediately panicked, thinking Yunqi was up to no good, and hurriedly tried to get up. However, Yunqi's strong arms pulled them back, and their heads rested directly against his chest. Listening to Yunqi's heartbeat and seeing that he didn't make any inappropriate moves, the two girls stopped struggling and quietly lay on him, emptying their thoughts and taking in the surroundings of the room called the Red Ocean. The room was large, with all the furniture in silver, intricately carved with beautiful patterns. The big red carpet was covered in various rose patterns, and in the center of the hall, there was an outrageous display. A giant heart made of huge rose petals with the words, 1001, you are my only one. Besides these, the room was filled with rose elements, vases on the bed, on the walls, and even on the ceiling, all decorated with various roses. Xiao Wu couldn't help but exclaim, if this were to be paid for, how much would it cost? Yunqi expressed confusion. Seeing this, Xiao Wu explained, the hotel manager saw your soul fight and directly let us stay for free. Yunqi smiled and did not ask further questions. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was lying on his chest, and slowly said, next, let's go to Shrek Academy together. Don't worry, I will protect you. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. I heard that Dai Mu is also studying there. Can that place really teach anything worthwhile? Xiao Wu agreed. Yeah. Why do we have to go to school there? Yunqi smiled and touched the heads of the two girls. Going there will definitely allow you to learn something, and even if you don't, you still have me. I guarantee you 1T fall behind in your cultivation speed and knowledge. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing looked at their man in front of them, saying this, and they stopped asking questions. After a while, Xiao Wu couldn't hold back her excitement, pulled Zhu Zhuqing, and went to the bathroom to take a shower, warning Yunqi not to peek. Yunqi touched his nose, listening to the sounds of water and laughter inside. He almost transformed into a demon and rushed in to unleash chaos. After forcibly calming himself and his brothers, Yunqi also checked the long-lost panel. Character Yunqi, Soul Power Level 42, Martial Soul Moon Shadow Sword, Soul Bone Iron Armored Sword Dragon External Soul Bone, Sword Bone, Soul Skills Phantom Sword Technique Penetrating Heart, Sword Control Technique, all swords return to origin. Self-created Soul Skills Xiantian Skill, Xian Jade Hand, Controlling Crane to Capture Dragon, Ghost Shadow Mysterious Track, Purple Extreme Demon Eye. P.S. This self-created skill is not truly self-created. It is just a general term for externally stolen skills. In the original work, Tang Sen also referred to them as self-created soul skills. Items Spatial Soul Guidance Device Ring, various hidden weapons, Iron Armored Sword Dragon Corpse, 2,000 gold soul coins, etc. Current tasks defeating Dai Mabai has been completed. Conquering Zhu Zhuqing has been completed. There are also a bunch of unfinished tasks, but most of them are daily small tasks that can be completed unintentionally. After looking at the panel, Yunqi was also satisfied to receive this task reward. Chapter 19. Teaching Techniques. Yunqi looked at the rewards in front of him. One was a subconscious modifier for Zhu Zhuqing, one-time use, and the other was a gender identity disorder device for beating up Dai Mo by one-time use. This task reward truly resonated with me. Yunqi looked at the two rewards already placed in his ring, revealing a sinister smile, murmuring, you can't blame me for this. I have no choice. Now, let's see who is foolish enough to stick their head out. About half an hour later, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing appeared before Yunqi, both wrapped in bath towels. Yunqi stared at the two enchanting bodies in front of him, feeling a rush of heat in his heart. Before Yunqi could continue to watch, Xiao Wu picked up a pillow nearby and threw it at Yunqi. Hurry up and wash up. What are you looking at? Yunqi removed the pillow with a mischievous smile and said, look at my two good sisters. Before Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu could react, she stepped forward, kissed each of them, and ran to the bathroom, leaving the two little kittens and rabbits looking at each other, smiling helplessly. After finishing her shower, Yunqi looked at the already dressed little kittens and rabbits, her eyes revealing a hint of disappointment. She thought to herself, how can they be dressed? Xiao Wu stepped forward, casually picked up a rose, smelled it, and said to Yunqi, who had just finished her shower, "This room looks so nice. Can we come here often in the future?" Yunqi didn't mind much, but the little cat beside her couldn't stand it anymore. It tugged at Xiao Wu's hand and leaned close to her ear, whispering something. Xiao Wu felt the warmth of Zhu Zhuqing's breath on her ear and scratched her ear. When she heard what this hotel was specifically for, her face turned completely red. Yunqi raised an eyebrow and said to Xiao Wu with a mischievous smile, "What's wrong? Now that you know, are you afraid to come back?" Xiao Wu, who was initially hesitating to retract her previous statement, was provoked by Yunqi and immediately retorted, "Who said I wouldn't dare to come back?" Zhu Zhuqing also rolled her beautiful eyes, propped her head up with her hand, and sighed, "Xiao Wu, it seems you didn't listen to a single word I just said." Yunqi smiled and thought to herself that Xiao Wu must have taken it to heart, but with her kind of brain, she couldn't handle even the slightest provocation. When Xiao Wu heard Zhu Zhuqing's words, she playfully stuck out her tongue, thinking to herself who the hunter was and who the prey was. Yunqi ignored the silly little dance nearby and walked to the bedside, looking at the heart-shaped big bed that occupied half of the entire bedroom. Light pink curtains hung down from the ceiling, making the whole atmosphere feel very ambiguous. Yunqi turned to look at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. There was only one bed in the whole room. What were the three of us going to do? Zhu Zhuqing felt quite embarrassed and proposed to sleep on the sofa. However, Yunqi and Xiao Wu naturally disagreed. What kind of situation was this? Xiao Wu had been sleeping with Yunqi for so many years, and she was used to hugging Yunqi to sleep, falling asleep to the familiar scent of Yunqi. But now that Zhu Zhuqing was also there, Xiao Wu hesitated and looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she said to Zhu Zhuqing, "Zhuqing, how about the three of us sleep together? After all, you agreed to be my brother's wife." Upon hearing this, Yunqi secretly gave Xiao Wu a thumbs up, indicating she did a great job. Xiao Wu also saw Yunqi's discreet thumbs up and slightly raised her head with a bit of pride, revealing her white jawline. On the side, Zhu Zhuqing was hesitant and quite shy. Although she agreed to Yunqi, they had not known each other for long. However, Zhu Zhuqing subconsciously wanted to believe in Yunqi, as there was something incredibly alluring about her presence. Zhu Zhuqing looked up at Yunqi with hopeful eyes and sighed deeply. All right. Upon hearing the answer, Xiao Wu cheered, as she didn't want to sleep apart from Yunqi either. However, there was only one room, and it was difficult to decide how to allocate it. As for Yunqi, she wouldn't even mention sleeping on the sofa. Yunqi also stepped forward to hold Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu's hands. "Don't worry. I know you're not used to it right now. I won't do anything to you until you completely accept me." Zhu Zhuqing felt very touched upon hearing this. She knew where her charm lay, and it was commendable for Yunqi, a young man full of vigor, to make such a promise in front of two beautiful women. Xiao Wu, however, looked at Yunqi with a face full of resentment, clearly unable to forget the promise made in their childhood. Now, her first kiss had been taken by her sister Zhu Zhuqing, and the situation was critical. Xiao Wu definitely did not want to accidentally become the second wife that day. Yunqi saw Xiao Wu's thoughts and smiled slightly at her, then winked. Only then did Xiao Wu feel at ease. She was afraid that Yunqi would dislike her figure compared to Zhu Zhuqing and would choose Zhuqing first. Now that she received a definite answer, she jumped and directly pounced onto the heart-shaped bed filled with roses. After all, she had been living rough for many days and was already mentally and physically exhausted. Seeing Xiao Wu's joyful appearance, Zhu Zhuqing and Yunqi also revealed a smile. A spirited girl is always so endearing. Yunqi pulled Zhu Zhuqing to sit on the bed and said seriously, "Zhuqing, since you agreed to be my woman, I won't hide it from you. I will now pass on the cultivation technique to you. You must practice diligently, and tomorrow morning I will teach you a set of unparalleled skills for strengthening your body." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she hurriedly sat cross-legged. At this moment, she was even more eager for strength, not only because of the pressure from the Star Luo Empire, but also from Xiao Wu and Yunqi. She didn't want to fall too far behind Yunqi and the others and become a mere decoration. After all, with a genius like Yunqi, there would definitely be many women by his side in the future. Yunqi looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was sitting cross-legged, and didn't hesitate, just reminding her not to share this cultivation method with anyone. Zhu Zhuqing nodded repeatedly, indicating that she understood. Subsequently, Yunqi taught the Xiantian Gong Ghost Shadow Mist and Purple Extreme Demon Eye to the little cat. Yunqi wasn't being selfish. It was just that others were not very suitable for Zhu Zhuqing, who needed to rapidly increase her strength, and too much information would be overwhelming. With the help of the task panel, Yunqi frequently set himself cultivation tasks, which was why his progress was so swift. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing already immersed in the world of cultivation, Yunqi also sat down to meditate and cultivate with peace of mind. Over the past 6 years, Xiao Wu had teased him quite a bit, mainly because Yunqi's lifestyle habits were particularly stable, much like the janitor at the academy. Although he could converse with anyone, his relationships were merely superficial nods. Moreover, Yunqi was an adult in his previous life. Although his body had shrunk, his mindset had become a bit younger, but the restraint of an adult was still there. Thus, apart from accompanying Xiao Wu, Yunqi spent his time either in class or cultivating, which was also the reason Xiao Wu teased him for aging prematurely. When it came to cultivation, Yunqi never dared to slack off. As long as he wasn't standing at the pinnacle of the continent, he wouldn't allow himself to relax. After all, he was a transmigrator. Who knew what kind of effect this butterfly flapping its wings would have? After casually issuing a cultivation task, although the current bonuses were minimal, it was better than nothing. The pure soul power accelerated under the operation of the Xiantian Gong, and Yunqi's mind continually rehearsed various hypothetical enemies, using different techniques to fight. This was something he thought of while hunting the iron-armored sword dragon, as he hadn't had many practical combat opportunities over the years. The first soul ring was obtained with the help of Uncle Sui, while the second and third were helped by Xiao Wu's brother, Erming, in hunting. Other fighting opportunities were just some reckless soul masters who targeted Xiao Wu, only to be effortlessly dealt with by Yunqi's sword energy. Therefore, the only serious battle was during the hunt for the iron-armored sword dragon. Although Xiao Wu had helped, he was ultimately the one leading the hunt. Yunqi kept recalling the details of the battle, reviewing and learning anew, which made him a worthy teacher. Yunqi had also considered using hidden weapons, but against such a massive creature, they were really not very effective. Tang San's hidden weapons had long been copied by Yunqi from various tasks, and there were quite a few usable hidden weapons, but Yunqi hadn't made any of them, mainly due to lack of time. After Yunqi stole all the hidden weapons from Tang San, there was also no financial support, as Yunqi had taken the money along with him. He needed to come up with a way to send the corpse of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus to Tang San. Chapter 20. Ripples. Yunqi and Zhu Zhuqing had not been cultivating for long when Xiao Wu, feeling a bit greedy, went out to get some late-night snacks. The delicious aroma interrupted the two who were in the midst of their training. However, it wasn't a big deal, as Zhu Zhuqing had also encountered a difficult problem in her cultivation and wanted to ask Yunqi for advice. Yunqi didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pulled Zhu Zhuqing over to Xiao Wu's side and casually grabbed some snacks to start eating. It must be said that the food from Douluo Continent is indeed delicious. In the 6 years with Yunqi, Xiao Wu had transformed from a herbivore into an omnivore, eating everything except rabbits. There was a large table filled with barbecued food, both meat and vegetables. While eating, Yunqi explained things to Zhu Zhuqing, and after his clarification, Zhu Zhuqing felt enlightened. Soon, the three of them finished off the barbecue completely, and as they prepared to sleep, Yunqi noticed that the little cat was still eager to cultivate. So he picked her up and brought Zhu Zhuqing to the bedside. Looking at the puzzled little cat, Yunqi explained that he didn't want to be disliked by her. After such a long and tiring journey, they hadn't had a proper rest. It was better to have a good sleep first, as it would be more effective later. Zhu Zhuqing also understood the principle that haste makes waste. So, she lay down on the bed obediently. Seeing this, Xiao Wu hugged Yunqi, and after he turned off the lights, she shamelessly lay down between the two girls. Holding one in each arm, Zhu Zhuqing shyly squirmed a bit, only to find that Yunqi was quite thick-skinned. Not only did he not let go of her hand, but he held her even tighter. After a while, Zhu Zhuqing felt tired, and Yunqi's large hand indeed gave her a sense of security, so she let it be. As for Xiao Wu, she was no longer concerned about it, and she didn't even mind being in the middle. She had already tightly held onto Yunqi's hand. The next day, in the morning, Zhu Zhuqing woke up early, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Yunqi sleeping with his eyes closed. A wave of sweetness washed over her. She had once fantasized about such a moment, but in the end, it was just a fantasy. However, heaven was not too cruel to her, as it sent a man to save her. Seeing this, the little cat became playful and took a handful of Yunqi's hair, tickling his face. Soon, Yunqi opened his eyes and found the little cat playing a prank on him. Just as he was about to raise his hand, he realized that both of his hands were firmly pinned down by the two girls, and they had gone numb. Yunqi unconsciously moved a bit, which startled the little cat. Zhu Zhuqing also noticed something unusual beneath her body and realized that Yunqi's hands were tightly pressed down. Startled, Zhu Zhuqing quickly sat up, but in the moment that the little cat got up, her clothing was slightly pulled aside, and a fleeting glimpse of scenery caught Yunqi's eye as he activated his purple extreme magic eye to see clearly. It wasn't until Zhu Zhuqing had adjusted her clothes that Yunqi reluctantly closed his purple extreme magic eye, smiling as he asked, "Did you sleep well last night?" Zhu Zhuqing looked at Yunqi's other hand with a strange expression and replied softly, I haven't slept so peacefully in a long time." Yunqi was just about to get up when another soft hand pressed down on him. Yunqi understood what that was, and under Zhu Zhuqing's unusual gaze, he calmly withdrew his hand and helped Xiao Wu cover herself with the blanket. After Yunqi quietly put on her clothes, she looked at her hands and subconsciously sniffed them, secretly comparing them. She thought to herself that the scent from the little cat's side was richer and more robust, while the little rabbit's side had a faint hint of vanilla. However, both sides were equally refreshing. Zhu Zhuqing also noticed Yunqi's little action and couldn't help but hug herself, her face flushing with embarrassment. Accompanied by a shy and annoyed scold, she pulled Yunqi, who was still lost in thought, back to reality. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Yunqi, who seemed to be still savoring the moment, and gritted her teeth in frustration. "Is it good?" Yunqi subconsciously replied, "Okay, it smells good." Looking at the woman about to explode in front of him, Yunqi quickly changed the topic. "Weren't we supposed to teach you an unparalleled skill last night? Come on, I'll teach you now." Zhu Zhuqing was instantly distracted by the name of the unparalleled skill and shyly asked, "Can you really teach me this? Aren't you afraid that I might teach it to others or take it away with me? You won't get anything in return." Yunqi smiled lightly. "I believe you won't do that. Even if you really did, the people you teach won't cultivate as fast as I do. Those who are surpassed by me will be left far behind, until they can't even see my back." Zhu Zhuqing was also quite happy, after all. The feeling of trust and the confident aura radiating from this man was truly dazzling. It made people unable to help but focus their attention on him. "Thank you. Between you and me, there's no need to say thank you." Soon, Yunqi also led Zhu Zhuqing in doing the morning exercises of dancing youth, while correcting Zhu Zhuqing's movements. He took advantage of the situation, making Zhu Zhuqing blush, thinking that Yunqi was doing it for her own good. Of course, Yunqi was indeed doing it for Zhu Zhuqing's benefit, but he didn't miss any chance to take advantage. After all, Yunqi was just an ordinary person. He never claimed to be anything special. During the continuous correction process, the little cat learned quickly. If she didn't hurry, the little cat felt she would almost go soft. So she had to muster all her energy to study. After just a few times, she completely mastered it. Yunqi watched Zhu Zhuqing from the academy with a mix of regret and happiness. Looking at this girl who was working hard for her future, Yunqi also practiced with Zhu Zhuqing for a long time, continuously shouting a strange but rhythmic slogan. 22, 22, 22, 22, 2234. Zhu Zhuqing also asked the same question that Yunqi had when she taught Xiao Wu back then. "What is this strange slogan? Is it a mantra?" Yunqi was also taken aback, then replied, "You can treat this slogan as a mantra. It will help you keep a better rhythm." Zhu Zhuqing, not fully understanding but feeling the intensity, nodded and joined Yunqi in shouting it out. Xiao Wu was also awakened by the noise, casually tidied up her clothes, and joined the exercise team. Before long, Zhu Zhuqing was panting, while Xiao Wu and Yunqi, due to their regular practice, didn't feel tired at all. Yunqi let the two girls continue doing their radio calisthenics, while he stood by and shouted slogans for them, especially during the jumping exercises. Yunqi's voice changed constantly with the rhythm of the two girls. His eyes were also moving up and down continuously. Yunqi didn't admire for too long before calling for a stop, letting everyone change into their outfits to prepare for going out for breakfast and to buy some supplies. Yunqi knew what kind of place Shrek Academy was, a small village with poor conditions, but Yunqi didn't want his two girlfriends to suffer. It's always better to make more preparations. Chapter 21. Fun things. Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, let's go out and buy some things. Have you changed your clothes yet? Yunqi stood outside the door, feeling a bit gloomy as he looked at the tightly closed door, really wanted to open it and see what was going on inside. At that moment, the voices of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing came out at the right time. All right. When the door opened, Yunqi smiled and stretched out his hands, signaling for the two girls to hold them. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances at Yunqi and, feeling a bit exasperated, stepped forward to take his hands as they went downstairs together. I must say, the service and environment at the Rose Hotel are quite excellent. When the three of them went downstairs and out, a waiter was pushing a cart of roses to replace the old ones. Upon inquiry, They learned that the flowers and basic supplies at the Rose Hotel are replaced daily. Yunqi casually asked a waiter and found out that this hotel actually costs 10 gold soul coins per night. Fortunately, it was free for him, otherwise. Even though Yunqi had money, he earned it bit by bit from the task rewards given by Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. After leaving the Rose Hotel, Yunqi took the two girls to have breakfast and asked Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, "What do you want to go play?" Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. She had no particular desire for external things right now, only wanting to become stronger. Meanwhile, Xiao was excitedly tugging at Yunqi's hand. "Bro, let's go buy some new clothes, and then we can buy some daily necessities. How about that?" It seemed like Xiao was worried that Yunqi would disagree, so she also grabbed Zhu Zhuqing's hand and blinked at her, looking adorable. After all, her speed in buying clothes was extremely fast. She usually needed to buy several pieces every week. Back in school, the offerings for the four of them were barely enough. It was only because Yunqi spoiled her. Because the growth of a Soul Master's body is very rapid, Xiao Wu's frequent updates also left her with a pile of clothes she couldn't wear. So Zhu Zhuqing nodded in interest. After all, girls have an inexplicable obsession with new clothes. Yunqi understood this, as women in his previous life were even crazier. Some would spend all their possessions during shopping festivals. After getting Yunqi's approval, Xiao Wu quickly gave him and Zhu Zhuqing a kiss on the cheek, and then dashed towards the clothing store. Once the three of them arrived at the clothing store, they were dazzled by the array of garments on display as soon as they walked in. As for Yunqi, well, everything is fine, but there's one thing. Yunqi also has a hard time making choices. However, every time Xiao Wu buys clothes, she always asks Yunqi to take a look. Then she asks if this piece looks good, and after Yunqi says it looks good, she turns around to pick another one, repeating this process n times. And in the end, she picks the very first one. The people of Yunqi are going to be silly, but who can blame them for their own choices? From that point on, Yunqi's choice paralysis evolved. They realized, what choice to make? Only children make choices. Yunqi chooses to have it all. Watching the cheerful Xiao Wu pulling Zhu Zhuqing's hand, looking left and right, Yunqi also felt bored. Both girls went off to pick clothes, while Yunqi sat comfortably watching the male soul masters nearby, carrying large and small bags. Yunqi instantly recognized that they were kindred spirits. The man next to him was chatting about various topics in the soul master world, from the policies of the spirit hall to which beauties on the continent were the most attractive. Yunqi found it amusing and joined the conversation. During this time, they also heard about Yu Xiaogang's reputation on the continent, and Yunqi couldn't help but be amazed. 6 years, and this matter is still regarded as a classic across the continent. While Yunqi was engrossed in conversation, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu arrived at the section selling women's items. Xiao Wu, looking at the dazzling array of colorful belly bands, rushed straight to the largest size area, clearly overestimating her own dimensions. "Zhuqing, do you think this suits me?" Zhu Zhuqing looked at Xiao Wu holding the largest eyes with a strange expression, not knowing how to persuade her friend. Before Zhu Zhuqing could say anything, a snicker came from nearby. Puffed. Xiao Wu turned her gaze to the girl who was laughing beside her. With short hair and very fair skin, along with exquisite makeup. Although her figure was not as good as Zhu Zhuqing's and even smaller than Xiao Wu's, she had an exceptionally harmonious presence, exuding an ethereal quality. Her blue outfit was also very luxurious, clearly a noble girl. But Xiao Wu was not one to hold back, seeing the girl laughing at her. She couldn't help but glare back in anger. "What's wrong? Can't others laugh?" The girl continued to provoke Xiao Wu. "Don't you know what your figure is like?" Hearing this, Xiao Wu tightened her grip on the clothing and retorted directly, "What do you mean it doesn't suit me? You think it suits you?" Then she disdainfully glanced at the girl's chest and clicked her tongue. The blue-clad girl felt a rush of embarrassment and anger. She had never suffered loss before, and encountering the situation on her first outing was frustrating. Looking at the disdainful gaze, she almost couldn't hold back. After thinking for a moment, she shot a glare at Xiao Wu and angrily left the store. Xiao Wu watched the departing girl and couldn't help but give Zhu Zhuqing a victory sign. "What does she think she is, laughing at me?" As she spoke, her gaze fell on Zhu Zhuqing, and then her eyes dropped, instantly deflating. "Zhuqing, how'd you grow so big?" Zhu Zhuqing, hearing Xiao Wu's words, shyly looked down at herself. I can't see my toes. Actually, being too big isn't good. It really affects my speed, and it might be due to family genetics." Xiao Wu looked at Zhu Zhuqing with envy. "It's the first time I've seen this kind of family inheritance." Zhu Zhuqing, noticing that Xiao Wu was still fixated on this topic, hurriedly said, "Xiao Wu, let's quickly finish buying clothes and leave. Qi Ji must have been waiting for a long time." Xiao Wu nodded thoughtfully. After all, She spent her money as soon as she got it, and Yunqi would have to pay for the clothes. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu quickly pulled Zhu Zhuqing to look for clothes and took whatever fit. Meanwhile, Yunqi was chatting with the guys, and just as the conversation was getting lively, he suddenly noticed that the guys around him had fallen silent, staring foolishly at the checkout counter. Turning around, Yunqi's eyes instantly lit up. Wasn't that Ning Rongrong? With her blue outfit, short hair, and this aura, she resembled the character from the anime he had seen in his previous life. Just as he wanted to step forward to introduce himself, since he still had a task related to Ning Rongrong, before Yunqi could get up, he saw Ning Rongrong cursing as she left the store. Yunqi, seeing the situation, helplessly sat back down, thinking that since he would see them in a day anyway, he gave up on that idea. Before long, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing came to Yunqi, linking their arms with him, making the surrounding brothers envious to the point of turning purple. Their back teeth almost ground to dust. After casually saying goodbye, Yunqi proudly paid and strode out of the store. The brothers who had just been chatting exchanged glances. Damn, he really pulled it off. Chapter 22. Meeting Tang San again in Soto City after leaving, Yunqi recalled the expressions of the brothers he had just chatted with, feeling a sense of refreshment, both physically and mentally, for the first time experiencing the joy of spending money to show off. His steps felt much lighter. The two girls, seeing Yunqi's pace, couldn't help but quicken their steps. After walking for a while, Yunqi turned to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, showing a warm smile. Today, whatever you want to buy, I will buy for you. Xiao Wu jumped with excitement upon hearing this, while Zhu Zhuqing seemed indifferent but still smiled at Yunqi. In fact, boys are quite easy to satisfy. As long as they have some face outside, it's enough. The three of them leisurely walked towards the street outside. Soto City truly lived up to its reputation as the economic city of the Barak Kingdom. Even though it was still morning, the city was bustling with life, showcasing a scene of prosperity. The pace of life in the city was clearly much faster compared to Notting City, resembling the hurried commuters in big cities from his previous life. After passing various clothing stores, they arrive at a place selling snacks and daily necessities. However, it is worth mentioning that the prices in Soto City were several times higher than in Notting City, though the quality was somewhat better. Yunqi understood that in such places with large crowds, various expenses would inevitably follow. Before long, under Xiao Wu's lead, Zhu Zhuqing unconsciously bought many things, while Yunqi was responsible for paying the bills behind them. As they walked, Xiao Wu suddenly pulled Yunqi into a special shop. Yunqi instinctively looked up at the sign hanging outside the shop. It looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it at the moment. Without thinking too much, Yunqi said to the two girls, "Let's go in and take a look." The moment they entered the shop, the three of them were a bit surprised by the energy fluctuations around them, which Yunqi recognized as the special energy emitted by soul guides. Soul guides emit soul power when not bound, resulting in the phenomenon of soul power being released. Once bound, this emission disappears. According to what Yunqi knew, during this time period, the technology for soul guides was nearly lost, and the soul guides available now were mostly passed down from the past, but they were generally unusable, either broken or ineffective. Yunqi also knows who opened this shop, the Dean of Shrek Academy, Flender, who is known as one of the Golden Iron Triangle and is also a sycophant. However, although he is a sycophant, Flender's character is at least decent, just that his values are somewhat different from Yunqi's. Two voices were also heard in the shop. Yunqi listened and found them somewhat familiar. Looking over, he saw a young man in blue clothes with an ordinary appearance and a robust man who looked to be in his 50s. The rocking chair he was lying on creaked with his movements. The two were arguing, and when Yunqi saw the young man in blue, he realized it was a coincidence. It turned out to be the little beggar. Yunqi also pulled Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to come forward and chat. "Tang San, you're here too?" Tang San was also feeling frustrated. Over the years, his and his teacher's funds had mysteriously disappeared. Fortunately, his teacher occasionally received support from the principal of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, which meant that neither master nor disciple had starved. However, because they hadn't been eating well for a long time, Tang San was only about 1.5 meters tall, which made him shorter than Xiao Wu by a head. Over the 6 years, the inexplicable hatred he had towards Yunqi had vanished without a trace under Yunqi's amiable aura. Even when Yunqi pretended to send some inedible food to Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, the master and disciple were deeply moved. Of course, Yunqi wasn't that kind-hearted. Every time food was delivered, Yunqi would always find a way to take advantage of the pair through various tasks. This time, Tang San had come to Suatuwa City, following Yu Xiaogang's suggestion. However, due to his lack of funds, he had been eating cheap rations while walking down the street. he inadvertently discovered that the shop sign was actually made with the emblem of the Spirit Hall. Tang Sen had seen this pattern before on his teacher's Spirit Hall token, and for some reason, he walked into the shop. He then found a crystal the size of a human head. Others might not know, but Tang Sen did. Looking at this crystal filled with impurities, he couldn't help but breathe faster. Even though he lacked money, he had thoughts of stealing it, but he quickly calmed down. This was in the city. He had to ask about the price. Then came the scene that Yunqi witnessed, and Yunqi couldn't help but smile secretly, knowing that Tang San's lack of money was largely caused by him. Tang San looked up at the tall Yunqi and the two beautiful women around him, with a complex expression of disappointment and happiness. Chiga, Xiao Jia, you're here too. In Nodding City, Yunqi was recognized as a big brother figure in the eyes of the students. Tang San couldn't beat Yunqi, and since he didn't have any hidden weapons, after thinking their relationship had improved, he started calling Yunqi brother. Yunqi and Xiao Wu both nodded. Although Xiao Wu really didn't like the short, creepy guy, she still responded to the greeting among classmates. Yunqi also knowingly asked Tang San, are you planning to buy something? I see you discussing the price with the boss here. Tang San nodded. He really didn't have any money left in his pocket, otherwise he wouldn't be haggling. However, every time Tang San tried to negotiate, the boss doubled the original price. Chiga, this boss is too shady. He raises the price on the spot and treats customers like fools. Yunqi looked at the crystal on the table and pretended to be puzzled, saying this thing, the quality is average, too many impurities. It's completely a piece of junk crystal. Before Tang San could explain, Yunqi turned to the cunning-looking Flender in front of him and asked, Boss, how much is this? Flender also looked up at Yunqi and casually replied, not expensive. Just 500 gold soul coins. Little Wu, thinking that Yunqi was going to buy it, hurriedly pulled him back. You're being scammed. Do you know that? Selling a broken crystal for such a high price. I hope your shop goes bankrupt soon. Brother, let's go. Don't pay attention to Tang San and this crook. Yunqi also smiled apologetically at Tang San, then turned around and left with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Yunqi knows that the crystal may seem useless to others, but for Tang San, it is a tangible way to increase his combat power, which is more valuable than anything else. If he had money, he would buy it without hesitation, whether it was 500 or even 1,000. Tang San looked at Yunqi and the others walking away and once again asked, Boss, I only have 10 gold soul coins left. I'm really out of money. These gold soul coins were borrowed from my teacher before I set off. As he spoke, he gently brushed the empty bag from his waist and poured out all the money, counting 10 gold soul coins, 2 silver soul coins, and a few copper soul coins. Flender, on the opposite side, couldn't help but twitch his mouth, looking at this familiar belt and this young man who was practically broke. He asked, Where did you get that belt? Tang San was taken aback, not expecting the shrewd businessman to ask this question. He casually replied, This was given to me by my teacher. Do you know this belt, boss? Flender didn't expect that his old friend would be in such a miserable state after all these years, even borrowing money from his disciple to come Soto City. Seeing that Flender remained silent, Tang San was about to leave, but his gaze kept drifting towards the crystal, and he finally sighed. Flender stood up and blocked Tang San's way, thinking for a moment before slowly speaking. How is your teacher doing? Tang San also stopped and looked at the boss with a puzzled expression. My teacher is fine, but something's happened a few years ago. As he said this, Tang San couldn't help but recall those agonizing hours, trembling all over and turning pale. Flender knew what had happened between his old friend and his disciple a few years ago, and seeing Tang San trembling and looking terrified, he showed a sympathetic expression. He couldn't help but say, Since you're his disciple, just take this crystal. It's not worth much anyway. I got it for a silver soul coin back then. As he spoke, he lay back on the rocking chair, closing his eyes to feign sleep. Tang San gradually recovered from his fear, still feeling apprehensive. But when he heard Flender's words, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. All the hidden weapons he forged over the years had mysteriously disappeared before he could use them, but now that he had left Nodding City, they couldn't possibly continue to vanish. Finally, he had something to ensure his survival in this continent. Tang San picked up the crystal and placed it directly into his 24-bridge bright moon night, then took out 2 silver soul coins and tossed them on the table, thanking the boss before hurriedly leaving, as if afraid Flender would change his mind. It wasn't until Tang San left that Flender opened his eyes, watching Tang San leave. Deep in thought, it seemed that his old friend had finally come to terms with things, but he still needed to waive this kid's tuition. Otherwise, he couldn't afford to go to school. Thinking of this, Flender felt a pang in his heart, and looking at the 2 silver soul coins quietly lying on the table. The pain intensified. After leaving, Tang San casually found a place to stay and began fiddling with his crystal. Bro, why are you dealing with Tang San? Look at how Yu Xiaogang treated you. Tang San is his disciple. Seeing Xiao Wu looking displeased, Yunqi smiled and patted her head. You can't show all your emotions on your face. If you don't like someone, you need to make others let their guard down and then strike decisively. After thinking for a moment, Yunqi added, Tang San still has great use to me. Xiao Wu nodded, somewhat understanding, while Zhu Zhuqing, who was nearby, brightened up. Having grown up in a big family, she naturally learned a thing or two, and she agreed with Yunqi's statement, believing that only such people could survive long in this continent. Time passed quickly. After finishing their shopping, Yunqi and the others casually had a meal and accompanied Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to browse the commercial area for an afternoon before returning to the familiar Rose Hotel. Before returning to Yunqi, a small task was casually issued. Task: in tomorrow's assessment, shift Zhao Wuji's hatred onto Tang San, causing him to intentionally get beaten up. Reward: all the dragon whisker needles owned by Tang San. Accept? Yes or no? Yunqi casually said yes in her heart. Definitely going to claim it, but she didn't expect that she would get what she wanted with just the first task. Yunqi watched Zhu Zhuqing, who couldn't wait to start cultivating as soon as she entered the room, and couldn't help but sigh. Beside her, Xiao Wu had just taken out all the clothes she bought today from the ring in Yunqi's hand, preparing to try them on. However, seeing Zhu Zhuqing so focused on her training, Xiao Wu felt a bit of pressure and soon joined the training team as well. On the other side, Tang San had booked a room in a cheap hotel and took out the crystal he obtained for free, directly summoning his martial soul, the Haotian hammer. After weighing it, he placed the crystal on the ground to stabilize it. Tang San's expression became extremely serious, and in an instant, he operated the Xiantian gong to its peak. He drew power from his calves to his waist and then to his arms, turning his body halfway, and executed the chaotic cloak hammer method. The power of this hammer was maximized, causing the air to explode with a booming noise, striking towards the crystal. Bang! With a loud crash, the entire hotel shook. Although Tang San used shockwave force, it inevitably smashed a large hole in the floor, startling a male soul master who had just checked in below. He was lying comfortably on his bed when suddenly the ceiling disappeared, and a person fell down with it. Tang San was caught off guard and hadn't reacted before he also fell down along with the broken floor. As Tang San fell face down, the male soul master was face up, and by coincidence, their lips ended up touching. The two stared at each other, both clearly stunned and taken aback for quite a while without reacting. Before Tang San could get up, a head peeked through the hole in the ceiling, accompanied by a meaningful voice. Dear guests, excuse me, our little shop cannot withstand such violent actions from you. Please cherish the hotel's facilities while satisfying your own preferences. Tang San was momentarily dumbfounded. He realized that the effect was caused by his hammer strike, but didn't he expect the hotel's quality to be so poor that it could be smashed through so easily? The male soul master trapped below turned red with anger, obviously very agitated and unable to complete his words. This is not. I was just sleeping. And, suddenly, someone fell from the ceiling. The staff member at the hole looked at the excited man, deepening the misunderstanding further, and simply said, All right, gentlemen, please compensate for the hotel facilities. It will be 5 gold soul coins for repairs, plus another 5 gold soul coins for the mental distress of other guests, totaling 10 gold soul coins. Clearly, they did not want to focus on this couple's situation. Tang San reacted upon hearing the money. In this life, he was extremely poor. And although he wasn't wealthy in his previous life, either, he stood up excitedly and shouted towards the hole. It's clearly your room's quality that's too poor. How can you ask us to compensate? The male soul master looked at Tang San with a gloomy gaze and calmly replied, Just to clarify, it's you, not us. I was sleeping just fine, and not only did the loud noise startle me, but you also fell on me. Tang San ignored him, but didn't back down. He continued to argue with the staff and the male soul master. He insisted to the staff that the quality was too poor and told the male soul master that if it wasn't their mutual destruction, why was he in such a hurry? Both were left stunned by this line of reasoning, their scalps tingling, and finally, after the staff called the manager, they negotiated and decided not to report it to the authorities, but each would pay half. Tang San was scared of being poor. Anything that could be reduced was good. However, the male soul master was not pleased. Finally, when Tang San revealed his 3 soul rings, the male soul master was instantly silenced, acknowledging his bad luck as he pulled out 3 gold soul coins along with a pile of silver and copper soul coins from his pocket. After the matter was resolved, Tang San also refused the cleaning request from the staff, quickly using the control crane catching dragon technique. He swept across the hotel room floor, absorbing all the dust and golden particles into his hands. Since the golden particles and dust mixed together, he had no choice but to carefully pick them out, one by one, and put them into his belt. In this way, Tang Xin tirelessly moved between the two rooms, working hard for most of the night, and found over 20,000 golden particles, until the sky began to brighten slightly, under the resentful gaze of the male soul master who hadn't slept all night. Tang Xin picked up the last particle and revealed a smile. This startled the male soul master, causing him to shrink back in his body, perhaps because he had never seen someone so eager to pick up trash. Chapter 24. Shrek. Meanwhile, when Yunqi woke up again from the two soft bodies, the sun had just risen. Yunqi called the two girls who had been cultivating until midnight, did a few sets of youth dances to stretch their muscles, and packed their things, preparing to report to Shrek. After the group had breakfast, they left the hotel, not forgetting to express their gratitude to the manager and casually handed him a few steamed buns. The manager watched Yunqi and the others leave and the buns in his hand, speechless for a long time. Was it true that today, as geniuses were all so strange? Their actions were indeed beyond our understanding. Yunqi was also made uncomfortable by the oddly staring little cat, and couldn't he help but ask, "If you have any questions, just ask. It feels a bit awkward with you staring at me like that." Zhu Zhuqing also chuckled and asked, "Why'd you bring back a few buns to give to that manager?" Yunqi also replied with a smile, "What's there to question? If I want to do it, I just do it. It's the thought that counts, right?" Upon hearing the response, Zhu Zhuqing didn't ask further, just thought to herself that if it weren't for Yunqi's personality, she might not be standing here today. If she wanted to save someone, she would save them. Lost in thought, she couldn't help but smile. Yunqi was captivated by her smile, but the little dance beside her couldn't take it anymore and pinched the soft flesh at his waist and twisted it hard. She thought to herself that her cheap brother was not bad at all, but he was just too lecherous. She wondered how many people would be captivated by him in the future, and the little dance, already low on mental capacity, began to worry again. Yunqi also narrowed his gaze due to the pain, gritting his teeth before exiting Soto City through the southern gate and heading towards Shrek. Along the way, he attracted quite a few glances, as this trio of male and female was deadly. Throughout the journey, Xiao Wu couldn't contain her curiosity and asked Yunqi about Shrek, while Zhu Zhuqing's ears twitched a few times unnaturally beside her. To be honest, Yunqi's knowledge was limited. He only knew that Shrek was located in a small village, and the teachers were soul masters whose edges had been worn down by life, with very poor conditions. After all, everything is based on tangible evidence, and Yunqi wasn't sure if it was the same. Faced with the curiosity of the two, Yunqi simply replied lightly, "Actually, I don't know much either. The initial reason for coming here was just one part. Another part is that the cultivation methods and body tempering techniques we practice are among the best in the entire continent. So we don't care much about the teaching staff. My initial decision was based on intuition, and after meeting Zhu Qing, my thoughts changed. First, we are facing large forces now, and our strength is insufficient, so we need to lie low for a while. Second, Dai Mabai is still alive, so we need to find some fun." Xiao Wu firmly believed in Yunqi's sixth sense and special abilities. Several times at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, she sensed the presence of a tidal Douluo, yet she failed to discover the incarnation of this 100,000-year soul beast. As for Zhu Zhuqing, after Xiao Wu's explanation, she realized that her understanding of this man was just the tip of the iceberg, which she found a bit unbelievable. Xiao Wu initially thought that Yu Xiaogang had said something to him, as their strength was more than enough to attend the Intermediate and Advanced Soul Master Academies, and the conditions there were better than those at the academy in the small kingdom. However, Yunqi chose this place, showing that he had intuition. Xiao Wu trusted Yunqi, as he had brought her too many shocks. After exiting the city, the three continued south along the road. After walking for more than half an hour, the surroundings were nothing but farmland until Xiao Wu, not wanting to walk anymore, pleaded with Yunqi to take her flying. Yunqi then summoned his martial soul, using his third soul skill. A purple halo flickered around him, and a giant sword appeared beneath his feet. Xiao Wu immediately took a running leap onto Yunqi's back, while Zhu Zhuqing stood at the front of the giant sword at Yunqi's gesture, allowing him to hold her slender waist. Yunqi's thoughts stirred, and the giant sword transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. In this world, to fly freely, even a tidal Douluo must reach level 95. Otherwise, they can only hover briefly. Flight, regardless of the world, is fundamentally ingrained in one's genes. Last time, Zhu Zhuqing was eager to find someone and didn't pay much attention. This time, The surge in flying speed also greatly ignited the little cat's inner passion, as she is an agility-type soul master and has an extraordinary desire for speed. Yunqi looked at the little kitten in her arms, whose face was turning red from excitement, and couldn't help but give it a kiss. Seeing this, Xiao Wu directly turned Yunqi's head around and gave the kitten a kiss too, which made her smile. Yunqi also smiled. Every time she looked at this scene, her heart felt warm, a unique warmth, like a drifting child finding hope in a harbor. It at least proved that now and in the future, there would always be someone by her side. The two girls now also compensated for the feelings she had desperately longed for but never possessed in her previous life. With a flash, the sword reached above a small village, and Yunqi used her purple extreme demon eye ability to observe the village below. There were about 100 households, slightly smaller than Shenghun village. The village was surrounded by a wooden fence to guard against wild beasts, and there were quite a few people lined up at the entrance. Seeing the situation in Yunqi, they understood that this was the destination. The controller made the sword descend until it slowly landed on the ground, and only then did the three of them get down. The surrounding crowd, witnessing such a shocking scene, was filled with awe, thinking that Yunqi must be some big figure. After all, in the eyes of low-level soul masters, they had hardly ever seen a soul master who could fly without a flying martial soul. They could only learn about it through hearsay. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing looked around at the simple houses and facilities, filled with confusion. Brother, is this the Shrek Academy? How can it be a village smaller than Holy Soul Village? Yunqi also smiled awkwardly. After all, he had fantasized about it himself. There are quite a few high-ranking soul masters in the academy, so it shouldn't be that poor, right? But reality gave Yunqi a resounding slap in the face. Seeing Yunqi's embarrassed expression, Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh. Brother, it turns out you didn't expect this either. Yunqi could only awkwardly touch her hair without saying anything. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing didn't make fun of Yunqi. Instead, she stepped forward and linked her arm with Yunqi's, coming into contact with the still inwardly cursing Yunqi. After Yunqi recovered, she observed the surrounding group, most of whom were peers of her age, with some parents still accompanying their children, constantly cheering for them. Under Yunqi's scrutiny, an old man approached the three of them. Following the direction of the old man, there was a tattered sign hanging at the village entrance, with a few large characters and an abstract green monster on it. Shrek Academy. Chapter 25. Statements that challenge one's worldview. Even Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but click her tongue. She could endure hardship and had good upbringing, but seeing this scene, she couldn't help but complain to Xiao Wu. Is this really a senior soul master academy? Yunqi ignored their complaints and looked at the old man in front of her. The old man also bent over and performed a bow. May I ask which esteemed person you are? Yunqi looked at the old man, sitting low, with a humble demeanor, and stepped forward to assist him. Responding, I am a new student here at Shrek. The old man's eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. There are very few soul masters capable of flying with a sword, and they are all quite famous. This person in front of him actually claimed to be a new student. Seeing the old man's doubtful gaze, Yunqi directly explained, Senior, my name is Yunqi, and the two beside me are also here to enroll. We can fly with a sword because we obtained a very suitable soul ring. Upon hearing this explanation, the old man slightly regained his composure and became lazy again. Since you are here to enroll, just stand in line over there. Yunqi had no particular opinion, at least not much dislike towards the old man. He was just following orders. After saying this, the three of them walked to the back of the line and chatted idly with the two girls. The registration process was very simple. After paying the fee, they just needed to have their bones checked. Once the first person started, the old man directly pointed to a nearby box. The registration fee was 10 gold soul coins. The boy's parents reluctantly handed over 10 gold soul coins, feeling pained, but the academy was reputed to grant the title of Imperial Viscount upon graduation, which attracted many hopeful parents and children to register. After the boy's parents paid, the old man casually touched the boy's hand and shook his head at him. Age not eligible. Next. Upon hearing this, the boy's parents immediately took out a few more gold soul coins from their pockets and, with smiles, said to the old man, Sir, our child is only 14 this year. Could you please make an exception? The old man shook his head again, his tone still lazy. The academy's rule is to only accept students under 13. Your child is already 14. Not suitable is not suitable. Seeing this, the boy's parents prepared to take back their money from the box. But just as their hands approached the box, the old man struck their hand away. Once registered, fees are non-refundable. The boy's parents, seeing this, directly cursed at the old man in front of them. Trash Shrek, my son is a genius no matter where he goes. You academy can just wake up and rot. Were there not better geniuses than my son, coming to this godforsaken place? Wait for your academy to close down without students, and you still dare to cheat us for the registration fee. Hurry up and refund the money. The old man frowned, clearly hurt by the words of the boy's parents. MBI, someone here is causing trouble. Handle it. Yunchi looked at Daimu in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. The healers in Douluo are quite strong, being able to restore Daimu Bai, who was covered in wounds, in just a few days. Upon hearing the old man's words, Daimu Bai jumped down from the tree, brushed off the dust on his body, and pointed to the family field ahead, saying, I can give you the registration fee, but you have to defeat me first. As he spoke, Daimu Bai didn't hesitate and directly revealed his soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The soul power generated an overwhelming pressure that pressed down on both the boy and his parents. The boy and his parents secretly thought they were unlucky to encounter such a ruthless student. Yunchi also witnessed all of this, and as expected, like a tracks like. Beside him, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were also extremely angry. One was a student and the other a prince, yet they had no courage at all, only bullying the weak. Yunchi quietly comforted the 2 girls. Since we all dislike the people in this academy so much, why don't we play some tricks on them when we have nothing to do? Seeing the mischievous smile on Yunchi's face, Xiao Wu and the little cat seemed to also develop some wicked thoughts, nodding like little chicks pecking at grains. Yunchi looked at the 2 girls in front of him who agreed with his idea and couldn't help but sigh, as his team of tricksters was growing once again. Just as Yunchi and the others were discussing, some members of the team who lacked confidence in their abilities left directly, while others thought that this academy was a scam. The remaining members were mostly young geniuses who were very confident in their own strength. However, after paying the soul coins, those young geniuses were also ruthlessly informed by the old man that they did not pass. They were old enough, but lacked sufficient soul power. The old man looked at the team in front of him and loudly declared, Shrek is a kind of monster, a very strange and rare existence among soul beasts, which is why our academy is called Shrek Academy, also known as the Monster Academy. If you're not a monster-like genius, don't come. Yunchi laughed upon hearing this, as the Shrek kind of soul beasts actually represented the geniuses among soul beasts. Then he turned and quietly asked Xiao Wu, how's the combat power of Shrek among your soul beasts? Is there 100,000-year Shrek? Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at Yunchi and replied without any anger. What do you think a 100,000-year soul beast is? As far as I know, there are only the 3 of us in the Stardew Forest, and you've seen them all. As for Shrek, I haven't paid much attention to them at all. They're just too disgusting, and there are hardly any that are even 10,000 years old in their group. Yunchi understood Xiao Wu's words as well. At this moment, the old man looked around at the crowd, seemingly dissatisfied. Suddenly, he released his entire aura, and a red glow enveloped him. Then, a long staff filled with patterns appeared in his hand, and 6 soul rings shone brightly on his body. The brilliance of the soul rings made Yunchi blink a few times. However, a 6-ring soul master in a place like the Bala Kingdom is indeed among the top tier, and it can certainly show off. The surrounding parents and youths quickly left, not mentioning the registration fee at all. Beside them, Daimu Bai cautiously reminded the old man, Teacher, if we scare away all these big spenders, we'll lose a lot of gold soul coins, and the dean will be angry. The old man was taken aback, retracted his martial soul, and tapped his head with his hand, murmuring to Daimu Bai now, it's not just the gold soul coins. We don't even have any students left. Daimu Bai looked at the old man with pity in his eyes. The old man felt a headache coming on and was thinking about how to solve the issue when he suddenly noticed that there were still 4 people left on the scene. Daimu Bai followed the old man's gaze and was instantly stunned. When Yunchi had just arrived, Daimu Bai happened to be sleeping in a tree and hadn't seen it. By the time Yunchi was in line, he was blocked by the crowd. Yunchi looked at Daimu Bai and smiled at him, showing his teeth. Daimu Bai was all too familiar with this smile. After he got beaten up, Yunchi had taken all his money while laughing. It forced him to seek help for the treatment costs from Xiao Wujia. Now, Daimu Bai couldn't care less about losing face and said to the old man, Teacher, that kid over there not only beat me up, robbed me of my money, but also took away my fiancée. Upon hearing Daimu Bai's words, the old man's eyes brightened. A boy who could beat Daimu Bai to such an extent was definitely not simple. This time he could deliver a report. Before the old man could speak, Xiao Wu jumped out and pointed at Daimu Bai's nose, scolding him. What nonsense! You escaped for your life, abandoned your fiancée, indulged in pleasures, and even pursued twins. After being discovered, you still kept pestering. Hitting you is too mild. If it weren't for Zhu Qing fearing you'd die, You wouldn't even be able to take one move from my brother. Hearing this, Dai Mabai's face turned red and green, clearly flustered. In the meantime, Yunqi gave Xiao Wu a thumbs up, indicating she did a great job. Just as Dai Mabai was about to lose his temper, Yunqi walked in front of Xiao Wu, smiling as he looked at Dai Mabai. Seeing this, Dai Mabai immediately wilted and could only seek help from the old man. Teacher, you have to help me. The old man felt a bit troubled by Dai Mabai's plea. After all, Dai Mabai had been in this academy for some years, and he had some feelings for the student. However, the old man was also unwilling to give up on these newcomers, so he thought of a compromise. Looking at Yunqi and the others, who were watching Dai Mabai, the old man said lightly, "Why don't you turn hostility into friendship? Young man over there, don't think about someone else's fiancé anymore." Upon hearing the old man's words, Dai Mabai's expression brightened, and he looked at Zhu Zhuqing with a lewd gaze. Hearing this, Yunqi's expression also turned cold. Yes, although Yunqi is willing to deceive others, if someone lays their hands on the people around him, Yunqi won't care whether you're a soul emperor or not. Moreover, even if you are a soul emperor, Yunqi is confident that he can fight back. If he really can't win, can't he just escape? He can fly up into the sky. Apart from Flander, there is no one else who can catch him. Are you sure about that? Yunqi also noticed the evil in Dai Mabai's gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing. Originally, he didn't want to mess with people like this, but now he couldn't be blamed for it. Yunqi directly cast the gender identity disorder device onto Dai Mabai, and the malice in his eyes immediately dissipated. The latent, yet unresolved male consciousness was now in fierce conflict with the recently altered consciousness. The old man clearly didn't notice Dai Mabai's change, but Yunqi did. The old man impatiently said, "Young man, what you're doing is a bit taboo. Misfortune will come to you in the future. I'm just kindly reminding you." Yunqi's expression remained unchanged. "I am a stubborn person, and as long as my girlfriend is unwilling, no one can change that." The old man did not expect Yunqi to dare to act this way. Didn't he see his 6 soul rings? Didn't he know he was a soul emperor? Under the admiring gazes of Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, who stood behind, couldn't help but question whether this academy was really worth her time. When the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Although she really disliked the girl in the pink outfit over there, she felt sympathy for the girl in black, especially after hearing about her situation. She couldn't help but step forward and question, "Old man, we are here to register. If you don't let us register, we will just turn around and leave. Are you blocking us here to bully us?" Hearing this, the old man was instantly enraged. His aura bursting forth, and his martial spirit, a long staff, appeared in his hand, with his soul rings shining brightly. "Do you want to die?" Yunqi and the others nodded towards Ning Rongrong, who was speaking up for them, especially Xiao Wu, who shyly smiled at Ning Rongrong. Yunqi looked at the old man in front of him, who was releasing his martial soul, and directly summoned the Moonshadow Sword. He was surrounded by a purple-black aura, and 4 soul rings appeared around him. Xiao Wu also activated her martial soul with 3 soul rings, while Zhu Zhuqing had slightly weaker 2 soul rings. Next to them, Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing Yunqi's soul rings, she immediately released her martial soul, revealing a delicate little tower, 7 layers in total. Beautiful beyond earthly comparison. The old man was stunned to see such a group of talents before him, but having already laid everything bare, he couldn't suddenly say there would be no punishment. There was no way to back down. Just as the atmosphere fell into a stalemate, Yunqi and Xiao Wu were ready to use their martial soul fusion technique, while the 3 of them were operating their Xintian Gong to the utmost limit. What was happening? Fighting at the academy's entrance. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with wings descended from the sky, holding a short blue-clad youth, and slowly landed between the 2 confronting sides. The newcomers were Tang San and Flender. After finishing his dragon whisker needle, Tang San hurried to Shrek Academy, while Flender, flying in the sky, spotted Tang San and realized the kid was going down the wrong path, so he brought him along. However, upon arriving, they found new students confronting their own academy's teachers, so they hid in the sky to observe secretly. Flender thought to himself, "This Dai Mubai really knows how to get into trouble." So many talented students almost got blown away by his words. In fact, this was also Flender's own thought, before seeing Yunqi and the others reveal their soul rings. He had also defended Dai Mubai. When the old man saw Flender arrive, he stepped forward and blinked at him. Flender understood and pretended to say, "Teacher Lee was just putting on a show, testing your views on the strong, to see if you fear power." The old man retracted his martial soul, and his expression turned into a warm smile as he said to Yunqi and the others, "What the dean said is correct. You kids are very good. You do not abandon or give up. Very united. Yunqi and the others also couldn't help but smile. They had never seen someone change their expression so quickly, and today they finally witnessed it. Only Tang San, looking a bit foolish, said to Yunqi, "Brother Qi, I almost believed you guys were about to fight just now. I told you, a place recommended by the teacher can't be like this." Clearly, under the influence of Yunqi's friendly aura, even the slightest action from him was interpreted as kindness by Tang San. Seeing Yunqi remain silent, Flander quickly laughed it off. As he didn't believe that statement himself, he turned to the still conflicted Dai Mabai, walked up and pulled Dai Mabai in front of Yunqi and the others, then turned to Dai Mabai and said, "Mabai, quickly apologize to these junior brothers and sisters. You say you've done so many ridiculous things, yet you still entangle with them. And when you can't win, you complain. How embarrassing." Dai Mabai had now been completely transformed, and his speech unconsciously carried a hint of softness. His gaze was also looking softly at Flander, his eyes misty. "Dean, you've changed. You weren't like this before. You were fierce." As such a soft and affected voice came out, Flander, Li Yusong, Yunqi, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Tang San almost had their jaws drop. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. Yunqi also didn't expect that this thing would be so powerful, completely feminizing a man both in character and spirit. Flander beside him also had veins popping on his forehead, clearly very angry, and directly knocked Dai Mabai unconscious with a slap. "What the heck is this?" Flander, who knocked Dai Mabai out, took a deep breath and smiled at Yunqi and the others. "Young man, now that I've taught Dai Mabai a lesson, you don't need to hold it against him. You've already passed the entrance test. Just pay the registration fee and you can enroll." Yunqi exchanged glances with everyone and nodded towards Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Yunqi would never let them off so easily. How could the anger from being threatened just dissipate like that? Moreover, Tang San's task of being brutally beaten has not yet been completed. Chapter 27. Oscar the Chimpanzee? Yunqi looked at the pretentious Flandra in front of him, and his previously indifferent expression changed to one of warmth. With a forgiving aura, his face was once again filled with a sunny and gentle smile as he smiled slightly at the two of them. "It seems we misunderstood." Li Yusong and Flandra exchanged a glance, feeling a wave of emotion. This is the sunny boy who, even after being treated this way, can still respond to others' expectations with a smile. Li Yusong also stepped forward and grinned. "Old man Li Yusong here hopes you won't mind what just happened, and welcomes you to join Shrek Academy." Yunqi also has a wave of complaints in his heart, not caring about the ghosts. "Just wait and see how I won't make things miserable for you in the future." Although Yunqi was cursing inwardly, his surface demeanor was truly top-notch, showing no signs of flaws, with a smile still on his face. However, Yunqi shook his head. Flander and Li Yusong were quite anxious. If they didn't recruit these talented students, the academy might close down next year, and they wouldn't know where to go to pass the time. They asked in unison, "Why are you shaking your head? Is it because you don't want to join Shrek?" Yunqi shook his head again and said, "We hope to go through the formal process to join the academy. The sense of ceremony cannot be lacking." Flander and Li Yusong finally felt relieved. After all, geniuses are all eccentric, and the conditions are not excessive. However, looking at Dai Mabai lying on the ground like a dead dog, they were also pondering how to assess him. After all, even if Dai Mabai was awake, he couldn't cause any trouble for Yunqi and the others in the final round, and it was necessary to instill a stronger confidence in the academy's strength in these geniuses. Suddenly, Flander had a flash of inspiration. Old Zhao was not idle, so he could let Xiao Wu go easy on them at that time. With this in mind, Flander spoke to Yunqi. "All right, do you all need to pass the test to join?" Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu immediately responded, as it was already agreed upon. Tang San nodded immediately when he saw Xiao Wu agree, and Ning Rongrong, who originally thought of joining directly, couldn't help but feel curious about Yunqi's handsome yet absurd entry test, so she agreed as well. Next, Li Yusong conducted the bone testing for everyone. None of the participants were over 12 years old, which made Flander smile with satisfaction, though Yunqi was over 12. So he would need to think of an excuse to keep him. Strangely, both Tang San and Yunqi did not have their hands tested, but directly had their feet checked. When it came to Ning Rongrong, Flander couldn't help but ask, "Does your family agree to you coming here?" Ning Rongrong directly replied, "Does the academy need to ask others about teaching students?" Flander hesitated for a moment, but agreed with Ning Rongrong's words. After all, establishing a relationship with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be greatly beneficial for Shrek Academy. When it came time to pay the registration fee, Yunqi and the others seemed to deliberately forget about it. Seeing the frustrated expressions on Yu Xiaogang and Flander's faces, Yunqi and the three couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Saving a little money was great. Yunqi also believed that Flander wouldn't say anything. The martial spirit had already been released in front of the Yu Xiaogang, and the soul ring configuration was not better than Yunqi's. Under Flander's lead, they quickly arrived at Shrek Academy, which was previously that village. Along the way, Flander shared the academy's glorious history, which made Yunqi and the others secretly complain. After all those who could join your academy are geniuses. Yet some of these geniuses have been taught to waste their potential by you. However, everyone did not expose this, as they all entered the academy with their own purposes. It was Tang-san who took the initiative to ask Yunqi, "Chiga, what is the deal with that guy named Ma Bai?" Yunqi also glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, then turned to Tang-san. "It's just as you heard," Tang-san said, filled with righteous indignation. "He's really not worth anything. Just wait and see how I deal with him." After saying that, his gaze turned to Xiao Wu, looking at her weakly a few times. However, under Yunqi's watchful eyes, Yunqi did not point it out. Instead, he signaled with his eyes for Xiao Wu and the little cat to hold onto his arm. Under the watchful eyes of Flander, Tang-san, and Ning Rongrong, the two girls also took the initiative to step forward and hold Yunqi's hand, walking side by side. This stimulated Tang-san, who had special feelings for Xiao Wu, quite a bit. On one hand, he was grateful to Yunqi, while on the other hand, he was very jealous of him. The two contradictory feelings kept battling within him, ultimately turning into a sigh. Flander, on the other hand, coughed a couple of times, as if to remind Yunqi to be mindful of his influence. However, Yunqi and the others pretended not to hear and continued doing their own thing. Yunqi kindly asked Flander, "Is the dean's throat not feeling well?" This made Flander quite frustrated. Ignoring Yunqi, he focused on leading the way ahead, while Ning Rongrong, who was walking at the back, had her eyes wandering, not knowing what she was thinking. While Yunqi and the others were talking, they also heard a soft voice calling out, selling sausages, delicious and inexpensive Oscar brand sausages. Come take a look, just 5 copper soul coins each." Seeing this, Ning Rongrong also stepped forward to interject, asking Flander, "Is this also a teacher from your academy?" Yunqi and others also looked in the direction of the sound, where a person pushing a small stall was calling out. With a few people waiting in line nearby, Yunqi exclaimed, "Isn't that Oscar?" Behind the food cart stood a man dressed in simple gray clothes, with messy short hair and a full beard, but he had a pair of peach blossom eyes. He was leering at Ning Rongrong and the other girls, who found it hard to imagine that such a soft voice could come from a middle-aged man. Flinder, looking at the disheveled Oscar, was also filled with anger and waved to summon him over. Oscar hurriedly handed the sausages from the cart to a customer and rushed over. He asked Flinder, "Dean, do you need something from me?" Flinder, exasperated, replied, "Can't you tidy up your appearance a bit? These are your juniors, and you should get to know them." Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu gasped. "This uncle is also a student?" Flinder, seeing the strange looks from everyone, helplessly nodded. "His name is Oscar, and he is your senior." Meanwhile, the leering Oscar was momentarily stunned. After several seconds, he incredulously looked at Ning Rongrong and asked, You actually call me uncle?" Everyone nodded. "What's wrong with being called uncle in this way?" Oscar sighed bitterly. "I'm only 14, I just look older, and my hair is a bit thick." Xiao Wu curled her lip and said to the obviously lecherous Oscar, who was staring at them, "That's not thick hair, it looks like a gorilla." Flinder, seeing Oscar being hit again, felt sorry for him and said, "You go tidy yourself up, I'll take your juniors to Xiao Wu for the assessment." After Flinder finished speaking, everyone ignored the stunned Oscar and prepared to follow him. Chapter 28, Disgusting Soul Skills. Yunqi and others couldn't help but secretly complain, truly worthy of being the Monster Academy. There are really many talents here, all kinds of strange beings. However, Oscar, who was frozen in place, also wanted to salvage his image, at least to redeem himself in front of these girls. He hurriedly called out to the departing crowd, junior brothers and sisters, dean, etc. Everyone turned back to look at Oscar, whose face was covered in a beard and could only see a pair of relatively decent peach blossom eyes. His facial expression was mostly hidden by the dense hair. Flander and Yunqi turned to look at Oscar, signaling him to speak. Oscar looked at the turned-back crowd, his eyes fixed on the 3 girls, and then directly pushed his small stall over. With a flattering expression, Oscar said to the 3 girls, junior sisters, "Would you like a sausage? It can restore soul power and physical strength, and relieve fatigue. It will be very helpful for your upcoming speed test." The crowd did not respond to Oscar immediately. Instead, they looked at the wooden board nailed to the stall, which had 4 big words written on it. Sausage Special Sale. Tang San, seeing that the crowd had no reaction, turned to Flander. Flander, looking at Tang San, said to everyone, Oscar's sausages indeed have great benefits. You can give them a try. However, Yunqi, looking at the lecherous Oscar, furrowed her brows. After all, in the original story, Oscar had not encountered Ning Rongrong yet, and had mostly mingled with Dai Mo Bai and Ma Hongjun, being a playboy who lingered in smoky places, and had not missed teasing the girls who came to sign up, seeing that a few people were tempted to try Oscar's sausages. Yunqi stepped forward and blocked Oscar's way. She said to Oscar, Senior, your name is Oscar, right? I'm Yunqi. I heard that food system soul masters always have a soul spell when making food. I've never seen that before. Looking at Yunqi's expectant eyes. The friendly aura also affected Oscar, but it didn't make him reveal the soul spell. He hesitated instead. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong also spoke up, saying, talking about the soul spell won't kill you. And we should eat something fresh, right? Seeing the 2 girls say this, Oscar was suddenly in a dilemma. He just wanted to use food to restore his image in the eyes of the 3 girls, then tidy up his hair and appear before them again, giving them a sense of contrast. But he didn't expect things to turn out like this, and he couldn't help but look to Flander for help. Flander thought to himself that this was also a way to understand each other, and having Oscar reveal his soul spell earlier was better than being hesitant and afraid to release his soul skills in future battles. With this in mind, Flander directly spoke up, Oscar, show your future teammates what you can do. Oscar was once again petrified, and Yunqi cooperatively said, Yes, Senior Oscar, let's see it. We all want to know, right? Yunqi turned to look at the crowd, and everyone felt a subtle sense of Yunqi being the leader, nodding in agreement. Oscar, watching this scene unfold, felt a chill run down his spine, but he couldn't blame Yunqi. He didn't know why. So he could only muster the courage to extend his right hand, calling out in a lewd and soft voice, I have. A yellow light appeared on Oscar's hand, and 2 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, followed by a sausage that looked exactly like the one from the food stall appearing in his hand. The surroundings fell into a dead silence for a moment. Truly disgusting. How could there be such a repulsive soul spell? What kind of person is this, leering at us just a moment ago, stopping us and wanting us to eat this thing? Even Zhu Zhuqing, who is usually calm and composed, spat in disdain. If she weren't with Yunqi, she might not have cared, but now that she was with Yunqi, her feelings for him only deepened. When Zhu Zhuqing saw Yunqi stop them earlier, she knew this person was up to no good, but she didn't expect Yunqi to not be the troublemaker. It was Oscar who wanted to gross everyone out. Tang San was also taken aback. This statement was too ambiguous, and even he didn't dare to try it, let alone whether it tasted good or not. Just hearing this made it good enough not to vomit or hit someone. Oscar, seeing the growing anger in everyone's eyes, hurriedly explained, I can't help it. Food system soul masters always have a corresponding soul spell that changes the food when using their soul skills. It's not something I want to shout. And the sausages made by the martial soul taste even better when grilled. However, Ning Rongrong couldn't hold back. I've seen quite a few food system soul masters, and none of their soul spells are as lewd as yours. Indeed, soul masters can be lewd, and even their soul spells are unbearable to hear. After venting her frustration at Oscar, Ning Rongrong's mood improved slightly, and the anger of the crowd also diminished a bit. Flander, not expecting things to turn out this way, didn't want to let Yunqi and the others leave the academy over such a trivial matter. He was afraid too. He stepped forward and said, although Oscar's soul spell is hard to say, it is quite useful. Let's not talk about that. I'll take you all to test it first. Flander had just wanted to defend Oscar a bit, but seeing the slight change in everyone's expressions as he brought it up again, he quickly changed the subject. Yunqi looked at Oscar, whose face was ashen, and felt a wave of relief. After all, the feeling of social death, TSK, TSK, TSK. Flander also reminded Oscar, go sell sausages outside the academy. Then he turned around and left with the others, leaving Oscar standing there in a daze, his hair a mess in the wind. Flander gently explained, in our monster academy, having all sorts of martial souls is quite normal, although you all find Oscar's martial soul and soul skills disgusting. He is indeed a unique case in the academy. His martial soul has no offensive capability, but it's considered a top-notch martial soul in the food category. And because of his martial soul, his hair grows extremely fast, and slowly, Oscar has become too lazy to take care of it. Tang San frowned upon seeing this. After all, he had just been thinking about how he wanted to eat himself. Due to often losing his soul coins and not having eaten breakfast before rushing to the academy, He was naturally feeling very hungry now. The sausages on Oscar's stall looked particularly appetizing, but he didn't expect them to be such a disgusting thing. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Flander didn't say much. The more he said, the darker it got. Soon, he led Yunqi and the others to the next checkpoint. During the second and third assessments, the students coming to test couldn't help but speak up. Why don't they have to take the assessment? They could just skip it. The assessment teacher glanced at the discontented boy. If your soul power exceeds level 25, you can also skip the test, and they were brought by the dean. If you have any issues, go find the dean. But let me kindly remind you, the dean is a level 78 soul sage. Hearing this, the boys shrank their necks and didn't dare to speak again. Yunqi and the others also didn't linger and went straight to the back. In fact, Flander was worried that these monsters would break the crystal ball used to test soul power, so he hurriedly urged Yunqi and the others. Chapter 29, Fallacies. Xiao Wu quietly complained to Yunqi. These checkpoints are designed so difficultly. If it weren't for our good talents, these conditions would be enough to filter out 99 of the people. Ning Rongrong also heard Xiao Wu's complaints and asked Flander, Dean, I would like to ask, with such harsh conditions at Shrek Academy, how many academies are there in total? And how many new students enroll each year? Hearing Ning Rongrong's question, Flander smiled wryly and said, Our Shrek Academy has been established for 20 years since I founded it, and we have admitted a total of 42 students. This year, we suddenly got 5 new ones, which is indeed a record. Currently, there are 3 students studying in the academy, 2 of whom you have already met. Yunqi was already aware of this and didn't express much amazement, but aside from Yunqi, Zhu Zhuqing was a bit surprised. Looking at the astonished crowd, Flanders also revealed a wry smile again. In the entire Soul Master world, it seems that only our Shrek Academy has more teachers than students. Moreover, even with you all included, the number of students still cannot match that of the teachers. Ning Rongrong bluntly said, If the academy is like this, it should have closed down a long time ago. Xiao Wu beside her also remarked, I know that the dean usually does shady business in Soto City to earn operational funds for the academy, and the registration fees are just a way to scam others for money to enroll. Flanders had a black line on his forehead. Clearly, his secret was exposed in an instant. Seeing Flanders like this, Yunqi slightly moved to block Xiao Wu. Flanders, upon seeing this, thought for a moment and pretended to sigh dramatically. Actually, we didn't want to do it this way, but to cultivate outstanding students, we have to do this. And to be honest, if it weren't for Dai Mobai's family sponsoring some funds, the academy would have closed down last year. This year, we had no choice but to resort to this tactic, and if you don't come, the academy would also close this year. Tang San and Ning Rongrong believed it. But Yunqi, the little cat, and Xiao Wu clearly didn't. They had already seen through the essence of this academy, and even if it were true, they wouldn't feel any sympathy for it. However, Tang San, while feeling pity, asked Flanders, Dean, why doesn't the academy lower some requirements even though it's about to close? Flanders thought to himself, if it weren't for wanting to show off in front of Lu Erlong, he would have lowered them long ago. But after so many years of pretending, he almost believed it himself. However, Flanders also said with feigned sincerity, better to be strict than to be lenient. And even if Shrek Academy is facing a crisis of closure, we absolutely will not recruit waste. Upon hearing this, Tang Sen couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the teacher did not deceive him. This academy is where I should be. Flanders looked at Tang San, whose mouth was curling upwards, and said again, Moreover, although our academy is not a middle or high-level academy, do you know what the graduation requirements are? The graduation requirement is to be under 20 years old, with soul power exceeding level 40, and reaching the soul master rank. In the past 20 years, the academy has admitted a total of 62 students, but only 14 have actually graduated. Now, among those 14 who left the academy, the most outstanding one is already the youngest elder of the Spirit Hall. Hearing this, Tang San felt a surge of blood boiling inside him, but to Yunqi and the others, it sounded extremely harsh. Without sufficient cultivation resources and a simulated environment, they only recruited geniuses, yet only 14 graduated. They didn't know how they could attribute this achievement to themselves. Why not think of those geniuses who were delayed by them? The more Flanders spoke, the more excited he became, but Yunqi and the others wore expressions as if they were looking at their noses, clearly not wanting to hear such nauseating words. Finally, they arrived. Throughout Flanders' rambling, Yunqi and the others patiently reached an open area, which was clearly much smaller for testing. And there was only a burly middle-aged man sitting on a chair, dozing off. Upon seeing this, Flanders approached to greet him. Lao Zhao, why are you sleeping here? Xiao Wu opened his eyes sleepily, and upon recognizing Flanders, he asked, "Dean, what brings you here?" Flanders, in a good mood, replied, "This year, quite a few good seeds have come. Mabai has some matters, and his ability isn't enough, so you'll be the one to assess them this time." Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and he jumped up from the chair, looking ordinary, not much taller than the 1 meter 50-something Tang San, but his body was incredibly muscular, with his clothes bulging from his muscles. His face also had a fierce look, giving an incredibly strong sense of oppression. "All right, Dean, just in time, I'm getting rusty. Let me show them a thing or two." Flanders smiled upon seeing this, as he knew Xiao Wu's strength, and he couldn't let Yunqi and the others develop a habit of being arrogant, especially since Flanders had inexplicably endured a lot of frustration in just over 10 minutes. Xiao Wu's fierce face also tried hard to squeeze out a somewhat gentle smile, looking at Yunqi and the others as he slowly said, "My name is Xiao Wu, and I will be your collective examiner for the next portion. Since the Dean believes that Dai Mabai isn't capable of measuring your levels, then let me test your true abilities. You five should get to know each other a bit to avoid me bullying the weak." Yunqi and the others exchanged glances and blinked, clearly having discussed it beforehand. They decided to put in minimal effort, letting Tang San take a beating first. As for Ning Rongrong, who was helping Yunqi and the others, she was just a support soul master, so they could simply let her off after adding buffs. Yunqi and the others didn't discuss for long, as most of them already knew the information. They simply introduced themselves to Ning Rongrong, then shared their martial spirits and characteristics, confirmed the battle plan, and came to Xiao Wu's place. Yunqi also gave himself a task. Heavily injure Xiao Wu. Reward: increase the first soul ring's duration by 1,000. Accept, yes or no? Yunqi casually clicked and said. Xiao Wu opened his eyes, which had been pretending to be asleep, and casually said, "The content of your speed test is to hold on for 10 minutes in my hands. As long as one person holds on until the end, you all pass. Of course, there's no need to be clever and try to run out of this open area. You won't be able to get out." Seeing Xiao Wu so confident, Yunqi also smiled and asked, "Teacher Xiao, what if we defeat you?" Xiao Wu looked at this clueless kid, puffing his cheeks and glaring, clearly amused by the question. "If you defeat me, I will grant you one request, but it must be a request that you all agree on." Saying this, Xiao Wu took out an incense stick, casually tossed it, and it landed directly in a nearby open space. Chapter 30, Fierce Battle with Xiao Wu. Yunqi certainly knows that Xiao Wao is incredibly powerful, a 76th level battle soul saint, and possesses a beast martial soul, making his strength second only to Flender. This battle is extremely difficult, but Yunqi has Tang San to draw the fire, and when the time comes, he can set him up again. Utilizing the martial soul fusion technique, it might not be impossible to seriously injure Xiao Wao. Ning Rongrong also recalled Xiao Wao's name. After all, he is someone who can counterattack even under the siege of the Spirit Hall, so his strength is not weak. Ning Rongrong immediately told the unaware crowd, Xiao Wao is a wanted criminal by the Spirit Hall and is extremely powerful. According to estimates, he is at least a 70th level soul saint now. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, everyone looked at each other in disbelief and asked, "Is it true?" Ning Rongrong responded with a gentle smile. If there is no one else in the world so similarly pursued by the Spirit Hall as Xiao Wao, it should be correct. Yunqi also opened his mouth at the right moment. "Don't worry, our speed test is not a matter of life and death. It's just a simple exam. Besides, we only need to hold on for 10 minutes. That said, Yunqi still felt some subtle pressure, but it was much better compared to others. Although Yunqi was born in Saint Soul Village, which Grandpa Jack had mentioned, now facing it, he thought about how to heavily injure Xiao Wu, and it had to be before Xiao Wu activated his martial soul true form. He could only use the kite tactic and then strike to defeat him. Ningrongrong, seeing this, also stuck out her cute tongue and said to everyone, "You all have to protect me, okay?" Yunqi and the others nodded, then turned to everyone and said, "Let's go." After all, they had done everything they could. Apart from coordinating with Xiao Wu, Yunqi had no prior experience with the others, and whether they could achieve a perfect team battle was still uncertain. However, Yunqi still had to trap Tang San, which was not an easy task. "Teacher Xiao, we can start." Seeing this, Flanders slowly stepped back to the side to watch the match, observing this test with a significant disparity in strength. Xiao Wu casually twisted his neck and stretched his muscles, producing a series of loud cracks, as if a sleeping beast had opened its eyes. Xiao Wuji also directly ignited the incense not far away with his soul power. The battle was about to begin. Ning Rongrong, seeing this, immediately summoned her martial soul, and her skirt fluttered with the surge of soul power. After spinning in place, a dazzling array of colorful light burst forth from her body, quickly concentrating in her right hand, and a beautifully crafted, colorful, small tower appeared. The 7 treasures are renowned, one of which is strength. After her martial soul appeared, Ning Rongrong revealed a calm smile and directed her attention to the 4 people, transforming into 4 beams of colorful light that enveloped Yunqi and the others under the support of her yellow soul ring. Yunqi has also witnessed the existence of this so-called the number 1 auxiliary martial soul in the continent. The moment the light made contact with his body, a warm power spread through his limbs, and strength instantly filled his entire being, as if his soul power was boiling. Xiao Wujia looked at Ning Rongrong in a daze, surprised that people from the 7 treasure glazed tile school had arrived. Before everyone could savor the feeling of empowerment, Ning Rongrong spoke again. The 7 treasures are famous. The second is speed. Just like before, 4 beams of colorful light floated in, this time enhancing speed, making the body feel light and unburdened, as if shackles had been removed. Even Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but exclaim, the 7 treasure glazed tile tower truly lives up to its reputation. After all, the 7 treasure glazed tile school has basically no presence in the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Seeing this, Xiao Wujia couldn't hold back anymore. He directly activated his martial soul, adopting a half-squat posture, and his callous claws slammed down onto the ground. Seeing the situation, Yunqi couldn't help but feel uneasy. He directly activated the 3rd soul ring of the Moonshadow Sword, took to the skies while pulling the 3 girls who had fallen to the ground, leaving Tang San on the ground. However, Tang San reacted quickly, jumping up before the immense force arrived, mitigating Xiao Wujia's attack. Everyone saw Xiao Wujia unleash his ultimate move and hurriedly summoned their martial souls to complete the possession. Xiao Wujia looked at the 4 in the sky with a cunning smile, secretly thinking, the sword can't hold 5 people. That short one is still on the ground. I'll deal with him first, then bring you down. Yunqi certainly knows Zhao Waoqi's thoughts, but he is not in a hurry. Tang San is also dumbfounded, wondering how he suddenly has to face this soul sage alone. However, Tang San is not the kind of person who passively takes hits. He simply shouted to Yunqi and the others in the sky, Chiga, you guys provide support from a distance. I'll hold him off. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated Ghost Shadow Misty Steps and Purple Extreme Demon Eyes and charged forward. Even Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but exclaim, this short guy is really a good person. In fact, Yunqi admired Tang San's battle awareness. Attacking is the best defense, and the purpose of this mission is to buy time. So flying up in the sky is undoubtedly the best choice. Zhao Waoqi saw his first probing attack miss and didn't mind much. He looked at Tang San, who dared to charge at him alone, and couldn't help but smile slightly. He pretended to be casual, standing with his hands behind his back, as if inviting Tang San to attack. Seeing this scene, Tang San's soul rings flickered and the thorny vines directly wrapped around Zhao Waoqi, while his second soul skill, Parasite, was quietly unleashed. Yunqi also released his first soul skill quite impressively, but the soul power output was not maximized. Only a few strange sword energies appeared, and the moment they entwined around Zhao Waoqi, they directly severed the vines and struck Zhao Waoqi. Xiao Waoqi looked at the vines that he originally wanted to struggle against, as he felt that the posture he was bound in was indeed unseemly, and it also had a certain paralyzing effect, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Now that the vines were broken, he looked at Tang San not far away and smiled slyly. With a distance of 7 or 8 meters, Zhao Waoqi reached Tang San's side in a single leap. Tang San was also taken aback when he saw that the vines were gone. He activated his Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track to its utmost, but under the pressure of soul power and momentum, his speed ultimately fell short, and he was directly punched in the stomach by Zhao Waoqi. In that instant, Tang San felt as if his internal organs were about to shift, and a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. Clearly, he was not feeling well. Seeing this, Yunqi and others also descended with their swords, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing jumped down and landed on the ground to support Tang San. They clearly understood that if Tang San were to lose his combat ability, they would be the next targets in the sky. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu did not believe that Xiao Wujia, a soul saint, had no means to attack the air. However, Tang San obviously thought differently. Looking at the girl he had been thinking about since he was 6 years old, he couldn't help but feel moved. He directly let the parasitic seeds that had been hidden on Xiao Wujia sprout and grow, binding Xiao Wujia tightly once again in an instant. After exchanging glances, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing confirmed their course of action. Xiao Wu jumped and stepped directly on Xiao Wujia's head, pinching it with her ankle, while Zhu Zhuqing swiftly performed a nether-piercing strike to appear in front of Xiao Wujia, launching a series of attacks on his eyes with her nether hunter claws. Xiao Wujia did not dare to be careless, and immediately unleashed his soul power to protect his eyes. Seeing that it had little effect, Zhu Zhuqing quickly retreated. After Xiao Wu noticed Zhu Zhuqing's retreat, she exerted force with her ankle and heavily slammed the already bound Xiao Wujia to the ground, raising a cloud of thick smoke. Clearly, under Ning Rongrong's support, Xiao Wu demonstrated strength far beyond her own level. Just as Xiao Wu landed gracefully after a spin in midair, Xiao Wujia broke free from the vines and sneered, "You guys are really something." Chapter 31, Breathtaking Operations. It was evident that Xiao Wujia was filled with anger. The unfortunate binding was truly disgusting. As Xiao Wujia's words fell, his expression darkened, and his body suddenly expanded. The already terrifying muscles grew even larger, and his height, which was originally similar to Tang San's, increased by more than a meter. 7 soul rings suddenly appeared beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, each soul ring attaching itself to Xiao Wujia's body. Yunqi's expression became much more serious. Xiao Wujia could no longer afford to play around. Zhu Zhuqing, seeing such a good opportunity, directly unleashed a ghostly claw, but this time all her attacks were ineffective, even producing exaggerated clanging sounds. It was evident that facing this powerful martial soul, the great strength diamond bear, which combined defense and power, Zhu Zhuqing's attacks were like trying to scratch at iron. As Yunqi saw Xiao Wujia about to make a move on Zhu Zhuqing, he hurriedly swung his sword, and a series of shadowy sword energies attached to his second soul skill vanished from everyone's sight, only to reappear, targeting Xiao Wujia's eyes. Xiao Wujia had no choice but to defend quickly. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing directly vanished beside Xiao Wujia, leaving behind a faint illusion, and once again went into hiding. Xiao Wujia furiously cursed, "You little brat, all you know how to do is aim for the eyes." Xiao Wu, watching Zhu Zhuqing's fading shadow, didn't dare to confront Xiao Wujia head-on and quickly dodged behind Tang San. Tang San thought Xiao Wu was seeking his protection and unleashed several vines. But this time he clearly underestimated Xiao Wujia's anger. Having been beaten for so long, he urgently needed a target to vent his fury, and now Tang San, who was attacking, became his new target. The blue-silver grass was broken again, and Tang San's face turned extremely pale, but he didn't freeze. In an instant, he activated his ghostly shadow and rushed towards Xiao Wujia. Thick vines appeared under Xiao Wujia's feet, momentarily blocking him, while Yunqi, flying in the air, unleashed 2 sword energies carrying his second soul skill, aiming straight for Xiao Wujia's ears and neck. As Tang San saw Xiao Wujia bound, he stepped forward with all his strength to deliver a punch, but noticing a sword energy at Xiao Wujia's neck, he quickly raised his fist to strike. Xiao Wujia had grown a full meter taller now, and Tang San's punch landed right on Xiao Wujia's little brother. Although Xiao Wujia didn't break his defense, his eyes instantly turned red as he fixed a deadly glare at Tang San. Even though Yunqi's sword energy hurt and left small cuts on Xiao Wujia's body, it was still normal combat, but this little brat in front of him was directly targeting his brother. How insidious. He had almost compromised his integrity by letting this go. Tang San, instinctively launching a small combo, transformed his punch into a palm, grabbing from the back and activating the crane control and dragon capture. At the moment Xiao Wujia was taken aback, a pulling force erupted from his palm. Xiao Wujia was furious. This brat was trying to uproot him. After freeing himself from the vines, he delivered a heavy punch that landed squarely on Tang San's face. Tang San's head was struck back as if hammered, and his nose was flattened, blood pouring out uncontrollably. Meanwhile, everyone keeping an eye on Xiao Wujia couldn't help but cover their lower parts. Even the girls were gasping in shock. Yunqi also felt a chill, thinking that he hadn't intentionally set up Tang San. So why did Tang San provoke this fierce man himself? He couldn't help but murmur, "What a warrior." Seeing Tang San lying down, Xiao Wujia didn't hold back either. instead stepping forward to continue the fight, beating Tang San's face until it was swollen, looking like a pig's head. Yunqi was also embarrassed to continue hiding his talents. The black soul rings on his body were shining, and the moon shadow sword continuously conjured phantoms. In the blink of an eye, countless sword shadows appeared above Xiao Wuji. Looking at the hair-raising sword shadows, Xiao Wuji couldn't help but exclaim as he glanced at Yunqi, who was flying far away. "You're the only freak here." Xiao Wuji didn't dare to take it head-on, as he already had numerous wounds from the sword chi striking him earlier. His soul ring shone, and his body was enveloped in a layer of golden light. With a roar, he activated his first soul skill, Immovable King Body. The sword chi came as expected, bombarding Xiao Wuji like raindrops. However, it was clear that Xiao Wuji was overestimating himself. This fourth soul skill, with a penetrating effect, could be blocked by a defensive soul skill, although it had been weakened layer by layer. The force still pierced Xiao Wuji's skin with the enhancement from Ning Rongrong. Standing behind Yunqi, Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. She had been watching Xiao Wuji remain unscathed from everyone else's attacks from above, but he couldn't withstand Yunqi's every sword chi. The fourth soul ring this time was even more shockingly black. Perhaps even the continent's #1 genius, in her father's words, should be reassessed. Soon, the wave of sword shadows ended. Xiao Wuji, standing in place like a target, was completely covered in red, turning into a bloodied figure, with not a single part of his skin intact. However, Yunqi knew that the damage caused to Xiao Wuji was still far from enough. Clearly, Yunqi guessed that as he finished the sword chi, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were also delighted and rushed forward to deliver the finishing blow. But they were directly bounced away by a burst of golden light. Yunqi quickly used his sword to catch the two girls, while Xiao Wuji's was wiping the blood from his eyes. Seeing that the two girls were seriously injured, Yunqi's gaze turned sharp as he stared at Xiao Wuji's. Although he knew that injuries in battle were unavoidable, Yunqi couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Despite being a bit of a scoundrel, Yunqi cherished the feelings he had for the two girls deeply. Before Yunqi could take action, Tang San, who had been lying down, took advantage of the distraction and directly pulled out a dozen dragon whisker needles, using his Xiantian skill and concealed weapon techniques to launch them at Xiao Wuji's. The needles targeted Xiao Wuji's eyes, neck, heart, ankles, lower abdomen, and his brother. The dragon whisker needles whistled through the air and pierced straight into Xiao Wuji's body. The immovable Ming King body on Xiao Wuji's did not block Tang San's hidden weapons. The moment Xiao Wuji's turned to look at Tang San, an intense pain shot through his body. The other areas were manageable, but Xiao Wuji's brother couldn't withstand such pain and let out a wail, his body convulsing in agony. "You little bastard!" Xiao Wuji's fifth spirit ring glowed, and the deep black spirit ring suddenly lit up, the intense wailing echoing throughout Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, Tang San, whose bleeding nose had just stopped, was once again pressed by gravity, causing him to spit out blood. It wasn't over yet. His internal organs, affected by the heavy punch, were trembling continuously, and he was being pushed towards Xiao Wuji's under pressure. Seeing Xiao Wuji's in pain, as if he had lost everything, Tang San quickly cried out for help. "Chiga, save me." At this moment, Yunqi was shocked by Tang San's reckless actions, feeling his scalp tingle. Was at a place where one could throw concealed weapons. However, hearing Tang San's plea for help, Yunqi couldn't just sit back and watch any longer, especially since Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had both been injured by Xiao Wuji's. Yunqi also looked down at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing and asked softly, "Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, how are you?" Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing shook their heads to indicate that they were fine, having never experienced such a big loss before. Xiao Wu said to Yunqi, "Brother, let's use that move." Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu with concern. "Can your body handle it?" Clearly, the martial soul fusion technique has a certain burden on both soul power and the body. On the side, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong looked puzzled, but neither Yunqi nor Xiao Wu offered an explanation. Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu and nodded firmly, no longer hesitating. Chapter 32. Both fall down. Suddenly, Xiao Wu transformed into a pink soft glow and directly attached herself to Yunqi. In the blink of an eye, a pair of furry rabbit ears sprouted from Yunqi's head, and her entire demeanor instantly became enchanting. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but touch the transformed Yunqi. Looking infatuated, even Zhu Zhuqing was captivated by Yunqi's charm, let alone Ning Rongrong. Yunqi felt the immense power in his body, yet there was nowhere to release it. The situation needed to be resolved quickly, otherwise, his soul power would definitely not hold out. Tang San was also brought to Xiao Wuji's side by the pressure. He saw Xiao Wujie stomp heavily, instantly knocking Tang San unconscious, but ultimately he still held back his strength. Otherwise, Tang San would have been finished in an instant. Yunqi also descended from Yujian, his legs suddenly bulging. With a leap, he swung his sword downward, the blade emanating a faint cold light. Xiao Wujie, watching these two who could still use the martial soul fusion technique, gritted his teeth to suppress the pain, transforming his hands into bear paws and directly slapping towards Yunqi. Yunqi couldn't help but retract his downward strike. With a quick turn, he dodged Xiao Wujie's powerful Vajra palm, using the ghost shadow mysterious steps to create distance again. However, Xiao Wujie would not let Yunqi escape so easily. Speed was not his advantage, but he could slow down others, drawing them into his territory. Yunqi also knew about Xiao Wuqi's soul skill. He saw that Yunqi, like Tang San, fell into the enhancement and compression of gravity again. Watching Xiao Wuqi getting closer, Yunqi didn't think much and directly flew with his sword, trying to create some distance first. Xiao Wuqi's gaze turned cold, and the third soul ring on his body shone brightly, making Yunqi feel uneasy. He hurriedly increased the height of his sword. However, Xiao Wuqi was not so easily deterred from chasing Yunqi. Under the influence of the third soul ring, he crouched down and jumped, sending waves of air rippling on the ground, chasing Yunqi like a cannonball. Yunqi looked at Xiao Wujie, who had suddenly appeared before him, and continued to swing his sword energy to block Xiao Wujie's jumping height. However, no matter how many wounds Yunqi's sword energy inflicted on Xiao Wujie, he remained cold-eyed. In Xiao Wujie's view, both Yunqi and Tang San were just small characters, one specializing in annoying tactics, and the other directly unleashing sword energy from the sky like a fly. Seeing that his sword energy could not stop Xiao Wujie, Yunqi felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Indeed, the gap in soul power was too great. Just when Yunqi was about to give up, a green light entered his body. It was Ning Rongrong's soul skill. Yunqi felt his body become light again and jumped up directly from his sword, while Xiao Wujie was momentarily stunned, lacking the momentum to reach Yunqi. Looking at the distance of 30 to 40 meters above the ground, Xiao Wujie felt his body slowing down continuously until it finally stopped. As a seasoned fighter, seeing that he couldn't hit Yunqi, Xiao Wujie directly unleashed his sixth soul skill. The deep black soul ring revealed a tremendous aura, and soul power energy continuously gathered in Xiao Wujie's mouth. Yunqi felt a surge of anger, thinking, "Is this something you can't handle?" But despite the frustration, Yunqi's actions did not stop. First, he wrapped himself in soul power. Then he bent the rabbit ears of his martial soul and pressed them tightly against his own ears. The sword also reappeared beneath Yunqi's feet, as both he and Xiao Wujie were now in the air. Watching the moment Xiao Wujie's soul rings flashed, Yunqi completed the above actions and spoke to Xiao Wu in his heart. "Xiao Wu, can your soul power hold up for one last attack?" Xiao Wu's gentle and weak voice reached Yunqi. "Brother, just go for it. Teach this bear blind a good lesson." Yunqi's eyes became sharp, and the external soul bone on his back detached, forming a series of swords that created a sword formation to seal off the area around Xiao Wujie, prohibiting his soul power. When Yunqi obtained the external soul bone, he understood its skill, which could block the soul power of the target soul master. Depending on the target's level, if the soul master's level exceeded Yunqi's, the blocking ability would gradually decrease. However, if Yunqi's level exceeded that of the target, he could completely seal it, rendering the target a normal person. Xiao Wujie's situation, where he could be affected by 20 to 30%, was already considered extraordinary. As the sword formation took shape, Yunqi initiated his spirit fusion technique with Xiao Wu. He raised his long sword high with both hands, and his martial spirit transformed into a massive black-purple sword shadow. With a powerful swing, dozens of meters of sword light rushed toward Xiao Wujie. Under the influence of the sword light, both Yunqi and Xiao Wujie appeared incredibly small. The sword energy radiated light that dazzled everyone watching from outside the arena. Xiao Wujie sensed the lethal danger, but the effect of the sword formation and the fully charged Golden King roar prevented him from using his martial spirit's true form in time. As the sword light approached, Xiao Wujie dared not be careless. He unleashed a massive sound wave of energy from his mouth, but after using it, he could only activate his first soul skill. With no time left, the two energies did not collide in the air, but instead struck each other as figures. At the moment the sound wave hit, Yunqi felt as if his internal organs were trembling. The spirit fusion was instantly broken, and both Xiao Wu and Yunqi coughed up blood, plummeting down. Flinder, seeing that Yunqi and Xiao Wu were about to fall, hurriedly spread his wings and caught them just before they hit the ground. Of course, Xiao Wujing's condition was not good either. His already injured body had a straight sword wound from his chest to his face, tearing through his flesh. The sword energy drilled into Xiao Wujing's body, wreaking havoc, and coupled with Tang San's hidden weapon, the dragon whisker needle, which kept coiling, Xiao Wujing finally could not suppress the pain. Tears streamed from Xiao Wujing's eyes, and his back smashed into the ground, creating a human-shaped pit, with a fissure of sword energy extending for dozens of meters. Xiao Wujing's cries of agony echoed, drawing the villagers' attention, as they had thought something had gone wrong due to the loud noise. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong hurriedly took the two from Flinder's hands and angrily questioned him. Was such a test necessary? Why send a soul sage and not stop them? Flinder had no words to express his frustrations, initially amazed by the talents of the students. He thought he could intervene in time and trusted Xiao Wujing's rationality to prevent a genius from falling or being injured. However, Flinder did not expect Yunqi's final spirit fusion skill to be so terrifying. It was so frightening that even Flinder, a speed-type soul sage, dared not intervene. So, faced with the two women's accusations, Flinder remained silent, quickly using his soul power to check Yunqi's injuries. He found that it was merely the internal shock from the sound wave and nothing serious. The same applied to Xiao Wu, which relieved him. Things had almost gone awry. Seeing Flinder nod, indicating that both were fine, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong felt a lot more at ease. Soon, the arena was filled with people. Upon seeing Flinder, they hurriedly approached him, asking, "Dean, has the Academy encountered any external enemies? Why has the arena been destroyed like this? Didn't 5 children come for the 4th round? Where is Xiao Wujing?" Flinder looked at the questioning teachers and forced a bitter smile. Facing their barrage of questions, he felt a headache coming on. Chapter 33. The Remaining Xiao Wujing. Just as Flinder was about to speak, the teachers heard the cries from the pit and prepared for battle, cautiously approaching to investigate. Oh no! Not realizing what they were about to see, they were startled when they looked in, exclaiming in shock, "What on earth is this?" Flinder stepped forward to explain, "This is Xiao Wujing, and as for why he looks like this..." Flinder awkwardly pointed at Yunqi. "Dean, are you saying old Xiao was beaten up by this kid?" Flinder nodded helplessly. Some teachers who had never seen Yunqi were filled with astonishment and doubt. Flinder knew what they were thinking, but it wasn't something that could be explained in a few sentences. He simply urged everyone to quickly lift Xiao Wujing out and provide treatment. The teachers finally reacted. Watching the busy crowd, Flinder managed a slight smile and said to the conscious Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, "Welcome to Shrek Academy." Noticing that Zhu Zhuqing did not respond and Ning Rongrong did not immediately express her stance, as she had come to Shrek for fun but was completely captivated by the mysterious Yunqi, she chose not to answer Flinder. After a moment, Zhu Zhuqing slightly bowed to Flinder and said, "Dean, may I wait for Yunqi and the others to wake up before responding?" Flinder had anticipated this response but felt somewhat displeased, though he did not voice it and merely nodded lightly. "Then please rest here until they wake up. Teacher Xiao has held back. They're not seriously injured, just lost consciousness from the impact, and should wake up shortly." Zhu Zhuqing also checked Yunqi and Xiao Wu with her soul power when she took them, finding mainly that their soul power was exhausted and that external force caused their fainting. However, they still needed some recovery due to injuries. So Zhu Zhuqing nodded and asked Ning Rongrong to help Xiao Wu to a vacant house in the village to rest. Flinder watched the 4 leave and then looked at Tang San lying nearby, his expression becoming quite strange as he could not help but complain inwardly. Looking at the seemingly honest young man, why did he resort to such underhanded tactics? Flinder reminisced about his old friend and the legendary stories that had swept the continent in recent years, glancing at Tang San with a hint of pity in his eyes. This kid might have encountered some psychological trauma when obtaining his first soul ring. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so intent on digging traps for his brothers. After settling Tang San, Flinder also left. Meanwhile, Oscar, who had just arrived, inquired with those in the know and learned the cause of the giant pit and Xiao Wujing's cries. Cold sweat began to flow down his back. Fortunately, the familiarity of that junior prevented Oscar from exploding in anger. If he had confronted that junior, he might have been beaten badly. On Xiao Wujing's side, some teachers felt helpless after treating him. While the external injuries could be treated, they were stumped on how to remove the sword energy and the lumps in his flesh, feeling quite troubled. This matter soon alerted Flinder. Seeing Xiao Wujing in such pain, picked him up, and flew toward the city. Since San was still unconscious, Flinder had no idea if San could extract the sword energy, as no one would have expected San to have the ability to suck out the coiled flesh inside. Upon arriving in Soto City, Flinder contacted a healing soul master, who quickly cleared the sword energy, but after probing Xiao Wujing's body with soul power, he couldn't help but frown. Xiao Wujia gritted his teeth and asked, trembling with pain, "Doctor, hurry, help me, get those things out." The doctor looked at the agonized Xiao Wujia and couldn't help but ask, "Who did you offend? These things are so vicious. I don't even know what they are, and I can't take them out completely." Xiao Wujia and Flander were both anxious. "Isn't there any way to treat this?" The doctor sighed. "There's a way, but these things are spread throughout your vital areas, and to remove them, I'll have to dig into your flesh. However, I can use soul skills to stop the bleeding as I remove each one. But I can't help you with the lost flesh." Before Xiao Wujia could speak, the doctor continued, "And you need to make a decision quickly because these tiny needles are continuously curling up. If we wait any longer, they might become completely useless." Hearing this, Xiao Wujia quickly asked, "Is there anyone else in the city who can treat me?" The doctor shook his head at Xiao Wujia's hopeful gaze, and Xiao Wujia roared through gritted teeth, "You little bastard. Why didn't I just kill him right away?" Flander hurriedly tried to calm Xiao Wujia, thinking that if he killed him, it wouldn't be easy for him to explain. "Old Xiao, calm down. Let's ask the doctor if there are any other methods." The doctor knew that those things were extremely important for men. They could be avoided, but they couldn't be absent. Under the expectant gaze of the two, he gritted his teeth and nodded, "There is another way, but it will harm my body quite a bit, and you'll have to pay more." Hearing this, Xiao Wujia's eyes lit up, and he gestured to Flander. Flander, trembling in fear, took out a small cloth bag from the soul tool and handed it to the doctor, who shook his head. Flander then nervously pulled out a slightly larger bag, and after the doctor shook his head again, Flander took out 6 bags, then collapsed on the ground, his eyes vacant, as if he were dead. The doctor, having received the money, said to Xiao Wujia, "Digging into the flesh is unavoidable, but I can help you transfer the pain using soul skills." Seeing Flander's hopeless expression and the doctor's assurance that he could only save half, Xiao Wujia's murky eyes filled with tears. He vowed that he had never felt so wronged in his life. Even when facing the siege of 16 soul emperors from the spirit hall, he had escaped with his life. But now, looking at the gleaming knife in the doctor's hand, Xiao Wujia silently closed his eyes. The doctor, seeing that Xiao Wujia seemed ready, released his martial soul. Under the effect of the soul skills, Xiao Wujia quickly lost consciousness. Unable to move, only vaguely feeling the doctor moving the knife over his body. Flander, seeing this, hurriedly assisted the doctor, wiping sweat and handing him the knife, fearing that one mistake would ruin him for life. While Flander was terrified, Xiao Wujia, having released his soul power defense, quickly fell asleep under the influence of the doctor's soul skills, until Xiao Wujia woke up from his daze again, feeling that his weight had decreased significantly. Fortunately, other vital areas had high defenses, and only a little bit of flesh had been cut, which didn't have much impact. With the physique of a soul sage, he would recover quickly, but in an instant he seemed to feel something. The over 50-year-old Xiao Wujia could no longer hold back his tears. He cried out loud. Outside, Flander sighed and rubbed his head. Chapter 34. Ning Rongrong's Little Thoughts. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yunqi, Xiao was brought into the house to rest by Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the unconscious man with eyes full of concern. Ning Rongrong, seeing all of this, couldn't help but curiously say, "Your name is Zhu Zhuqing, right? Let's get to know each other again. I'm Ning Rongrong." Zhu Zhuqing turned her gaze to Ning Rongrong, nodded slightly, and slowly said, "Yes, thank you for your earlier chivalry." Ning Rongrong opened her hands, indicating it was no big deal, and then curiously asked Zhu Zhuqing, "Why are the 3 of you together?" Zhu Zhuqing revealed a slight smile, gently raised her lips, and explained, "Actually, Xiao Wu was with Yunqi at first. I joined later. The reason might be that she saved me when I was at my most desperate, giving me hope, and then accompanied me when that hope was shattered." As Zhu Zhuqing spoke, she took out a handkerchief and began to wipe Yunqi's face. Ning Rongrong looked at the gentle expression in this beautiful woman's eyes, feeling as if she would melt. She couldn't help but sigh at Yunqi's good fortune. At the same time, Ning Rongrong curiously examined Yunqi. From their first meeting, she felt a strong sense of familiarity and couldn't understand why. The powerful strength and handsome face of Yunqi also made Ning Rongrong's heart flutter. However, upon realizing that Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were both Yunqi's confidants, Ning Rongrong felt curious, which is why she had just asked Zhu Zhuqing that question. But after getting the answer, she felt a bit confused, clearly deep in thought. She didn't oppose powerful individuals having many women. After all, even her father had found her many stepmothers. After all, the bloodline of the strong must continue. And top martial souls are the same. As for her, she was just talented and the youngest, so she received the favor of the entire sect. Ning Rongrong gently tapped her head, secretly saying to herself, "He might not even like me. Why am I having unrequited feelings?" In fact, if it were according to Ning Rongrong's character, she would definitely take what she liked for herself, refusing to share with anyone. But the sense of familiarity from Yunqi always made Ning Rongrong feel at ease. Just looking at Yunqi made her heart fill with tranquility. When Yunqi woke up from his coma, his eyes were immediately blocked by 2 hills, and his head felt slippery. Perhaps Yunqi's movement startled Zhu Zhuqing, who was meditating. The little cat also stopped and looked down at Yunqi. Didn't he see anything? Perhaps this battle made Zhu Zhuqing realize the gap between herself and Yunqi and Xiao Wu. Watching them fight, while she couldn't help it all and had to stay far from the battlefield, which made the strong-willed Zhu Zhuqing very discouraged. That's why she used her spare time of practice, but she also wanted to accompany Yunqi. So, it ended up like this. Yunqi also felt the little cat that had stopped practicing. Just as it got up, it was pushed down again by the little cat with the ball. "You're not well yet. The doctor just took a look and said your body has been shaken and you were slightly injured, so you need to recuperate for a while." It wasn't until he mentioned it that Yunqi immediately felt a fiery pain in his body. Not exactly pain, just a very uncomfortable sensation. After taking a look inside, he found there wasn't much wrong, which relieved him. He then asked Zhu Zhuqing, "Where's Xiao Wu? Is she okay?" Zhu Zhuqing, with a rare hint of bitterness in her soft voice, replied, "Xiao Wu is right beside you. She's fine, and her injuries are much lighter than yours. The fusion of martial souls mainly affects your body. Xiao Wu just fainted from soul power exhaustion." Yunqi also heard the fluctuating words of the little kitten, chuckled, turned to face his abdomen, and said in a slightly teasing tone, "So, is my little kitten okay? If you're hurt too badly, I'll be heartbroken. I'll be heartbroken and won't be able to sleep all night." The little kitten felt the warm breeze coming from the abdomen, and as she listened to Yunqi's words, her face turned slightly red. "You're killing me." Yunqi was also playfully teasing Zhu Zhuqing, possibly too immersed in the fun to notice that Ning Rongrong's face had turned crimson. And in fact, she didn't see her at all, completely forgetting about her. It wasn't until Ning Rongrong's breathing became heavier that Yunqi noticed her. Feeling awkward, Yunqi turned her head slightly. Zhu Zhuqing followed Yunqi's gaze and discovered that Ning Rongrong was staring intently at the two of them. So, she simply closed her eyes and silently focused on her cultivation. But her flushed ears revealed the true feelings of the little cat inside. Yunqi looked at Ning Rongrong, who was beside Xiao Wu, and sincerely thanked her. "Thank you for taking care of Xiao Wu." Ning Rongrong took a few deep breaths, shook off the images in her mind, and explained to Yunqi, "I didn't take care of her. It was Zhu Qing who helped. I was just sitting beside her." Yunqi also smiled and didn't take it to heart, continuing to say, "Well, we still have to say thank you. If it weren't for your help, we might have been badly beaten by the angry teacher Zhao." At this point, everyone in the room shuddered, recalling the unremarkable Tang San, who was the reason Xiao Waoqi got so furious. That kid specifically targeted men's weaknesses. Zhu Zhuqing was also furious. If it weren't for that thing, Yunqi and the others might not have been hurt at all. Well, if Yunqi knew, he would be overjoyed. Yunqi is the kind of person who has no rules. He can double standard for his own people, but does not allow others to do the same. Thinking of Tang San, Yunqi hurriedly summoned a panel visible only to him. Looking at the display of task completion, he arranged the benefits he had gained from Tang San and Zhao Waoqi for himself. With a thought, Yunqi felt over 20,000 dragon whisker needles appear in the ring, and the years of the spirit ring were directly added on. In the blink of an eye, Yunqi completed it. As the years of the first spirit ring increased, the purple on Yunqi's first spirit ring became even deeper, and his soul power level also broke through to level 44. The increase in battle experience and the sudden emergence of soul power made the breakthrough happen naturally. However, the little kitten and Ning Rongrong, who had never seen this before, were a bit stunned. How could someone break through while chatting? This doesn't conform to common sense. Yunqi didn't explain much about the situation, implying that he had good talent. There was nothing he could do, and once again, he was met with the envious gazes of the two girls. Yunqi was not feeling elated. This battle made him realize that he was far from being a match for the Soul Sage. This was still due to Xiao Wujia's efforts to control himself. If he didn't, by this time next year, Yunqi would be visiting a grave to clear the weeds. Soon after, Xiao Wu also woke up in a daze, looking somewhat weak as she stared at Yunqi. She had come out of Yunqi's body after he received the attack, and only remembered falling from a great height together before losing consciousness. Seeing the worried look in Xiao Wu's eyes, Yunqi assured her that he was fine and just needed some time to recuperate. Only then did Xiao Wu feel relieved. Chapter 35. The gap on a hill not far from Shrek Academy. A middle-aged man in a gray robe was observing everything that had just happened. This gray-robed man was Tang San's father, Tang Hao. Over the years, he had only seen Tang San a few times, but had often secretly observed the things around him. He found a good seedling in Yunqi. However, he was no longer a member of the Haotian sect and felt embarrassed to face them. Nevertheless, he was very happy to see that his son and Yunqi had a good relationship, as Tang San might have only known Yunqi since he was young. Regarding Yunqi, Tang Hao knew him well, having watched him grow up, so he felt reassured. However, what Tang Hao did not expect was that this was all just a facade of Yunqi. This was not Tang Hao's fault. Aside from initial time, when he was not around, Yunqi had intentionally mocked Yu Xiaogang once. After that, he used his affinity aura to build relationships while secretly scheming against them. Moreover, under Tang Hao's watchful eye, the affinity aura also affected him, as he often saw Yunqi giving food to Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. This time, Tang San's journey was also conducted under Tang Hao's observation, although not as frequently. But when he saw his son being beaten so badly by Xiao Wujia in the entrance exam that he could barely recognize him, losing several teeth and having his front teeth knocked out, he was furious. Although he understood Xiao Wujia's reasons, Tang Hao could not control his anger. Seeing Xiao Wujia's appearance, it seemed he might still find ways to make things difficult for Tang San and Yunqi in the future, so Tang Hao planned to warn Xiao Wujia. Xiao Wujia was unaware that there was a titled Douluo waiting for him at Shrek. He was now wrapped in bandages, with only his nose and eyes exposed. Although the doctor had healed the internal sword energy, the external wounds were not so easy to heal, and the healer had exhausted his soul power while treating Xiao Wujia's brother, leaving no extra help for him. Flinder also said there was no need for further treatment. This greedy fox did not want to spend another gold soul coin. The remaining minor injuries should be left for Xiao Wujia, the soul sage, to recover on his own. The two exited the clinic and called for a carriage. Xiao Wujia couldn't walk now. Every step made him frown in pain. Flinder initially disagreed, claiming he could fly steadily. But was it really a matter of stability? Xiao Wujia was covered in injuries. Even a slight touch hurt, and he had to hold on to Flinder while flying. Xiao Wujia glared at Flinder and said loudly, "Good job, Flinder. For the sake of your academy, I'm now left with just one dance cereal, and my whole body has been beaten like this by your precious student. Now you even think a carriage ride is too expensive?" Flinder felt guilty. After all, they had built a relationship over many years, and Xiao Wujia had contributed a lot to this academy. Reflecting on this, Flinder slapped himself hard in front of Xiao Wujia. "I'm really not a good person." After saying that, he helped Xiao Wujia into the carriage. Xiao Wujia was slightly moved, but did not forget Flinder's earlier hesitation and his own injuries. Xiao Wujia also developed some opinions about Flinder. But Flinder was unaware of Xiao Wujia's thoughts, and continued to mention how Tang San was the only disciple of his good friend, and so on. Xiao Wujia's eyes dimmed as he muttered, "Am I not your friend?" Flinder was taken aback and fell silent, and the carriage fell into a moment of silence. After a long while, Xiao Wujia looked at the still, silent Flinder and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill your friend's only disciple. Just leave it at that." Flinder was pleasantly surprised, but Xiao Wujia noticed everything. Clearly, a crack had formed between the two. After all, anyone would find it hard to bear. Xiao Wujia, who had no children and was similar to most teachers in the academy, felt this was a matter of a man's dignity. What if he encountered someone he wanted to protect in the future and couldn't perform in bed? What if the baby born was not complete? Xiao Wujia felt distressed. He couldn't understand why things had turned out this way. Nearly 20 years of friendship did not seem as solid as others' few years. Xiao Wujia felt a bit exhausted. The carriage ran smoothly, but the people inside were very chaotic. Soon, the carriage arrived at Shrek Academy under the sunset. After Flinder painfully paid the fare, he helped Xiao Wujia walk into the academy. As for Tang San, although his injuries were severe, he had recovered quite a bit with the help of the academy's teachers, but was still in a coma. Tang Hao took the opportunity of the night to take a look at his son. The Haotian sect was also open and above board, with its attack methods laid bare. And he had never taught Tang San these things. Moreover, he had never heard of anyone on the continent using such dark weapons. How did his son learn them? After years of secret observation, he found that although Tang San acted strangely, he had never practiced these things. As for Yu Xiaogang teaching him, that was impossible. Yu Xiaogang wouldn't know these things either, and if he did, he would definitely tell the whole continent. Given his personality, he needed others' attention. So Tang Hao began to harbor some doubts. However, Tang Hao did not dwell on it too much. He merely suppressed this thought deep in his heart, gently closed the door, and walked toward Xiao Wujia's room. Xiao Wujia had already laid down early, reflecting on the events of the day. Although he was quite unhappy, he couldn't sleep, mainly because the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, contemplating how to make things difficult for Tang San in the future. Xiao Wujia also revealed a sickly smile. Xiao Wujia. Just as Xiao Wujia was still fantasizing about how to trip Tang San up in the future, a deep male voice suddenly entered his ears. Xiao Wujia was startled. He was a 76th level soul sage. In such a small place, he was the top existence. Even on the entire continent, he was a master. Moreover, his soul power could create an aura around him, allowing him to discern the sound of falling leaves within 100 meters. But what shocked Xiao Wujia was that he did not sense anyone around. This voice seemed to penetrate directly into his ears, and the strength behind it made Xiao Wujia's alarm bells ring. Given his current injuries, he was not confident in dealing with someone of equal strength. Thus, Xiao Wujia immediately planned to call Flender for help, but before he could move, a voice interrupted his actions. Come out. No matter who you find, they're not my opponent. I won't harm you. Xiao Wujia stiffened because he felt that the stranger's aura had locked onto him. He could sense the power of the aura's owner, so he did not dare to be careless. Chapter 36. The Unfortunate Xiao Wujia. But who exactly was Xiao Wujia? The people in the martial arts world call him the Unmoved King. Back then, he managed to turn the tables and escape safely after being ambushed by the Spear Hall, killing several people in the process. In his youth, he was notorious for his ruthless killings. Although he knew that the owner of the current aura would be very powerful, Xiao Wujia was already furious from a day full of grievances. Hearing that rude voice now only added to his embarrassment and anger. So, it seemed that whether human or ghost, everyone wanted to step on Xiao Wujia's toes. With this thought, Xiao Wujia was filled with rage, ignoring his pain, and forcefully chased after the owner of the aura. Before long, Xiao Wujia reached the outside of Shrek Academy and entered a small grove. But the aura disappeared at this point. Xiao Wujia let out a roar. Who is here? Come out. As he spoke, Xiao Wujia directly summoned his martial soul, and the soul rings on his body began to pulse rhythmically, flashing with brilliant light. Just as Xiao Wujia was on high alert, a figure in a gray robe slowly emerged from behind a large tree. Cloaked in gray, only a pair of murky, lotus-like eyes were visible, giving off an eerie vibe. Seeing the man's attire, Xiao Wujia secretly circulated his soul power and guessed that he might be another difficult character, someone whose identity was best kept hidden. Who are you? Why did you call me here? The gray-robed man did not directly answer Xiao Wujia's question, but instead said to himself, the great unmoved king, Xiao Wujia, not only hiding in a small place like this, but also getting beaten up by a few young ones. What a surprise. Xiao Wujia clearly recognized that the gray-robed man was mocking him. He could no longer contain his anger, and being mocked at this hour was the last straw. With a cold face, he replied to the gray-robed man, You, a coward hiding in the shadows, dare to mock me? The gray-robed man was taken aback. It had been a long time since anyone dared to disrespect him, and he found it refreshing. With a hint of sarcasm, he asked, No need for that. I just came to spar with you. As he spoke, the gray-robed man slowly raised his right hand, and in an instant, a black light gathered in his hand, transforming into a massive hammer. 9 soul rings continuously pulsed around him. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. Most terrifying was the last soul ring, which was red like blood. Exuding en astonishinyoha. 9 rings. Xiao Wujia, upon seeing the gray-robed man, couldn't care about his anger anymore. He felt as if salt was being poured into his still healing wounds, and he was extremely uncomfortable, especially under the pressure emanating from the man in front of him. As a soul sage, Xiao Wujia naturally understood the significance of level differences. After reaching level 60, even a 1-level difference could lead to a significant gap in strength, and the man before him was at least 20 levels above him. Xiao Wujia's face turned ashen as he forced out a few words title. Douluo. The unmoved king's aura, which he had secretly released, trembled under this pressure, like an ordinary person facing a tiger, feeling the innate oppression in his bloodline. And he was up against one of the most powerful soul masters. Xiao Wu came to terms with reality and hurriedly bowed. "My lord, please forgive my previous disrespect. May I ask what you need from me?" The gray-robed man, Tang Hao, did not respond immediately. Instead, he looked into the shadows and slowly said, "Since you're here, come out. Whether it's one or two, it makes no difference." To Xiao Wujia's astonishment, Flinder appeared before them with a few quick movements. Seeing Flinder, Xiao Wujia exclaimed, "Dean, this senior." Before Xiao Wujia could finish, Flinder interrupted him and directly released his martial soul. A pair of massive wings extended from Flinder's back, and his entire body was covered in feathers. His eyes turned orange-yellow, with pupils that became vertical slits. 7 soul rings suddenly appeared around him, pulsing continuously. Flinder respectfully bowed to the gray-robed man, not to initiate a fight, but to ensure that the man did not underestimate him. He then spoke respectfully, "I greet you, His Majesty the Hao Qian." Xiao Wujia regained his composure and realized who the hammer-wielding title Douluo was, inwardly lamenting his bad luck today. After getting beaten up, he couldn't vent his frustrations, and now he was being targeted by this Hao Qian. Xiao Wujia felt a mix of emotions, teetering on the edge of tears. Tang Hao looked at the two who were now respectful before him and slowly said, "No need for formalities. I'm the one here to cause trouble. What is the point of bowing?" Flinder was a bit confused and asked Tang Hao directly, "Your Majesty, could you clarify?" Tang Hao turned his gaze to Flinder, staring at him for a while until Flinder felt uneasy. "Martial Soul, Cat Eagle, level 78 Soul Sage, one of the Golden Iron Triangle's flying horn. And you founded Shrek Academy, right?" Flinder nodded, unable to grasp the connection between them. Seeing Flinder's nod, Tang Hao said directly, "Then you stand aside, or you might get caught up in it too." Flinder felt helpless. It was already an honor for a titled Douluo to chat with them for a bit before resorting to violence. Xiao Wujia was still bewildered, recalling that he hadn't offended this man at all. Tang Hao looked at Xiao Wujia, whose body was wrapped in bandages, and softened a bit. "After I vent my frustrations, I will explain everything. I want to use all my strength, not even my martial soul. You just need to last for an incense stick's worth of time. 10 minutes. Xiao Wujia could only smile bitterly, and Flinder quickly distanced himself from Xiao Wujia, fearing that he would also be caught in the crossfire when the Hao Qian got fired up. Tang Hao withdrew all his soul power, and both his soul rings and martial soul vanished in an instant. He then swung his fist toward Xiao Wujia's face. Bang, tu, boom, woos, ah. Various sounds of impact. Trees breaking, muffled groans, gasps, and Xiao Wujia's cries echoed through the grove. Even the 3 in Shrek Academy, far away, heard Xiao Wujia's cries. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing commented, "Didn't Tu and Tang Sand beat Xiao Wujia too badly during the day? Just listen to him still screaming now." Yunqi opened the window and looked towards the forest, understanding something. She exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Wu, who also understood Yunqi's intention. However, Zhu Zhuqing, who was beside them, looked at the two in confusion and asked what was going on. Yunqi didn't hide anything and directly satisfied the little cat's curiosity, revealing that there was a titled Douluo over there, which made the little cat yearn for it. Chapter 37. Yunqi's new idea. On the other side, Tang Hao was fighting while saying, "So you're the type that hides your head and shows your tail. Bullying children, huh? A soul sage using the 6th soul skill against the soul sovereign, right? Is that how it is?" Tang Hao was getting more and more excited, seemingly venting years of frustration on Xiao Wujin. Seeing Tang Hao's bloodshot eyes, Xiao Wujin understood why Tang Hao had targeted him and hurriedly explained, "Stop hitting me. I wasn't serious about measuring your speed. I'm using the bare minimum of soul power. I also want to recruit students for the academy. How could I possibly ruin them?" Seeing that Tang Hao wouldn't listen, Flinder couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "Your Highness, let's stop here. That group of kids has one who plays dirty, and he has already crippled Xiao Wujin halfway. That's enough." Upon hearing Flinder's words, Xiao Wujin immediately glared at him. "Did we not agree to keep this a secret even if I got killed?" Flinder looked at the raging Xiao Wujin, knowing exactly what he was thinking. It was a great humiliation. Apart from the doctor, only the two of them knew, and now Flinder was telling others. Did Xiao Wujin still want to save face? Hearing Flinder's words and seeing Xiao Wujin's furious expression, Tang Hao unconsciously glanced down at Xiao Wujin. Realizing what his son had done, Feeling a bit embarrassed, he ran a hand through his messy hair, unsure of what to say. It was as if their family was filled with bad seeds. His son had crippled someone, and he, without understanding the situation, had directly beaten the other party. Xiao Wu couldn't take it anymore. Looking at Tang Hao with a strange gaze, he roared, "Your Highness, why don't you just kill me?" Uh, uh, Seeing Xiao Wu on the verge of a breakdown, Flinder and Tang Hao put away their expressions. That kind of pity was a second injury to Xiao Wu, a psychological wound that hurt more than physical pain. Looking at Xiao Wu, who was bandaged, his face swollen like a pig's head, with a bit of blood trickling from his mouth, Tang Hao felt guilty and didn't want to strike. The battle didn't even last a stick of incense. It ended in about a minute with Tang Hao's one-sided beating. Tang Hao couldn't put on airs since he was in the wrong, and Xiao Wu would still be his son's teacher in the future. He stepped forward to help the collapsed Xiao Wu, gently patting the dust off him, being careful not to hurt Xiao Wu. After helping Xiao Wu up, he wanted to express his apologies, so he moved his lips and whispered something in Xiao Wu's ear. Xiao Wu came back to his senses, understanding that Tang Hao, a powerful soul master at the top of the continent, was imparting some lessons. While Xiao Wu was still recalling, Tang Hao reminded both Xiao Wu and Flinder a few things, regardless of whether Xiao Wu could hear them. Those just now were compensation for you. Although it might not be enough, Tang San is my son. I'll be troubling you both often in the future, and I will come to visit frequently. Clearly, Tang Hao was no fool. The earlier words were filled with apologies, while the latter were a threat. Flinder and Xiao Wu, being experienced, understood Tang Hao's words. However, the situation was stronger than the person, and Xiao Wu could only suffer in silence. After finishing, Tang Hao gazed in the direction of Shrek Academy for a moment, revealing a hint of warmth. Then he didn't linger. After all, it was somewhat awkward. In just a few breaths, he disappeared. Xiao Wu still stood there dumbfounded, and Flinder understood that his friend was probably traumatized, hitting the young and then the old. One was worse than the other. Not long after, the two recalled their martial souls. Flinder sighed. "Old Xiao, you really didn't have to go that far. Fortunately, your Highness didn't have any killing intent. Otherwise, both of us might have died here." Xiao Wu remained silent, not saying a word, and limped back to his room, supporting himself on the surrounding trees. Flinder wanted to help, but was rejected by Xiao Wu. In the dead of night, the teachers of Shrek Academy were drawn over by Xiao Wu's cries, but they only saw Flinder standing there in a daze, with no sign of Xiao Wu. The next day, in the morning, Yunqi and Ernv also woke up early to practice the purple extreme demon eye. However, today while practicing, they had a sudden idea. Since doing morning exercises can continuously strengthen the physical body, what about eye exercises? Yunqi seemed to have discovered a new world. Acting on thoughts as they came, she began to perform the Xiantian Gong, wrapping her hands in soul power and slowly massaging her eyes. After going through the entire process, Yunqi indeed found it somewhat useful, as it could accelerate the progress of her purple extreme demon eyes. After sharing this news with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, they also started to practice it. However, it didn't last long. After dawn, the training didn't seem to be of much use, but they all quietly noted it in their minds. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but exclaim, "A genius is truly a genius." A casual thought, when applied with a special technique, can become a soul skill that enhances vision. After finishing their morning training, Yunqi and the others stepped out of the room, chatting with the two women about yesterday's events. Xiao Wu's defense was truly astonishing. Zhu Zhuqing expressed her pride in her soul skill, which turned out to be completely ineffective against Xiao Wu. Yunqi said with a smile, "Fortunately, Xiao Wu's speed isn't too outrageous, otherwise you wouldn't be able to run away." However, this also reminded Yunqi that he currently lacks something that can truly ensure his survival. His methods are still too few. If he were to face an enemy like Xiao Wu who directly attacked him, he thought he might not be able to escape or protect those around him. But Yunqi also came up with a plan to take the corpse of the ironclad sword dragon out and have Tang San forge it, then secretly take it away. As for why Yunqi didn't do it himself, perhaps it was laziness? When he got Tang San's method for creating hidden weapons, Yunqi was not very happy. He was just thinking about when to spread it out after he established himself on the continent, so everyone would have a copy. It would be quite a big scheme against Tang San, but this is just an idea for now. The urgent task at hand is to figure out how to reasonably get the ironclad sword dragon to Tang San, and then use the mission to get the finished product back. Yunqi and the others also wandered around for a while, and found that Shrek Academy indeed had no money. The entire academy consisted of simple wooden houses rented within the village. occupying only 1/3 of the village area. Fortunately, it was not far from Soto City, so it was relatively convenient to buy things. With Yunqi's sword-flying speed, they could quickly make a round trip. The three of them were also a bit hungry, as they hadn't eaten much since yesterday afternoon. Yunqi also took out some jerky from the ring and shared it with the two girls. While thinking about how to find something to eat. Chapter 38. Helping Ma Hongjun get rid of the evil fire. The few of them were newcomers, looking for a place to eat, and could only use the most primitive method to search, which was to look up at the roofs to see where there was smoke, trying to find a place that had food. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were also holding onto Yunqi's arm, and Xiao Wu chewed on the jerky in her mouth, complaining to the two. What kind of place is this? It's so difficult to even find something to eat. Yunqi also nodded in agreement. Indeed, although he had good cooking skills, it was useless without ingredients. During their casual chat, they unknowingly walked out of Shrek Academy's area and entered the villagers' living quarters. Compared to the quiet atmosphere at Shrek, the villagers were already bustling with activity, rising with the sun and resting at sunset. This might be a habit of farmers from the lower classes in any world, to support their families through farming. After searching for a long time without finding anything, Yunqi and the others casually found a farmer's household, spent some money, and had some staple food. After the few of them were full and stepped outside, they soon saw a boy and a girl arguing by the roadside. The boy and girl were not very old. The girl looked at most 14 or 15, with an ordinary appearance but full of youthful vigor, dressed in simple plain clothes, seemingly a child from the village. The boy arguing with the girl looked a bit younger, probably around the same age as Yunqi, but he was short, with very short limbs, a chubby body, red hair, and two small mustaches above his lips, along with very small eyes. Xiao Wu commented. Another creepy-looking guy, right, Zhuqing? Zhu Zhuqing also nodded, secretly thinking that there were very few truly ugly men and women among soul masters. Yet they encountered so many right away. Yunqi naturally recognized the chubby guy, Ma Hongjun. However, Yunqi didn't interfere, as the other party had not provoked him, and it had nothing to do with his own wife. But Xiao Wu was quite interested and stood by the roadside watching the breakup drama unfold. The girl looked at the chubby guy in front of her with a hint of fear on her face. While tugging at the corner of her clothes, she said, Ma Hongjun, don't come looking for me anymore. You never treated me like a person. I will not be with you. Ma Hongjun replied in a strange tone. So, I'm a soul master. Haven't I treated you well? Why do we have a breakup? Yunqi watched the gossip in the eyes of the two girls and realized that they hadn't followed him. So he helplessly walked back to join them in watching the show. The girl named Zuehua recalled some things in her mind, and her expression changed from pale to flushed. You haven't treated me badly. It's just that I'm an ordinary person who can't handle it. We're not suitable for each other, and you don't even see me as a person. As she spoke, Zuehua also shed tears. Yes, you only come to find me when you need something, and when you don't even look at me. The chubby Ma Hongjun also said angrily, What do you mean you can't handle me? What do you mean I don't see you as a person? Isn't it because you initially saw me as a soul master and wanted to climb higher? I gave you a chance, but you couldn't seize it. I don't know what you girls think about every day. After saying that, Ma Hongjun didn't care whether Zuehua agreed or not. He directly stepped forward to hug her, not letting her break free. Zuehua was also startled and screamed, struggling while pleading. Yunqi and the others couldn't stand it anymore, but Xiao Wu was quicker than Yunqi. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes also revealed a murderous intent. She absolutely hated these beasts. The two girls shouted in unison, Beasts, stop! Ma Hongjun and Zuehua turned their heads simultaneously to look at the two girls. Ma Hongjun, the little chubby guy, looked at the two stunning beauties in front of him, his small eyes shining brightly. Even the whiskers on his lips trembled several times under the influence of his uncontrolled expression, and he smacked his lips, loudly saying to the two girls, TSK, 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 such beautiful girls. So, are you going to replace Zuehua as my girlfriend? After saying that, he also let go of his hands and told Zuehua, get lost. Zuehua recalled their past interactions and tried her best to satisfy Ma Hongjun, but she never expected that he would tell her to get lost after looking at someone else. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing watched Zuehua escape in tears, and they were furious. Ma Hongjun naturally noticed Zuehua's expression, spat disdainfully, and said, a cheap woman is just being pretentious. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance and couldn't hold back any longer. Xiao Wu jumped and kicked, knocking Ma Hongjun to the ground, while Zhu Zhuqing was not to be outdone, extending her claws from her fingertips to swipe at Ma Hongjun's face. Ma Hongjun realized that the two girls were not easy to deal with, and his expression darkened. This is our business, you shouldn't meddle. If you don't want to be my girlfriend, then get lost. Yunqi couldn't hold back anymore. He originally didn't intend to interfere. But after hearing Ma Hongjun look at his woman like that and speak arrogantly, he didn't mind teaching this ignorant fool a lesson. He immediately issued a task. Help Ma Hongjun remove the reward. Retain this ability's remove its harm. Yunqi accepted without a second thought. Yunqi's eyes lit up as he walked up to the two girls who were about to take action again, smiling broadly at Ma Hongjun and slowly saying, "You're Ma Hongjun, right? I didn't want to meddle, but your disrespectful words are really troubling me." Ma Hongjun looked at Yunqi, who had a pretty boy appearance, and was smiling. Thinking that Yunqi was just a coward, and disdainfully replied, "What are you? How dare you speak disrespectfully? I just want to take those two girls over there. What can you do about it?" Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing this, immediately dropped their aggressive stances and looked at Ma Hongjun with pity. They knew Yunqi's temper. The more he greeted someone he disliked with a smile, the more he was plotting how to deal with them, and his calm smile indicated that he was about to take action. It was the same smile he had when he saved Zhu Zhuqing and fought Dai Mabai back then. Ma Hongjun felt a chill as he looked into the pitying eyes of the two girls, and when he saw Yunqi's gaze that seemed to look through him, a shiver ran down his spine. Yunqi moved. He never considered himself a person with a good temper. All his disguises and schemes were merely for his own amusement. After all, in Yunqi's mind, killing someone was simple, but ruining a person was always more pleasurable than killing them. However, that didn't mean he wouldn't kill. With a swift step using the ghost shadow movement, Yunqi quickly approached Ma Hongjun, manipulating hidden weapons in his hand. A dragon whisker needle appeared directly in Yunqi's hand. First, he kicked Ma Hongjun away, interrupting his martial soul possession. Then, using the control crane to capture dragon technique, he restrained the floating Ma Hongjun. As he pushed the Xiantian skill to its limits, he combined it with the hidden weapon technique, sending the dragon whisker needle directly into Ma Hongjun's lower dantian from his back spine. Yunqi thought, "Aren't you full of evil energy? Today I'll help you get rid of it." The dragon whisker needle can curl up, and with Yunqi's technique, it won't cause Ma Hongjun the slightest pain. The dragon whisker needle will only damage a meridian node and then block that channel, making it impossible for Ma Hongjun to get hard. Chapter 39, Beating Up Ma Hongjun. After Yunqi did all this, he raised his knee and delivered a powerful blow, sending Ma Hongjun flying again. Yunqi also shouted towards Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing with a smile. "Didn't this fat guy just insult you? Let's play ball. Remember to pass the ball." Xiao Wu was also excited to play, and even Ning Rongrong, who had just arrived, expressed her desire to join. Yunqi nodded and didn't mind. Soon, under Yunqi's incredible ball control skills, Ma Hongjun was kicked around without touching the ground. However, not everyone is like Yunqi, possessing immense physical strength. After just a few kicks, they found that this fat guy was too heavy and it was exhausting to kick him. They gave up, especially since they hadn't summoned their martial spirits and were just kicking with their bodies, which, according to Yunqi, was more enjoyable. In the cloud rest, a person controlled the ball but felt quite bored. After sending Ma Hongjun soaring into the sky with one last kick, they didn't engage anymore and directly walked towards the group of girls. Ma Hongjun, after finally coming down from the sky, felt dizzy and disoriented as the whole world spun around him. After trying to shake himself awake a few times, he looked at Yunqi's back with a sense of resentment and directly summoned his martial spirit. With a loud shout, he exclaimed, "Phoenix possession." Yunqi heard the sound and turned to look. As for the three girls who didn't understand, upon hearing that it was a phoenix, they secretly completed their possession. After all, the phoenix is a top-tier beast martial soul, and its combat power is definitely impressive. In the eyes of everyone, Ma Hongjun was enveloped in purple-red light, and his short hair suddenly grew longer, then gathered towards the center, while the sides became bald, transforming into a mohawk hairstyle. The wings were not visible, but it was seen that the little chubby boy's hands were covered in feathers, and his palms had turned into claws. The three girls looked at Ma Hongjun in front of them and couldn't help but burst out laughing. "I have never seen a phoenix that looks so much like a native chicken. It really looks like a fat turkey." Ning Rongrong also nodded, as her knowledge was greater than that of ordinary people. "How can this be called a phoenix? I have seen the true owner of the ice phoenix martial soul before, and the elegance and noble aura are nothing like this scruffy native chicken." Ma Hongjun's current appearance is not surprising for others to mock when a martial soul possessed him. He called out so fiercely that it scared everyone. And now, with his round body, hands covered in long drooping feathers, and standing hair, if Yunqi were to comment, he would look like the head of a family from the Zong AI clan. Ma Hongjun became even angrier, as if he had hit a sore spot, and and started cursing. "You ignorant fools! What native chicken? This is called a phoenix." As he spoke, he raised his hands, and the soul rings on his body shone brightly. He opened his mouth, and a long purple-red flame erupted from Ma Hongjuan's mouth, burning towards the four of them. The high temperature created ripples in the air. Although the flames looked unremarkable, the distorted ripples around indicated how high the temperature was. However, aside from Ning Rongrong, who might not be able to escape, the others were incredibly fast. Seeing this, Yunqi quickly moved, picked up Ning Rongrong, and jumped several times to retreat out of the attack range. But Ma Hongjun was not willing to let them go easily. He chased after them while spewing flames that continued to blaze everywhere. Yunqi was also a bit annoyed by the situation, so he directly summoned his martial soul. The Moonshadow sword appeared in Yunqi's hand, and the soul rings suddenly manifested on his body along with the martial soul. Ma Hongjun looked at the man in front of him, who was about the same height as himself, and was shocked to see that he was actually a four-ring soul master. What terrified him even more was that the soul ring configuration was 3 purple and 1 black. Each soul ring exuded an extremely strong sense of pressure. Ma Hongjun looked at his 2 yellow soul rings and fell into silence, staring blankly at Yunqi. Yunqi did not say much upon seeing the situation. Regardless of whether Ma Hongjun was in a daze or not, if he provoked her, he would have to pay the price. Yunqi's first soul ring shone brightly, and the moon shadow sword immediately emitted a strange sword energy. Seeing this, Ma Hongjun hurriedly breathed fire towards the direction of the sword energy. But the moment the sword energy entered the flames, it disappeared without a trace. Ma Hongjun was still feeling pleased, believing that the purple soul ring was just a bluff and that nothing could compare to his flames. However, in the blink of an eye, he could no longer smile, because the sword energy appeared directly in Ma Hongjun's mouth, causing him to suddenly stop breathing fire. The flames no longer shot in a straight line, but sprayed everywhere. And the sword energy continuously stirred in Ma Hongjun's mouth. Just when Yunqi was about to cut off Ma Hongjun's tongue, Flander appeared with Suehua just in time. It turned out that Suehua had ultimately felt pity and informed Flander about what was happening here. Flander did not hesitate and flew over with Suehua. Upon reaching Ma Hongjun's side, Flander immediately used his soul power to disperse Yunqi's sword energy and instructed Ma Hongjun to put out the flames burning on him. Once the flames were retracted, black smoke spewed from Ma Hongjun's mouth, and his head was completely devoid of any impurities. All his hair was gone. Fortunately, it was Ma Hongjun's own flames, so the harm done to him was not severe. However, he had lost every single strand of hair and eyebrow. Seeing Flander arrive, Ma Hongjun seemed to have found a support and hurriedly said to him, "Teacher, help me teach them a lesson." Yunqi looked at Ma Hongjun in front of him and felt a sense of deja vu. After thinking for a while, he finally remembered, thanks to Zhu Zhuqing's reminder, that this was exactly the same situation as when Dai Mubai sought help. Flandra looked at his disciple being beaten and had a grim expression on his face. He asked Ma Hongjun, "How did you get into a conflict?" Ma Hongjun hurriedly replied, "Teacher, you know the flaws of my martial soul, so." Seeing Ma Hongjun's evasive eyes, Flandra immediately understood what was going on. This kid must have been relying on his identity as a soul master, thinking no one around here would dare to mess with him. And since he was about the same age as himself, he definitely wasn't as talented as he was. However, he didn't expect to provoke someone so formidable. Ma Hongjun had seen the martial souls and soul rings of the 3 girls, and not one of them was weaker than him. Flandra was getting more and more furious and still didn't know if Yunqi and the others would stay at the academy. Last night, Tang had also come over specifically to look after Yunqi and Tang San, clearly treating Yunqi as Tang San's future helper. Flandra didn't dare to do anything to Yunqi. Lost in thought, he slapped Ma Hongjun's bald head and sternly shouted, "Hurry up and apologize to your classmates." Ma Hongjun, seeing Flandra's dark expression, didn't dare to refute and just awkwardly bent down and mumbled to the 4, "I'm sorry." The others pretended not to hear. Flandra looked at the 4 with their unsettled expressions and clearly did not accept Ma Hongjun's apology. He gave Ma Hongjun's head another hard slap, and to be honest, it felt really good. Louder. Ma Hongjun was startled by Flandra's tone and didn't care about his pride anymore. He directly bent at a 90-degree angle and shouted loudly, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken carelessly. Please forgive me." Yunqi also nodded to the few women, and the women indicated that it was okay. Yunqi then calmly said, "It's not just us who should apologize, but also Miss Suehua beside you. After all, she satisfied your beastly desires. And yet you treated her like this, even telling her to get lost." Upon hearing this, Flinder delivered another sharp slap to Ma Hongjuan's head. The crisp sound brought him no small amount of physical and mental satisfaction. He then roared at Ma Hongjun, "Apologize." Chapter 40, Mississippi. Miss Dai, left with no choice, Ma Hongjun could only mutter another apology to Tsuehua. Watching as Tsuehua shook her head, tears streaming down her face before she disappeared by the roadside, Yunqi fell silent. In this world, without strength, words meant nothing. After Yunqi received the reward, he felt the amplitude brought by it and couldn't help but feel delighted. But on the surface, he still appeared calm and composed. Flander also looked at the silent crowd and couldn't help but explain, "This is my disciple and also a student of the academy." The women were surprised, thinking that there wasn't a single normal person among the students of this academy. Flander continued to explain, "This situation is due to Ma Hongjun himself. His martial soul has inherent flaws. When it mutated, it didn't fully transform. Although the mutation is quite powerful and can be considered a top-level beast martial soul, the martial souls in Ma Hongjuan's village are mostly just lowly chickens with no attack capability. So, it might be a case of congenital deficiency. The mutation wasn't complete. Although he possesses the powerful flame ability of the Phoenix martial soul, this martial soul has also brought some shortcomings to Ma Hongjuan's innate body. If he can't release it, the flames will destroy him." Seeing the disgust on the faces of the women, Flander sighed and shifted the topic. Then he looked at Yunqi and said, "So, how is it? Have you all made your decision? Do you want to join the academy?" Yunqi looked at the light in Flander's eyes, turned to discuss with the girls, and nodded. To be honest, Yunqi didn't really want to stay here, but there was no choice. In the 6 years, Yunqi had experimented with various ways to release tasks, but only when releasing tasks involving Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, and others would the rewards be high, although other tasks could also bring steady improvements. Yunqi had experienced the benefits of tasks and didn't want to give up such high-reward task rewards. On the other hand, Flanders, seeing Yunqi nodding, couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. After all, Shrek Academy was preserved, and having these people participate in the Soul Master competition in the future could bring significant economic benefits to Shrek. Yunqi also knows what Flander is thinking, but Yunqi has no intention of helping Shrek. Yunqi plans to take everything he can and then leave, turning around to lead everyone to join another force or whatever. Yunqi has always been a double-standard person, and he does not deny this. He hates anyone who does anything, and he wants Tang San to experience what it's like to be backstabbed by justice when reaching the divine. Ultimately, he wants to see that kind of despair mixed with pain and disbelief in their eyes as they die. Yunqi suddenly felt a shiver, thinking that this would be incredibly exciting. However, before that, they still had to pretend. Yunqi looked at Flander and said directly, "Dean, we are willing to join Shrek Academy, but we don't want to follow your methods. I have my own plans and a training approach that is more suitable for us. Besides attending classes, we hope you won't interfere with our activities, and we need a separate courtyard, which we will rent from the villagers ourselves without needing your financial support." Flander thought for a moment and recalled Yunqi's terrifying soul power and soul ring configuration. Moreover, the fact that they wouldn't need to pay for their living arrangements made him nod in agreement. As long as he could keep these talents, making some appropriate concessions was acceptable. "All right, since you agree, I'll get back to my work. As for the houses, you can find the villagers yourselves." After saying that, Flander flew away, clearly not wanting to get involved in anything further. It was good enough for him to just let things be. Xiao Wu was also thrilled and jumped up, directly pouncing on Yunqi and hugging him tightly. She exclaimed loudly to Yunqi, "Brother, I still want to live with you." Yunqi also dotingly nodded. After all, who doesn't like a human-shaped pillow? "All right, brother will rent a big courtyard. We won't be apart." Zhu Zhuqing also stepped forward to hug Yunqi, while Ning Rongrong stood aside, feeling envious. After all, she had no relationship with Yunqi now, but the little witch had a very strong possessiveness inside her, even though he wasn't hers. She just wanted to snatch him to play with. But the aura around Yunqi and the two girls' cheerful demeanor made it hard for her to act, feeling a bit tsundere, but not too much. Ning Rongrong wanted to attract Yunqi with her charm, but seeing the smile in Yunqi's eyes, she gave up. Ning Rongrong's heart was also wavering, secretly saying, "Wait a little longer, just a little longer." The others didn't pay attention to Ning Rongrong's inner thoughts and were happily discussing where to find a house, ignoring Ma Hongjun, who was still gazing at the sky. "Teacher, why didn't you take me with you?" But with Flinder's speed, Ma Hongjuan's voice was destined not to reach Flinder's ears, only to disappear in the wind. However, Ma Hongjun was overthinking. The lesson Yunqi had given him this time was already enough. Cutting off all hope was no joke. Just as everyone was discussing, a figure with a charming walk approached from not far away, swaying her hips as she walked, heavily made up, appearing before everyone. Yunqi also noticed and turned to look at Dai Mabe, who had walked up to her. At that moment, she didn't recognize her and was unsure who the beautiful woman in front of her was. It turned out that after Dai Mabe had her gender identity altered by Yunqi yesterday and was knocked out by Flander, she soon woke up and completely changed. First, she went to the city and bought a whole bunch of women's products, then got her hair done. It wasn't until this morning that Dai Mabe returned from the city. Catching Ma Hongjuan's eye, he had never seen such a tall and enchanting woman before. However, Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly, lost in thought, and felt a sense of familiarity while having some guesses in her heart. Xiao Wu directly placed her hand quietly on Yunqi's waist, ready to take action if the woman in front of her was looking for Yunqi. Before Yunqi and the others could inquire, Ma Hongjun eagerly approached to greet her. "Beautiful lady, may I ask if you have come to Shrek Academy for something?" Dai Mabe looked at Ma Hongjun, who had turned into a black ball from her flames, and also didn't recognize him. She smiled and replied, "Not at all. I am originally a student of Shrek." This left Ma Hongjun dumbfounded. Weren't there only 3 people in the academy? Plus the new one. He had never seen her before. Confused, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but ask, "Are you a new student this time?" Dai Mabe caught on to something and, looking at his round figure, suddenly remembered her good buddy from when she was a man, and asked with some curiosity, "Are you the chubby one?" Ma Hongjun looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with a strange expression. Although she wasn't as pretty as the 3 girls over there, she was still quite stunning. With an exotic charm, he slowly spoke, "Are you Dai Lauda?" Dai Mabe rolled her eyes with charm and said in a slightly exasperated tone, "Yes, it's me, but just call me Mabe. It's not nice for a girl to be called Lauda." Chapter 41. Oscar's Excitement. Now, not only was Ma Hongjun dumbfounded, but everyone was also stunned, rubbing their eyes and blinking hard, and after confirming they weren't mistaken, they looked at Yunqi with strange expressions. Yunqi also shrugged, indicating that it had nothing to do with him. Even if it was related, could Yunqi express it directly? However, what Yunqi didn't expect was that after Dai Mabai put on makeup, even Yunqi couldn't recognize him. After shedding that flashy platinum outfit, he wore a little dress. Dai Mabai looked at Ma Hongjun, who still had a look of disbelief on his face, and angrily scolded, "You fatso." Seeing that Ma Hongjun had come to his senses, he ignored him and turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing, his expression extremely complicated. He took out a piece of rice paper from his exquisite bag and handed it directly to Zhu Zhuqing. Yunqi couldn't help but be curious, leaning closer to look down. He saw some content written on it, simply stating something about incompatible personalities and that Dai Mabai voluntarily gave up the competition for the throne. Something akin to a peace agreement? Zhu Zhuqing also looked at Dai Mabai in confusion. However, she quickly rolled up the rice paper and carefully hid it away, a long-lost smile appearing on her face. Dai Mabai also did not hesitate and directly explained, "Don't look at me with that kind of gaze. I've realized that when a man has no interest at all, he worries back and forth all day. Ever since I was slapped awake by the dean yesterday, I don't want to be a man anymore. I also don't like women, so rather than being bound by the engagement, it's better to simply dissolve it. Plus, I can wear beautiful dresses and various outfits in the future." Yunqi also directly gave Dai Mabai a thumbs up. With an extremely natural expression, he said, "Congratulations, brother Dai." "Oh no, sister Dai, you found the true meaning of life." Dai Mabai looked at the handsome man in front of her, smiled, licked her lips, and slowly said, "I was wrong before, I'm sorry. Can we get to know each other again?" Yunqi felt a shiver down his spine as he looked at Dai Mabai, who seemed intent on devouring him. He quickly turned off his aura of charm, stepped back, and said directly, "Miss Dai, it's fine to know each other, but let's leave it at that. I really like my girlfriend." Meanwhile, the 3 girls beside them couldn't help but laugh at Yunqi's embarrassed reaction. Dai Mabai, seeing Yunqi so fearful of her, rolled her eyes. Noticing the lack of familiarity, she remembered the time she had been beaten up before and left with a confused expression, swaying her waist like a charming figure. Fortunately, the charm aura did not have a profound effect on Dai Mabai. Otherwise, Yunqi would have been disgusted to death. Yunqi turned to look at the smiling girls, her face flushed, and quickly changed the subject. "Let's go find a courtyard." The little cat and the others also knew when to stop, understanding that their man didn't like such things. After a bit of teasing, they began searching for a house together. Before long, after asking the local villagers, they learned that a wealthy person in the village had an extra courtyard. They went to inquire, and when the wealthy person learned they were there to rent a house, he directly offered them the vacant courtyard for their stay. However, Yunqi was not someone who coveted the wealth of common people. With her insistence, they paid in soul coins and began cleaning and arranging the courtyard. With the efforts of several soul masters, it was quickly tidied up, and the living items were placed neatly. Yunqi turned to look at Ning Rongrong, who was sitting to the side, and nodded toward Yu Xiaogang and Xiao Wu. The two women understood her meaning. After all, besides Yunqi, no one else knew Ning Rongrong's true nature. Ning Rongrong had been smiling for days, and aside from a minor conflict with Xiao Wu in Soto City, there had been no other issues. The two girls were very welcoming toward this beautiful younger sister. Seeing this, Xiao Wu directly approached and took Ning Rongrong's hand, softly saying, "Rongrong, why don't you stay here too? There are quite a few rooms." Ning Rongrong looked at Yunqi with interest. Yunqi naturally knew what that meant and directly said, "My house is quite big. Come and live here." Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement and coldly added, "Don't worry, we are here." Ning Rongrong also smiled brightly, appearing very pure. Yunqi didn't look too much. After all, Ning Rongrong's personality hadn't changed yet. There was still a little demoness living in her heart. He didn't want to be inexplicably targeted, nor did he want to be labeled as a sycophant, but he appreciated that Ning Rongrong had stood up for him multiple times. As for the task, Yunqi decided to go with the flow. Being too calculating would make feelings seem a bit worthless. Ning Rongrong looked at so many rooms and thought to herself. This was an opportunity they created for her, not one she initiated, clearly thinking. However, what Ning Rongrong didn't expect was that after everyone sat for a while, as Yunqi entered the master bedroom, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu also went in, leaving Ning Rongrong alone outside, which made her feel somewhat out of place in the group. But Yunqi and the others didn't think that way. It was just that some things were inconvenient for outsiders to see. After all, Ning Rongrong wasn't one of their own yet, and she had a sect behind her. Who knew if she would directly teach others? Until they had gone through things together, Yunqi had no intention of passing anything on to others, no matter how beautiful it was. While Yunqi and the others were cultivating, time passed quickly, and soon someone came and knocked on the door of Yunqi's courtyard. Yunqi and the others were also interrupted in their cultivation by the sound. They got up and walked out of the room, arriving at the courtyard door. Upon opening it, they found Tang San. They asked with a hint of concern, "Xiao San, are you feeling better?" Tang San, whose face had been beaten into a pig's head, showed a touch of gratitude, mumbling indistinctly, "It's getting better. Thank you, Chi-Chi." Yunqi heard Tang San's voice, and her smile became even more radiant. She asked again, "Did you come to find us for something?" Tang San, seeing Yunqi's beaming smile, thought she was happy because she had heard good news about him, and he replied cheerfully, "Chiga, the dean is calling you all to have a meal together." Yunqi listened to Tang San's speech, which was unclear, and casually glanced at Tang San's teeth. He discovered the reason for the speech impediment. It turned out that Zhao Wujia had knocked out Tang San's front teeth and a few molars yesterday. Yunqi nodded at Tang San and directly called the three girls in the courtyard. Together with Tang San, they went out and arrived at the academy's cafeteria. Upon returning to the Shrek Academy area, they saw the so-called cafeteria, which was just a larger wooden house, with a few hired villagers as the cooks. When Yunqi and the others entered, they discovered that Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar had already sat down at the dining table. It seemed that Oscar was still unaware that the girl beside him was Dai Mu Bai, as he was playfully teasing her, making Ma Hongjun next to him hesitant to speak. The reason was that Dai Mu Bai was constantly glaring at Ma Hongjun, her eyes warning him not to say anything. It turned out that Oscar had cleaned up the hair on his face, and his whole demeanor had instantly improved, coupled with his peach blossom eyes. He had captivated Dai Mu Bai, who was now somewhat dazed. Oscar was also enjoying the playful teasing and shyness of the beauty beside him, as if he had found true love. Chapter 42. Miss Dai has taken a liking to Oscar since being teased by the girls yesterday. Oscar reflected deeply and decided to transform himself. Originally not lacking in foundation, he became quite handsome after a serious makeover. Dai Mu Bai looked at her good brother, who had changed so much and couldn't help but express her inner feelings. After all, he was the evil tiger. The lustful factor within him had not changed with his transformation into a female. He had simply begun to like men. Yunqi and the others also claimed to know nothing. No matter how detestable Dai Mohite was before, once she presented that contract, it meant she no longer had a direct stake in Yunqi and the others' affairs. So Yunqi naturally wouldn't bother her anymore. On the contrary, Yunqi and the others might even help Dai Mohite pursue her happiness, as their character was just that noble. Dai Mohite was also aware that she couldn't hide from Oscar for long, so she planned to get everything done tonight. By then, even if Oscar wanted to back out, he wouldn't be able to escape Dai Mohite's grasp. Therefore, As long as she didn't slip up during the day, everything would be fine. Moreover, Dai Mohite intentionally avoided the teachers and acquaintances from the academy and focused on building a relationship with Oscar. The only concern was Yunqi and the others who had seen her before, but seeing that Yunqi was willing to cooperate, her malicious eyes also cast a grateful look. The three girls naturally recognized Dai Mohite. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing said nothing, while Ning Rongrong was simply looking for entertainment. Wanted to see how far Dai Mohite could go. However, they did not recognize Oscar until he spoke up, as he was quite the lecher. Oscar looked at the three girls, wanting to salvage his image, and directly left Dai Mohite aside since the three girls in front of him were more attractive. But he didn't have many other thoughts, as he had heard about Yunqi's strength, who could defeat teacher Xiao Wujing in such a manner. Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. So you guys are here to eat too. Yunqi knew it was Oscar, after all. That pair of peach blossom eyes and the soft, lewd voice were too recognizable. The three girls and Tang Sin didn't recognize him right away. They just compared the handsome guy in front of them with Yunqi. There's really no comparison. Yunqi had that masculine, angular look exuding warmth and sunshine. On the other hand, Oscar looked too much like a pretty boy, overly effeminate. There was no comparison at all, but they still responded, "Do you know us?" Oscar looked at the few people in front of him who clearly didn't recognize him, and a smile appeared on his face, thinking that after tidying up. He was quite a handsome guy, and the attitudes of these people had improved a lot. However, Oscar never considered why he had been disliked before. And how could they recognize him when he had so much hair on his face before that only his eyes and mouth were visible? With a somewhat smug smile, Oscar replied, "I'm Oscar, the student you met yesterday." The first to react was Ning Rongrong, looking at Oscar with disbelief. "Are you really that lewd uncle from yesterday?" Oscar's smile froze for a moment, then he smiled again. "Yeah, I'm that uncle from yesterday. What about it? Am I still like that now?" As he spoke, he showed a very confident expression. Ning Rongrong and the others shook their heads. Even Ma Hongjun and Dai Mabai looked at Oscar's expression. And before he could feel proud for a few seconds, he was interrupted. The three girls still looked at Oscar with disgust and said mercilessly, "You really don't look like the uncle from yesterday anymore, but the lewdness is still there, and with your unwarranted confidence, it makes us want to puke even more." Dai Mabai, seeing Oscar about to turn to stone, hurriedly stepped forward, hugged him, and consoled him softly. "It's okay, Ao. They don't like you, but I really like you." As soon as these words came out, everyone who understood the truth was stunned, while only Oscar and Tang San appeared moved. Oscar was incredibly touched. There were still such considerate girls in the world, while Tang San felt that this love was truly beautiful. Yunqi had a different thought in her mind, thinking, "A bitch is suited for a dog. It's eternal." She also revealed a warm smile and said, "Congratulations to you all. You found your happiness." Oscar looked at Yunqi in front of him, being very polite, but completely unaware of Dai Mabai's expression beside him. Thank you. You're still better than us." As Oscar spoke, he suddenly stopped, winked at Yunqi, and looked at the three women. Yunqi also hugged directly, saying to Oscar, "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. These two are both my girlfriends." Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's faces turned slightly red, while Ning Rongrong felt a bit sour inside, for reasons she couldn't quite understand even herself. Ma Hongjun, witnessing the conversation, remained silent and focused on his food. Everything in this world was none of his business. Ever since he had been hit on the head a few times by Flender, he felt like he had lost that desire, not sure if it was just his imagination. Ma Hongjun thought to himself that he should take the opportunity to experiment with his teacher more often. Soon, Yunqi and the others brought their meals and sat down to eat. When faced with some questions, Yunqi happily told them that matters regarding cultivation were directly attributed to talent. Anyway, under Yunqi's dual aura, the meal eliminated hostility and brought them closer together. As for how well the relationship was developing, Yunqi thought it was quite good. As for the other guys, Yunqi figured they could only fend for themselves. In any case, this meal was very enjoyable, and both sides were quite happy. Under Yunqi's leadership, they got to know each other again. Yunqi also playfully gave nicknames to Ma Hongjun and the others, calling them Fatty, Big Sausage, and so on. With the girls calling him Bro, Yunqi had led everyone astray, turning into the leader of the eight. After Yunqi helped Xiao Wu wipe her mouth, he also looked at Zhu Zhuqing, but Zhu Zhuqing still felt a bit shy and said that it was fine for her to come along. Yunqi did not force anything, just casually asked Oscar, "Is there no special rule in the academy, like Big Sausage?" Under Yunqi's friendliness, Oscar did not dwell on this nickname. After all, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had been calling him that for a long time, and he was already used to it. He reluctantly shifted his gaze from Dai Mubai to Yunqi. The academy doesn't seem to have any special rules, just that you can't commit crimes or force things, but encourages battles and competitions. Yunqi still wore that expression on her face, but inside she felt a bit nauseous. Combat was understandable, but when it came to many people in her past life had been harmed by this thing. Although she knew the world had changed, she still felt a bit resistant. After all, Yunqi had a deep-seated grudge against. Oscar continued to explain. The teachers at the academy believe that these two methods can quickly increase practical experience, improve one's martial spirit, and enhance psychological resilience. As long as no one is killed, anything else is fine. Even if one ends up with nothing, the teachers won't say anything. Chapter 43. Ning Rongrong's True Nature. Yunqi nodded and remained silent, but Ning Rongrong beside him asked, "What about the academy's courses?" Oscar thought for a moment and then replied helplessly, "Because before you all came, there were too few students at the academy, and our courses are constantly changing. After all, there are so many teachers, and the courses are basically adjusted according to individual differences, so I don't know what the current arrangements are." Oscar took the water that Dai Mubai handed him, smiled at Dai Mubai, and then drank it all in one go. Clearing his throat, he continued, "So, the tuition fee of 100 gold soul coins per year is absolutely worth it for you." It was clear that Oscar did not know about Yunqi and the others' advantages. But Yunqi did not indicate anything, only smiling in agreement a few times. However, Xiao Wu couldn't help but speak up. "Then why is your academy so poor?" Logically speaking, several teachers are over level 60, and the principal and teacher Xiao are both soul saints. It shouldn't be this poor. Before Oscar could respond, Ma Hongjun also said, "We still receive subsidies from the Wuhuan Hall, but the teachers do not." Xiao Wu and the others knew that Soul Master's compensation ends once they break through to Soul Sovereign and reach Soul Sect. So for example, Yunqi now could not receive subsidies. But Ma Hongjun clearly misunderstood Xiao Wu's meaning. "I'm not asking about that. I'm saying that with such high Soul Master levels, anything they do should be better than this. It can't be that the academy is in such a dire state." Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar were all stunned, clearly realizing the blind spot in the situation. Ning Rongrong, with a pure smile, said to Xiao Wu, "Don't ask anymore. Maybe the teachers have their own difficulties and feel embarrassed to go out and earn money." When Ma Hongjun and the others heard Ning Rongrong's words, it seemed like she was explaining to Xiao Wu, but the actual meaning was understood by everyone present. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were both furious. They were both the principal, brought back by Flanders, and felt a sense of gratitude that made them unable to tolerate Ning Rongrong's indirect criticism of their teachers. Ning Rongrong didn't have Yunqi's aura, which couldn't affect Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Ma Hongjun was currently indifferent, and Oscar was accompanied by a beauty, so naturally, they wouldn't be deceived by Ning Rongrong's appearance. The two raised their hands and slammed them on the table. The bowls and chopsticks on the table were knocked over, and they both angrily questioned Ning Rongrong in unison. "What do you mean by that, just now?" But who was Ning Rongrong? She was the most favored little princess in the sect, and had never endured such grievances. No longer pretending, her face showed a look of disdain as she directly retorted, "What you think is what I mean." Seeing that Ning Rongrong not only refused to accept their words but also mocked them, they wanted to take action. Ning Rongrong, seeing this, sneered and slowly said, "If you dare to touch me now, tomorrow everyone in Shrek, including your principal, will die here. Do you believe it?" Yunqi originally wanted to intervene, but seeing Ning Rongrong like this, completely different from how she was portrayed in the original work when Flender manipulated her, he felt it was not the same. In the original, she had power and influence in her own family. Yet she bowed down to Dai Mubai and was punished by Flender. Although it was said to be under instruction, it still feels different from now. Yunqi thought for a moment and realized that it made sense. After all, these are living people. How could they be bullied without resisting? Not to mention that Ning Rongrong had a very poor first impression of them. If Ning Rongrong had some powerful backing, Yunqi would think she had a serious problem with her brain, as it simply didn't make sense. As for Oscar and Ma Hongjun, they also calmed down. Ning Rongrong's identity was definitely not simple. Just during the meal, she had once again shared her basic information with everyone. Her innate soul power was level 9, and her martial soul was the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. From this, it could be concluded that Ning Rongrong was the pride of the 7-treasure glazed tile school that definitely wouldn't dare to gamble on whether there would be corpses everywhere tomorrow. After calming down, they also broke into a cold sweat. The 7-treasure glazed tile school had 2 titled Douluos and had a very good relationship with the Heaven Do Empire. Even if they didn't directly insult her, just pointing fingers at her would be something they would have to accept. Thinking of this, the two hurriedly apologized. Sorry, Ning Rongrong. We were a bit too emotional just now. We're really sorry. Yunqi looked at the two who were bowing to apologize and Ning Rongrong, who had no intention of forgiving them, and said, Rongrong, accept their apology. We still need to study together as classmates in the future. Yunqi winked at Ning Rongrong in a spot where the two couldn't see. Ning Rongrong didn't quite understand what Yunqi meant, but she knew that Yunqi certainly had more to say to her. So she immediately expressed that she could forgive the two of them. For Chiga's sake, I forgive you this time. If you dare to show hostility towards me again, I won't be polite. Ma Hongjun and Oscar quickly nodded, not daring to take action again. They didn't want to act impulsively and then find that Shrek and its people had quietly disappeared from the Spirit Master world the next day. Now, looking at the righteous Yunqi, their eyes were filled with gratitude. Yunqi looked at the scene before him and thought, this is more like it. It's foolish not to use power. This Ning Rongrong is just right for me. Yunqi casually waved his hand and slowly said to the two, I helped you this time. But don't do this next time. We're all classmates. Isn't there anything we can discuss? If you say something wrong, you can explain it slowly. Why does it have to be like fighting or killing? Ma Hongjun also complained aggrievedly. Chigo, the rules of our academy are like this, encouraging battles. Everyone shook their heads and sighed, but only Tang San's eyes sparkled with excitement. He thought to himself that this academy truly lives up to its reputation as a monster academy. Even the rules are so peculiar. It seems I made the right choice coming here. After all, in his previous life, Tang San was also part of a sect that specialized in hidden weapons, where the emphasis on combat and irregular methods might just be their norm. Yunqi was surprised and said, so this school rule has really sunk into your heads. I can't help but give a thumbs up to Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Keep it up, and definitely don't forget this rule. But the school rule doesn't say that this rule only applies to your own people, right? From now on, if you see someone you don't like, just go up and beat them up. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu listened to Yunqi's words, feeling a bit speechless. However, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Dai Mubai, and Tang San's eyes lit up. In unison, they said to Yunqi, thank you, Brother Qi, for your guidance. The girls rolled their eyes at the four of them again, thinking, so you can't even understand Yunqi's sarcasm, huh? Yunqi was also surprised to look at them, thinking to himself, my halo is clearly forgiveness and affinity. How did it turn into a decrease in intelligence? In fact, it wasn't Yunqi's fault. It was just that this rule was too appealing to the four of them. So when Yunqi spoke with righteous fervor, they didn't delve into the meaning of his words, merely taking it as him guiding them. Chapter 44. Tang San moved to tears. After finishing their meal, everyone returned to their cultivation, especially with Yunqi's presence making the atmosphere in Shrek suddenly tense and competitive, as having a monster like Yunqi around stimulated everyone's fragile nerves. Yunqi also saw Tang San, who was about to leave, and stepped forward to stop him, with a thought. Task. Have Tang San forge a hidden weapon using the corpse of the iron armor dragon. Reward. Retrieve the forged hidden weapon. Tang San looked at Yunqi, who was blocking his way, with confusion and couldn't help but ask, Chiga, is there something you need? Yunqi directly asked, Xiao San. We noticed when we were in school that you would gather some ores whenever you had the chance. What do you need that for? Tang San saw Yunqi paying attention to his or collection, and his expression changed for a moment, but it quickly disappeared. After all, with some fondness there, he answered with a bit of concealment. It's nothing much. You know my family is a blacksmith family, and I don't want to lose my skills. So I just look for some things to practice with when I have free time. Yunqi also nodded in agreement. He said to Tang San, I saw you using that little gadget during the entrance exam yesterday. Did you make it yourself? Tang San felt a bit flustered at this point. This was his lifeline on this continent, and even though the person in front of him was Yunqi, he still felt a bit nervous. He answered vaguely, yeah, I made it myself, but due to the scarcity of materials, there isn't much left. Yunqi casually patted Tang San's shoulder and smiled, saying, it's fine, I just wanted to ask, I won't take your things. Tang San, seeing the friendly Yunqi, felt a bit embarrassed, but thought to himself that without the Tang sect's hidden weapon techniques, Yunqi wouldn't be able to use it anyway, which reassured him a lot. He decided to take one out to show Yunqi. As Tang San's left hand reached to his waist for the 24 bridge Mingyuanite, he didn't immediately take it out. Tang San, puzzled, used his soul power to investigate and saw the scene inside, and his eyes instantly turned red. He murmured, where's my dragon whisker needle? Where's my dragon whisker needle? Yunqi watched as Tang San finally realized that his things were missing, and he felt a surge of secret joy. However, he still asked with a concerned tone, what's wrong, Xiao San? What have you lost? Tang San looking dazed, raised his head to look at Yunqi and said sadly, "Chigo, all the things I used yesterday are gone." Yunqi also asked, "Tang-san, how could your things disappear from the storage soul guide? Don't tell me you're making up such a poor lie, just because you don't want to show me." Tang-san was a bit anxious and hurriedly said, "How could I possibly deceive you, Brother Chi? I have always remembered the help you've given me and the teacher." Yunqi also nodded thoughtfully and slowly said, "It seems that your things are really lost. Could it be the reason of the soul guide?" Upon hearing Yunqi's words, Tang-san also recalled that over the past 6 years, he often lost money and hidden weapons, feeling both love and hate for this soul guide. For a moment, he was also unable to make up his mind. Yunqi looked at Tang-san, who was shaken by his words, and said directly, "How about this, Xiao-san? Why don't you sell this thing to me? After all, it's just going to fall apart in your hands, which means it's been neglected for a long time." Tang-san hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head and replied to Yunqi, "This thing was given to me by my teacher. Selling it wouldn't be good." Yunqi looked at Tang-san, who was refusing, and was not angry. He had 100% way to handle Tang-san. He sighed a little and said, "What a pity. I saw that you were so weak and must be living poorly, so I wanted to help you." Tang-san was deeply moved. In this world, his father had never treated him well, but there was still blood ties. Yu Xiaogang had imparted knowledge to him, but apart from Yunqi, there was no one who truly cared about him. Is it time to observe the fire at Yunqi? Directly taking out the corpse of the iron armor dragon from the ring, Tang-san was greatly shocked by the enormous creature in front of him, especially after recognizing the various minerals on the iron armor dragon's corpse. His breathing became noticeably heavier. His eyes revealed a sense of desire. But the remnants of his rationality prevented Tang-san from losing control immediately. Yunqi also coughed at the right moment, interrupting Tang-san's thoughts. Tang-san looked at Yunqi excitedly and hurriedly said, "Chiga, what are you doing?" Yunqi casually said, "This iron armor dragon is the soul beast that my sister Xiao Wu and I hunted together, and it is also the fourth soul ring. I almost lost my life to it back then. Seeing that you like ores, I kept it for you. But I never found the right opportunity to give it to you." Yunqi expressed a sense of regret while speaking. Tang-san felt tears streaming down his face. The knowledge he learned from Yu Xiaogang made him understand how difficult it was to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast, especially one like the iron armor dragon, which was a treasure from head to toe and could hardly be encountered. Yunqi saw Tang-san shed tears and continued to speak emotionally. That battle was truly thrilling. "Although I also gained the fourth soul ring after 10,000 years, this corpse can help you, so it's not in vain." Yunqi patted Tang-san's shoulder and slowly raised his foot, intending to leave. Tang-san felt deeply ashamed looking at Yunqi, who had taken such care of him. The body of the iron armor dragon could sell for hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins, and Yunqi had gifted it to him just because he noticed Tang-san's interest in ores. Tang-san hurriedly stepped forward as Yunqi was about to leave. "Chiga." Yunqi looked back at Tang-san and asked with a hint of doubt, "Little San, is there anything else?" Tang-san looked into Yunqi's eyes and directly handed over the 24 Bridges moonlit night that Yu Xiaogang had given him. "Chiga, this is for you. Keeping it would just lead to losing more things anyway. Chiga, please don't put any valuable items in it." Yunqi also nodded with a smile, turned around and waved her hand, disappearing from Tang-san's sight along with the 3 girls. Tang-san looked at Yunqi's carefree demeanor with great envy, but he also completely cut off his thoughts about Xiao Wu, solidifying his resolve. He murmured to himself, "Xiao Wu is now my sister-in-law. If I continue to indulge in unrealistic fantasies, I should give myself a few hard slaps." It wasn't until a while after Yunqi had disappeared that Tang-san calmed his feelings of excitement and turned to look at the enormous object in front of him, suddenly realizing something. Where am I going to put this thing? And how am I going to transport it back? On the other side, Yunqi was unaware of Tang-san's current dilemma, but even if she knew, she would just smile. As for helping Tang-san, Yunqi doesn't have such good mental qualities. Sending the corpse of the iron armor dragon is just to slow down Tang-san's cultivation speed and to take advantage of Tang-san's achievements. Does he really think Yunqi is noble? Chapter 45. Where is Zhu Qing? Back in the courtyard, everyone found it empty, and Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing directly asked Yunqi, "Bro, why did you give Tang-san the corpse of the iron armor dragon? It could have been sold for a lot of money." Even Ning Rongrong, who was standing nearby, looked at Yunqi with, even she couldn't be that generous. Although the 7-treasure glazed tile school could take out these gold soul coins, it wasn't a small amount. But for an individual, it was an astronomical figure. Yunqi also smiled and pinched the faces of the little cat and Xiao Wu, and said lightly, "Of course it has an effect. Don't ask anymore. When have you ever seen me make a losing deal?" The three girls were still puzzled, but seeing that Yunqi didn't say it directly, they wisely chose not to press further. After all, Yunqi would definitely tell them what they needed to know. Yunqi looked up at the sky and saw that there was still a long time ahead. He took the two girls back to the room and continued to cultivate. As for Ning Rongrong outside the door, she felt a wave of frustration. Looking at the tightly closed room, she felt speechless and angrily returned to her own room. She didn't even notice that her initial attitude towards the group had slowly changed, perhaps feeling a sense of distance from Yunqi and the others. Many things were kept from her, including by Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, which made her feel excluded. She wanted to integrate into the group, but didn't know where to start. As the sunset slanted down, the afterglow quickly disappeared from the land, and the wind in the courtyard stirred up fallen leaves, making a rustling sound. Several people from Yunqi called out to Ning Rongrong, had a simple meal outside, and then returned to the room. Yunqi watched the little cat that started practicing as soon as it returned to the room and didn't interfere much. She just turned her head to look at Xiao Wu, who had finished washing up and was sitting by the makeup table. Xiao Wu also noticed Yunqi's gaze. She smiled and said to Yunqi, "Brother, help me comb my hair." Yunqi took out the comb that Xiao Wu had given her from the ring, walked to Xiao Wu's back, and gently helped her comb her hair. Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi's figure in the mirror, also lost in memories, and said, "Brother, your technique is getting better and better." Yunqi smiled faintly, feeling a bit helpless. "I've been helping you comb your hair for so many years, and my skills are still not good. Does that mean I've become a fool?" Xiao Wu gazed affectionately at the reflection of Yunqi in the mirror and murmured, "Brother, you are such a fool." Although Xiao Wu's voice was very soft, with Yunqi's keen hearing, how could he not understand what Xiao Wu was saying? He also knew the meaning behind Xiao Wu's words. Yunqi is not a saint, and has long promised Xiao Wu. As a normal young man filled with youthful vigor, Yunqi has been tormented to the point of great pain. However, he was terrified by an indescribable entity in his previous life, which made him somewhat fearful of this situation, so he has been holding it in. Xiao Wu sensed the unusualness of her beloved behind her, and her little face turned slightly red. With her delicate features, she turned to look at Yunqi, who was using her comb to help tidy her hair, and she stepped forward to hug Yunqi. She softly whispered in his ear, "Brother." Yunqi also understood Xiao Wu's meaning. She turned to look at the little cat who was practicing and hesitantly said, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Xiao Wu casually replied, "It's fine. It's just a matter of time." Yunqi was also stunned, looking at Xiao Wu, speechless with surprise. Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi's expression and directly said, "It doesn't matter. I'm such good sisters with Zhuqing." Yunqi was deeply moved by Xiao Wu's words. Without hesitation, what more could Yunqi say about such a wonderful daughter-in-law? It can be aptly said, when the golden wind and the jade do meet, it surpasses countless encounters in the world. Yunqi finally looked down and smiled at Xiao Wu, saying, "There will be plenty of time in the future." Xiao Wu shyly nodded in response, letting out a soft grunt the size of a mosquito. Yunqi and Xiao Wu did not notice the little cat peeking from the corner. Xiao Wu's feelings for Yunqi rose again, as their relationship had greatly deepened their emotions for each other. Yunqi looked at the little dance in her arms, who was unwilling to let go, and affectionately pinched her nose while softly saying, "Aren't you going to sleep yet? It's so late." Little Dance stuck out her adorable tongue and made a face at Yunqi. However, Yunqi wouldn't let Little Dance be alone like that. She reached out to tickle her. Little Dance couldn't handle it, sometimes curling up and sometimes fighting back, but she was no match for Yunqi. Soon, she was defeated and felt a bit drowsy after having been busy for too long without proper rest. Yunqi understood this about Little Dance, but instead of letting her sleep right away, she took Little Dance to wash up again before coming back. Little Dance lay on the bed, looking deeply at Yunqi, and after a moment of thought, she slowly spoke, "Brother, what do you think our future will be like?" Yunqi also turned around and said to Xiao Wu, "Who can say for sure about the future?" Yunqi said, "Although we don't know what the future holds, I will do my best to create a perfect future for the people I love and those who love me." In that moment, Xiao Wu seemed to see a light in her eyes. Yunqi's figure continuously rose in Xiao Wu's heart. Xiao Wu couldn't hold back any longer, hugged Yunqi, kissed him, and shouted loudly, "Brother." Yunqi looked at the smiling Xiao Wu with joy and casually asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi seriously and then slowly said, "I love you." Yunqi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied, "Me too." Perhaps they were too engrossed, completely forgetting that there was another person in the room. The little cat girl, Zhu Zhuqing, watched this affectionate couple, speaking intimate words, completely forgetting about herself. No matter how confident and indifferent Zhu Zhuqing was about herself, she couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy and shame. She thought to herself, how can they be like this? I'm still in the room. Meanwhile, Yunqi and Xiao Wu continued to exchange sweet nothings. They chatted about gossip, then reminisced about Grandpa Jack, and wondered if they would miss them after leaving Notting Academy. What about the little brothers in the academy? How are they doing now? When Xiao Wu talked about the teachers and students at Shrek Academy, she once again complained to Yunqi, this academy is really a monster academy. There isn't a single normal person in it. Yunqi nodded and said, I also have to thank Shrek Academy. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met Zhu Qing. Xiao Wu expressed her agreement as well. Zhu Qing is really great. As they spoke, the two of them exchanged a tacit glance. Then their bodies stiffened, and trembling slightly, they asked each other, where's Zhu Qing? Chapter 46. Xiao Wu persuades the little cat. Coming back to their senses, Yunqi and Xiao Wu felt a sense of melancholy in the air. They turned to look at the little cat, who had a face as red as if it could bleed, and her eyes were wide open, staring intently at Yunqi and Xiao Wu. Both Yunqi and Xiao Wu felt a bit embarrassed. They had just been caught up in the moment and completely disregarded the little cat's feelings. Sensing the little cat's gaze, Yunqi was about to approach, but the little cat was not so easily handled. Seeing Yunqi come closer, the little cat couldn't bear the awkward atmosphere any longer. She opened the door and quickly ran into Ning Rongrong's room, diving right in. Then, they heard the door slam shut with a bang. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Qing, who had suddenly barged into her room, and was taken aback, thinking something had happened. She approached Zhu Qing, who was leaning against the door, and asked, What's wrong, Zhu Qing? Recalling what had just happened in the room, Zhu Qing felt like her head was about to smoke. When Ning Rongrong saw Zhu Qing's shy demeanor, she realized there was something going on. She quickly pressed for details about what had happened. Zhu Qing was vague, but Ning Rongrong was very clever and could see something was off from Zhu Qing's expression, which made her heart sink. Ning Rongrong, with an uncertain attitude, asked Zhu Qing, Did they? Under Ning Rongrong's hopeful gaze, the little cat shyly nodded. Now, Ning Rongrong didn't know what to say. For some reason, she felt a bit uncomfortable. She pulled Zhu Qing and silently lay down on the bed. On the other side, Yunqi was a bit at a loss. It was the first time in both this life and the last, and she didn't know how to comfort the little cat. Although she knew the little cat might not care. After all, in such a large environment, Yunqi still felt a bit flustered. However, Xiao Wu, who was already lying on the bed, weakly said, Don't worry, I'll talk to her tomorrow. Yunqi didn't know what to do, so he could only go with the flow. After understanding Xiao Wu's meaning, he didn't say much more. Yunqi looked at the exhausted Xiao Wu after her trip home and couldn't help but sigh. The evil fire is really useful. While Yunqi was still lamenting, Xiao Wu had already fallen into a rhythmic breathing pattern. Yunqi peeked through the window at the sky outside, then held Xiao Wu and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Yunqi and Xiao Wu didn't wake up until the sun was high in the sky. Looking at the breakfast that had already been prepared in the yard, along with a bowl of steaming porridge mixed with longan, red dates, and black beans, Yunqi understood Zhu Qing's intentions. Yunqi looked up at the little kitten practicing on the rooftop and greeted it, as if yesterday's events had already been forgotten. Zhu Qing, good morning. Zhu Qing rolled her beautiful eyes, wrinkled her delicate nose, and said to Yunqi with a hint of annoyance, I brought back breakfast for you all. Hurry up and eat. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Wu slowly walked out of the room, supporting herself against the wall. Zhu Qing quickly went over to help Xiao Wu to the table, seeing the little kitten staring at her and Xiao Wu's unsteady steps. Yunqi felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. The young man, having tasted the sweetness, inevitably felt a bit lightheaded, but fortunately, they were all soul masters who regularly exercised, so they would recover in no time. Zhu Qing also gestured for Yunqi to serve the porridge she had specially made for Xiao Wu. Yunqi was also not standing still, carefully holding the bowl, and walked in front of Xiao Wu, feeding her one spoonful at a time. With a face full of apology, he said to Xiao Wu, I'm sorry. Xiao Wu smiled brightly, her eyes curving like crescent moons, and playfully replied, No need to apologize. It was originally my request for you to take me home, and I'm also fulfilling the promise I made before and Grandpa Jack's wishes. Yunqi also recalled the various moments they had together, smiled, and continued to feed Xiao Wu breakfast. Soon, under Yunqi's feeding, Xiao Wu was stuffed and pulled Zhu Qing aside to whisper. Zhu Qing probably understood a bit of Xiao Wu's intention in pulling her, but felt too shy to speak up. Xiao Wu, however, didn't have so many thoughts. She seriously said to Zhu Qing, Zhu Qing, you know about what happened yesterday, right? And when dealing with Gu, this flirtatious guy, you have to act early, especially since he has a charm that makes people fall for him. There will be more and more people around him in the future. Zhu Zhuqing certainly knew about the terrifying charm around Yunqi. Even she had unconsciously fallen into it. However, she wasn't prepared for it so soon. After all, they had only known each other for a month, and a hint of conflict flashed across her face. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's inner conflict, Xiao Wu continued to stoke the flames. Zhuqing, didn't you notice Ning Rongrong's gaze on Ge? Zhu Zhuqing then understood Xiao Wu's meaning, but still expressed doubt. That shouldn't be the case. She's the young lady of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. However, as she spoke, she recalled visiting Ning Rongrong's room last night and seeing her reaction, which made her heart race. Xiao Wu continued. Even if Rongrong is the young lady of the 7-treasure glazed tile school and doesn't like Ge, didn't you notice how Ge looks at her? Zhu Zhuqing had been around Yunqi and others for a while, so she naturally knew Yunqi's character. He would always take a few more glances at beautiful women. With this thought, the little cat no longer hesitated and nodded to Xiao Wu. Seeing that Zhu Zhuqing had made up her mind, Xiao Wu was extremely happy. After all, Yunqi, who was already talented, had now gained a buff, and Xiao Wu couldn't resist. She had to call for more comrades. Meanwhile, in the corner where the two girls were unaware, Ning Rongrong was listening to the entire conversation, feeling confused about her feelings for Yunqi. However, she couldn't take the initiative. But upon learning that Zhu Zhuqing was also prepared, Ning Rongrong didn't know why, but her clenched sleeves had wrinkled. Her expression was extremely complex. On the other hand, Yunqi completely ignored the two girls whispering and was sitting at the table eating heartily. After Yunqi finished eating, a voice from outside the courtyard called out, "Qi Ge, are you there?" Yunqi wiped his mouth and asked, "What's wrong, Tang-san?" Tang-san replied directly, "The dean called us to gather, so I came to get you." After learning the purpose of Tang-san's visit, Yunqi immediately shouted the names of the three girls and quickly left the yard with them, following Tang-san to the playground. When the 5 of them arrived at the playground, they saw Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar. However, Oscar looked despondent, staring in fear at Dai Mubai. While he was eating the sausages he made with big bites, one hand always kept behind him. Yunqi and the others also realized something and suppressed their laughter. Chapter 47, Dai Mabai's Decision. However, Dai Mabai was a bit displeased, looking at Oscar, who seemed to want to stay at least 10 meters away from him, and slowly approached. But with every step Dai Mabai took, Oscar would cover his back and take a step back. Seeing Oscar's stance, Dai Mabai couldn't help but shout loudly, "Oscar, what are you doing? Yesterday you played that trick yourself, and I only held back my disgust to help you." Oscar, with tears in his eyes and a frustrated expression, shouted back at Dai Mabai, "After I went back yesterday, you cover my eyes. How was I supposed to know it was you?" Dai Mabai didn't care anymore and directly hugged Oscar. He said fiercely, "Anyway, you've done what you needed to do. Do you think you can just walk away now?" Oscar tried to break free from Dai Mabai's embrace, but his stature was relatively petite compared to Dai Mabai, and since Dai Mabai had a beast martial soul while Oscar only had a food martial soul, he was at a disadvantage in strength and could only helplessly seek help from the people present. Ma Hongjun had dark circles under his eyes, clearly having known what happened since they were in the same dormitory yesterday. But now he had no desire at all. Even the desire to meddle was fading. Oscar looked at his good brother, who didn't even glance at him, and the sadness in his eyes was evident. He shouted loudly at Yunqi, "Qi Ge, save me. This is Dai Mabai, Dai Mabai." Yunqi couldn't pretend not to know when she heard Oscar's cry for help. She stepped forward with a face full of sorrow, looking at Oscar, while Dai Mabai behind him was frantically shaking his head and signaling to Yunqi. Yunqi obviously knew what Dai Mabai was thinking, and slowly said to Oscar, "Little Oscar, I can't really say much about this matter. After all, it's something you both want." Seeing that Yunqi was willing to speak, a glimmer of hope emerged in Oscar's desperate eyes, and he hurriedly said, "Brother Qi, Dai Mabai deceived me. He deceived me." Yunqi also shook his head and said directly, "Xiao Ao, it's not that I don't want to help you, but Dai Mabai is also my classmate, and it was indeed you who, as for what happened later, wasn't it also initiated by you?" Seeing that Yunqi was willing to help, Dai Mabai quickly nodded and said to Oscar with deep affection and helplessness, "Xiao Ao, I really like you, and we've known each other for so many years. Isn't there any bond between us?" Oscar was also taken aback, recalling that before the truth was revealed, it had indeed been quite comfortable. But it seemed that wasn't the real issue at hand. Yunqi was still in a daze and hurriedly said, "Xiao Ao, I think you might as well agree. After all, it's not like you're losing anything, and didn't Bai treat you quite well yesterday?" Ning Rongrong, who was initially feeling down, now found some amusement and cheerfully stepped forward to say, Yeah, Sister Mo Bai is very beautiful. Why are you treating her like this? After being bewildered for a moment, Oscar directly replied, but he's my brother. How can I change my attitude like this? Yunqi was also taken aback. Indeed, after all, gender identity disorder only changes one's mental state. However, what Yunqi and everyone present did not expect was that Dai Mabai had tears in his eyes. He let go of Oscar, who he was holding, and said softly to him, Xiao Ao, is there really no possibility between us? Obviously, Oscar had also been feeling frustrated all night. Remembering Dai Mabai's actions from the latter half of the night, he nodded fiercely and said, yes, there is absolutely no possibility between us. Dai Mabai, now a completely feminized boy, looked at Oscar with tear-filled eyes upon hearing his resolute response. Then, in front of everyone, Dai Mabai directly completed his martial soul possession, closed his enchanting eyes, and waved his claws downward. The claws tore through clothing, ripping flesh. Dai Mabai let out a scream. Ah! The sound startled the birds resting in the trees and also attracted the leisurely walking Flander. Now Oscar was dumbfounded. He had just acted out of anger and hadn't truly wanted things to turn out like this. But he quickly recited a soul spell to create a sausage, hurriedly stepping forward to place it in Dai Mabai's mouth. Dai Mabai's face was pale, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. He forced out a faint smile and said to Oscar, Xiao Ao, can you accept me now? Under everyone's gaze, Oscar only managed a faint smile and said to Dai Mabai, you eat first, stop the bleeding. Dai Mabai, in unbearable pain, quickly absorbed the soul power from the food, slowly managing to stop the bleeding. Flander, who had rushed over upon hearing the scream, looked at his student lying in a pool of blood and roared in anger. Who did this? Under Flander's overwhelming pressure, everyone felt a bit uncomfortable. Although it was not directed at them, the soul power of a soul sage still affected everyone. Flander looked at the crowd, his eyes seeming to ask what had happened. But Yunqi and the others were all looking at Oscar. Flander understood the issue and directly asked Oscar, Oscar, tell me, why did Mabai end up like this? Oscar exchanged a glance with Flander and then hurriedly lowered his head, unable to speak for a long time. Flander had no choice but to quickly pick up Dai Mabai, using his soul power to control the two liang that had fallen on the ground and soared into the sky. The priority now was to treat Dai Mabai quickly and see if there was any hope left. The moment Flander took off, a voice echoed from the sky. Disband on the spot. Oscar, when I come back, remember to give me an explanation. Upon hearing the voice, everyone looked at Oscar with sympathetic eyes. Clearly, Oscar had not emerged from the shadow of being a victim, then becoming a perpetrator, and finally turning into someone who would take the blame. Yunqi also shook his head, knowing that Dai Mabai's inner self had completely feminized, which would become an obstacle for Dai Mabai in attracting men. So, taking this opportunity to decisively remove, it was also to deepen his importance in Oscar's heart. But others didn't know, especially Tang San, who was now looking at Oscar with righteous indignation, saying, Oscar, are you even a man? You did that kind of thing first, and now you've turned into this. Mabai was also trying to express her feelings for you, and now that she has left, you're still here in a daze? Yunqi also patted Oscar's shoulder without saying anything, but made sure to show the right attitude. After sighing, he walked past Oscar with the three girls, heading towards Soto City. Oscar, caught in an inner struggle, realized that this decision could affect his entire life. However, to be fair, Dai Mabai's previous experiences with others were indeed impressive, and the reversal before Oscar figured it out was quite good. Chapter 48. The Origin of the Evil Soul Master. After Tang San and Ma Hongjun had left, Oscar looked at the bloodstains on the ground, reminiscing about the Brotherhood and last night's events. He made up his mind and started moving in the direction where Flinder had just departed. While running and thinking, Oscar also chose to forgive himself and forgive Dai Mabai. I would rather make a mistake than do nothing at all. On the other side, Yunqi was taking the three girls to Soto City for a meal, as the food in the academy was, well, hard to describe. When Ning Rongrong found out, she followed behind Yunqi and the others, as the food here was indeed difficult for someone of her status to eat. Soon, Yunqi and the others arrived at a restaurant in Soto City and had a meal, after which they strolled around the streets for a while. Why do you think Dai Mabai would go that far? Xiao Wu asked a few people in front of her. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, feeling more and more that leaving at that time was indeed a wise decision. Ning Rongrong, however, answered directly, maybe he really likes Oscar? After all, after Oscar shaves, he can be considered a handsome man, provided he doesn't talk. Yunqi held a different opinion and expressed her previous thoughts to the other girls. Do you not know who Dai Mabai was before? The girls recalled that scene at the Rose Hotel, but Ning Rongrong only heard about it secondhand, so she didn't know too much. However, seeing that Dai Mabai could even turn against his own brother sent a chill down her spine. Yunqi looked at the expressions of the women and continued, she has encountered countless women, and now that things have changed, she will definitely not be able to suppress her loneliness for long. Moreover, Oscar should suit Dai Mubai's taste. If you think about it carefully, you'll understand why Dai Mubai would do that. Seeing the thoughtful expressions on everyone's faces, Yunqi chose not to say more. After all, he no longer had any grievances with Dai Mubai, and other people's matters had nothing to do with him. Ning Rongrong also changed the topic, saying that with so many people out together, it wouldn't be right not to buy some clothes and food. Sisters, do you want to go shopping with me? Last time we had a little disagreement, and I didn't buy anything. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged awkward smiles. Ning Rongrong added, don't worry. I'll cover all the expenses today. Seeing Ning Rongrong's generosity, Xiao Wu happily grabbed Yunqi's hand, bouncing and shouting yay. Yunqi glanced at Xiao Wu, then raised her head and made eye contact with Zhu Zhuqing, instantly feeling a sense of DJVU, as if her parents were taking their daughter out, being treated by her aunt. However, this time when the girls were shopping, Yunqi didn't just wait idly. She noticed a small stall by the roadside selling trinkets and approached it, picking up a little rabbit and a kitten charm, asking the vendor, boss, how much for these two? The stall owner enthusiastically replied to Yunqi, these two will cost you 1 silver coin. Yunqi nodded, thinking it was a bit expensive, but still acceptable. After picking up 2 items, he noticed a turquoise hairpin that had a pretty nice pattern, but the material was average. The boss, seeing that the young man wasn't haggling, realized that his initial price of 1 silver soul coin was indeed quite high. However, since Yunqi wasn't negotiating, it left the boss a bit confused. Noticing that Yunqi was interested in the hairpin, he quickly said, 3 items for just 1 silver soul coin will do. Yunqi smiled and directly took out some money from the ring, placing it in front of the stall before standing up and turning to leave. The stall owner couldn't help but exclaim, what a big spender. Good person. It's a pity Yunqi walked away. Otherwise, I might have been able to return something. Just as Yunqi returned to the agreed meeting point outside the city gate, she noticed a lewd man persistently bothering Xiao Wu and the others. Hey, little girls, are you the only ones buying clothes? Want me to treat you to something to eat? Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, known for their boldness, immediately summoned their martial spirits and prepared to unleash their powers, muttering, what a jerk, calling himself brother. You must be drunk on fake wine, not even recognizing who you are. The lewd man's expression darkened. In this small Soto city, he is Soul King. Couldn't believe these little girls dared to speak to him like that. His inner malice grew stronger. He released his martial spirit, and his 5 soul rings floated around him. Upon realizing the situation was not right, Zhu Zhuqing quietly vanished from view, hiding after activating her martial spirit. Ning Rongrong looked at the lewd man, her eyes filled with malice, and shouted, I am the daughter of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's master. Do you dare to make a move? This left the lewd man dumbfounded. Everyone on the continent knew about the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The fact that this girl in green was the master's daughter made him nervous. After all, acting on impulse might lead to his death. While he pondered, Yunqi had already concealed herself, wanting to see the girl's combat abilities, but it was clear that she couldn't see that now. Seeing the lewd man hesitate to act, Ning Rongrong grabbed Xiao Wu's hand and started to walk away, looking at the man blocking her path with disdain, saying, good dogs don't block the way. The man, who had intended to act timid, seemed provoked, and his eyes reddened as he glared at Ning Rongrong, roaring, say that again. Ning Rongrong was indeed startled by the roar, but she was never one to back down, firmly stating each word, good dogs don't block the way. The lewd man felt humiliated and disregarded the danger of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, directly attacking. His martial spirit activated, and he became covered in grotesque lumps, emitting a foul stench. His tongue hung out, saliva dripping down, hissing as it hit the ground, which began to emit white smoke. Xiao Wu reacted quickly, using her ghost shadow misty steps to evade the attack from this Soul King by mere millimeters, continuously retreating. Yunqi also couldn't stay calm. With the strength of Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing in front of her, and the inadequately trained Xian Yu, they couldn't take on this Soul King who possessed a poison toad martial soul. As Zhu Qing was about to unleash her soul skill, Yunqi hurriedly called out to her, Zhu Qing, wait, don't act yet. Upon hearing Yunqi's voice, Zhu Qing slowed down. The man, seeing that the prey presented to him was a stunning beauty with a hot figure, revealed a lewd glint in his eyes and activated his second soul skill. Suddenly, his tongue extended long, rushing towards Zhu Qing with a whooshing sound. Yunqi did not dare to be careless. The second and third soul rings on his body lit up, and the sword in his hand transformed into a streak of flowing light with Yunqi's intent, slicing straight towards the man's tongue, with a sword that completely ignored defenses. It was not something a mere tongue could withstand. The man saw the sword light flying towards his tongue and hurriedly used the muscles in his tongue to change its direction. But Yunqi's sword could curve. In an instant, the sword cut through the man's tongue, which began to twitch on the ground, and the man squatted down, covering his mouth, but blood continuously flowed out from it. Yunqi is not the kind of person who leaves halfway through a fight. A man who dares to lay hands on his own woman, especially one who possesses a martial soul that will later be referred to as an evil soul master. Yunqi has no intention of letting him live. Thinking back to when Tang San released this group of things from the city of slaughter, she shudders at the thought of how many innocent civilians would die. Chapter 49, Slaughter. As Yunqi took advantage of the man's moment of distraction, the Moonshadow sword in his hand continued to swing, thrust, and stab, with the first soul ring flashing wildly without regard for soul power. The sword energy densely surrounded the man, who realized the danger and, enduring the pain of his severed tongue, activated his fourth soul ring. Suddenly, the man transformed into a puddle of blood, evading Yunqi's sword energy. Yunqi's gaze also sharpened. His first soul skill had always been elusive, and no one had ever dodged his attack before. Yet today it was evaded, and even Xiao Wu could only take it head-on. The sword aura lingered above the blood water for a moment before dissipating with the wind, as it could not last long without the support of soul power. The man in the blood water gradually emerged, his face pale, clearly having just used his soul skill, which certainly consumed something. The man covered his mouth and shouted something loudly, but Yunqi couldn't hear what he said because he had no tongue. However, it was not difficult to understand the meaning from the look of resentment in the man's eyes. Yunqi also raised the corner of his mouth and said to Ning Rongrong behind him, "Rongrong, help me add a buff." Ning Rongrong looked at Yunqi with a confused expression and asked in puzzlement, "Chiga, what is a buff? How do I add it?" Yunqi's initial desire to show off suddenly vanished. He smiled at Ning Rongrong and said, "Attach your soul skill to me." The man looked at Yunqi with a hint of disdain, but he was also pleased. He directly took out a blood treasure from his bag and started drinking from it. His pale face, due to excessive blood loss, gradually regained color. Clearly, the man in front of him was the predecessor of the evil soul master. When Yunqi drew his sword, Ning Rongrong's buff was also added in time, and two beams of rainbow light entered his body one after the other. Yunqi suddenly felt a wave of lightness wash over him, and his speed surged once more. The sword was drawn. The shadow followed. The sword energy from Yunqi arrived first. And without the fourth soul skill, Blood Pool, the man was naturally wounded by Yunqi's sword energy. Before he could even feel the pain, under the cover of the sword light, Yunqi, using his first soul skill, briefly accelerated and unleashed his second soul skill, Piercing Heart. It aimed straight at the man's heart. However, the man was a soul king, and as a bloodthirsty evil soul master, he had a different sensitivity to killing intent. Instinctively, he tilted his body, allowing Yunqi to stab through his shoulder instead. The man looked at the sword stuck in his shoulder and pressed down on it with his hand, preventing Yunqi from pulling it out. Then he kicked Yunqi away. After that, he began to babble at Yunqi, clearly unable to be understood. Yunqi saw the sword in his hand being confiscated by the man and could only smile helplessly. He summoned another sword, and the one stuck in the man's shoulder disappeared directly. The man looked a bit confused and turned to look at his shoulder. The three women around them burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, a weapon spirit without soul power can disappear freely according to its owner's will. This person can't be an idiot, right? The man naturally heard their mockery and was furious. The only black soul ring on his body lit up, and a red mist enveloped him. Seeing the situation was not good, Yunqi pulled the other women and directly flew up with the sword. The man had a question mark face and was cursing inwardly. Isn't this just being unreasonable? If you had said earlier that you had a flying soul skill that could carry people, I would have left immediately. After Yunqi ascended, she saw the poison frogman standing still and cautiously released a sword chi. However, the man remained unmoved. Yunqi suddenly understood that this must be the flaw of the poison frogman's soul skill. High damage, wide range, but unable to move. Yunqi is also amused. What kind of silly soul skill is that? It might be a powerful move in the soul arena, but in the wild, any soul master with a bit of speed can escape. After all, the speed of smoke release is limited. Yunqi was initially worried that he wouldn't be able to use his fourth soul skill. and kept relying on his first soul skill. Now, however, there was no more hesitation. The deep fourth soul ring on Yunqi's body lit up, revealing a chilling aura, and sword shadows continuously appeared above him, quickly multiplying to the point of blocking the sunlight for Yunqi and the others. Once the sword shadows stopped increasing, Yunqi focused his mind, and the sword shadows swept through like locusts, destroying everything that stood in the way of the torrent of sword energy. The man watched the approaching sword energy, his mouth wide open in a scream. Clearly, even with all his strength, he was trapped in place by his own soul skill, helplessly watching his own demise. Boom! As the sword energy hit the ground, the figure of the sleazy man vanished from everyone's sight, and the red mist dissipated. Ning Rongrong looked on with admiration. When she had seen Yunqi fight Xiao Wu earlier, it had a somewhat fantastical feel, but now, facing a soul king, he and T let anyone touch him even once. As for Xiao Wu, she was already used to it. Over the years, whenever there was a battle, Yunqi would almost always participate, claiming it was to train his combat awareness. But Xiao Wu knew he just enjoyed bullying the weak. Zhu Zhuqing was seriously observing Yunqi's application in combat. After studying for half a day, she only learned one move that was somewhat enlightening. After all, during other times, Yunqi had been relying on the fact that others couldn't fly and had been beating him up. This left Zhu Zhuqing feeling a bit amused. She had never seen anyone play like this. It was purely bullying. Of course, this was just Zhu Zhuqing joking around. After all, he was her man, and how he fought didn't matter as long as he could win. The moment Yunqi saw the shadow of the sword and stepped out, he began to turn around, turning his back on that unfortunate soul, and looked at the three women in front of him, revealing a faint smile. Amidst the laughter and conversation, the masks turned to ashes. After hearing the noise, Yunqi sighed inwardly, having added another big arm, but unfortunately, there were too few spectators. This somewhat dampened Yunqi's enthusiasm. He clicked his tongue, feeling a bit bored. There were no soul-guiding devices to record the moment, which was truly a pity. The girls, seeing Yunqi's expression, also pretended to cooperate. Wow, brother, you're amazing. That's a soul king. You killed it in just a few moves. Yunqi also looked a bit awkwardly at the performances of a few people, especially the little cat. If she couldn't learn it, she shouldn't try to fit in with them. It made Yunqi feel embarrassed. As Yunqi slowly descended into the pit, he found no valuables left behind. After searching around, he discovered nothing apart from the rampant sword energy. With a small leap, he returned to the surface. Facing the few girls watching at the edge of the pit, he smiled and said, "Let's go back." The setting sun's afterglow stretched the shadows of the four, but one figure appeared solitary. However, behind a boulder not far away, there was a silhouette recording the appearances of Yunqi and the others, completely unbeknownst to them. Chapter 50. Double Standards Flander. Early the next morning, Yunqi and the others returned to the playground, waiting for Flander to arrive. Their original plan had been interrupted, and after the incident, Flander learned everything from Oscar and Dai Mubai upon his return that night. Flander fell into a state of confusion, wondering if the younger generation played so extravagantly. Since the incident had already occurred, and Dai Mubai had arrived too late, he felt powerless despite his intentions. Flander wanted to say something, but looking at the determined faces of the two, he recalled the glorious days of the past. Ultimately, he sighed deeply and gestured for them to leave. Before long, Flander, who had spent the night pondering without clarity, appeared before everyone. Those present had all seen Flander before. Ning Rongrong looked at the dean with a shoehorn face, wearing black-framed crystal glasses, exuding a cunning aura, and whispered to Zhu Zhuqing, "This dean, I didn't look closely yesterday, but the more I look now, the more he seems like." Before Ning Rongrong could finish her sentence, she caught Flander's gaze from the corner of her eye and stopped speaking, observing the surrounding silence. The main reason was still Dai Mubai and Oscar. Dai Mubai had asked Flander for a favor to have a doctor help with the treatment, as it was merely an external injury. Oscar had also expressed his intentions at the clinic, but Flander still felt awkward, resulting in a very stiff atmosphere. Yunqi took the initiative to break the silence and greeted Flander. "Good morning, Dean." The others also just realized and followed suit, saying, "Good morning, Dean." Only then did Flander snap back to reality from yesterday's events, cleared his throat, and addressed everyone. "Let me introduce myself again. My name is Flander, and I'm the dean of this Shrek Academy." Yunqi instinctively led the applause at Flander's speech pause. Flander looked at Yunqi with satisfaction, thinking that this kid understands human relationships. All right, stop." Only then did everyone cease their applause. "My martial soul is the four-eyed cat eagle, and I am a level 78 Soul Saint. This information was already known to Yunqi and the others, so they were not overly surprised. Flinder then walked up to Oscar and addressed everyone with his unique magnetic and hoarse voice. This year's situation is quite good. Shrek Academy, this monster academy, has finally welcomed 4 little monsters and 1 real monster. I, Flinder, the dean of the academy, also represent Shrek Academy in welcoming everyone. Remember to go to teacher Li Yusong, who is in charge of finances, to pay 100 gold soul coins. After Flinder finished speaking, he called out Ma Hongjun's name. Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun stepped forward and respectfully said to Flinder, Dean, wait, you take a few juniors to explain the academy's rules, then take a break. The first class will start tonight. As for Oscar and Ning Rongrong, you two come with me. Yunqi also showed a strange expression as she looked at Ning Rongrong, thinking that Ning Rongrong had just spoken ill of Flinder, and he must have heard it. With Flinder's grudge-holding and protective nature, it would definitely make Ning Rongrong feel uncomfortable. However, Yunqi said nothing. Ning Rongrong's personality indeed needed some refinement, but not too much. Yunqi still liked the character of Ning Rongrong when dealing with outsiders. Ning Rongrong clearly didn't understand why Flinder called her, while Oscar was shocked. Oh no, the dean still remembered what happened yesterday. This is bad. Ning Rongrong was at a loss as she walked up to Flinder, and Oscar, with a dejected look, reluctantly approached Flinder to bow. Flinder looked at the two and waved his hand, telling the others, you can all leave now. Make sure to rest, and remember to gather here before dark. The Academy's teaching plan might be different from what you expect. Hearing this, Ma Hongjun looked at the others who were not leaving and was too lazy to mention the rules. He just wanted to lie down and sleep. Ma Hongjun increasingly enjoyed this carefree and laid-back feeling, directly returning to his room to fall asleep. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu saw that Yunqi was not leaving, so they naturally stayed as well. Dai Mubai was concerned about Oscar, while Tang San wanted to see how the dean taught. Flinder didn't mind. He had already given the necessary reminders. He turned to Oscar and Ning Rongrong and said, you are both support-type soul masters, and you have different cultivation methods. So I won't teach you how to cultivate your martial souls, as I can't. I can only tell you how to protect yourselves in future battles. Ning Rongrong internally complained, thinking that her family was the strongest support sect on the continent, with theories passed down for countless generations. The specific methods were ingrained in her bones. How could she possibly need someone else to teach her? On the other hand, Oscar was listening seriously to the knowledge Flinder was imparting. As someone from a grassroots background, he didn't have many opportunities to learn outside of studying and could only rely on exploration, although he had heard Flinder say similar things before. Flinder looked at the two and continued. You both have support-type martial souls, but there are still some differences. However, all paths lead to the same goal. As soul masters without combat abilities, how can you protect yourselves if you don't have partners around you? Ning Rongrong had no pretenses and directly said according to her own thoughts. Train physical strength, stall for time, use money to bribe the opponent, and if that doesn't work, use various treasures. Both my grandfathers are titled Douluo. Flinder's mouth twitched at Ning Rongrong's response. What kind of talk is this? How ridiculous. Being rich is impressive. Having 2 titled Douluo grandfathers is impressive. Flinder internally roared, but upon thinking about it, it did seem impressive. No one would want to kill this little monster on the battlefield. 2 titled Douluo going crazy is no joke. Oscar, at 14, standing on the playground like an ant. Even the onlookers were stunned by Ning Rongrong's display of wealth. Yunqi also sighed inwardly. This truly fits the character design of Ning Rongrong, the little witch. In the original plot, it seemed like she was affected by a dim-witted aura. Such an impressive background, with a wealthy family and connections. Even the royal family has to please her. And those 2 old men are among the most formidable figures on the continent. If I had that background, I could walk sideways. After a while, Flanders, who had regained his composure, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and thought to himself, I almost forgot, this little witch is such a big background. It's better not to provoke her. Let us just keep it normal. Flanders organized his thoughts and adjusted his breathing before slowly saying, Ning Rongrong is right. Everyone applause. Oscar was dumbfounded. Dean, what is wrong with you? Dean, Oscar was calling out in his heart. As the applause subsided, Flanders continued. Although you all know that for support spirit masters, physical fitness is an essential part. Today, you will train your physical fitness. Ning Rongrong, you run 15 laps around the village, and Oscar, as a senior, run 30 laps to demonstrate. Chapter 51, Flanders brings up old matters. Oscar didn't know why, but Flanders' image in his heart suddenly collapsed. He stared blankly at Flanders, and Dai Mubai, seeing Oscar like this, felt a pang of heartache, especially since they had just confirmed their relationship and were still in the honeymoon phase. Flanders' lesson also carried a hint of punishment. But what made Oscar uncomfortable was that Ning Rongrong's requirement was directly halved. Flanders glanced at Dai Mubai, who wanted to plead for Oscar, adjusted his glasses with one hand, and a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Dai Mubai also thought of something, quickly withdrew his foot that was about to step forward, and weakly looked at Oscar, shrugging his shoulders in helplessness. Seeing the interesting Dai Mubai, Flanders chose not to pay any more attention and turned to say slowly, "If you don't return by noon, you can skip lunch. You can use your martial soul to assist yourself, but cheating is not allowed." Hearing this requirement, Ning Rongrong didn't say much, just decisively ran outside, directly amplifying her martial soul to herself. While Oscar, upon hearing Flanders say they could use their martial souls, was quite happy, originally wanting to collaborate with Ning Rongrong. But seeing that Ning Rongrong completely ignored him, he could only smile bitterly and followed her direction to run. Although the village where Shrek Academy is located is not as big as Holy Soul Village, Flanders meant that including the farmland, one lap is just a little over 3 kilometers, and 30 laps is an extremely terrifying task for a food system spirit master. Yunchi also thinks that in her past life, running was okay at first, but as time went on, it became more and more difficult. Both willpower and physical strength cannot falter. Although she is now in the Douluo world, Yunchi believes that Oscar will not return before noon, and for a battle spirit master, this is not an easy task. Yunchi glanced at Flander, who was also glowing, and asked Flander, "Dean, what's going on?" Flander understood Yunchi's intention and thought he was standing up for his classmates. He looked into Yunchi's eyes, considering that Yunchi might become an important person in the future, and quietly explained to him about yesterday's incident. After all, it wasn't a glorious matter. Moreover, I need to make Oscar remember this. It is, after all, something that goes against morals. Yunchi also understood, and when he nodded at Flander and turned to leave, he was called back by Flander. "Yunchi, Tang-san, come with me for a moment." Yunchi also looked at Tang-san, who was just like him, with a hint of doubt, but didn't say anything and nodded to Flander. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, seeing this, also wanted to follow, but Yunchi waved his hand and said softly, "You guys go back first. Rest well, I'll be back soon." After saying that, he took big strides to follow Flander into the academy. Flander's office wasn't very large, and the furnishings inside were just some simple items, far from what was in a shop in Soto City. After entering, Flander sat down on a chair and invited Yunchi and Tang-san to sit together. Once the two were seated, he said to Tang-san and Yunchi, "I heard from Tang-san that you graduated from the same academy and grew up together in the village?" Yunchi also nodded. There was nothing to hide about this. Flander showed a hint of complexity in his eyes and said to Yunchi, "Then why didn't you take the master as your teacher?" In Yunchi's eyes, a flash of brilliance appeared as he recalled the time when he didn't understand the need for patience and chose the foolish method that led to Yu Xiaogang's disgrace, clearly noted by those with ulterior motives. However, Yunchi remained calm, showing a faint bitter smile. He slowly said to Flander, "Dean, you don't know. Back then, I was young and ignorant, and with Master being so emotional and yelling at me, I was just scared. I don't know what happened afterward." Tang-san quickly stood up and said to Flander, "Yes, Dean, I can testify. Moreover, the teacher has long forgotten about it. What a joke, after all." Yunchi now holds a position in Tang-san's heart that is only second to his father. After so many years of influence, coupled with Yunchi gifting him the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus corpse, their affinity has long been close to Max. Flander had no other intentions. He just wanted to ask Yunchi and see his response. After all, not everyone is like Yunchi, a time traveler who has observed the entire world from a god's perspective. And Flander naturally wouldn't be clear about Yu Xiaogan's character. "I mean no harm, Tang-san, you can sit down. I'm just lamenting the unpredictability of fate." After hearing this, Tang-san finally felt relieved and sat down. After all, Tang-san had secretly vowed last night while sleeping. He must protect the best Chiga in the world. Yunchi doesn't know. If they did know, they would definitely give Tang-san a hard blow, and then with a halo of forgiveness, apologize or something. Yunchi looked at Flander and asked, "Dean, you called us here. It can't just be to say this, right?" Flander didn't respond this time. He just looked at Tang-san. Tang-san also remembered what Yu Xiaogang had instructed him, and quickly took out the letter from his inner pocket and handed it to Flander. "Dean, this is a letter from the teacher that I need to pass on to you," before he set off. Yunchi looked at this scene with great boredom and directly spoke up, "Dean, I'm going to rest now." Flander, having received his answer from Yunchi, also waved his hand. as the matters to come were no longer Yunqi's concern. Seeing the situation, Yunqi directly walked out and closed the door. He thought to himself, it's just that Yu Xiaogang is coming to Shrek Academy. With this thought, Yunqi couldn't help but smile, looking particularly sunny. On the way back, Yunqi also saw Ning Rongrong and Oscar, who were jogging. He greeted them with a smile and asked, how many laps have you run? Ning Rongrong didn't say anything, just raised her index finger and then continued running ahead. Oscar, on the other hand, answered loudly to Yunqi, Brother Qi, I have run 2 laps. Yunqi was a bit surprised. After all, Ning Rongrong had run ahead first, yet Oscar was actually leading by a lap. However, when Yunqi saw the smile on Oscar's face, he understood what was going on. This was showing off, not just in front of Ning Rongrong, but also putting on a show in front of Dai Ma Bai. Yunqi certainly knows that at this stage, these men's thoughts are such that even if they can't get what they want, they will find ways to attract attention. However, seeing Oscar constantly talking and making various random movements, as well as exhausting his energy to maintain speed, Yunqi suspects that Oscar might end up running himself into the ground. After all, 30 laps is not a simple number. Yunqi didn't say much either, just sitting quietly beside. For 15 laps, Ning Rongrong could still finish, but whether she could keep going was hard to say. Chapter 52, Attribute Exposure. When Yunqi saw Ning Rongrong running to the 10th lap, she also gradually stopped and walked towards Yunqi. Yunqi handed a cup of water and a tissue to Ning Rongrong, who was sweating profusely. Ning Rongrong smiled at Yunqi while looking at the items in her hands. The morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the two of them, while a gentle breeze tousled their hair. Both Ning Rongrong and Yunqi gazed at the beautiful scene before them, unconsciously swallowing. After taking the items, Ning Rongrong drank the water quickly and wiped off some sweat, feeling an inexplicable impulse. With Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing absent, the little witch wanted to make a move. Just as Ning Rongrong slightly parted her lips to say something, a sound resembling a bellows came from behind them. Ha! 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 The approaching sound interrupted Ning Rongrong's thoughts. She turned to see Oscar looking exhausted, and couldn't help but pick up a stone from the ground and throw it at him, saying fiercely, hurry up and run. Be careful, or I'll skin you alive. Oscar, seeing that this lady didn't like him, originally intended to go to Chiga for a drink, but was scared and quickly left, though the bellows-like sound only grew louder. Meanwhile, Yunqi looked at Ning Rongrong with satisfaction, secretly thinking, this is it, this is the feeling. Then, before Ning Rongrong turned back, Yunqi's expression suddenly changed to one of astonishment, clearly surprised at Ning Rongrong. Perhaps even Yunqi himself didn't realize that he was not just a simple beauty lover, but had various quirks. Seeing Yunqi's expression, Ning Rongrong stomped her foot in annoyance, continuously spinning the soil under her shoe's toe. Yunqi naturally knows Ning Rongrong's thoughts at this moment. Her character has been exposed. Ning Rongrong is also quite distressed inside. After working so hard to maintain her facade for so long, she didn't expect to be unable to hold it in at this moment. Mainly, it's that bastard Oscar, who really messes with people's mindset. Why did he have to interrupt her at such a perfectly good moment? The more Ning Rongrong thinks about it, the angrier she gets. And she keeps this matter in her heart. Yunqi looked at the still conflicted Ning Rongrong and directly said, let's call Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing and go to Soto City for dinner together. Ning Rongrong readily agreed and glanced at Oscar, who was still running laps. Yunqi misunderstood the meaning and said softly, let's run after we finish eating. The dean just said that if we don't finish running before noon, there will be no lunch. Can't we just go out to eat instead? Ning Rongrong was also shocked by Yunqi's way of thinking for the first time. Originally, she was planning to confront Flander head-on under his accountability, but suddenly she was convinced by Yunqi's reasoning. After all, Flander didn't specify how long they should run. He just said there would be no food. Thinking of this, Ning Rongrong felt happy and strolled alongside Yunqi in the fields, soon calling on Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to head to Soto City together. In the meeting hall of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, there was a luxurious chair with intricate carvings on the main seat, and a whole piece of green jade was embedded in the backrest, emitting a faint, warm aura. Sitting on the jade chair was a man with distinguished features, a face like jade, and a demeanor that appeared very gentle and refined. He wore a spotless white robe and looked only around 30 or 40 years old, clearly resembling a handsome uncle. Kneeling in front of the man was a young man dressed in black. Reporting to the sect master, the young lady has already joined Shrek Academy. The man on the main seat showed a helpless expression and slowly said, this little ancestor going out to experience is quite good. Otherwise, the Seven Treasure glazed tile school wouldn't be able to handle her. By the way, is there any other news? The young man in black lowered his head and said, there are several soul saints in Shrek Academy, but I didn't dare to go check. However, the sect master entrusted me with a message, and I passed it on to the teacher who registered at Shrek, insisting that it must be delivered to their dean. The handsome uncle nodded and replied calmly, you did well. If there's nothing else, you may leave. The young man hesitated a bit, which caught the handsome uncle's attention, and he directly asked, what? Is there something else? The young man in black, not daring to be vague, said directly, sect master, I think the young lady might have fallen for a guy. At this, the handsome uncle couldn't sit still anymore, and stood up in surprise, exclaiming, what? The young man in black did not hide anything and recounted all the information he had observed about Yunchi. The standing handsome uncle was still in shock. You mean that guy named Yunchi? He has a soul ring that breaks the absorption limit, and is also a 4-ring soul master? His combat ability even includes single-handedly killing a soul king? Seeing the sect master in front of him, clearly not believing, the black-clothed young man firmly stated, I wouldn't dare to deceive you. It's all seen with my own eyes. The handsome uncle, seeing the resolute attitude of his disciple, believed him. After all, there was no need for him to tell such easily disprovable lies in front of him. The handsome uncle sat back down, thought for a moment, and raised his hand towards the black-clothed young man. The young man understood and handed all the information about Yunchi to the handsome uncle and quietly retreated. When the handsome uncle carefully examined the information about Yunchi, he was extremely shocked, even failing to notice an old man with white hair and a baby-like smooth face appearing beside him, until the old man slowly spoke beside the handsome uncle. What are you looking at? Is there news about Rong? The handsome uncle was clearly startled. Having been too absorbed to notice someone next to him, he showed an extremely excited expression to the old man and said eagerly, Jian Shu, there is news about Rong, and it comes with even better news. The old man looked somewhat displeased and said, what news could be better than Rong? The handsome uncle didn't keep him in suspense and directly handed the information to the old man. The old man took the information and began to read it carefully, going from indifference at first to alarm later. The change was significant. The handsome uncle joked, since Jian Shu thinks it's not a good news, I'll just go bring Rong back. The old man, referred to as Jian Shu, glared at the handsome uncle, Ning Fengji. If you dare to break up Rong's relationship, I won't spare you. Chapter 53. My rules are my rules. This handsome uncle named Ning Fengji said with a bitter smile, Jian Shu, you weren't like this before. Weren't you worried about Rong being alone outside? The old man replied, somewhat exasperated, you showed me this information. This kid named Yunchi not only has strong abilities, but also a good reputation, and most importantly, he is the one Rong likes. As an auxiliary soul master, Rong's future choice will definitely be a powerful battle soul master. Ning Fengji did not refute the old man's words. This rule was almost a tradition of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and no one dared to break it. Of course, this rule was also to better protect the 7-treasure glazed tile school. However, he hesitated and pointed to the last page of the information. Jian Shu, look here. The old man followed Ning Fengji's finger and saw that the information stated that Yunchi currently had 2 girlfriends. The old man frowned at this, and Ning Fengji said, deciding now is useless. Rong hasn't expressed her intentions yet, and this kid has 2 girlfriends. Of course, whether a strong person has many partners is fine, but she's my daughter, and I don't want Rong to suffer outside. The old man's eyes flashed, and he made a decision, saying to Ning Fengji, how about I test that kid? Ning Fengji was surprised, but nodded, saying to the old man, all right, Jian Shu, also tell Shrek's dean, Flander, to take good care of my daughter. The old man shot Ning Fengji a glance and said slowly, as if I wouldn't know. Ning Fengji smiled awkwardly and didn't reply. Probably in the entire Douluo Continent, not many people dare to speak to him like this, and the old man in front of him was one of them. Despite looking relatively young, he was already over 60 and could still scold him like a child. Ning Fengji looked at the old man and recalled how he had taken over the sect from his father. This old man had been a guardian of the 7-treasure glazed tile school all along. When the old man saw that Ning Fengji had stopped talking, he directly took to the skies on his sword and vanished into the horizon. Upon arriving in Soto City, the group enjoyed their meals as usual, and after lingering a bit, they leisurely headed back. Flander, who was hiding in the shadows, gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, this Yunchi, how am I supposed to lead the team with everyone having so many ideas? I originally wanted to take this opportunity to suppress Ning Rong's arrogance. Otherwise, The whole academy will become her one-man show. In fact, Flander dared to do this not because he was bold, but mainly because he had just received a secret letter from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It instructed him to let Ning Rongrong experience some hardships. And Ning Fengji had also invested in Shrek Academy. With this, Flander naturally had no need to fear any repercussions from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School later on. But unexpectedly, Yunqi appeared out of nowhere and took Ning Rongrong to soul.This city for a feast. This operation also gave Flander a headache, and he thought to himself, I can only find another opportunity. Then he stopped spying on Yunqi and the others and quickly left. When Ning Rongrong returned to the academy, she quickly finished running 5 laps. On the way, she saw Oscar, who looked like a dead dog, and kicked him to vent her frustration from the morning. As night fell on the Shrek Academy playground, Flander stood in front of everyone, looking at the 7 of them. He couldn't help but ask, where's Oscar? Why hasn't he finished running yet? As soon as Flander finished speaking, an extremely weak voice came from behind him. Dean, I'm here. Flander and the others looked back at Oscar and immediately felt pity for him. Oscar's face was devoid of color, and he was walking unsteadily with his feet turned out, almost crawling in. Seeing this, Flander realized he had forgotten to cancel Oscar's physical training. Yes, physical training, not corporal punishment. However, Flander maintained the authority of the dean and asked Oscar, have you completed 30 laps? Oscar quietly leaned on the hand that Dai Mubai had extended, trying not to fall, and tremblingly said, Dean, I have finished. Flander then put away his sharp gaze and turned to Ning Rongrong, asking the same question. Ning Rongrong, have you finished your 15 laps? Ning Rongrong smiled and replied, yes, Dean, I have finished. Flander sneered and asked again, did you finish it in the morning or the afternoon? Ning Rongrong, not understanding, responded, what's the difference? Anyway, I finished. Flander smiled, but his smile was quite sinister. What you call finishing is actually only half done, going to soul.This city to feast with Yunqi, and then coming back to finish slowly. Ning Rongrong glared at Flander, her tone angry. So, you have been monitoring us all along? Flander did not deny it and nodded. The anger on Ning Rongrong's face slowly faded, replaced by a smile as she slowly said to Flander, but why? Flander's expression turned cold. He had received permission now and shouted loudly, as the dean, is it wrong for me to check on your progress? Moreover, you left the academy without permission, disregarding the rules of the academy. Didn't Ma Hongjun tell you the academy's rules? Yunqi also stood up and said to Flander, Dean, Rongrong was called to Soto City by me, and Ma Hongjun didn't mention the academy's rules to us. Seeing this, Flander was furious but couldn't express it. He turned to Ma Hongjun and asked, Ma Hongjun, you tell me. At that time, when I asked you to explain the rules, did you say anything? Ma Hongjun, who was in a relaxed state, suddenly heard Yunqi and Flander mention him, and everyone's gaze turned to him. With a blank expression, he said, Teacher, I'm going back to sleep now. I didn't say anything, it's so boring. After saying that, he even yawned. Flander was so angry at his disciple's demeanor that his hands shook, looking like he was frustrated at the lack of effort to maintain his teacher's dignity. Ning Rongrong disdainfully said again, Flander, I didn't violate your so-called rules, and I completed the whole run. Although it was in segments, you didn't specify a specific time. Did you? Flander laughed in anger and shouted at Ning Rongrong, my rules are my rules. Then, in front of everyone's gaze, he walked directly in front of Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, unfazed, said, what's wrong? Are you going to hit me? Flander didn't respond, just lightly placed his right hand on Ning Rongrong's shoulder, sealing all her soul power. Then he said blandly, how could I hit you? I just sealed your soul power. Now run again. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Yunqi couldn't help but step forward and say, Rongrong went to Soto City with us, and the task was completed. How can it be like this? Chapter 54. Am I qualified enough? Flander did not respond to the crowd's words, just looked at Ning Rongrong and slowly said, now I give you 2 options. Either pack up and get lost, or prove to me that you have the qualifications to stay. Yunqi never expected things to develop to this point. He was surprised that Flander could be so stubborn, especially towards the future leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Was he really not afraid of consequences later? However, Yunqi didn't think too much about it. He looked firmly at Flander and said, Dean, if you want to punish someone, punish me. After all, Rongrong is the one I brought out. Flander, looking at Yunqi, felt a headache coming on. He couldn't bear to let Yunqi leave, and the halo around Yunqi constantly influenced Flander's thoughts. He wondered how such a perceptive child could be so stubborn today. While Flander remained silent for a long time, Ning Rongrong cast a grateful glance at Yunqi then turned to Flander with a look of disdain, her expression becoming haughty as she said, "Flander, who do you think you are? Just a little soul sage. What right do you have to demand anything from me?" Flander looked at Ning Rongrong and replied again, "Do you believe that a mere soul sage like me could defeat you with just one finger? Tell me, do I have it right?" Yunqi frowned, made up his mind, and after tricking people and reaping rewards, he planned to run away. He had seen enough of this academy. Due to inexplicable suppression, he had offended a host of geniuses. Yunqi did not want to attract the ire of anyone he shouldn't mess with, especially not at Shrek, which could cause trouble for him too. Ning Rongrong, seeing the imposing aura emanating from Flandra, was momentarily speechless, and the atmosphere gradually became tense. At this moment, an elder in the sky could no longer stand by and directly spoke up. "Flandra, do you think I lack the qualifications to prove myself?" The elder descended from the sky, slowly landing between Flandra and Ning Rongrong, his 9 soul rings flashing continuously, exuding overwhelming pressure directed solely at Flandra. Flandra looked at the elder descending with a sword and at the 9 soul rings on him, feeling the pressure bending his waist. He thought, "This is bad. I've bullied the young, and now the old, who is even more protective, has seen it, but for the sake of his life." Flandra lowered his head even further and took out a secret letter from his bosom, respectfully handing it to the elder. "Your Excellency, soul.This, this is a matter entrusted to me by your 7-treasure glazed tile school, marked with your sect master seal." However, the elder didn't even glance at Flandra, simply turning to look at Ning Rongrong, then showing a slight smile, pretending to be angry and saying, "What? Have you forgotten your grandpa Jian after being away for such a short time?" Ning Rongrong quickly stepped forward, looking at the elder with a pitiful expression, saying, "Grandpa Jian, I miss you so much. Just now I almost couldn't see you anymore. Flandra wanted to kill me." Upon hearing this, Flandra broke out in cold sweat, panicking and hurriedly explaining, "Your Excellency, I had no such intention." The elder snorted coldly, channeling his soul power towards Flandra. Being a swordsman, he was naturally very sensitive to killing intent. He had sensed Flandra's intentions when he was in the sky, but he hadn't expected Flandra to act so recklessly. Having lived so long, he understood Flandra's thoughts and found it utterly unforgivable that he wanted to destroy his granddaughter's inner world. However, he couldn't make a move against him, so he decided to teach him a lesson instead. Under the impact of the elder's soul power, Flandra coughed up a bit of blood. The elder ignored him and turned to Ning Rongrong with a smile, saying, "Grandpa Jian is here now. It's all right. Flandra just misunderstood your father's intentions." Hearing this, Flandra finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong pouted, dissatisfied, and said, "I clearly completed the task he gave me, yet he still sealed my soul power." The elder gently patted Ning Rongrong's shoulder, instantly unsealing her soul power. He then smiled and said, "All right, Rongrong, don't be angry. Later, Grandpa Jian will help you teach him a lesson." Ning Rongrong knew that going too far was not good, so she stuck out her tongue and made a face at the elder. Seeing his granddaughter like this, the elder laughed heartily. The others nearby dared not speak up, fearing that they might disturb this reunion and incur the elder's wrath. Who wouldn't be anxious in their position? Ning Rongrong noticed the peculiar looks directed at her from everyone except Yunqi and pulled the elder's hand, saying to Yunqi and the others, "Grandpa Jian, these are all my classmates." Under Ning Rongrong's selective introduction, she briefly skipped over Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, focusing on introducing Yunqi and Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. The elder observed this scene and thought that Rongrong only had good feelings for these few people. He smiled warmly at Yunqi and the others, saying, "My name is Qinshin, a worshipper of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and also Rongrong's grandfather." Everyone bowed again, respectfully saying, "We have met soul.This." Qinshin raised his hands slightly, addressing everyone. "No need to be so formal. You're all Rongrong's classmates. Just be yourselves." Though he said this, everyone still maintained a respectful attitude, not daring to act recklessly. Yunqi is the same. After all, for the old man, he is simply not strong enough. Yunqi firmly believes in a principle. When the wind is at your back, be bold. When it's against you, be humble. In the face of such situations, it's better to be humble. There's nothing to be ashamed of, and he still holds a sense of reverence for the strong. The old man looked at Yunqi, who was outstanding in appearance and humble in demeanor, and felt an inexplicable increase in fondness, especially recalling how Yunqi had taken on responsibility proactively while being observed in secret. He admired that attitude greatly, as if he were looking at a potential grandson-in-law. Yunqi was also looking at the old man in confusion. Ning Rongrong knew her sect's intelligence network, And seeing her grandpa Jian looking at Yunqi with that gaze, her face turned slightly red as she pulled Qinxin's hand and started swinging it. Qinxin noticed Rongrong's attitude and realized his gaze had been exposed, so he quickly shifted his attention and said to Flander, "Get up. You can't treat my Rongrong like this next time." Flander, hearing Qinxin's warning, quickly replied, "Don't worry. I will take my teaching seriously and follow the normal procedures to teach these children, ensuring fairness for everyone." Qinxin nodded and took Ning Rongrong to a corner to whisper. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after the old man left, and their expressions relaxed considerably. Chapter 55, Sword Path Qinxin, especially Flander, who was panting and listening to the discussions around him. He never expected that there would be a title Douluo beside Rongrong. Indeed unexpected. As for Dai Mabai and Oscar, they widened their eyes and exclaimed to each other, "Wow, a top-tier young lady. If I were like that, how could I have escaped here?" Ning Rongrong, pulled aside, asked Qinxin, "Grandpa Jian, what is going on?" Qinxin hesitated, but couldn't resist his curiosity. With a gossiping expression, he asked his granddaughter, "Rongrong, tell me the truth. Do you like that handsome young man?" Ning Rongrong's face immediately flushed. Although she had a carefree personality, she felt a bit overwhelmed by her elder's direct question. She stammered, looking down and fidgeting with her hands. Seeing his granddaughter's demeanor, Qinxin confirmed his suspicion and playfully said, "Such a talented genius, but I heard that the Spirit Hall tried to recruit him before. He didn't explicitly refuse, nor did he agree. For the sake of our sect, we must eliminate this future enemy. Since Rongrong doesn't like him, I have no reservations." Upon hearing Qinxin's words, a killing intent seeped into her tone, and she suddenly panicked, feeling an inexplicable sadness. Hugging Qinxin's arm, she urgently said, Grandpa, I like him. I'm just shy. Don't kill him. Otherwise, I want to talk to you for the rest of my life." Qinxin was initially happy to hear the first part, but immediately felt downcast at the latter. He looked at Ning Rongrong and said, "If we don't kill him, what will happen when he helps the Spirit Hall oppose us in the future?" Ning Rongrong retorted, "As long as I'm with him, he can't possibly be our enemy." Qinxin looked at Rongrong's eager face with interest and teasingly said, "Rongrong, but he already has 2 girlfriends. Who knows how many more he'll have in the future?" Ning Rongrong seemed to have a momentary lapse in thought, not knowing her current relationship with Yunqi. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Qinxin looked at his granddaughter and didn't want to provoke her any further, just as he was about to speak. Ning Rongrong suddenly snapped out of her silence, raised her head, looked firmly at her grandfather, and stated clearly, "I like him." Qinxin looked at his granddaughter as if she had grown up, bravely facing her inner thoughts. He felt a mix of happiness and sadness, a very complex feeling in his chest. After holding back for a while, he finally smiled and slowly said to Ning Rongrong, "It seems our Rongrong has grown up. She dares to confront her own heart." Ning Rongrong blushed and replied to her grandfather, "You just wanted to scare me. I'm ignoring you." Saying that, she turned her head away. Qinxin, seeing that Ning Rongrong was ignoring him, quickly said, "Little ancestor, I'm completely following your father's instructions. You see, how could Grandpa Jian usually treat you like this?" Qinxin also silently apologized to Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, in his heart, saying, "Sorry, I'm taking the blame." Ning Rongrong wasn't really angry. She was just pretending. However, upon hearing that it was her father's arrangement, she pouted angrily, declaring that she would definitely steal her father's treasure Millennium Sauce wine next time they met. Qinxin looked at Ning Rongrong making those fierce threats and smiled, secretly thinking, "How wonderful." After venting for a while, Ning Rongrong asked, "Grandpa Jian, did you come here for something? You're not just following me around, are you?" Qinxin shook his head and slowly explained, "What I just said isn't all false. Your crush hasn't explicitly rejected the Spirit Hall. Previously, when he was in school, the Spirit Hall sent someone to recruit Yunqi, but later for some reason, they let him go and didn't continue recruiting or eliminate him. So you need to think clearly." Ning Rongrong nodded solemnly, understanding her sect's stance, which was aligned with the Heaven Do Empire. The Spirit Hall's expansion over the years had indeed infringed upon the interests of the 2 major empires and 3 sections. However, because of the Spirit Hall's strong power and the support of commoners who were soul masters, they didn't dare to speak out. After chatting with Qinxin for a while, he reminded Ning Rongrong a few more things, then pulled Flander aside for a private talk. "You should understand what I mean, right?" Qinxin looked at Flander, who nodded respectfully. "I understand, Your Excellency, Sword Douluo." Feeling reassured, Qinshin walked in front of everyone and warmly addressed Ning Rongrong's classmates, saying, as classmates, I hope you all will take good care of my Rongrong in the future. Yunqi and the others also nodded in agreement. Qinshin looked at everyone with satisfaction, then walked up to Yunqi and slowly said, Kid, you also have a sword martial soul? Yunqi was also enviously watching the big shot in front of him, as he had almost zero skill with the sword and relied entirely on the strange and tricky abilities of his martial soul and soul skills in battle. Qinshin naturally understood what Yunqi was thinking, but he also had only a limited understanding of teaching. However, he gently offered a few pointers in Yunqi's ear, which enlightened him, and he gratefully cupped his hands towards Qinshin. Thank you for your guidance, Sword Douluo. Qinshin casually waved his hand in response, giving a meaningful glance at Ning Rongrong before looking at Yunqi and saying, I have high hopes for you. Ning Rongrong naturally noticed her grandfather's gaze and felt a mix of shyness and annoyance, but she didn't speak up. However, the little cat that had been observing Ning Rongrong and Qinshin noticed the clues and felt an increasing sense of urgency in its heart. As an experienced person, Yunqi naturally couldn't miss the underlying meaning in the words, but after deep contemplation, he still couldn't figure out what the sword Douluo in front of him was hinting at. He maintained a calm exterior, but his heart was filled with confusion, so he could only pretend not to understand and slowly said, Thank you for your praise, senior. Qinshin also smiled and said to Ning Rongrong beside him, Rongrong, I'm leaving. If anyone bullies you, remember to notify the Dark Sentinel, and I will rush over immediately. Ning Rongrong looked at Qinshin reluctantly and said, Grandpa Jian, won't you stay a little longer? Qinshin also smiled wryly and said, You know the situation at home. Grandpa also wants to accompany you, but there's nothing I can do. Ning Rongrong nodded to indicate she understood. In the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the 2 titled Douluos plus Ning Fengji were indispensable. They had to always guard against external enemies. After giving his instructions, Qinshin directly activated his martial soul, the 7-killing sword, and flew up on his sword. Compared to Yunqi, Qinshin's sword remained unchanged, while Yunqi's sword could accommodate several people lying on it. Qinshin quickly disappeared from everyone's sight, but his voice lingered for a long time. Yunqi, remember to take good care of Rongrong. Chapter 56, The Proud Young Lady's Confession. Clearly, this statement was intentionally made by Qinshin to break the atmosphere between the two and also to inform others that he had the intention of bringing Yunqi and Ning Rongrong together. However, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, knowing that Qinshin was indirectly referring to them, but considering that Qinshin did not use his authority to pressure them. And with Ning Rongrong's recent behavior, they naturally understood his meaning and did not stop him, implicitly allowing it. However, Yunqi and Ning Rongrong remained completely unaware. This statement, also enhanced by Qinshin's soul power, carried an echo. Ning Rongrong looked angrily in the direction Qinshin had disappeared, thinking it was all her grandpa's fault for leaving and exposing her in front of everyone. How was she supposed to face her 2 sisters now? Yunqi awkwardly touched his face and murmured, Am I really that handsome? Even Senior Sword Douluo wants to entrust his granddaughter to me. Although Yunqi's voice was very low, in such a quiet atmosphere, the sudden sound was clearly heard by everyone present, all of whom were soul masters. Ning Rongrong was so embarrassed and angry that she couldn't face anyone. Regardless of whether it was class time or not, she directly covered her face and ran back. Flinder looked at the fleeing Ning Rongrong and sighed again, thinking to himself, why is there so much trouble in just one class? So many things have happened in just a few days since school started. Flinder looked at the team with one less member and the distracted crowd, and helplessly said, Yunqi, go and bring Ning Rongrong back. Then we can start the class. Yunqi also nodded, directly using his sword to catch up with Ning Rongrong. Seeing that Ning Rongrong seemed to be steaming from her head, he found it quite amusing. He quietly stopped behind Ning Rongrong, listening to her mumbling softly. Stinky grandpa. Bad grandpa. Next time we meet, I must pluck all his beard. What should I do? My thoughts have all been exposed. How will I face Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing in the future? What will Qi Ge think of me? That he knows I like him. Ah, so embarrassing. Yunqi was listening when suddenly he heard himself, and he couldn't help but laugh. Ning Rongrong's task was released a long time ago when he was bored. Yunqi also opened the panel and looked at the task introduction regarding Ning Rongrong. Task: capture Ning Rongrong's heart and officially confirm the relationship. Reward: increase in martial soul quality. After watching the clouds rest, she also closed the panel, and Ning Rongrong sensed something. She turned around and let out a sharp scream. Yunqi was also hit by the sound wave attack, and quickly covered her ears to avoid further damage. Ning Rongrong took a closer look and, upon realizing it was Yunqi, slightly patted her heaving chest and murmured, "Why didn't you say anything? You scared me to death." After Ning Rongrong finished speaking, "Huh? Yunqi? Is it Yunqi?" Just as I put down Yunqi, I was once again overwhelmed by Ning Rongrong's scream. This time, Yunqi chose to cover Ning Rongrong's mouth. Yunqi quickly said, "Rongrong, don't get excited. You wouldn't want our matters to be watched by others again, right?" Yunqi looked at Ning Rongrong, who was making muffled sounds with her mouth covered, and a few glistening tears appeared in her eyes. Feeling the softness and moisture on his palm, Yunqi quickly released his hand. Ning Rongrong, looking at the handsome Yunqi in front of her, cautiously asked, "When did you arrive? Did you hear what I just said?" Yunqi quickly shook his head and said, "I didn't hear anything. I don't know that you like me." Ning Rongrong looked at Yunqi, who was speaking so seriously, and nodded in agreement. But in less than a second, she suddenly came back to her senses. With a flushed face, she said to Yunqi, "If you didn't hear anything, how do you know that I like you?" Yunqi also realized that he had let something slip. It's not that Yunqi is unsure of his feelings. Rather, he is the kind of person who doesn't shy away from both meat and vegetables. XP is on the faces of beautiful women, which makes Yunqi feel quite helpless. Is it wrong for such a devoted person to only like beautiful women? And Ning Rongrong is just one of the types he likes. He didn't give a direct answer or express himself because he had promised the two girls that they should know. Yunqi thought of this, but looking at the straightforward Ning Rongrong, he said with a sly smile, "So, does that mean, Rongrong, you really like me?" Ning Rongrong recalled what Grandpa Jian had said before leaving. Good things need to be fought for, and men are the same. Yunqi is such a good prospect, with good character, and he could protect you for a lifetime in the future. You have to work hard, Rongrong. Ning Rongrong also stopped hesitating, firming up her heart, and looked straight into Yunqi's face as she said, "I really like you. I, Ning Rongrong, like you. Although it might be a bit sudden, your strength and the warmth you exude have captivated me. I don't want to live a life excluded by you all. I want to be in your little house too." Yunqi looked at Ning Rongrong, who was so serious in front of him, and also put away his smile, listening carefully to her words. However, while the conversation was going well at first, the sudden appearance of her bold words later caught Yunqi off guard. With a wry smile, he said, "You let me just to get into our little cabin, huh?" After Ning Rongrong said this, her shyness diminished considerably. Facing Yunqi's question, she confidently replied, "You all run to the little cabin after dinner every day, and I'm really bored alone. Besides, we're all sisters. How can you leave me out? So, what is your answer, Yunqi?" After saying this, Ning Rongrong looked at Yunqi with shining eyes, her hands tightly gripping her sleeves, clearly very nervous. Yunqi also fell silent for a moment. After getting the answer from his heart, he smiled and said to Ning Rongrong, "I think I like you, Rongrong." The moonlight spilled onto the ground, casting the shadows of the two, who gradually moved closer to each other until their shadows completely fused together. Yunqi held Ning Rongrong, looking at her small face that still had a blush and the tears flowing from her eyes, and also reached out to help her wipe them away. Yunqi chuckled and said, "What? A kiss can make you cry from discomfort?" Ning Rongrong also punched Yunqi's chest lightly, then leaned her face against Yunqi's chest, wrapped her arms around his waist, and slowly said, "I'm happy. And if you dare to bully me again, I'll tell my Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu." Yunqi raised both hands in a cooperative manner, looking at Ning Rongrong with a face full of fear, and said, "Miss, I know I was wrong." Ning Rongrong looked at Yunqi, who was acting comically in front of her, and seemed to have discovered a side of Yunqi that no one else knew, which made her laugh. "Then you can follow me from now on. I have plenty of money and will support you." "Really? Miss, I love you to death." Ning Rongrong looked at the flamboyant Yunqi in front of her, wrapped her arms around Yunqi's neck, tiptoed, closed her eyes, and slowly kissed Yunqi on the lips. Yunqi also felt a gentle and soft breath coming towards him, and he unconsciously responded. Chapter 57, Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing Ai. After a long time, the two slowly parted. Yunqi smiled when she saw this, and looked at the happy Ning Rongrong with a grin. Ning Rongrong, noticing Yunqi teasing her, playfully pinched the soft flesh at Yunqi's waist, causing her expression to change dramatically, looking quite amusing. She hurriedly begged for mercy, saying, "I was wrong. Rongrong, I was wrong." Ning Rongrong, seeing Yunqi grinning with bared teeth, couldn't help but laugh while also feeling a bit sympathetic, and said, "You asked for me to tease you. By the way, how did you get here?" Yunqi suddenly remembered the important matter, thinking that she came here to invite Ning Rongrong to go to class together. Yunqi slapped her forehead and said to Ning Rongrong, "Rongrong, let's hurry to class. If we take too long, they might come looking for us." As soon as Yunqi finished speaking, Flander's voice was heard. No need, we can't find you. Let's pack up and set off together. Ning Rongrong and Yunqi turned to look at everyone, especially at the expressions of surprise on Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's faces, which were almost frozen. Ning Rongrong looked at her two sisters, stammering and unable to say anything for a while. Completely unlike the Ning Rongrong, who could argue with anyone just moments ago. On the other hand, Yunqi noticed that the two girls weren't too angry. They just shot Yunqi a fierce glare. After a moment of thought, Ning Rongrong said to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, I. The two girls exchanged a glance, and with a helpless expression, they said, It's okay, it's all Qi Ji's fault. From now on, we will truly be sisters. After speaking, the two girls glanced at Yunqi again, noticing his apologetic expression, and chose not to dwell on it. Ning Rongrong felt a wave of emotion, seeing that the two girls were not holding grudges, but rather comforting her. It was something she could never do herself. She stepped forward and hugged the two girls. As for Flander, he was stunned, realizing that all the female students from his academy had turned into Yunqi's alone. The male students would just have to cope internally, right? However, Flander didn't dare to say anything. The recent events were still fresh in his mind. Now, Flander just wanted to keep a low profile, focusing on being a good principal. Seeing that the three girls seemed endless in their conversation, he walked over to Yunqi, who was smiling foolishly at the three girls, and waved his hand in front of Yunqi's face to break his train of thought. Xiao, go call your girlfriends. We're still waiting for class. Yunqi also showed a look of embarrassment and said to Flander, All right, Dean. The three girls naturally heard Flander's words and felt a bit embarrassed to keep everyone waiting, not out of disdain, but merely out of decorum. Ma Hongjun also said listlessly, I'm so sleepy. Flander looked at his disciple's bald head and approached him with a slap. Smack, he said in a slow tone, Are you awake now? Ma Hongjun looked at Flander, who had just hit his forehead, with a puzzled expression, but still replied, I'm still a bit sleepy. Why did you hit me, teacher? Flander, irritated, slapped Ma Hongjun again. Smack. He thought to himself that the crisp sound and smooth feel were quite nice. It seemed that this disciple of his had recently lost even his desires, and the problem with his rebellious energy seemed to have improved, but Flander had no evidence. He thought he would take Ma Hongjun to visit Soto City again. Meanwhile, the three girls quietly came to Yunqi's side, waiting with everyone for Flander. Once Flander saw that they were ready, he stopped hitting Ma Hongjun's head. It was time for class. Flander waved his hand and said to everyone, Let's go, follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, Flander lightly tapped his toes on the ground and gracefully darted out, heading towards the village entrance. Yunqi and the others hurried to catch up. Flander didn't unleash his speed. He only maintained a pace that Ma Hongjun, with the lowest soul power, could keep up with. The uneven group clearly showed the disparity in their strengths. Following closely behind Flander was Yunqi, then came Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, next was Dai Mubai, and finally Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. Oscar was completely worn out from running too much in the afternoon, and now he had to continue running into the night. He felt numb, barely even aware of whether his legs still existed. Along the way, the group didn't talk much. In Yunqi's heart, he felt that this effort was hardly effective. It would have been more useful to do some broadcast gymnastics with task enhancements. Yunqi was running while also claiming Ning Rongrong's task reward. Yunqi felt a mysterious energy appear on his right hand, emitting a comfortable aura, slowly nurturing his martial soul. Yunqi also understood that the improvement of soul quality is not something that happens in an instant, so he no longer paid much attention to it, as it would eventually come out anyway. Soon, Yunqi and the others saw their destination for this trip and found it amusing. The so-called training was actually the sole arena that anyone could go to in the original work. Flander, looking at the city in front of him, slowly reduced his speed until he came to a complete stop. Seeing the others behind him panting, he said slowly, Is this little speed too much for you? Everyone rolled their eyes in unison, and even Yunqi felt that Flander was being a bit pretentious. Soto City is located in the interior of the Barak Kingdom, making it extremely safe and free from external dangers. So the city gates are open 24 hours a day. The group followed Flander's footsteps and entered the city. Even though it was already nighttime, Soto City was still bustling, even more so than during the day. All the shops along the streets were brightly lit, and some vendors were selling small items and snacks at specific locations, forming several large night markets. Yunqi also sighed. This place truly rivals the nightless city of the previous life, with its strong foreign culture. Although Yunqi and Xiao Wu Zhu Zhuqing have stayed here for a few nights, they haven't gone out to play at night, mostly focusing on their cultivation. Yunqi looked at the three girls and decided that he would often come over for late-night snacks in the future, while reminiscing about the Rose Hotel. The girls were unaware of Yunqi's thoughts, and if they knew, they would probably just secretly think he was lewd, then coyly follow him along. Yunqi looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was smiling, and recalled her icy demeanor in the original work, silently making a resolution in her heart. As for Ma Hongjun, he still looked as if he were on the verge of death, his eyes, the size of soybeans, completely devoid of the desires of the past. Now he didn't even glance at the women on the street, only wanting to sleep. However, there were occasionally some people looking at Ma Hongjun with strange expressions because there were several vivid red handprints on the little fatty's bald head. Chapter 58. The Great Fighting Arena. The group, led by Flander, entered an inconspicuous tea house on the side of the busy street. They all sat down, and the waiter looked at Flander, who was sitting without ordering anything, and couldn't help but ask, "Sir, do you need anything?" Flander glanced at the waiter and then at the others who had come running. It was clear that a few of them needed water, so he reluctantly ordered a few cups of the cheapest tea. The waiter took a careful look at Flander before turning to leave. Ning Rongrong, however, clearly did not want to drink this, and, after calling the waiter back, she said lightly, "Just 4 cups, no need to serve any more. Switch to the most expensive ones. I'll pay for it to save the dean some money." After speaking, she glanced at Flander. Flander's face couldn't help but twitch. Even Yunqi thought to himself, "Well done." But on the surface, he still said to Ning Rongrong, "Don't do this in the future." After that, he even winked at her, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Ning Rongrong understood and nodded in agreement. Flander's expression improved a bit. He thought to himself that indeed, opposites attract, but Yunqi was really lucky. 3 stunning girlfriends. All 3 are geniuses. Tang Sen looked at Yunqi with admiration, inwardly sighing, "Brother Qi, not only is he strong, but he is also a good person, and even good at attracting girls. I really need to learn more from him." Flander cleared his throat to attract everyone's attention, and when he saw them looking over, he said, "Next, you'll have your class." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Xiao Wu. "Dean, are we going to have class in this little tea house?" Flander raised his hand to point towards the tall buildings not far from the tea house. From the direction of the tea house, one could only see towering buildings reaching into the night sky, nearly 100 meters high, enormous and particularly profound, with various lights flickering inside. Except for Xiao Wu and Yunqi, Tang San had not been to the Great Fighting Arena, but he knew a bit about it. When they got closer, he had a guess, but the anime and manga he had seen in his previous life were still a bit petty, unable to convey such visual shock. On the side, Dai Mubai and Oscar, hand in hand, spoke in unison to Flander. "Dean, do they really have to go to that place on the first day?" Flander casually replied, "Take a good look at them and think about their strength." Dai Mubai and Oscar understood the dean's intention. Coming here was not only to train them, but also to make money, especially betting on Yunqi, who had no battle records. Thinking of this, Dai Mubai and Oscar's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and they glanced gratefully at Flander, especially since their lives had been poor, or rather, they had always been poor, particularly after Yunqi took all the soul coins from Dai Mubai. Flander looked at the fervor and gratitude in Dai Mubai and Oscar's eyes and smiled faintly, but hurriedly added a sentence under the gazes of Yunqi and the others. He didn't want to be found out by Sword.Law Xian that he was using his recognized granddaughter and grandson-in-law to make money after just being taught a lesson. Thinking of what had just happened, Flander shivered. Monsters have their own training methods, although I can't guide Yunqi in their meditation methods. Monsters ultimately do not follow the same routine as ordinary people. Saying this, he continued, moreover, their martial soul directions are different. What the Academy can teach is only to help them obtain better spirit rings and how to use their martial souls, aiding them in gaining more practical experience and developing their potential. At this point, Flander was filled with pride. But a single sentence from Xiao Wu brought his pride crashing down. Xiao Wu looked at Flander with her big, curious eyes and asked, "Dean, then why are there so many students who didn't graduate from Shrek Academy, and thus disappeared from everyone's sight?" Flander looked at Xiao Wu's seemingly innocent eyes, and then at Yunqi and Ning Rongrong beside her, and after a moment of silence, he pretended to sigh and said, "The past is too complicated and twisted." Flander gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle with a sigh. This even made Zhu Zhuqing, who usually didn't like to talk to outsiders, roll her eyes. Seeing no one agreeing, Flander quickly changed the subject. "Your first class is in the fighting arena inside that building over there. It's a great place to gain practical experience, where you can witness all sorts of bizarre martial souls. After all, determining victory or defeat is not just about strength, but also about various experiences." Yunqi agreed with this. After all, being closed off would never lead to progress. Only by seeing and doing more can both strength and knowledge improve together. Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged glances. Their perception of Yunqi and the others had rapidly increased during this time, and they naturally worried about them. Flander continued, buildings like that one are generally only found in main city-level cities. Ordinary cities do not have them. Its scale can even indicate the strength of a country. And such buildings are called the Great Fighting Arena, named after the city. At this point, Tang Xin said, Dean, is that distant building called Soto Great Fighting Arena? Seeing Tang Xin play along, Flander's mood lifted, and he smiled and nodded at Tang San, saying yes. The Great Fighting Arena is where soul masters compete with their martial souls. When there are no wars, many soul masters have no place to vent. This building not only allows soul masters to earn money, but is also a good place for common people and nobles to release their stress. Gaining fame in the Great Fighting Arena not only earns the respect of many, but also brings enormous benefits. And most importantly, it's fair inside. Flander picked up the cheap tea next to him, took a sip, and continued. Those who participate in the fight will receive a badge with clear level divisions, preventing any high ranking from bullying the low ranking. The levels are iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond, a total of 8 levels. At this point, Flander scanned the crowd and slowly said, another condition for graduating from Shrek is to obtain a silver fighting soul badge in this Great Fighting Arena. Yunqi calculated that according to the original text, after winning 5 consecutive matches, 10 points would be added for each match. Winning 10 matches would add an extra 100 points. To level up only requires 100 points, while the silver fighting soul requires 1,000. This means that if he wins about 20 matches in a row, he could graduate. Thinking of this, Yunqi felt a bit dreamy about graduating just a few months after enrolling. He couldn't help but wonder what Flander was thinking. Flander also didn't give the others much time, looking at the sky outside and directly saying, it's almost time. Let's set off. Chapter 59. Yinwang Battle Team? Ning Rongrong also finished paying for 4 cups of tea and, ignoring Flander's peculiar gaze, went straight to Yunqi's side. Yunqi could only awkwardly apologize to Flandra and the other male companions. Flandra, seeing Yunqi's expression, didn't want to dwell on it too much. Otherwise, it would be himself who would suffer. Having been tricked once, he swore never to let it happen again. After paying, Flandra led everyone out of the tea shop and headed to the Soto Great Fighting Arena. As they got closer, they marveled at how humans, no matter which world, could create miraculous places. The magnificent architecture before them was truly shocking. The Soto City Great Fighting Arena is generally oval-shaped, with various large and small fighting arenas inside. 1 main arena and 24 sub-arena. Near the top, there are more than 100 VIP boxes for the powerful and various factions to watch. When they were just leaving, Oscar had clearly explained the rules inside the fighting arena. There are 3 types of fights. 1. Sparring, which is simply a place for mutual practice, where deadly force is not allowed. 2. Life and death battles, used to resolve conflicts between soul masters. 3. Betting fights, where the fighting arena acts as a referee. Both sides in the betting fight send out the same number of soul masters, and the winner can take everything from the bet. However, the prerequisite for a betting fight is that regardless of life or death, one must sign a life and death battle agreement to start the betting fight. As for the format of the matches, they could be 1-on-1, 2-on-2, or team battles. Yunqi understood all of this, but still listened attentively to Oscar's words. Upon reaching the main entrance of the Great Fighting Arena, they saw a huge stone tablet inscribed with a dense array of names. Yunqi couldn't help but sigh. In this world, everything revolves around profit. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. Yunqi and others simply registered, filled out some basic information, paid the fee, and received the most basic Iron Soul badge. However, Tang Xin beside them was stammering, clearly very embarrassed. Yunqi naturally knew about Tang San's predicament, but he had no intention of paying for him. All this money had been painstakingly taken from Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. Bit by bit, Yunqi took a look at the items inside the ring, including dragon whisker needles, the 24 bridges on a bright moonlit night, various hidden weapons, as well as daily necessities and money. He was also thinking about how Tang San and Yu Xiaogang could get along. Tang San looked at the server asking him for the registration fee and turned to Fran, gazing at him eagerly. As for why he didn't ask Yunqi, Tang San didn't want to trouble him. After all, Yunqi had to support Xiao Wu, which must cost a lot of money. Fran naturally understood the meaning in Tang San's eyes and said with a tearful expression, Tang San, when you make money, you must pay me back. Tang San nodded in gratitude, But when he reached for the gold soul coin in Fran's hand, he couldn't pull it away no matter what, looking at Fran in surprise. Only then did Fran reluctantly open his palm, allowing Tang San to take it. Oscar and Dai Mubai nearby also looked at Tang San in confusion and asked, "By the way, we are not yet at level 40, and we can still receive subsidies from Spirit Hall. Why are you so poor, San?" Tang San couldn't help but recall the 6 years of hardship he had endured with his teacher, often going hungry and not knowing when the next meal would come. He said, "I don't know if it's a matter of luck, but my money just can't stay. Even when kept in a soul guide, it often disappears." Oscar looked at the thin-bodied Tang San and nodded secretly. No wonder Tang San was so weak, looking malnourished. The small episode quickly passed. When everyone followed the server to the place to test their soul power and confirmed the soul power of Yunqi and the others, the server's gaze towards Yunqi changed. The 3 girls sensed something unusual and hurriedly pulled Yunqi's hand, moving out of the server's line of sight, leaving the server feeling secretly distressed. After all, the man before her was worthy of being called a genius, but that was an insult. He should be called a monster. Fran watched as the few who had been assessed left and arrived at the resting area. Those participating in the soul battle basically had a room to rest while waiting for their turn. However, the slight immaturity on Yunqi and the others drew the attention of other soul masters. After all, their ages were relatively young. Yet no one approached to talk. All were preparing their own tactics for the upcoming soul battle. Ning Rongrong, well-informed, quietly said to Yunqi, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, "Here, the competition can only happen once a day, but you can participate in different types. Zhuqing and I are both in our 20s and at the great soul master level. We can participate together. However, Brother Qi, you and Xiao Wu, one is level 37 and the other is level 44, so you might have to compete individually." Yunqi also smiled indifferently and said to Ning Rongrong, "It's okay. I will take Xiao Wu to play at my level when the time comes. Trust in my strength." Ning Rongrong nodded as well, naturally believing in Yunqi's strength. If Yunqi's strength was not up to par, then there shouldn't be many people who could do well. Yunqi and the others followed the guidance of others to reach the registration area for the soul fighting competition, signing up for both 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches. The staff looked at the few people in front of them and slowly said, "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. The winner gets 20, and the loser gets nothing." After saying this, Yunqi also paid the fee. The staff paused for a moment to count the money clearly, and then said, "What name will your team have?" Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had already thought it through. They smiled lightly at the staff and said, "Our team will be called the 7 Cats team." Yunqi looked at Ning Rongrong with a strange expression, but it quickly disappeared. He thought to himself, how did the name coincide with the software from my previous life? Just a coincidence. Xiao Wu also looked at Yunqi eagerly and said in a playful tone, "Brother, you come up with a cool combination name for us too." This question from Xiao Wu immediately stumped Yunqi, as he was terrible at naming things. He pondered hard, but couldn't come up with anything, which prompted the staff to urge him, "Come on, it's just a code name." Yunqi also had a sudden inspiration and blurted out, "Yin Huang. Let's call it Yin Huang." Yunqi thought that even though she is no longer in her original world, she should at least leave some bloodline in this other world. Otherwise, feeling utterly alone would be somewhat desolate. Xiao Wu also began to ponder what the Yin Huang that Yunqi mentioned actually meant, but feeling an inexplicable awe. She nodded while looking at Yunqi's joyful face and started to swing her arms around Yunqi. Meanwhile, the staff beside them were indeed very efficient. In no time, they finished the carving on the badge, and 2 large characters appeared on it. Yin Huang. Yunqi also received this badge, symbolizing his past life, from the hands of the staff, feeling a slight weight. Chapter 60. Reflection Mirror. After Xiao Wu played with the badge for a while, she handed it over to Yunqi for safekeeping. Just as she was about to say something, Zhu Zhuqing, who was beside them, stepped forward and said slowly, "Chiga, Xiao Wu, your 1-on-1 soul battles are about to begin." Yunqi listened to this voice that was gentle to the bone in front of her, yet so cold and noble in front of outsiders. She stepped forward to give a hug and whispered in the little cat's ear, "Aren't you going to give your husband a blessing kiss?" Zhu Zhuqing instantly blushed, turned her head in annoyance, lightly tapped Yunqi's lips, and then quickly returned to Ning Rongrong's side. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, seeing Zhu Zhuqing like this, also ran in front of Yunqi and stood on tiptoe to kiss the corner of her mouth. The soul masters and staff, resting nearby, all wore expressions of gritted teeth. You could even hear the sound of grinding teeth. Yunqi's mouth corners were almost lifted to the sky after the kiss from the 3 girls. The pride and show-off in his eyes were about to overwhelm the entire Great Duhan arena. Yunqi also left amidst the gazes of San In and the crowd. Arriving at the one-on-one battle soul area, looking at the sea of people around, he was also thinking about other things. What would happen if Tang San and Yu Xiaogang's faces from back then were exposed to everyone again? Yunqi felt excited as he thought about it. After all, there were no photos taken back then, but now there is a live broadcast and an LED screen. By then, everyone will have a copy of the images of Yu Xiaogang and Tang San from that time. What a visual feast it will be, considering that 99% of the mainland has only heard about it, but never seen their true faces. As Yunqi pondered these things, the task also arrived as scheduled. Task: by any means necessary, expose Yu Xiaogang and Tang San to the public, so that the world recognizes the protagonists of the Soul Beast Rampage incident 6 years ago. Reward: a recording soul tool with production methods, capable of real-time broadcasting the images from the recording soul tool in Yunqi's hands. Do you accept? Yes or no? Yunqi looked at the task before him and felt a bit of difficulty. However, thinking about the memory capture soul tool, he decided to take it on without hesitation, as there was no loss anyway. Moreover, when Yunqi checked the rewards, he found that the memory capture soul tool could extract memory fragment from sleeping individuals, and mischievous thoughts naturally arose. Since there were many battle arenas, Yunqi, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing were not placed together but scattered in different locations, while Ning Rongrong didn't sign up for one-on-one battles at all. Among Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Ma Bai, it was Tang San who ended up with Yunqi. However, unfortunately, Yunqi's opponent was not Tang San, nor could it be Tang San, as Tang San was a soul respect. Although they were in separate battle arenas, the scale was not small, with a diameter of 20 meters, allowing most soul masters to fully showcase their abilities, while also intensifying the clashes between soul masters. Soon, the battles above came to an end, and it was Yunqi's turn to go on stage. On the battle platform, a beautiful woman in a white short skirt enthusiastically spoke about the highlights of the upcoming duel, while the large screen behind her replayed exciting moments until the footage disappeared. The woman in the white short skirt cleared her throat, took a sip of water, and then announced loudly, "Next, we will have a one-on-one battle on the 21st battle platform. It is worth mentioning that this is a duel between soul sects, and one of them is a newly registered soul master." As soon as the short-skirted woman finished speaking, the surrounding spectators erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "Is the grand battle arena here to give away money? What kind of newbie shows up to battle at the soul sect?" The white skirt woman looked at the chattering audience, and, seeing the atmosphere had been stirred up, continued, "Now, let's invite our 2 soul masters to the stage. They are Yunqi, a level 44 strong attack system soul master with a weapon spirit Moonshadow sword, a pure newcomer to the grand battle arena, and Wang Tai, a level 47 strong attack system soul master with a weapon spirit Roaring Tiger, who has already won 4 consecutive matches." The audience in the stands began to place their bets, and seeing Yunqi's youthful face and Wang Tai, who had already won 4 consecutive matches and had a higher soul power than Yunqi, they naturally knew who to choose. The odds for Yunqi once reached a terrifying 1 to 10. This shows how many people do not believe in Yunqi. In the stands, Oscar Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were all betting on Yunqi, while Flender, he had already bet his entire fortune since the selection stage. Although he had consumed quite a bit, he still had around 10,000 gold soul coins left. This shows how much secret money Flender has. Yunqi naturally noticed the movements of a few people in the stands, but he didn't intend to lose on purpose, nor did he mean to make them lose all their money. In any case, in the end, the wealth of Flander and the others would become Yunqi's own. Yunqi also shook off all the distractions and stepped up to the soul fighting platform 1 step at a time. Opposite him stood a tall figure, whose height seemed to reach around 2 meters and 30 or 40 centimeters, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. The person was dressed in a soul beast fur that barely covered the vital parts. His strong thighs and chest muscles were exposed, and his eyes emitted a fierce glint. Yunqi also looked at the tall soul master, sighed out of boredom, and thought, with such a big target, there is no need for me to deliberately manipulate the sword energy and sword shadows to hit it. However, the soul master opposite him, seeing Yunqi's indifferent gaze, felt his own momentum rising even more, and the fierce aura on his face was almost spilling out. If one didn't know better, they would think it was a life and death battle. The spectators around, betting on their chosen fighters, looked at the powerful aura of the person they had bet on, their faces showing a sickly flush, and they all screamed in agony, clearly feeling that a large amount of gold soul coins would soon flow into their pockets. The little kitty and the little witch in the stands looked at the roaring audience with expressions of watching a show. After exchanging glances, they said, "Those who look down on Brother Qi now will regret it when they lose their pants later." Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but nod, turning to Ning Rongrong and asking, "How much did you bet just now?" Although Ning Rongrong wasn't too short on money, this was supporting her boyfriend and even her future husband. Besides, free money should be taken. Not much, just 50,000. If it were more, the odds wouldn't be as exaggerated as 1 to 10. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Ning Rongrong in surprise, thinking that this so-called second young lady actually had less money than Ning Rongrong's 1%. But then she thought it made sense. After all, this was the most beloved little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. How could she be short on money? Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing also placed a small bet, mainly because she couldn't stand those who looked down on her brother Qi. Chapter 61. Refining Sword Skills. Yunqi's appearance on stage also attracted the attention of some audience members, who loudly commented, "Where did this young kid come from? He dares to come on stage at such a young age." The audience wasn't afraid of offending anyone, and with so many people talking at once, even if Yunqi came from a major sect or a hidden family, it had nothing to do with them. Similar doubts arose one after another. But some perceptive audience members noticed Yunqi's extraordinary presence. They didn't mindlessly criticize him. Instead, they quietly placed their bets on him, believing that at his age, with such momentum and soul power level, it wouldn't be credible unless he had a top-tier martial soul. However, they wouldn't kindly remind others, as the wise people in any world are ultimately still in the minority. Wang Tai, looking at Yunqi in front of him, didn't waste any time and directly completed the martial soul manifestation. He would not underestimate any opponent, especially being an old hand in the soul fighting arena. Being able to catch someone off guard with a preemptive strike was a good thing. Yunqi also directly summoned the Moon Shadow Sword, standing with his hands behind his back. His expression calm. The hostess in a white short skirt looked at both prepared sides and directly said, "The Battle of Souls officially begins now." The moment Wang Tai heard the word begin, the 4 soul rings on his body, 2 yellow and 2 purple, burst forth with dazzling light. The first soul ring flickered directly, and the soul power around him continuously stimulated Wang Tai's physical body, making his muscles become more solid. He exerted force with his feet and charged towards Yunqi with a fist, carrying an unstoppable momentum. Yunqi was not at all flustered by the incoming Wang Tai, and he shifted slightly to the left. The long sword on his back remained in place. Wang Tai noticed that his punch had missed, and he was not surprised. After all, it was just a probing attack. However, the moment he turned to look at Yunqi, he couldn't hold back. He saw that there were no soul rings appearing around Yunqi, who still wore a calm expression. Wang Tai then shouted angrily, "Who do you think you're looking down on?" Yunqi doesn't have any intention of looking down on others. He just wants to test whether the swordsmanship methods taught to him by Qin are effective. The method is simple. In this world, there are no real martial arts or sword techniques. What one learns is almost entirely based on personal experience. Of course, it's also possible that Qin hasn't taught him the real skills, but Yunqi is still very grateful for the guidance he has received. After all, given his current social status and strength, it's impossible for him to seek advice from this renowned swordmaster of the continent. Just receiving a few pointers is already quite good. In response to Wang Tai's furious roar, Yunqi had no intention of answering. He simply dodged Wang Tai's enraged punch again, turned sideways, and then thrust directly at Wang Tai's chest. Seeing the speed at which Yunqi drew his sword, Wang Tai knew he couldn't dodge it either, so he directly activated his 3rd soul ring. The purple halo around him flickered. Somewhat similar to Dai Mabai's white tiger barrier, but somewhat different as well. Its hardness was far superior to Dai Mabai's barrier. After all, this was the 3rd soul skill of a 4-ring soul master, while Dai Mabai's was only his 1st soul skill. The Moon Shadow Sword of Yunqi, just like hitting an iron block, did not break through the barrier in front of him. He secretly complained. It seems that without using soul skills, it really can't break this turtle shell. In fact, it would be very easy to break it. Yunqi's 1st and 2nd soul skills could do the trick. However, Yunqi came to refine his own sword techniques, so he naturally wouldn't use his soul skills, as that would be too unfair. Wang Tai, seeing that Yunqi's sword tip was blocked, couldn't help but say, "Kid, thinking you can defeat me without using soul skills is a bit too fanciful, isn't it?" His voice was loud, and Flandra, Xiao Wu, and others in the stand were quite puzzled, not understanding Yunqi's intentions. Yunqi remained indifferent, ignoring Wang Tai's words. He continued to strike with his sword and dodge. Wang Tai became increasingly irritated, Maintaining his third soul skill consumed a lot of soul power, so he decided to withdraw. He charged towards Yunqi again like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain. And at the same time, his second soul skill was activated as he leaped high into the air. Wang Tai's hands, which already had claws growing from them, saw the claws extend even further, glinting with a chilling light that was captivating. Yunqi watched Wang Tai pounce towards him, briefly considering using ghost shadow misdirection, but hesitated knowing Tang San was watching from above. He quickly devised a strategy. At worst, he could activate the forgiveness halo, and combined with his existing goodwill, he should be able to get through this. Moreover, he couldn't let Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing not use their skills either. Yunqi immediately used Control Crane to catch Dragon to counter Wang Tai's momentum, then activated Ghost Shadow Misdirection in an extreme manner to evade Wang Tai's attack. He performed a one-handed handstand and directly slashed Wang Tai's chest. The cold attribute of the Moon Shadow sword caused Wang Tai to feel a bit stiff, and the pain only intensified his aggression as he relentlessly clawed at Yunqi. Seeing this, Yunqi raised his sword to block. The sounds of clashing echoed on the soul fighting platform. Ping, 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 like hammering iron. Yunqi's vision was incredibly sharp, enhanced by his panel task, and the eye exercises powered by soul energy. The realm of his purple extreme demon eye had long surpassed that of Tang San. Even under such a dense assault, he managed to sneak in a few strikes, causing blood to flow from Wang Tai's hands. Realizing the situation was not in his favor and unable to break through, Wang Tai jumped back, feeling his stamina and soul energy were almost depleted. In contrast, Yunqi appeared unfazed, while Wang Tai was gasping for air. The surrounding audience couldn't hold back any longer, angrily shouting, "What is this? A soul sect? You can't even defeat a rookie who hasn't used a soul skill for so long." However, Zhu Zhuqing noticed Yunqi's intention and realized that Yunqi was just using Wang Tai to practice his moves. Tang San's face darkened as he thought, why does Chiga also know Tang's sect techniques? He can use Ghost Shadow Misdirection and Control Crane to catch Dragon. And even his purple extreme demon eye realm is higher than mine. His heart was filled with confusion, but his trust in Yunqi kept him from succumbing to anxiety. He focused on watching Yunqi's match, planning to ask him about it when he returned. Wang Tai heard the audience's dissatisfaction, but couldn't spare the energy to retort. After temporarily using his soul energy to staunch his wounds, he looked seriously at Yunqi and said, "You are indeed impressive. In a situation where you are at a disadvantage, you can still force me to this point without using a soul skill." Yunqi also responded with a calm smile and didn't say anything to stir up emotions. After all, there was no animosity between the two. "Thank you for the compliment." The friendly aura of Yunqi is also overwhelming. Now, even the spectators in the stands, who originally supported Yunqi, are loudly shouting his name, and even the host forgets to commentate, staring at Yunqi's smile, feeling their hearts racing. Chapter 62, Brotherhood. Wang Tai's admiration has also greatly increased. He initially thought Yunqi looked down on him and was just trying to show off, but now Yunqi's strength has earned his recognition. He directly said, "Next is my final strike. If you can take it, then I've lost." Yunqi looked at the serious man in front of him and responded lightly, "Come on." Wang Tai gathered all his soul power together, slowly collecting it towards his mouth. He spread his arms, opened his legs, and his whole body formed a Tai character. Yunqi was also taken aback, watching Wang Tai, who was charging up for a while, speechless. He inwardly complained, "No wonder they wanted me to deliver the final blow. It turns out it takes time to release it from the same spot." Moreover, this posture is very similar to Xiao Wuji's great power Vajra roar. Yunqi did not dare to be careless and directly activated the Ghost Shadow Mist to charge forward. He was not someone who would just stand still and take others' powerful moves. When Wang Tai saw Yunqi rushing over, he didn't care about anything else. Although his eyes revealed regret over the failed plan, he didn't give up and gathered all his soul power, then opened his mouth wide to let out a deafening roar. At this moment, Yunqi had also arrived in front of Wang Tai. Seeing that the soul skill was about to be completed, he swiftly pointed his sword upward, directly sealing Wang Tai's mouth. Seeing the sword tip blocking his mouth, Wang Tai had no choice but to quickly withdraw his soul power. Otherwise, if the soul power exploded in his mouth, his head could be blown off. After his soul power dissipated, Wang Tai, with a hint of regret, said to Yunqi, "You win." After saying that, he staggered away from the soul fighting platform. The spectators in the stands were still in shock, going from mocking at the beginning to complete silence, as if Yunqi had slapped them into confusion. However, not everyone felt this way. At least Zhu Zhuqing and others, as well as Flinder and his group, were all smiles. The former was genuinely happy, while the latter was thrilled as their wallets suddenly became fuller. Yunqi, seeing that there was still no movement, couldn't help but shout at the host. Can we announce the results now? The beautiful host in the white short skirt also snapped back to reality and enthusiastically announced aloud. This time the battle was won by the Yunqi soul sect. We wish him continued victories and great fortune in martial arts. Around them, there were a few scattered applause, but most people looked ashen, wondering if the rooftop of the Sato Great Battle Arena was too high and whether there would be a complete body if someone fell down. Yunqi looked at the crowd in the stands and felt no pity. She turned and walked towards the little cat, but before leaving, she quietly said, "Gambling dogs have no future." After leaving the dual soul platform, Yunqi simply registered and walked over to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Seeing this, Tang San also came over and said to Yunqi, "Chiga, come with me for a moment." Yunqi also nodded, naturally understanding Tang San's meaning, silently raising the forgiveness aura to the maximum, and then followed Tang San to one side. Tang San paused for a moment, thought about his words, looked at Yunqi's face, and for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to blame Yunqi, but he still suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and said to Yunqi, "Brother Qi, where did you learn that step and technique you used on stage just now?" Seeing Tang San's eyes, he also wanted an answer. Yunqi couldn't help but smile, patting Tang San's shoulder and said, "Of course, I learned it by watching you. Then I pondered for a bit, and I got it. What's wrong, Xiao San? Are you going to blame me?" Tang San's expression changed, as if there was a kind of anger trying to break free from some constraint, and he said coldly to Yunqi, "Taking without asking is stealing, Brother Qi." Yunqi internally felt speechless. "I didn't see you having this awareness when you secretly learned in your past life. It was only when you really couldn't escape that you released your own research." Although this is what he thought, Yunqi naturally couldn't say it out loud. His eyes grew even more helpless as he said to Tang San, "Xiao San, is this really how you think of me? You know my talent. I learned it just by watching you a few times. Can you really blame me for that?" After Yunqi finished speaking, he glanced at Tang San, seeing him unmoved. Everyone thought there was a bug in the forgiveness halo. However, considering that Tang San might soon break through that boundary, they came to terms with it. He directly took out his tea art skills to PUA him. "Little San, we grew up together and went to school together. I really didn't expect this thing to be so important to you. Since you blame me, I won't use it anymore. But I still want to thank you, because by learning your skill, I was able to survive last time with your sister-in-law against the iron-armored sword dragon and then counterattack. Our brotherhood ends here. Take care." After finishing his words, Yunqi was also ready to turn and leave. However, the anger in Tang San's heart was gradually suppressed by the forgiveness halo, and he began to reflect on himself. He had also secretly learned, which was very similar to what Chiga was doing now. Moreover, when Chiga gave him the iron-armored sword dragon last time, he only symbolically accepted his 24 bridges Bright Moon Night, and he had even pushed it to Chiga. Chiga had just happened to hear that he liked it and brought back the corpse of the iron-armored sword dragon without caring for his own life. Now, for just a few things that didn't originally belong to him, he actually had such an attitude towards Chiga, even to the point of wanting to sever their brotherhood. Chiga had often helped him when he was in school, like a lifesaver. He really should be damned. Thinking of this, Tang San was completely affected and hurriedly rushed up to stop Yunqi, disregarding the gazes of others in the Great Soul Arena, and with a thud, he knelt directly in front of Yunqi, loudly saying, "Chiga, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Yunqi obviously did not expect such an outstanding effect. He quickly helped Tang San up and pretended to ask sincerely, "Why is that?" Tang San, with a face full of sorrow, replied, "Brother Qi, I don't know why, but I was unexpectedly affected by anger. Just now, I thought about it, and you're the best person to me. Even my father neglects me and rarely accompanies me. I actually treated you this way over such a trivial matter." Yunqi was also moved, supporting Tang San's shoulders with both hands, looking down at him with tears in his eyes, and said, "Xiao San, you don't need to apologize. I should be the one apologizing. It's my fault for secretly learning your things." Tang San once again felt Yunqi's sincerity and increasingly thought of himself as worthless, retorting, "I, Tang San, should be the one apologizing. I'm the one who is worthless. Xiao San you." Tang San interrupted Yunqi's words and said directly, "Chiga, I'm sorry. If you don't accept my apology, I won't get up." Yunqi also sighed with a hint of helplessness and said to Tang San, "But I have taught the cultivation method to a few of your sisters-in-law. I feel guilty towards you." Tang San was a bit taken aback, but thinking of Yunqi's dedication and support for him, he gritted his teeth and said, "Since they are sisters-in-law, they are family. It's fine to pass it on to family. In the future, no matter how many sisters-in-law there are, Chiga, You can teach them, just don't let the sisters-in-law pass it on to others. Yunqi was also deeply moved as he helped Tang San up, shouting, Xiao-san. Tang San, with tears in his eyes, responded to Yunqi, Qi-ge. Then, amidst the confusion of the onlookers, Tang San rushed over to hug Yunqi. Chapter 63. 2 against 2, the first battle of Yanwang. Yunqi was a bit confused. Now, with a hint of disdain on his face, the 5-meter-tall Tang San could only hug his waist, but he quickly and subtly pushed Tang San away, saying, as brothers, in our hearts, there's no need to be bound by formality. Tang San also wiped his eyes with his sleeve, and then, breaking into a smile, said, Thank you, Brother Qi, for being willing to forgive me. Yunqi waved his hand and said to Tang San, Don't do this for big things in the future, okay? I would really be sad. Tang San also nodded seriously and then said, From now on, Qi-ge, just tell me what you want. Yunqi looked at Tang San, who patted his chest and made a promise, feeling a sense of joy inside. He had been waiting for this assurance. In the future, he might not necessarily know the fairy herb, but for now, with Tang San, this great person and good brother by his side, Yunqi only needed to think about how to obtain the fairy herb. After all, this thing was not easy to get, and he still needed to make some plans. Yunqi and the others didn't chat for long, and Tang San's competition soon began. Yunqi was also eager to shake off this big fool and quickly return to the embrace of the big cat. What was the point of being with a man all the time? Yunqi shook off the dust from his clothes with soul power, disdainfully patted himself. He didn't want Tang San's aura to cling to him. Backstage, Yunqi watched as Xiao Wu sat alone in the stands, observing the soul battles below. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had gone to participate in the double soul battle, while Xiao Wu had just returned from her match. Yunqi also approached with the intention of teasing Xiao Wu, quietly sneaking up behind her, ready to launch a surprise attack. However, before Yunqi could make a move, Xiao Wu suddenly turned around and shouted, then made a funny face. Yunqi was also taken aback by this sudden scene, then helplessly looked at the laughing Xiao Wu and slowly said, How did you know I was behind you, Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu also held Yunqi's hand and sat down together, then smiled and said, We've been together for so many years. I've memorized your scent to the bone. Yunqi also affectionately patted Xiao Wu's head, without saying much, just leaning on each other, silently watching Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's match. Soon, with Ning Rongrong's assistance, the little cat swiftly took down both of them, finishing the match without even touching the sleeves of the two girls on the opposite side. Yunqi also sighed at Xiao Wu. The little cat's progress is so great. Xiao Wu was also taken aback, then stared blankly at Yunqi and slowly said, Who is the little cat? Yunqi realized that he had subconsciously called out Zhu Zhuqing's nickname and thought it was no big deal. So he explained to Xiao Wu, The little kitty is Zhuqing. I named her. What do you think? Xiao Wu also looked at Zhuqing on stage, who with her martial spirit activated, had cat ears and a cat tail, resembling a noble and elegant cat, and couldn't help but nod. It does look a bit like her. Perhaps it was the beauty and strength of the two girls that captivated the audience, as the cheers erupted suddenly with the end of the battle, and the applause thundered. The two girls quietly left the stage and walked towards Yunqi. Maybe because the pace of the competition was too fast, the following matches didn't receive as much applause. Yunqi and the others certainly wouldn't mind. Coming here is currently a way for the girls to train, and it's also an experience for Yunqi to master her own power. After all, Yunqi has had very few opportunities for real combat during her training, making it hard to progress quickly. Other strengths can't keep up, and there's no pressure and challenges. Not to mention a place like the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, where even the teachers and the principal are no match for Yunqi, so there's no experience to gain. Of course, Yunqi is not someone who stubbornly insists on fighting when she can't win. That would be foolish. Yunqi also said to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, In the future, you can use the things I give you directly, but don't give them to others. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were both delighted. Previously, Yunqi had warned them not to use these things in front of Tang San, and he explained the reasons. Of course, the two girls wouldn't say anything about Yunqi, as their favorability towards him was already maxed out. On the other hand, Ning Rongrong, who had just joined Yunqi's harem today, naturally didn't know what it was and curiously asked, What are you talking about? What can be used directly? Zhu Zhuqing explained to Ning Rongrong, You'll know when Qi-ge teaches you. This will greatly help improve your strength. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong looked at Yunqi, then said to him with a longing gaze, Qi-ge? Yunqi also smiled and said slowly to her, Let's talk about it when we get back. It's not good to teach you with so many people around. Ning Rongrong also stepped forward, giving Yunqi a sweet kiss and wrapping her arms tightly around Yunqi's, pressing it firmly into her embrace. Yunqi naturally felt a softness, But before she could enjoy it too much, she was interrupted by an announcement. Sir, madam, your duo soul fight is about to begin. Please move to the soul fighting platform. Yunqi reluctantly withdrew his hand, bringing Xiao Wu along with a surge of anger as they headed towards the soul fighting platform. Zhu Zhuqing teased Ning Rongrong, saying, "Look, you provoked Chiga. Their opponents below are going to have a tough time." If Yunqi were here, he would also sigh at how much Xiao Wu's personality has changed. No longer the cold demeanor she had in the original work, and even learned to joke around. However, Ning Rongrong nonchalantly replied, "That has nothing to do with me, hee hee. The preparation time for a 2-on-2 soul fight is longer than that of a 1-on-1 match." By the time it was Yunqi's turn to take action, Xiao Wu's soul power had also recovered to its optimal state. Yunqi said to Xiao Wu below, "Did you win the 1-on-1 just now?" Xiao Wu replied irritably, "Don't you think I could win?" Yunqi shook her head at Xiao Wu's answer, clearly not believing that Xiao Wu could lose. She was just curious and decided to ask suddenly. Xiao Wu directly replied, "Of course I won. My opponent didn't even finish one move before I threw them off the soul fighting platform with a single waist bow." Yunqi also pretended to be surprised and said, "Xiao Wu is amazing." This prompted Xiao Wu to pinch the soft flesh at Yunqi's waist. Amid their playful banter, the two arrived at the soul fighting stage. It is worth mentioning that the audience in the 2-on-2 section was at least half the size compared to the 1-on-1 section, and Yunqi and Xiao Wu's opponents were already waiting for them on the stage. The 2-on-2 soul fighting stage was also much larger, and before Yunqi could take a closer look, the host on stage began to announce the participants' information. In the 7th match of the 2-on-2, the massage team faced off against the Yanwang team. Chapter 64. "Oh no, what are you doing?" As soon as Xiao Wu stepped onto the stage, she complained to Yunqi. "Why does the opposing duo look so strange?" Yunqi also took a close look, and wow, what a sight. He saw that Yunqi's opponents were two middle-aged men. One was wearing a white dojo robe, had a square face, and his appearance looked much older than his actual age. The other was dressed in overalls, had a middle-part hairstyle, and looked quite good, similar to Oscar. Yunqi couldn't help but marvel at how wonderful the world is. The Mashaji duo looked at the two children on stage in disbelief, rubbing their eyes. Yunqi felt helpless. At their age, Douluo had already reached adulthood. But compared to other soul masters of the same rank, they were indeed a bit younger. But did they really have to react like this every time? The host was also taken aback for a moment, then warmed up the crowd by saying, "It seems our Yanwang duo is truly young and promising." Although shocked by Yunqi and Xiao Wu's age, his professionalism kept him from forgetting his duties at that moment, and he directly announced the star of the match. The Mashaji duo, aiming to establish good relations with the talented individuals and their backing, did not strike immediately. Instead, they introduced themselves to Yunqi and Xiao Wu. "My name is Ma Sini. I am the current leader of the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect. It's a pleasure to meet you both." The man in suspenders also styled his hair a bit and adjusted his middle part with his middle finger, clasping his hands in salute. "My name is Kai Cohen, and I'm partnered with Master Ma. It's a pleasure to meet you both." Clearly, they had guessed wrong. Yunqi was not someone from major power. However, seeing the two in front of him resembling famous figures from his past life, he smiled and replied, "My name is Yunqi, and this is Xiao Wu next to me. Can we start now?" The Mashaji duo returned to normal, summoning their respective martial spirits. Ma Sini's right hand revealed a whip crackling with electric sparks, looking extremely eerie. Meanwhile, Kai Kuin completed his martial spirit manifestation, his entire body covered in feathers, especially on his head and hands, making him appear colorful and vibrant. Yunqi couldn't help but laugh out loud at the two people's martial souls, drawing the attention of everyone present, who looked at Yunqi in confusion, wondering why he was laughing. At this moment, Yunqi also felt a bit lonely. Such a splendid scene, yet there was no one to share it with. What a pity. Yunqi silently put away her smile, summoned the long sword in her hand, and Xiao Wu stood beside her after completing her martial soul possession. Ma Xingyi signaled that Yunqi and the others were ready and gave a glance to Kai Kuin beside him. Kai Kuin understood immediately, activating her first soul skill, gathering soul power in her abdomen. Then, she stretched out her hand, activated the soul spell, and chanted incantations. "Hey, what are you doing?" Suddenly, an oval-shaped egg appeared in her hand, and without hesitation, Kai Kuin threw the egg directly towards Ma Xingyi. Ma Xingyi took a step forward, jumped up, and expertly caught the egg with his mouth. Then, he gently bit down, releasing a rich aroma. Seeing this, Kai Kuin replicated the earlier action and ate an egg herself. Most of the spectators around were Kai Kuin's fans, watching her use her signature soul skill, and they shouted loudly, "Brother's egg, you can't eat it." Brother's so handsome. After eating the egg, the speed of the Ma Shaji duo skyrocketed, charging straight towards Yunqi. Xiao Wu, seeing this, executed a backward kick, stepping on Kai Kuen's feathered head. Standing tall, and taking advantage of Kai Kuen's moment of distraction, directly launched her waist bow to try to throw her out, aiming to eliminate this support-type Soul Master. Yunqi was also stunned. That support-type Soul Master actually charged forward alongside them. Clearly, the audience in the stands might have been attracted by Kai Kuen's unique style. However, the moment Xiao Wu activated her waist bow, the third soul ring on Kai Kuen's body lit up, and the domain formed by his hands began to sway rhythmically. Xiao Wu couldn't break free from Kai Kuen for a moment. After swaying up and down for a few seconds, Kai Kuen suddenly shouted, "Iron Mountain Lean." Xiao Wu was caught off guard and was directly sent flying by this Iron Mountain Lean, which concentrated power into a single point through shoulder movements and the enhancement of soul power. Yunqi was no longer sighing at the situation. Originally, he wanted to give Xiao Wu a chance to gain some experience, but unexpectedly, what seemed like an ordinary move turned out to be a charged attack. Just as Yunqi was about to engage with Xiao Wu, Madinjiai would not let Yunqi off so easily. He could be seen with his second soul ring glowing, and the whip crackling with electric sparks shot straight towards Yunqi, resembling a silver snake flicking its tongue. Yunqi held on to Xiao Wu and directly activated the Ghost Shadow Mist to shake off the attack. However, just as one wave calmed down, another rose up. Kai Kuen wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. After all, they were all soul masters who made their living in the Great Soul Arena, and their ability to seize opportunities was certainly strong. Kai Kuen immediately activated his second soul skill, and his feathered hands produced a sphere with striped patterns. He confidently said to Yunqi, "Everyone thinks I'm a battle soul master, but I can assist as well. When others think I'm a support type, I can transform into a battle soul master at any time. Now let me show you the ball skills I practiced for 2.5 years." Ma Xingyi watched as Kai Kuen's sphere took shape and directly activated his fourth soul skill, shouting, "Receive, transform, release." The sphere thrown by Kai Kuen, under the enhancement of Ma Xingyi's fourth soul skill, surged in speed once again, and Ma Xingyi's fourth soul skill didn't disappear. It just followed closely behind the sphere as it swept forward. Yunqi felt helpless as he watched the situation unfold. Xiao Wu in his arms was naturally fine. It was impossible for her to be hit all at once. Seeing the exaggerated performance of the two, and noticing that Yunqi was captivated, he wasn't too worried. After all, Shigo would definitely let him hit that Kai Kuen before leaving. The two energy waves arrived as expected, but Yunqi and Xiao Wu still didn't move. Ma Xingyi and Kai Kuen were a bit panicked, exchanging glances before simultaneously shouting, "Quick, dodge or catch it." Clearly, neither of them had any intention of killing. They just couldn't take back the soul skill that had already been released. The arena was lit up with dazzling white light and a cloud of dust from the collision of these two soul powers. Both the duo and the spectators turned their gazes towards the smoke, and upon realizing there was no one behind it, their hearts immediately sank. It wasn't until an observant audience member spotted Yunqi and Xiao Wu flying in the air on their swords that they exclaimed in envy, They are in the sky." The crowd looked up at the two in midair, erupting into intense cheers. Yan Huang. Yan Huang. Clearly, the audience didn't believe that Yunqi and the others could dodge that attack, but they never expected Yunqi could fly. The duo of Kai Kuen and Ma Xingyi felt relieved. But the next moment, seeing Yunqi's half-smiling expression, they became alert again. Yunqi looked at the two who were on high alert and slowly spoke. "Now it's my turn." Chapter 65. "Brother, save one for me." Xiao Wu also timely spoke up. "Brother, save one for me later." Yunqi silently nodded, then swung the long sword in his hand. At this moment, Yunqi's soul ring configuration was revealed, causing the massage combination below and the surrounding audience, including the host, to fall into a dead silence. There was no way around it. Who wouldn't be alarmed by a configuration of 3 purple and 1 black soul rings? As Yunqi's first soul ring shone, the sword energy he unleashed unexpectedly vanished from the sight of the two, leaving no trace. After disappearing, the sword energy reappeared, surprisingly inside the thighs and arms of the two, embedded within their flesh. However, Yunqi controlled it well, as the previous reminder indicated that the two were not malicious individuals. And since this was just an ordinary match and not a life-and-death duel, Yunqi definitely wouldn't be so ruthless. It's only normal for them to go all out in a duel, and hurting Xiao Wu is just part of the competition. Moreover, Xiao Wu herself has no objections. Yunqi naturally wouldn't take it too seriously. Seeing that Yunqi had already injured the two, Xiao Wu also looked at Yunqi with understanding. After years of being together, The two naturally knew what it meant. Yunqi directly lowered the height of the flying sword and dove towards the massage duo. Xiao Wu took advantage of the gravitational acceleration. Her keen eyes fixed on the rapidly approaching opponents and directly pounced in the air, unleashing her soft techniques. Kai Kuan and Ma Xingyi, despite the pain in their bodies, dodged to the side, but would Yunqi let them escape so easily? The sword energy surrounded the two again, giving them no opportunity at all. Seeing this, Xiao Wu naturally wouldn't miss this excellent chance, knowing that this was Yunqi wanting her to enjoy herself. Otherwise, she would have won long ago. However, the two noticed that Yunqi's sword energy didn't injure them this time, and the woman before them was only a three-ring soul master. After exchanging a determined glance, they both unleashed their soul techniques, pressing toward Xiao Wu. But Xiao Wu had also practiced the purple extreme demon eyes and ghost shadow displacement. In the midst of the soul techniques rushing past, she twisted away with an extremely terrifying flexibility. However, Kai Kuan and Ma Xingyi were not novices. After seeing Xiao Wu dodge their soul techniques in such an outrageous manner, they quickly regained their clarity after a brief shock and prepared to take it head-on. In an instant, Xiao Wu reached the two's side, her scorpion tail braid wrapping around Kai Kuan, while her ankle locked onto Ma Xingyi's head, directly launching her soft technique. The two were injured by Yunqi's sword energy, so their lower bodies were naturally unstable. Xiao Wu exerted force from her waist, presenting a large windmill style. Her hair first flung Kai Kuan away, and then with a sly burst of power, she executed an inverted hook, sending Ma Xingyi flying out as well. Just when Xiao Wu thought she had achieved great success and was getting ready to seek praise from Yunqi, Kai Kuan, after being flung away, surprisingly flapped the feathers in her hand, reducing her speed and stabilizing herself at the edge of the battle platform. Looking at the two prodigies before her with a complicated expression, she remained silent for a long time, while the thrown-out Ma Xingyi, seeing that he was the only one left on the stage, shouted at Kai Kuan, "Kai Kuan, let's stop struggling. The guy over there hasn't even made a move yet." Kai Kuan followed Ma Xingyi's gaze and looked up at the sky, where a figure in black tight clothing, with casually tied hair and a handsome face, along with the pressure from the 4 soul rings on him, instantly took away her desire to attack. She could only helplessly say to the host, "I lost." The surrounding audience was in an uproar, especially those who were confused. After seeing their brother admit defeat, they were also angry for his lack of competitiveness. However, after clearly seeing Yunqi's face, they hesitated no longer, turning to call out Yunqi's name and team. "Yin Huang! Yin Huang! Yunqi! Yunqi!" Xiao Wu listened to the crowd calling Yunqi's name, pouted her lips, walked over to Yunqi's side, and said softly, "Brother, your charm is really great." Yunqi naturally understood the meaning behind Xiao Wu's tone and directly took her hand, raising it high to the audience. Poor those fans, experiencing heartbreak twice in one day. Watching Yunqi being in a relationship, they could only grit their teeth and stare as Yunqi and Xiao Wu slowly left the soul fighting platform. After getting off the stage, Yunqi asked Xiao Wu with concern, "Xiao Wu, are you really okay after that Iron Mountain strike just now?" Xiao Wu, with her eyebrows slightly furrowed, carefully felt the pain coming from her meridians. However, after practicing the Xiantian skill that Yunqi had taught her for many years, she felt reassured as she sensed the continuous nurturing of her internal organs, and said to Yunqi, "Fortunately, brother, you taught me this Xiantian skill. Otherwise, I wouldn't have only sustained this little injury. I just need to rest for a while when I get back." Yunqi recalled that Xiao Wu had been directly knocked away. It was natural for her to sustain some injuries. Fortunately, the Xiantian skill is also a top-tier martial art in the Douluo Continent. After Yunqi and Xiao Wu walked out of the soul arena hand in hand, they encountered everyone from the academy. Seeing their smiling faces, Yunqi went straight to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Listening to their battle reports, he understood why they were so happy. Each of them had achieved victory in their soul battles. Yunqi looked at the crowd and noticed that Flander and Ma Hongjun were missing, so he curiously asked Oscar, "Little Oscar, where are the dean and the fat guy?" Oscar also showed an extremely strange expression as he looked at Yunqi and the 3 girls around him. Naturally, Yunqi couldn't say much. Instead, Ning Rongrong, standing next to them, directly asked, "Where did they go?" Oscar stammered, but the little witch was not someone to let it slide easily. A hint of playful amusement appeared in her eyes as she said to Oscar, "Where did they go?" Oscar, recalling Ning Rongrong's background, hurriedly replied, "The dean took Ma Hongjun to vent his anger. The dean asked us to go back first." Oscar spoke so quickly that before Yunqi could react, he finished in a flash. The three girls listened to Oscar's words and immediately made disgusted faces. They simultaneously thought of something and looked at Yunqi, saying, "Qi, you weren't trying to cover for them just now, were you?" Yunqi also felt wronged. He simply didn't want the three girls to hear such things. The three girls looked at Yunqi, who had a face full of grievance, and couldn't help but laugh. They said to Yunqi, "Brother Qi, if you have any needs in the future, you can come directly to us. You must not go to those disgusting places." Yunqi also nodded, looking at the three girls in front of him, each with their own charm, and assured, "Unless I'm blind." However, Ning Rongrong's face turned red with embarrassment. Xiao Wu had already done it, and Zhu Zhuqing was also prepared, but Ning Rongrong had only confirmed her relationship for less than a day, so she was naturally very shy. Oscar and Tang San stood aside, exchanging glances as if they were witnessing a celestial event, while Dai Mabai had no reaction. Although he was tempted by Yunqi's figure, he knew the difference and certainly didn't want to die. Chapter 66. Strolling through the brothel. On the other side, Ma Hongjun and Flinder were both troubled for various reasons. Ma Hongjun was frustrated that his teacher brought him to such a place filled with tobacco, but he had absolutely no interest in it. Flinder had even gritted his teeth and spent a lot of money to invite a few skilled young ladies. However, each time they went in, they came out furious in less than a minute, mumbling, "No erection, why come to a brothel?" Ma Hongjun, on the other hand, chose to be indifferent. He had naturally heard the earlier comments, but he was currently devoid of desires, in a mindset that was completely laid back. So he wouldn't get angry over the words of a few young ladies. Flinder outside almost spat out the tea he had just drunk. Looking at his disciple walking over, Flinder couldn't help but question, after so many days, the evil fire hasn't acted up? That shouldn't be possible. Ma Hongjun calmly replied, "Teacher, I might have gotten over the evil fire, but my martial soul hasn't changed at all." Flinder's face twitched, and he couldn't help but think, has it really improved this much? Even the desire is gone? In fact, Flinder had guessed something, which was why he brought Ma Hongjun here for a test. Facing this situation, Flinder didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On one hand, Ma Hongjun might maintain this state indefinitely, being devoid of desires. On the other hand, a desireless Ma Hongjun would surely speed up his cultivation. He would also quickly become a capable individual. However, looking at Ma Hongjun's emotionless face, Flinder sighed and said, "Since you don't need it, let's go back." Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement, and Flinder went to ask the madam for a refund for the girls' fees. But the madam naturally refused. "You can't handle it yourselves, and now you want your money back? What are you thinking?" The surrounding patrons widened their eyes at Flinder, clearly not expecting such a situation. Someone was trying to get a free ride at a brothel. Seeing the crowd around him growing, Flinder didn't want to create more trouble, so he directly revealed his soul rings. The 7 best-configured soul rings floated around him, and the madam almost fainted in fear. She quickly took out the money and returned it to Flinder, but inwardly, she kept complaining about a soul sage coming to let his disciple freeload. It was truly eye-opening. Once Flinder got the money, he waited and pulled Ma Hongjun out the door, disappearing from the crowd sight in just a few flashes, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence, momentarily unsure of what to say. On the way back, Ning Rongrong couldn't contain her curiosity and kept asking Oscar, "You mean Flinder, as the dean, actually took his disciple to a brothel?" Oscar explained, it's not something he could help. After all, Ma Hongjun's martial soul has a flaw, and as a top-tier beast martial soul, the dean can't just let Ma Hongjun stop cultivating, or just watch his disciple explode from overexertion. Then he instinctively added, "In the past, Dai Lauda often went to the brothel with the fatty." As he spoke, Oscar remembered that Dai Mabai was now a girl, and Dai Mabai pinched Oscar's side with a glint of coldness in her eyes, asking, "Who is Dai Lauda? Who did what?" Oscar hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it, my fault." Upon hearing this, Dai Mabai released her grip, wrapping her arms around Oscar's, appearing like a little bird leaning on him. However, it was hard to ignore that Dai Mabai was much taller than Oscar, creating a sense of incongruity. Zhu Zhuqing rarely spoke up, saying disgusting, before turning to hold Yunqi's arm. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong looked at Yunqi and said, "Fortunately, Brother Qi is not that kind of person, unlike others." Yunqi looked at Tang San beside him and said, "Xiao San is also a gentleman." Tang San didn't expect Yunqi to suddenly speak about him and stand up for him, and he looked at Yunqi with gratitude. Although this was just Yunqi inadvertently trying to gain favor, it left Tang San feeling a bit confused. As for Oscar, he didn't dare to refute it. After all, He had previously gone to the brothel with Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, just not as much. Zhu Zhuqing also sighed, thankful to have escaped the bitter sea. Otherwise, she didn't know what she would have become. Seeing this situation, Yunqi changed the subject, chatting as they walked. And soon they returned to Shrek Academy. Yunqi and the three girls naturally went back to the courtyard outside. As it was already completely dark, Yunqi, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu went into the small house, while Ning Rongrong hesitated outside. Although this was her own request, when the moment actually came, Ning Rongrong clearly felt a bit at a loss. Yunqi could see Ning Rongrong's thoughts and walked over. Bending down with his head close to the tips of Ning Rongrong's hair, softly saying, "What's wrong? Where's the courage from before?" Ning Rongrong didn't speak. Her little face turned even redder. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, who were in front opening the door, exchanged glances and together came to Ning Rongrong's side, linking arms with her and leading her into the room. Yunqi looked at the three girls who had just entered and couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, the master bedroom was spacious. Otherwise, living with four people would feel cramped no matter how you thought about it. If anyone knew Yunqi's thoughts, they would definitely scoff. Even if they couldn't beat him. It was too ridiculous. Three stunning beauties sharing a room with him. And he was worried about the space. For others, even if there was no room, they would be willing to sleep with three beauties. Back in the room, Yunqi looked at the three girls sitting by the bed and smiled, saying, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to wash up? Why just sit there?" Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, grabbed their clothes, and headed to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong watched the two leave. Tightly clutching the blanket at the edge of the bed, Yunqi watched the two girls leave and sighed. They've grown up. Ning Rongrong, who was initially quite nervous, couldn't help but laugh when she saw Yunqi's behavior just now, as it reminded her of her father. Yunqi felt a bit embarrassed, but this level of embarrassment was nothing for him. After clearing his throat, he continued, "Rongrong." Ning Rongrong came back to her senses and responded to Yunqi. Yunqi thought about his wording for a moment, then seriously said, "Rongrong, can you guarantee that the things I teach you will never be passed on to anyone else?" Ning Rongrong was obviously surprised. She initially thought Yunqi approached her to ease the awkwardness, but she didn't expect it to be about what he had said to her during the day. She was also greatly moved. After thinking for a while, she looked at Yunqi's face and smiled, saying, "You trust me that much?" Chapter 67. What's wrong? Yunqi noticed that Ning Rongrong's feelings for him were almost at full value. So naturally, there was no question of trust or distrust. However, Yunqi didn't say anything, as knowing and not saying it were completely different concepts. "Yes, I choose to trust you without reservation. It's up to you how you treat me." Ning Rongrong had never encountered such a straightforward approach, with no hint of euphemism. It struck right at her heart. With tears in her eyes, Ning Rongrong looked at Yunqi and said emotionally, "Why are you so nice to me?" Yunqi thought for a while and said, "Well, it's not possible to directly tell Ning Rongrong that I'm tempted by her body." Yunqi pushed aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, supporting Ning Rongrong's shoulders, then lowered his head to press his forehead against hers, and said word by word, "I like you, silly." Ning Rongrong looked at the handsome face so close to her, even feeling Yunqi's breath brushing against her face. Warm and tender. She was also moved and couldn't help but kiss Yunqi's lips. In the bathroom, the two girls who were still showering whispered, "Zhuqing, how long do you think Rongrong will last in Chiga's hands?" Zhu Zhuqing, faced with Xiao Wu's question, fell into contemplation, then shook her head and slowly said, "I don't know, but it shouldn't be for long." Xiao Wu agreed with Zhu Zhuqing's statement. After all, under Chiga's serious advances, just not getting dizzy would be good enough, let alone wanting to hold on. It seemed like a joke. But what the two girls didn't know was that the two outside were about to take the final step. "Chiga, this won't do, this won't do." Yunqi was also panting, looking at Ning Rongrong with confusion. At this moment, saying it was not okay would only be like putting him on a pyre to be roasted. He also asked in bewilderment, "What's wrong, Rongrong?" Ning Rongrong's face was flushed, and her big eyes, which seemed like they could drip water, looked at Yunqi with a hint of mystery. She lightly bit her tongue and finally regained some composure, saying to Yunqi, "Xiao Wu and Zhuqing are still here. They'll be out soon." Hearing this, Yunqi also became much more alert, recalling how last time the little kitten was so shy that it ran away. However, Yunqi, being such a noble person, had always dreamed of sleeping together, and now he had to consider so many things. Moreover, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were sensitive, but Xiao Wu was different. They'd slept together for so many years. So Yunqi had to take Ning Rongrong's feelings into account, forcing himself to suppress the rising desire. Seeing Yunqi in such discomfort, Ning Rongrong shyly stuck out her tongue, leaned down, and softly whispered in Yunqi's ear, "Brother Qi, next time we go to Sotuo City, just the two of us." Yunqi listened to the enchanting tone in Ning Rongrong's words and immediately felt a stir of excitement. But distant water cannot quench a near thirst. Ning Rongrong also expressed that there was nothing she could do about it. After teasing Yunqi with a playful laugh, she stuck out her cute little tongue and prepared to change the subject. Yunqi originally had nothing, but seeing Ning Rongrong being so irresponsible and even daring to stick her tongue out at him is absolutely unforgivable. Yunqi also grabbed Ning Rongrong's hand and leaned close to her, softly whispering in her ear. Ning Rongrong's face turned red like a thermometer, continuously flushing until the last syllable fell from Yunqi's lips, transforming her into a steam princess. Ning Rongrong looked at Yunqi, stammering and incoherent, and said, "Yua, it can be like this?" Yunqi also nodded in pain, and Ning Rongrong had no choice but to comply. She had heard about it before and had been holding it in, thinking it might affect her health. She slowly squatted by the bed, looked up with her big eyes filled with shame and anger, and glared fiercely at Yunqi before reluctantly burying herself in work. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing washed up faster than most girls, mainly worried that Ning Rongrong would suffer a big loss at Yunqi's hands. They didn't linger too long in the relaxing bath and quickly opened the door after cleaning themselves. As they stepped out, the bathroom connected directly to the bedroom. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing observed Ning Rongrong swaying and couldn't help but marvel at how city people know how to have fun. Clearly, the two girls' entrance did not disturb the engrossed duo. Feeling awkward about interrupting, they fell silent and quietly retreated back to the bathroom to start another round of soaking. Inside the bathroom, Zhu Zhuqing knocked her head in frustration, and Xiao Wu noticed her trouble. She comforted her, saying, "It's okay, Zhuqing, there will be more opportunities." Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Zhu Zhuqing came back to her senses and asked, "What should I do, Xiao Wu?" Xiao Wu's eyes rolled, and she stepped forward to say, "Be proactive. Brother won't refuse someone who's proactive. At least last time, if I hadn't taken the initiative, he might not have even touched me by now." Although Zhu Zhuqing was mentally prepared, she still felt a bit shy. Xiao Wu saw the expression on her face and scolded her for not being assertive. "We're at this point now. Don't hesitate. If you wait too long, you might not even make it into the top 3. Right now, you can still aim for second." Hearing Xiao Wu's response, the little cat's eyes filled with determination. After all, she was one of the first to arrive. She didn't want to end up out of the top 10. With that thought, the little cat nodded seriously at Xiao Wu and said, "Thank you, Xiao Wu. I know what to do now." Xiao Wu shook her head and replied seriously, "We're sisters. No need to say thank you. Just share the burden more in the future." Xiao Wu clearly understood Yunqi's combat ability. She was already strong, and now Yunqi was buffed with the evil fire. If Xiao Wu hadn't desperately begged Yunqi last time, Zhu Zhuqing might not have even seen her now. The steam in the bathroom thickened, and the hot water was added time and again. After about an hour, hearing no movement outside, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing finally helped each other out of the bathroom. This soak had nearly left them dizzy. Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing coming out of the bathroom, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. Seeing the blush on their faces, he knew that they had stayed in the bath for a long time for his sake. Yunqi also felt incredibly happy, wondering what merits and abilities she had to deserve so many understanding and caring female friends. After coming out, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance at Yunqi, who was still grinning foolishly, and directly walked towards Ning Rongrong, asking with concern, "Rongrong, are you okay?" Ning Rongrong covered her swollen lips and replied to the two girls, "Oh, I'm fine. What's wrong?" Hearing Ning Rongrong's hoarse voice and swollen cheeks, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but pinch Yunqi nearby. Chapter 68. Everywhere is gossip in Shrek in the early morning, after the events of last night. Ning Rongrong had also integrated into this big family. Yunqi, as she promised, taught Ning Rongrong all the techniques and secrets from the Xiantian skill that she had taken from Tang San. Ning Rongrong was deeply touched, wishing she could disregard her pain and sing a song Phoenix seeks Phoenix for Yunqi. Seeing Ning Rongrong's appearance, Yunqi quickly refused. If it happened again, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing would definitely skin him alive. Besides, Ning Rongrong herself couldn't handle it either. When Yunqi woke up in the morning, he saw the three girls sleeping in all sorts of positions, each revealing their own charm. Yunqi was quite pleased to see this, and after waking them up, he took them all to practice together. After practicing the purple extreme magic eye in the morning, they did eye exercises, which had become a habit. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had already gotten used to it, but it was Ning Rongrong's first time, so Yunqi had to guide her from the side. However, Ning Rongrong was quite perceptive and quickly grasped the key points, becoming familiar with the practice. After a night of recovery and rest, Xiao Wu's injuries had mostly healed, and there were no major issues. The villagers passing by looked at the four climbing on the roof so early in the morning with a hint of curiosity, secretly noting it in their hearts, thinking, indeed, the thoughts of genius soul masters are beyond our understanding as common folks. But maybe I can let my second dog try practicing on a roof early in the morning too. Yunqi was practicing the purple extreme magic eye while reminiscing about the charm of yesterday, secretly sighing at Ning Rongrong's high learning ability. She was self-taught and managed to master the skills in such a short time. Time passed quickly, and after a while, Yunqi looked up at the sky and noticed the sun had already risen in the east. She woke up the three girls who were still practicing, led them through an eye exercise, and then went to have breakfast with everyone. It wasn't until Yunqi and the others finished breakfast that Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun arrived at the cafeteria one after another. Ning Rongrong looked at Ma Hongjun's arrival and couldn't help but ask Fatty, "Didn't you go out with Flender last night? How come you're here?" Outside the cafeteria, Flender, who had just arrived, froze upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words and silently turned to leave, thinking it was better not to have breakfast after all. As for Ma Hongjun, he was nonchalantly munching on a steamed bun, responding with a mouthful. "I lost all interest in that a long time ago, so I don't need it." Oscar and Dai Mubai, upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, immediately forgot about their buns, which fell to the ground without them noticing. Seeing his two good brothers waste food, Ma Hongjun didn't care about the gazes of others and picked up the bun to continue eating. Oscar, noticing this, cautiously asked Ma Hongjun, "Fatty, what do you not need anymore?" Ma Hongjun looked at Oscar, his gaze starting to drop, and Oscar immediately understood, feeling a chill run down his spine. With Dai Mubai already enough to handle, he felt that if another fatty came along, he might just die here. Clearly, Oscar misunderstood Ma Hongjun's meaning, and it wasn't his fault. After all, there were lessons learned from the past, and anyone would panic. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, who initially wanted to enjoy the show, saw the look in Fatty's eyes and immediately stepped in front of Oscar, looking at Fatty with a displeased expression, saying, "Little A.O. is enough with me around. Fatty, keep your eyes to yourself." The three girls, who were oblivious to the truth, also felt a chill, not expecting there to be so many hidden talents in the academy. Yunqi certainly understood what Ma Hongjun meant, but he couldn't just come out and explain for the fatty. Seeing that everyone misunderstood his intention, Ma Hongjun slowly added, "You guys misunderstood? I'm into guys, not interested in girls." Oscar and Dai Mubai felt slightly relieved upon hearing this, but then they thought, this is not like Ma Hongjun at all. Where did that fiery Ma Hongjun from the past go? Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong suddenly seemed to understand a bit why Yunqi came to this academy. Every day, there are different juicy stories to enjoy, each one breaking through their previous understanding, much more interesting than cultivation. This strange atmosphere was successfully diverted when Tang San arrived. After everyone finished breakfast, the class bell rang, and Yunqi and the others leisurely made their way to the playground. On the playground, there was only Flender, who, for some unknown reason, had gotten a bun and was boredly nibbling on it. Upon seeing Yunqi and the others arrive, he inexplicably stuffed the bun into his mouth, and without time to chew, began to swallow. However, without any water, swallowing half a bun resulted in Flender's face turning red as he pounded his chest and stomped his feet. Oscar quickly rushed to Flender's side, asking, "Dean, what's wrong?" Oscar naturally didn't know what had happened, but Yunqi, using his purple extreme magic eye from a distance, saw Flender gnawing on the bun and couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. After a long while, Flender finally managed to cough the bun out of his throat. Oscar and Tang San, seeing this, were speechless, looking at Flender with incredulous expressions as if to say, "You, a soul sage, almost choked on a bun?" Flender naturally noticed the looks from everyone and immediately blushed, coughing a few times before hastily changing the subject. "Today is our second class, and I will still be the one teaching." Just as Flender was about to continue, Oscar shyly interrupted him, raising his hand and quietly saying, "Damn," inexplicably broke through to level 30 last night. Saying this, he glanced at Dai Mubai, who blushed and shyly lowered her head. Flender gasped, "What? Say that again." Oscar, seeing Flender's disbelieving gaze, helplessly repeated, "Dean, I'm level 30. Only then did Flender believe Oscar's words. After all, not everyone is like Yunqi, Xiao Wu, and Tang San, breaking through to Soul Master and Soul Grandmaster at the age of 12. 14-year-old Oscar, being a talent he had discovered himself, made Flender feel a sense of reality, especially since Oscar was a food-type soul master, which in some sense is one of the hardest types of martial souls to cultivate, making it much more difficult to reach level 30 compared to ordinary battle-type soul masters. Moreover, if a food-type soul master at the great soul master level can sustain the food consumption of 100 people, then a soul master can sustain over 500 people's food consumption, and this number is continuously rising. This is why Flinder had such a big reaction. After all, this was great news. He even forgot about Ning Rongrong, just talking about bringing Ma Hongjun to the brothel and the earlier incident with the bun. Chapter 69, Immortal Beings. Flinder excitedly stepped forward, patting Oscar's shoulder, his eyes filled with joy, saying to Oscar, "Good, good, good. Oscar, you truly are a genius. You haven't let me down. Congratulations on becoming a soul master." Oscar shyly replied, "Thank you, Dean, and the teachers in the academy for your careful cultivation." Flinder couldn't help but nod at Oscar, who suddenly seemed so sensible, and glanced at Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu as if to say, "Can't you two learn from Oscar?" Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong naturally noticed Flinder's gaze, but merely pouted and said nothing, pretending not to see. Tang San and Ma Hongjun also stepped forward to congratulate him, and Yunqi smiled kindly at Oscar. This made Oscar feel a bit giddy, almost losing himself in the moment, but it didn't last long. After all, there were plenty of students in the academy stronger than him. Maybe only Ning Rongrong couldn't beat him? Flinder timely interrupted the discussions, bringing the still joyous Oscar back to reality. All right, today's class will be slightly changed. The lesson today is to eat the sausages made by Oscar. As soon as Flinder said this, the expressions of the three girls instantly changed, their earlier congratulatory looks fading, clearly indicating how deeply ingrained Oscar's sausage-making soul skill was in their hearts. Yunqi naturally doesn't want the three girls to eat this thing. It's a mental barrier she can't get over. However, there's no good way to stop Flinder, and although forcing them not to eat it wouldn't cause any issues, Flinder is doing this for everyone's good. Yunqi really can't think of a reason at the moment. Perhaps sensing Yunqi's inner thoughts, the panel unexpectedly issued a task, no longer requiring Yunqi to initiate it herself. Task: extreme dislike in the heart, generating an instinctive aversion, preventing the three girls from eating the sausages made by Oscar. Reward: a bottle of magic beans. Accept? Yes or no? Yunqi was overjoyed. After carefully checking the description of the magical beans, he realized that these were the magical beans from Dragon Ball, but they also had limitations. A bean from the bottle could only be produced every 10 days. Even so, this made Yunqi extremely happy, as he understood the power of the magical beans. Just one bean could keep a person from starving for 10 days and possessed an extremely strong restorative ability. As long as a person was not dead, they could recover their physical strength and energy in the shortest time possible, almost instantaneously, from extreme fatigue, bringing their body back to its optimal state. Although it couldn't cure diseases, as a trump card and a life-saving remedy, the magical beans were far superior to the various martial souls and healing items in the Douluo Continent. Yunqi naturally chose to accept it, and, at the same time, had the confidence to say no to Oscar's sausages. Although Yunqi's pit was a bit of a pitfall when it came to a crisis, it would not stop the girls from eating the sausages made by Oscar. However, things were different now. Flinder looked at the girls' disdainful expressions and confidently said, "Don't show that expression. This is for your own good. This is called practical training. Let me ask you a simple question. In a crisis, is your life more important, or is that disgusting but life-saving sausage more important? Think about it carefully." Oscar also looked gratefully at Flandra, clearly wanting to gain everyone's approval, but his previous image had already left a deep impression, which was why everyone was so averse. As for Dai Mabai beside them, he had no such worries. If it were before, when he was still male, he might not have been able to eat it himself. But now everyone was with Oscar, and they had all eaten it, so naturally, they wouldn't care about such things. He stepped forward and directly asked for one. "Xiao Ao, give me one." Oscar was moved to see Dai Mabai as the first to step forward, so he immediately made about 10 sausages on the spot and said to Dai Mabai, "Mabai, eat more, woo-woo." Dai Mabai saw that the people around him didn't even move, so he took the initiative to break the awkwardness, but unexpectedly, Oscar directly made him a dozen or so sausages, and his face turned pale. However, looking at Oscar's eyes, he found it hard to refuse. Having just finished breakfast, he now gritted his teeth and ate a dozen sausages, feeling like his stomach was about to burst, but Oscar clearly didn't notice Dai Mabai's resentful little eyes. Tang San and Ma Hongjun also stepped forward and each asked Oscar for one, starting to eat. The three girls saw everyone's eyes on them, and turned to look at Yunqi. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong each hugged one of Yunqi's arms and said pitifully, "Brother, we don't want to eat that thing." "Exactly." Yunqi smiled and comforted the few girls, thinking to himself, "I don't want to eat either." But his face was still filled with apology as he said to Flander and Oscar, "Dean, little AO, how about we just skip it today? Rongrong and the others don't want to eat, and I have ways to help them recover in future battles." Ning Rongrong also glared fiercely at Flander and Oscar, as if to say, "If you dare to force me, I'll tear down your academy." Zhu Zhuqing also didn't want to eat, and seeing that Yunqi had already spoken, naturally stood behind him to avoid Flander's gaze. Flander and Oscar looked at Yunqi stepping forward and Ning Rongrong staring at them, and they couldn't help but recall that terrifying old man, Chen Exen, feeling a shiver run down their spines, and they didn't dare to mention making them eat. Flander thought to himself, "Well, if you don't eat now, let us see if you'll eat on the battlefield when the situation gets critical." Of course, he didn't dare to say these words in front of Ning Rongrong. He was truly afraid. Oscar noticed that Flander had gone silent, his expression darkening, and then looked at Yunqi, suddenly thinking of something. "Chi-Chi, since they're not eating, how about you give it a try? It tastes really good." Yunqi saw Oscar drawing attention to himself and felt a chill, but still warmly said, "Let's just let it go this time, Xiao Ao. I ate too much this morning. Look at Mo Bai next to you. She's already throwing up." Oscar quickly turned to look at Dai Ma Bai, who was clutching her stomach and vomiting intensely, and cautiously asked, "Mo Bai, what's wrong?" Dai Ma Bai wiped her mouth, removing the mess, and weakly replied, "I saw you looking pitiful earlier, but I didn't expect you to give me so many sausages. I just finished breakfast." Now, it was Oscar's turn to feel embarrassed. He had been so caught up in his emotions that he hadn't thought about anything else. Seeing Oscar's awkward smile, Dai Ma Bai quietly cleaned up the vomit, joking that she had to maintain her image as a little fairy. Oscar felt a twisted sense of satisfaction within him, but it wasn't completely fulfilled, leaving him a bit regretful. Yunqi also put the reward into the ring and didn't check it immediately. Flinder then spoke up. "Since this course is completed and Oscar has now reached level 30, we'll pause today's lessons here. You all go back to rest and prepare. Tomorrow, your teacher Xiao Wujie will take you to the Stardow Forest to help Oscar obtain his third spirit ring." Chapter 70. Xiao Wujie's little thoughts after Flinder finished speaking. He turned and left. Xiao Wu watched Flinder disappear from everyone's sight and then said, "The teachers in this academy have it easy. They haven't taught us anything these past few days, just relying on their own understanding." Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. If it weren't for Yunqi still cooking for them, they would have complained openly, but now they were a bit reluctant to see him go. After all, once he leaves, where would they find so many ultimate melons to eat? Yunqi also recalled the teaching from the past 2 days. One day, he went to the great fighting arena to compete by himself, and today he just had a sausage, and that's it. He was also full of question marks. But looking at Dai Mu Bai, Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, it all seemed normal. Yunqi started to doubt this world a bit, but fortunately, the few girls around were still normal. With Flinder's departure, everyone slowly dispersed. The next morning, Yunqi and the others arrived at the playground, where they saw Xiao Wuqi sitting quietly on a chair, drinking tea as usual. Dai Mu Bai was one of the longest students learning from Xiao Wuqi. As a beast martial soul with strong attack capabilities, before Yunqi and the others arrived, Dai Mu Bai had been practicing with Xiao Wuqi. Seeing Xiao Wuqi actually drinking tea now, he was quite curious. "Teacher Xiao, why did you start drinking tea today?" Xiao Wuqi naturally knew about Dai Mu Bai's situation and looked at him with a hint of pity, but after thinking about himself, he withdrew his gaze, realizing he wasn't in a much better position. "I suddenly felt like drinking today." Their conversation was quite normal, but the tone was amusing, one completely feminine and the other with a eunuch-like voice, half feminine. It almost made Yunqi laugh out loud. But that wasn't even the funniest part. The funniest part was that Xiao Wuqi was completely wrapped in gauze, with his 2 eyes showing a dark blue hue. Clearly, he had been beaten up by Tang Hao, and now it wasn't just Yunqi who couldn't hold back. Everyone burst out laughing. Xiao Wuqi looked at the little brats in front of him with helplessness, but he could only force a stern demeanor and said, "Have you laughed enough?" Actually, Yunqi could have held it in, but he just didn't want to. It was too damn funny. Xiao Wuqi's voice did not affect everyone, but the laughter subsided a lot. Time slowly passed, and the laughter faded into the wind. Everyone gathered on the playground, and Xiao Wuqi slowly stood up. After looking around, he glanced at Tang San with a hint of disgust in his eyes, then turned to Oscar and said in that duck-like voice, "Little Oscar, not bad. You've become a soul master so quickly. Keep it up." Oscar smiled and nodded. He appreciated the teacher's praise. Seeing this, Xiao Wuqi didn't say much more to Oscar, just looked at everyone again and said, "This time, I will be your team leader on the trip to Douluo Forest. I want to easily intervene on the way. This is not just Oscar's matter, but also an experience for all of you. Before you encounter soul beasts that you can't handle, I won't intervene." Everyone nodded in understanding. The geographical location of Shrek Academy was still a bit far from Douluo Forest. Xiao Wuqi looked at the sky and said, "Little brats, we're setting off." Hearing the term little brats, Xiao Wu clearly wasn't very happy and directly said to Xiao Wuqi, "Why not call me Little Bear Blind?" Xiao Wuqi had been feeling quite stifled these past 2 days, and hearing Xiao Wu dare to call him that made him widen his eyes and say sternly, "Xiao Wu, what did you just say?" His words carried a hint of danger. Yunqi silently stood in front of Xiao Wu, watching Xiao Wujia. In fact, Xiao Wu wasn't wrong. In terms of age, Xiao Wujia was indeed like a little bear. Upon seeing Yunqi blocking Xiao Wu, Xiao Wujia recalled Tang Hao's warning from that night, and a hint of awkwardness surfaced on his face as he chuckled, ignoring the implication in Xiao Wu's words. Xiao Wujia and Flandra really had it tough. One was warned by Tang Hao, and the other by Chun Exine. In any other situation, 2 soul saints wouldn't warrant such attention from 2 titled Douluos. Xiao Wujia didn't want to complicate things further and directly said to Dai Mubai, all right, let's go. Mubai, you lead the team." Clearly, Xiao Wujia could only find a bit of sympathy in Dai Mubai. After all, neither of them could be considered complete men in the strictest sense. Dai Mubai nodded, his made-up, charming face turning serious as he said to the others, "The Douluo Forest is no joke. There are many soul beasts there, and they are very aggressive. They won't take kindly to us soul masters. We must be extra careful once we get there." Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Yunqi turned to look at Xiao Wu, who also noticed Yunqi's gaze and sweetly smiled back. Yunqi naturally blinked, and everything was understood without words. Now that Tang Sen didn't obtain the man-faced demon spider as a soul ring like in the original story, and there were no external soul bones, the options for schemes had decreased. After thinking for a while, Yunqi also released a task. Let Shrek's people be seriously injured in the Douluo Forest. Reward, Team Soul Power Booster. Accept, yes. After reading the introduction of Yunqi, I didn't think twice and immediately clicked yes. Just kidding, this is a great thing to enhance the abilities of wives. The item is very simple. It can only be bound to a girl with whom you have a confirmed relationship. The total amount of soul power obtained from Yunqi remains unchanged. But those whose soul power is lower than that of the highest soul power girl among them will experience a rapid soul power cultivation speed until they reach parity with the highest girl. Yunqi was also thinking that if he could capture Bibi Dong now, would his 3 women quickly advance to title Douluo and then start a life of relying on others? But this was just Yunqi's speculation. It was merely speeding things up and not that outrageous. As the team leader, Dai Mubai naturally began to arrange everyone's positions. After entering the forest, he said, "Tang San, you stay at the front, I'll stay at the back. Fatty and Shiga, you 2 are in charge of the flanks, and the rest stay in the middle." Clearly, Dai Mubai's arrangement was somewhat unreasonable, but he naturally placed himself in the position of women, subconsciously thinking that women were the weaker group, while Oscar, as a food-type soul master, was also placed in a weak position by Dai Mubai. However, no one said anything. Tang San, who had been taught by Master, frowned slightly, but thinking that the team leader was not him and that Shiga was so strong. With Xiao Wujia and teacher Zhao accompanying them, he decided not to dwell on it too much. Xiao Wujia was clearly keeping a close eye on Tang San, and seeing him frown, he spoke up directly, not wanting to miss the opportunity for Tang San to scout. "Let's do it this way, no dawdling, or we won't make it before dark." Chapter 71. Speed and passion along the way, Yunqi did not foolishly run on the ground like Xiao Wujia, but instead flew in the air with his sword, leisurely accompanied by his wives, watching the others below who were still striving to run. The 3 women, seeing this, had their eyes curved into crescent shapes while sitting on Yunqi's sword. Ning Rongrong leaned against Yunqi's embrace and said to him, "You guys with flying soul skills are really cheating." Yunqi also raised her eyebrows lightly and replied, "What's wrong, don't you like it?" Ning Rongrong shook her head, looking down at Xiao Wujia, Tang San, and the others who were gazing at the sky, and let out a pleasant silver bell-like laugh. Yunqi saw the situation and asked, "You like it, yet you say I'm being unreasonable. Just wait, I won't let you off easily." Yunqi was directly getting into it, and seeing this, the 2 girls beside her naturally couldn't let their good sister bear it alone, so they also joined the fray. Fortunately, Yunqi's sword was wide enough, otherwise, with all this frolicking, they might have fallen off. Below, everyone was munching on the stamina-replenishing sausages provided by Oscar, looking up at Yunqi and the others playing in the sky, feeling a wave of envy. They were thinking to themselves, this is so unfair. We're down here running hard while they're leisurely flying in the sky. However, these thoughts remained unspoken among the group. But with Oscar's sausages, everyone managed to keep pace with Xiao Wujia's steps without losing a single team member. Only Oscar, who was providing the sausages, was feeling a bit overwhelmed due to the significant consumption of soul power. Fortunately, with Dai Mubai by his side, it wasn't a big issue. Dai Mubai directly squatted down in front of Oscar, back facing him, and softly said, "Come on, Xiao Ao, you can't keep up?" Oscar felt touched. Looking at Dai Mubai's back, he sighed for a long time. Seeing that Oscar was still not getting on, Dai Mubai reminded him, "Hurry up, Xiao Ao. Don't hold everyone back. We're all going to the Star-Do Forest for you." Upon hearing this, Oscar stopped reminiscing and slightly bent his knees, gently jumping onto Dai Mubai's back. After feeling Oscar's weight, Dai Mubai wrapped his arms around Oscar's bent legs and started a new round of sprinting. Ningrongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing also reached out within the range of Yunqi's soul skill, feeling the flow of the wind. Xiao Wu suddenly had an idea and said to Yunqi, "Bro, can we go even faster?" Yunqi also nodded, indicating agreement, but looked at the three women with some and said, "What are we doing so soon?" At this point, Zhu Zhuqing turned to Yunqi and said, "It's exciting." Yunqi couldn't help but smile, remembering that the little cat was a woman who loved speed. Ning Rongrong also chimed in, "I'll speed things up." Yunqi also hurriedly interrupted a few people, looking below, and then slowly said, "Aren't we going to wait for them?" Ning Rongrong pouted and said, "If it's really not possible, we can just come back to find them later." Seeing the desire in the eyes of the three girls, Yunqi no longer hesitated and said to Ning Rongrong, "Give me the buffs." This time, Ning Rongrong understood what it meant and directly summoned the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, activated her soul rings, and immediately bestowed 2 buffs on Yunqi, strength and speed. The clouds are also stimulating the soul power within, continuously pouring into the sword's shadow beneath. And the sword body emits a series of light sounds. Yunqi looked at the 3 girls who were still smiling and said with a grin, "What's going on? Don't call it off later." The 3 girls replied in unison, "No need to prepare, just fly." They frowned a little, and they all agreed that it would count as their loss. Yunqi smiled, but said nothing more, directly using his sword to cut through the sky, with both speed and altitude continuously rising, soon creating a series of sonic booms. In just 1 hour, they reached the starry forest, but it nearly drained all of Yunqi's soul power. Normally, the consumption of soul power during regular sword flight was negligible, but after today, as full speed advance, he simply couldn't handle it. Before noon, the 4 of them stopped to rest in a small town outside the starry forest. As the flying sword wobbled down, the 4 of them looked pale, completely drained of energy, and all sat down on the ground, remaining silent for a long time. Yunqi was the first to recover. Looking at the 3 girls, he said with a smile, "Are you still going to play extreme sports in the future?" Ningrongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing all covered their mouths, and after hearing Yunqi's words, they couldn't hold back any longer and directly ran to the side of the big tree, throwing up. Yunqi, feeling a bit breathless, took out a few cups of water from the ring and came to the side of the 3 women, comforting each of them in turn before handing them the water. Only then did the 3 women feel revived. They recalled the whirlwind of the past hour, from initial excitement to later dizziness. They wanted to stop, but then remembered the bold words they had spoken earlier. Looking at the other 2, they found them seemingly unfazed, so they chose not to speak up. However, the other 2 were not doing much better. They were just holding on. Seeing that Yunqi was so brave, the 3 girls thought that if they slowed down, they would be laughed at by her. Naturally, they endured their discomfort and insisted on flying for so long. It was only then that the 3 girls heard Yunqi's words and didn't dare to show off anymore, especially Ning Rongrong, who was both inexperienced and loved to play. With the lowest soul power and the weakest physique here, she quickly said, "I don't want to play anymore. It's too fast. Let us stop." Yunqi felt something strange about Ning Rongrong's words and her tone. Why does it sound so breathless? Yunqi didn't think much and turned to look at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, also asking, "Is it exciting?" The 2 girls hesitated for a while and answered with difficulty, "Exciting." Yunqi continued to ask like a devil, "So, in the future, do we still want it?" The 2 girls' heads shook vigorously like a rattle. After finishing their conversation with Yunqi, the 3 girls squatted by the tree. When Ye saw that Yunqi was also a paper tiger, they all burst into laughter. With this incident, it was naturally impossible to go back and find Zhao Wuji and the others. After quickly grabbing a bite to eat in the small town, they began to wander around. The small town was much livelier than Yunqi and the others had imagined, and its scale was several times larger than the village where Shrek was located. After all, with people coming and going, the soul masters hunting in the Douluo forest, and some hunters relying on soul bees for a living needed a supply place. Similar to what Yunqi had experienced outside the hunting soul forest. However, there were no city walls here, but the shops and vendors on the streets were quite complete. Yunqi also observed that almost everything operated here is related to soul masters. Ordinary people here are like rare animals, with vendors selling weapons, armor, antidotes, recovery potions, and accommodations, creating a dazzling array. A few people in Yunqi were just looking for something new. After wandering for a while, they felt quite bored, as there were no places for eating, drinking, or having fun. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were also murmuring, "Why haven't Little Bear and the Blind Man come yet? It's so boring here." Chapter 72. The Town. In response, Yunqi helplessly shook his head, took Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's hands, and said to them, "This kind of place is definitely not that interesting. The Douluo forest is not far away, and this little town exists only because of the Douluo forest. So naturally, there aren't many amusement facilities. In fact, the distance Yunqi referred to as nearly 100 miles, but for the Douluo forest, it was indeed not far." Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were not unreasonable. They were just casually talking to Yunqi. Zhu Zhuqing also said from aside, "We didn't come here to play." Qi Gu clearly came with a purpose. I've already noticed the expression on Qi Ji's face. Yunqi also felt helpless, as some of his were all being closely watched by those he was close to. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's eyes immediately lit up, and they hurriedly asked Yunqi, "Chi-Chi, do you have any plans?" Yunqi also looked around before pulling a few girls to a secluded tea house. Seeing that there were no other customers inside, she cautiously said, "Xiao Wu, have you told Rongrong about your identity?" Xiao Wu shook her head. However, Ning Rongrong, seeing Yunqi speak like this, blinked her curious big eyes and asked Xiao Wu, "Do you have another identity?" Xiao Wu turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing and Yunqi, clearly inquiring about their opinions. It wasn't that Xiao Wu didn't trust Ning Rongrong, but this matter was of great importance and could not afford any mistakes. Yunqi also realized that she had spoken too quickly, but it was fine. She had just casually brushed off Ning Rongrong, not because she didn't want to tell her, but because it wasn't the right time. Who knew if there was someone following Ning Rongrong? Ning Rongrong also noticed Yunqi's nonchalance, but seeing Xiao Wu's serious expression just now, she didn't ask further. Everyone has their secrets, which is normal, and Ning Rongrong didn't feel any unhappiness about it. Instead, Xiao Wu felt a bit guilty and Rongrong, I'll tell you later. It's just not the right time. Ning Rongrong smiled brightly, wrapped her arms around Xiao Wu, played with her scorpion tail braid, and said casually, "Of course I believe you guys. We're good sisters." The two people at Yunqi did not disturb them too much. After a while, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu also realized that Yunqi and Zhu Zhuqing were waiting for them to discuss matters, so they sat up straight. Yunqi looked at the two girls, who were already prepared, and gently spoke out the plan. "This time we're going to the Starry Forest. Is our purpose really just to help Oscar obtain a soul ring? Are you willing?" The three girls shook their heads, clearly having been led astray by Yunqi, with darkness lurking beneath the surface. Yunqi continued, "Shrek is full of deceit and trickery, and both the students and teachers are corrupt. So what should we do?" The three girls also showed a glimmer of mischief in their eyes and firmly said, "Let's con them." Seeing that the three girls at Yunqi have such high awareness, he nodded in satisfaction. Yunqi is also being assigned tasks, and there are things to do when entering the Douluo forest. The plan is simple, but very practical, especially with Xiao Wu around. Everything will become much easier in the Douluo forest. The three girls are getting more and more excited as they listen, and even Zhu Zhuqing has started to join in. Yunqi also sighed. Fortunately, it was herself who taught them. Otherwise, with their mindset, it would be easy for others to lead them astray. Although Yunqi herself is not that great, at least her guidance for the three girls was specifically aimed at the Shrek trio, and she still had a basic sense of values. Time passed quickly as Yunqi and the others waited, and soon it was evening. Zhao Wujia and the others had just arrived, while Tang San and the others from the academy were exhausted, especially Oscar. He had been fighting with Dai Mu by the night before and had traveled nonstop all day, making sausages along the way, leaving him nearly depleted. Yunqi and the others naturally noticed Zhao Wujia and the others at the entrance of the town, and they stepped forward to greet them. "Teacher Zhao, you're here?" Zhao Wujia looked at the dashing Yunqi in front of him and said speechlessly, "You all flew so fast. Didn't you wait for the students behind?" Yunqi also apologized slightly to Xiao Wuji, Tang San, and the others, saying, "The reason we arrived early is mainly to help everyone find a good place to rest." Except for Xiao Wuji, the others basically believed him. After all, goodwill was present, and Xiao Wuji had nothing much to say since there was no rule against arriving early. Moreover, Yunqi had helped them find accommodations, so there was no further discussion. Tang San then said to Yunqi with gratitude, "Sorry to trouble you again, Brother Qi. Not only did you help us scout the way, but you also found us a place to stay." Yunqi smiled warmly at everyone and slowly said, "It's nothing. I'm here to serve everyone." Although Yunqi said so, it doesn't matter since it's not his own money. It's all easy for him. Using Tang San's money to do a favor, Yunqi would still make this deal, and besides, there was a large sum waiting for him to take advantage of from Flender. Yunqi didn't feel the slightest bit of remorse. Oscar was almost exhausted and just wanted to eat something and sleep, so he directly asked Yunqi, "Chiga, where's the place you mentioned?" Yunqi interrupted Oscar while speaking, but he wasn't angry. With a beaming smile, he said to Oscar, "Then come with me." Yunqi led everyone into the small town. The town at night was not as lively as during the day, probably due to its proximity to the starry forest, but no one paid much attention to it. Soon, Yunqi brought them to a hotel that looked quite ordinary, then turned and said slowly, "This is it. Let's stay here for a night. I've paid for the accommodation, but you'll have to cover your own meals." Xiao Wuji smiled as he patted Yunqi's shoulder and walked directly into the hotel. The others expressed their thanks and eagerly wanted to go in and eat. The hotel was a two-story building. The first floor was a simple dining hall, and the second floor was for lodging. Xiao Wuji entered the hotel and headed straight for the room number Yunqi had given him, opening the door and stepping inside. In fact, Yunqi had booked a total of 3 rooms for Tang San and the others. Meanwhile, Tang San, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai were gathered around a table on the first floor, ordering food. Tang San looked at the menu after just finishing ordering and thought about going upstairs first. But Oscar, without a second thought, sat still and said, "Xiao San, we're not in a hurry." Even Ma Hongjun, who usually had little desire, panted and said, "Third brother, I've eaten sausages all day and I'm about to throw up. Let us fill our stomachs first." Tang San thought about it and realized it made sense, so he sat down too. Yunqi and the 3 girls naturally did not sit with the smelly group, but stayed nearby, as the place was not very large. During this time, Tang San asked Dai Mubai, "Should we invite teacher, Xiao, to come down for a meal?" Dai Mubai waved his hand and said, "Our academy doesn't have that custom. Teachers don't spend any money when they're out with us, but they also don't take advantage of us." Tang San looked at Dai Mubai in confusion and asked, "Then why did teacher Xiao accept the room for Brother Qi?" Dai Mubai was also momentarily stumped and couldn't come up with an explanation, so he dropped the subject. Meanwhile, Xiao Wujia, hiding in his room and quietly chewing on the dry food and sausages Oscar had made, felt a bit melancholic. As a dignified soul sage, he had no money. The expenses for healing had nearly drained him, and now he was broke. Unlike Tang San and the others, he couldn't receive subsidies from the spirit hall. He had just accepted the room card from Yunqi out of helplessness. As for meals, he didn't want to be laughed at, so he could only silently hide in his room and nibble on dry food. Downstairs, Oscar and Ma Hongjun were ravenously devouring food, clearly very hungry. Oscar was eating while saying, "Not bad. The place isn't big, but there is plenty to eat." Dai Mubai shot a look at his man and said, "Eat slowly. Don't choke." Just after Dai Mubai finished speaking, a group of people suddenly walked into the hotel. Tang San counted and saw there were 8, but didn't pay much attention. However, Yunqi, who was playing a feeding game with the 3 girls, noticed that this was just like a famous scene about to appear in the original story. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man in his 40s, who looked quite handsome, with hair meticulously styled and shining. He was dressed in a crescent-colored soul master robe adorned with silver thread embroidery, which shimmered slightly as he walked. Following the middle-aged man were 7 young people, 6 men and 1 woman, all appearing to be around 20 years old, wearing similar silver-white robes, but without the embroidery of the middle-aged man's robe. However, all 8 of them had a green, circular emblem on their robe shoulders, with 2 large characters inscribed inside, Sanghui. The hotel owner, seeing the distinguished guests, hurriedly went to greet them, bowing and being exceedingly polite. Oscar, watching from the side, couldn't help but comment, "What is this? Just because they're dressed nicely, they think there's something special." Dai Mubai nodded in agreement, and then said, "Fatty, what do you think about that girl over there? Should I help you get her?" Clearly, Dai Mubai was just teasing, but he was also concerned about his old buddy, wondering if Ma Hongjun was really as uninterested as he claimed. A Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Ma Hongjun raised his head from his meal and glanced over at the girl, then disinterestedly replied, "Not interested," and went back to eating. However, Oscar then asked Dai Mubai, isn't that group over there from Songhua Academy? Although Dai Mubai had turned into a woman, his personality hadn't changed much. Deep down, he still had that arrogant nature. He scoffed and said loudly, "What is so scary about a small Songhua Academy? Who cares?" Tang San looked at his dining companions in shock. After all, the sect he had been in during his previous life was a hidden assassin sect, where such loud conspiracies were unheard of. The people from Songhua Academy were not deaf either. Almost everyone present was a soul master, and with Dai Mubai's deliberate insults, they were naturally furious. When they turned to look and saw that Dai Mubai's table was just a bunch of kids, their expressions darkened even more. If news got out that Songhua Academy was insulted by a group of little kids, how would they attract new students in the future? Ma Hongjun sensed that the atmosphere was off and said to Tang San expressionlessly, "Looks like a good show is about to start." Tang San was still a bit dazed, confused about what kind of show he was supposed to be watching. Ma Hongjun explained, "This is a training task our dean assigned to us a long time ago. A soul master who doesn't dare to cause trouble is not a good soul master. Those who don't dare to cause trouble are mediocre." Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Tang San immediately drank this bowl of toxic chicken soup, even feeling that what Flinder said made a lot of sense. Ma Hongjun's voice wasn't quiet, and the surrounding people could hear them clearly. Not only Yunqi and the others, but even the diners around them looked like they were about to burst with black lines on their foreheads. What kind of twisted logic was this? Misleading students. The 8 members of Songhua Academy slowly sat down, positioning themselves closer to Yunqi and the others, while they were still 2 tables away from Tang San. The middle-aged man from Songhua Academy Wunti let Dai Mubai jump around in front of him without saying anything. He didn't excuse her just because she was a woman. He quietly whispered something to the young people beside him. Soon, one of the young men stood up from his seat and walked over to Dai Mubai's table. Dai Mubai noticed him but showed a hint of disdain in her beautiful eyes just as a waiter was bringing the dishes for her table. The young man from Songhua Academy charged forward and directly flipped a plate over, aiming it at Dai Mubai's head. This action was taken very seriously. Even Tang San didn't expect that the young man would resort to tricks without making a move. Dai Mubai's eyes also revealed a fierce light as he slammed his hands on the table, and Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San all stood up in unison, looking at the young man in front of them, ready to strike him away with a palm. On the other side of Songhua Academy, seeing their own people being ambushed, they naturally wouldn't weaken their momentum and also stood up together, glaring at Dai Mubai and the others. Yunqi had no intention of stopping them. She was still talking to Xiao Wu and the others, saying, "This is outrageous." The 3 girls nodded in agreement, and Zhu Zhuqing directly said, "Those who are afraid to cause trouble are mediocre." If Dai Mubai could instill this philosophy, he wouldn't have run away in fear back then. Ning Rongrong also said, "Do you have the guts to provoke me? Do you have the guts to provoke Chigo? Do you have the guts to provoke our 7 treasure glazed tile school?" This was ridiculous. She didn't know how Flinder had brainwashed them. It was just like our sect's death warriors, which we had cultivated since childhood. Xiao Wu also expressed her agreement. As in the world of soul beasts, if you lack strength and provoke other high-level soul beasts, you could die instantly. So she didn't quite understand Flinder's thoughts. Was he sending his students to their deaths? Yunqi smiled and patted the heads of the 3 girls, softly saying, "Let's not pay attention to them. We should agree with what they say and praise them. Remember that." The 3 girls also understood Yunqi's intention, their beautiful eyes sparkling. Sooner or later, they would attract the wrong kind of people because of their personalities, and then they would see if the truth they believed in would make them feel like mediocre individuals. Chapter 74, Arrogant and Overbearing. Dai Mubai. The battle between both sides was about to break out. Dai Mubai looked at the 7 people from Songhua Academy while there were only 4 on his side. His gaze unconsciously drifted towards Yunqi and the others. Although Yunqi was reluctant, he still stood up. There was no way to let the heartfelt persona he had painstakingly built disappear just like that. So he slowly walked between the 2 sides and said, "Everyone, how about I say a word? The place is small. Let's not disturb others' business. Shall we go out to play?" Songhua Academy wasn't unreasonable. Fighting here was indeed not appropriate. Upon hearing Yunqi's words, Dai Mubai and the others walked out of the hotel, casually choosing an open space to continue staring each other down. A middle-aged man was the first to speak, his face dark and sullen. Which academy are you kids from? Dai Mubai's evil gaze revealed his true nature as a white tiger, his face showing disdain, contempt, and strong arrogance. It should be noted that she was now a fully developed mother tiger, even more arrogant and overbearing than in the original story. You dare to ask our names? Hearing this, even Yunqi felt like hitting someone. It was just too damn arrogant. It wasn't that they couldn't handle Songhui Academy, but seeing the feminized Dai Mubai made him a little itchy. The middle-aged man's face turned iron blue with anger, completely losing his rationality as he shouted to the students beside him, "All of you, go together and give this arrogant girl a harsh lesson." The students of Songhui Academy had long suppressed their anger, so they naturally did not hold back and attacked with full force. Yunqi looked at the three girls and said, "This time we won't intervene. It's too arrogant. I can't stand it." The three girls nodded in agreement. After all, this kind of thing irritates anyone who sees it, and they had no good feelings towards Dai Mubai and the others, so it wasn't worth it to do such thankless work. The 7 opponents also simultaneously activated their martial spirits and charged towards the exhausted Shrek members. Dai Mubai thought Yunqi would directly intervene, but to his surprise, Yunqi was pulling the hands of the girls and had retreated to the side to eat. Yunqi seemed to be unsatisfied and just ran back into the hotel to grab food before coming out again to watch the show. Dai Mubai was dumbfounded and shouted at Yunqi, "Chiga, come help." Yunqi shook her head and looked at Dai Mubai and the others, saying, "You guys go ahead and fight. I'll help you after I finish eating." The 3 girls, upon hearing Yunqi's response, chimed in unison, "You guys go first. It's just a small Songhui Academy. We believe in you. By the time we finish eating, you will have already finished the fight." Zai Mubai, Dangshan, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun found themselves in a difficult position. They had already engaged, and it would be impossible to tell the Songhui Academy people, "Wait for our companions to finish eating before we fight." Moreover, they had initiated the conflict themselves, so it would be embarrassing to end it so hastily. Seeing the people from Songhui Academy rushing over, they also released their martial souls and stepped forward to engage. However, even if Yunqi didn't join the fight, Dai Mubai and the others could still win. Aside from the female soul master and the middle-aged man, none of the other 6 had soul power exceeding level 30. And in fact, 5 of them didn't even exceed level 25. Yunqi mainly saw how that soul king easily defeated Dai Mubai and the others. The earlier skirmish was just a small appetizer. However, even the previous few opponents could still cause them some trouble, especially since Oscar's condition wasn't good. For a moment, the few of them were in a chaotic battle, taking turns to fight each other, both sides enjoying the fight. Tang San and Dai Mubai were not particularly injured, as they were both soul sovereigns. If they couldn't handle a few great soul masters, they might as well not play anymore. The group was unwilling to back down and charged at Dai Mubai again, using spears, tridents, and releasing soul skills together, targeting Dai Mubai. Seeing this, Dai Mubai didn't dare to be careless. After activating his first soul skill, White Tiger Shield, he also shifted backward to relieve the pressure. The group's attacks successfully broke through Dai Mubai's soul skill, and upon seeing his bloodstained clothes, he was enraged and directly released his martial soul. Dai Mubai was not someone who reasoned. Unless your strength surpassed hers or you had a recognition, her proud demeanor would not change in the slightest. White Tiger, possess! With Dai Mubai's roar, a strong pale light suddenly erupted from his body. His arms spread wide, chest puffed out, and all his bones let out a series of explosive sounds as his muscles suddenly expanded, instantly stretching his already well-fitted clothes. Each muscle became particularly prominent beneath the expanding fabric. His head of golden hair transformed into a mix of black and white, with white dominating. Only a few strands of black hair floating outside, making them especially noticeable. A symbol resembling the character for King appeared on his forehead, formed by 3 horizontal and 1 vertical line. His hands were also covered in white fur, more than doubling in size, with claws protruding like daggers, gleaming with a chilling light. The members of Songhui Academy looked at the Dai Mubai before them and his flashing 3 soul rings, naturally feeling fear. The middle-aged man quickly stepped forward to shield his academy. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Tang Sen also activated their martial souls, with the fat one shouting the loudest. His shout of Phoenix possession nearly scared the Songhui Academy members into submission. After all, a single academy having so many powerful genius soul masters and extraordinary martial souls was not something to be easily offended, but seeing the chubby boy after his possession, he was just a slightly larger grass chicken. The onlookers couldn't help but laugh. However, the middle-aged man's expression was not good. He merely suppressed his anger and said to Dai Mubai, "I am Yi Zhiqiu, the head of the Foreign Affairs Department of Songhui Academy. May I ask which force you belong to?" Generally, when faced with such goodwill, most people would stop. However, what is the principle of Shrek Academy? It is that the dean is always right. Dai Mubai naturally retorted angrily, "We are from Shrek Academy. Do you have a problem with that?" Yi Zhiqiu recalled his experiences over the years, and, confirming that he had never heard of the name Shrek Academy, breathed a sigh of relief and said casually, "Shrek? Never heard of it." Dai Mubai, upon hearing this, snorted coldly and said to Yi Zhiqiu, "That's because you lack knowledge and are ignorant." After saying this, he looked towards Yunqi, who was still eating, feeling less confident than he appeared. Yi Zhiqiu sighed. He had always believed that the students he trained at Songhui Academy were quite good, but seeing that among the four, there were even two soul sovereigns, they naturally had the right to look down on his students. However, as a teacher, he could not stand by and watch his students be humiliated. If it were a normal challenge, Yi Zhiqiu, would not bully the weak, but the words of the woman before him insulting his students were intolerable. Chapter 75. It doesn't matter. I will take action. Yi Zhiqiu thought of this, and his gaze turned cold. Without further hesitation, he directly released his martial soul. Black Tortoise. Possess. A circle of black aura immediately suppressed the presence of Dai Mubai and Tang San, and the students of Songhui Academy felt the invisible danger dissipate, feeling relieved. Yi Zhiqiu's limbs also shrank by a third, and a massive shell appeared on his back. 5 soul rings slowly rose, floating around Yi Zhiqiu. 1 white, 2 yellow, 2 purple. Indeed, a soul king above level 50. Although Yi Zhiqiu's soul ring configuration wasn't too impressive, the suppression of soul power was palpable, making a few of them feel uneasy, frequently glancing at Yunqi. Yunqi saw the situation and smiled, then started eating the dessert after the meal, clearly not very concerned. The onlookers gasped when they saw Yi Zhiqiu's spirit ring. It wasn't that they were overly dramatic. After all, soul kings were rare on this continent, and most people were ordinary folks who couldn't cultivate. A soul king's strength was already quite formidable, capable of being conferred titles in some small kingdoms. Tang San, seeing this, began to reminisce about his hidden weapons. Although Qi had given him many materials, he didn't have time to disassemble them, so he rented a soul guide from Flanders, and Yu Xiaogang would pay for it later. Dai Mubai was about to call out to Yin Qi for help again, but Yi Zhiqiu's onslaught arrived, interrupting Dai Mubai's attempt to speak. Although Yi Zhiqiu's limbs were shortened, his power and defense became even stronger. A direct punch managed to send Dai Mubai, who was distracted by Yin Qi flying. Seeing this, Tang San activated Ghost Shadow Misty Steps and caught Dai Mubai steadily, realizing he wasn't seriously injured. It was clear that Yi Zhiqiu had held back, and Dai Mubai had only spat out a bit of blood. Yi Zhiqiu continued, "Call your teacher over. The students are being rude and inconsiderate. Surely the academy's teachers should have an explanation." Oscar, seeing his girlfriend injured, muttered from the back, "What an old turtle." Still wanting to find teacher Zhao. As a soul king, Yi Zhiqiu naturally had good hearing, and Oscar's quiet mumble was entirely picked up by him. As the owner of the Xiangui martial soul, his greatest dislike was being called a turtle, and Oscar had actually called him an old turtle. Initially, he had planned to let things go, scare them a bit, and release some frustration on his students, but at that moment, he couldn't hold back anymore. Yi Zhiqiu feared that if he continued to endure, he would truly become a turtle. In a fit of anger, he sarcastically said, "All right, I see you all as kids and won't hold it against you. Fine, I'll teach you all a lesson about respect on behalf of your teacher." After speaking, his first and second spirit rings lit up simultaneously, and his body quickly spun half a circle, revealing the turtle shell on his back. A stream of black light, like flowing water and filled with chilling air, spread out around him. Clearly, Yi Zhiqiu wanted to quickly deal with these ignorant kids by directly using 2 spirit skills, one for Xian Gui's protective barrier and another for Xian Shui's freezing, showing great caution, just like his martial soul, combining defense with control. Dai Mubai, coming back to his senses, unleashed the white tiger's light wave, but it had no effect on Yi Zhiqiu's turtle shell. As a top-tier defensive beast martial soul, the Xian Gui would not be shattered by a light wave from someone several levels lower. Seeing it was ineffective, Dai Mubai shouted to Tang San, "Xiao San, I'll charge in, you control the field." Oscar quickly produced a sausage and threw it to his lover, Dai Mubai shouting, "Mubai, catch." Dai Mubai reacted quickly, and while charging towards Yi Zhiqiu, he caught the sausage with one hand, without saying a word, stuffed it into his mouth. and took a big bite before getting close to Yu Xiao. However, as soon as he entered Yu Xiao's range, he felt an intense cold, as if all the blood in his body was about to freeze. He gritted his teeth and began to swing his fists at Yu Xiao. But Yu Xiao was exceptionally clever. Seeing Dai Mubai charge in, he was already prepared. At the moment Dai Mubai swung his fist, Yu Xiao swiftly turned his body and used the turtle shell on his back to block. Dai Mubai felt as if his fist had hit a piece of Xian iron, and the pain shot through him instantly, nearly causing him to cry out. He even doubted whether his fingers were broken. Tang San and Ma Hongjun, seeing Dai Mubai engage in close combat, released their own spirit skills. The blue-silver grass quickly flew from all directions to entangle Yu Xiao, which also gave Dai Mubai a chance to retreat. Once outside Yu Xiao's range, Dai Mubai found his body covered in patches of ice. Seeing this, Ma Hongjun directly unleashed his Phoenix Fire line, but it was evidently ineffective. Tang San's blue-silver grass, being a plant-type martial soul, naturally feared cold and heat. It fell away after only a moment of entanglement. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun's flames burned on Yu Xiao's turtle shell, reducing the chill of the Xian Shui's freezing. Although the purple-red flames couldn't break through Yu Xiao's Xian Gui's protective barrier, they clung tightly to his shell, burning like a maggot in the bone. Yu Xiao felt a burning heat on his back and was instantly alarmed, looking at Ma Hongjun with a different expression. A great soul master actually possessed such flames. This was something he hadn't anticipated. Taking advantage of this time, Tang San activated the blue-silver grass seeds that had just parasitized Yu Xiao, wrapping him tightly like a zongzi. Seeing this opportunity, Dai Mubai seized it without hesitation, using the White Tiger's diamond transformation, which lasted for half an hour, greatly enhancing his resistance to abnormal states, as well as his attack power, defense, and strength, charging at Yu Xiao with all his might. The blue-silver grass snapped as it broke, leaving traces of blood on Yu Xiao's chest. Yu Xiao looked down at the claw marks on his chest, his eyes revealing a glint of cold light. He saw his third spirit ring flicker, and a mist of water sprayed from his mouth, directly covering the flames on his back. Although Ma Hongjun's flames had strong adhesion, Yu Xiao, as a soul king, was not to be underestimated. In an instant, the backplate let out hissing sounds. The flames transformed into water vapor and vanished, and the intense cold air once again surged, becoming even stronger than before. Even Oscar, who was waiting behind, felt his hands and feet grow cold, and he became worried about the three in the battlefield. He hurriedly ran to Yun Qishi and said, "Qishi, you need to take action quickly. I feel like Mubai and the others can't hold on much longer." Yunqi also subconsciously took a bite of the melon that Zhu Zhuqing handed over, the taste lingering in his mouth, and he mumbled to Oscar, "Let them practice more." Oscar continued, but after Yunqi swallowed the food in his mouth, he interrupted Oscar's words and said, "It doesn't matter. I will take action." Only then did Oscar feel relieved, returning to the battlefield to continue silently cheering them on. Chapter 76, It Doesn't Matter. I will eat melon. A few people saw the flames on Yu Xiao disappear, and Dai Mubai's claw strike only served to provoke Yu Xiao without causing much harm. In fact, Tang San and the others' concerns were valid. The gap between a soul king and a soul sage was indeed quite large. Moreover, Tang San currently had no hidden weapons, which meant he lacked a life-saving trump card, making it extremely difficult to fight above his level. Yu Xiao laughed angrily and said, "You've used all your tricks, right? Now it's my turn." As he spoke, he leaned forward and opened his mouth. A stream of black, cold air shot out directly at Dai Mubai, and the soul rings on his body flickered with light. Third soul skill, Mysterious Water Surge. The intense chill made everyone present shiver, and Dai Mubai felt particularly uncomfortable. He barely activated the White Tiger's protective barrier to fend off some of the cold, but it was not very effective. Yu Xiao's soul power was over 10 levels higher than Dai Mubai's, making it hard to resist. Seeing Dai Mubai in danger, Ma Hongjun also summoned several flames in the path of the black water, colliding with it and producing thick steam. Dai Mubai, seeing this, quickly retreated, not daring to stay any longer. The brief skirmish left Tang San and the others in confusion. Why did it seem so easy for Qi Gu to fight and even spar with teacher Zhao, while they felt it was incredibly tricky on their side? On Yu Xiao's side, he looked at the few people in front of him with a hint of fear. Although the young men hadn't really harmed him, they could still withstand his attacks. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been frozen down by now, especially the flames from the bald, chubby boy, which posed a great threat to him. It wasn't that their soul power was too low, only a great soul master, and his mysterious water might not be able to withstand that chubby boy's peculiar flames. Yu Xiaogang, feeling the urgency, decided to act decisively. What if the people behind these students came? He would inevitably face a beating, so he unleashed all his power, directly using mysterious water ice seal, maximizing his soul power. And instantly the cold air in the arena spread out. Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar felt their bodies stiffen, their speed significantly reduced. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang was overjoyed and unleashed mysterious water surge again. This time, the black water swept directly over Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai, with only Oscar, who was hiding in the back, escaping this attack. Tang San and the others clearly felt the impact. The places they were hit felt as if they had necrotized. Losing sensation. The water flow was too fast, and the icy mist restricted their movements, leaving even Tang San unable to evade with Ghost Shadow perplexing track. In Yunqi, a short and strong figure was seen coming down from a nearby hotel. He clapped his hands, stood up slowly, and addressed the venue. I say, that's enough. Yu Xiaogang, you can leave now. Yu Xiaogang was taken aback, and upon hearing this sudden voice, he looked in the direction of the sound to see a young man in black walking step by step towards the defeated group. Yu Xiaogang cautiously asked, "Who are you?" Yunqi smiled, then turned around to help the three people who had fallen to the ground, and said, "Their boss." Tang San and the others, seeing that Yunqi had finally arrived, were also excited and said to Yunqi, "Chiga, help us teach this old brat a lesson." Yunqi naturally ignored these words and just slowly said, "You should go soak for a while. Your whole body is frostbitten, and it wouldn't be good to leave any hidden dangers." Tang San and the others also hesitated as they looked at Yunqi. Yunqi, feeling helpless, nodded and then left, trembling, supported only by Oscar. Yunqi watched the departure of several people and slowly said to Yu Xiaogang, "Are we going to fight or what?" Yu Xiaogang naturally wanted to fight, but seeing the others who had already left behind Yunqi, and fearing the teacher behind them, he took a deep breath and slowly said, "Let us not fight, so I want to be accused of bullying the weak." After saying this, Xiao Wuji's figure appeared in Yu Xiaochang's sight, and Xiao Wuji directly asked Yunqi, "What was all that noise about just now? What happened?" Yunqi also truthfully said, "Just now?" Dai Mabai and the others had a bit of a conflict with this teacher from Songhua Academy, but it's all fine now. After hearing this, Xiao Wujia continued to speak to Yunqi. "Then why did I see them all supporting each other back?" Yu Xiaogang naturally wouldn't just stand by like a fool listening, and interrupted Yunqi, saying, "You're a teacher from Shrek Academy, right? Just now your academy insulted the outside academy. Shouldn't you, as a teacher, give us an explanation?" Yunqi originally wanted to let it go, thinking it didn't matter to him anyway, but Yu Xiaogang insisted on questioning Xiao Wuji. Who was Xiao Wuji? He was a notorious figure in the Soul Master world, and facing the questioning of a Soul King, he naturally had no good expression. Yunqi couldn't say much either, silently returning to the three girls to continue eating melon seeds. What was there to explain? What difference did it make if the trash Songhua Academy was insulted? Yu Xiaogang, seeing Xiao Wuji's disdainful expression, angrily said, as expected, "What kind of teacher teaches what kind of students? They're all no good." In fact, as a normal person, Yu Xiaochang's thoughts were not entirely wrong, but when Xiao Wuji heard what Yu Xiaogang said, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous aura. He said to Yu Xiaogang, "What did you just say? I can't understand you." Just as Yu Xiaogang was about to continue speaking, he noticed the 7 soul rings flickering on Xiao Wuji's body, and he forcibly changed the half-sentence he was about to say. What kind of teacher there is a powerful and invincible student. The education of Shrek Academy is truly effective. After saying that, he chuckled a few times. However, Xiao Wuji was bursting with anger and had nowhere to vent it. Seeing a target presented to him, he couldn't help but feel itchy to strike. Without using his martial soul, he stepped forward and slapped down with his right hand. Yu Xiaochang's alarm bells went off, and he immediately released his soul skill to block Xiao Wuji's strike while turning his body, presenting his turtle shell toward Xiao Wuji. However, Yu Xiaochang clearly underestimated Xiao Wuji's strength. With just one slap, Yu Xiaochang was sent flying, and the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, clearly having never seen anything like it. Yu Xiaochang was momentarily dazed by the slap, and then he heard the sound of his turtle shell cracking. Crack, crack. Startled, Yu Xiaochang hurriedly begged for mercy. But Xiao Wuji clearly had no intention of letting him off so easily. Seeing this, Yunqi said to Xiao Wuji, "Teacher Xiao, let go. His martial soul is already damaged." Upon hearing Yunqi's words, Xiao Wuji nodded and walked toward the hotel, muttering as he walked. Not using martial soul to hit someone is quite refreshing. Next time, I'll do it a few more times. Yunqi didn't save Yu Xiao out of kindness. He just felt that Yu Xiao was a bit unfairly treated, being inexplicably scolded, then beaten, and after that having to explain the situation to the opposing teacher, only to be slapped again. It was truly pitiful. Chapter 77. Douluo Great Forest. Even Xiao Wu and the others felt a bit sorry for the people from Sanhui Academy. Yu Xiao looked at Yunqi, who spoke up for him, and thanked him with a bow, saying, "Thank you, young brother, for speaking up for me." Yunqi had no other thoughts, waved his hand, and led the few girls away directly. Yu Xiao watched the departing group and murmured slowly, "What a strange academy. I can't understand any of them." In fact, Yu Xiao's strength was quite good, and when facing Xiao Wujia's slap, he hurriedly didn't even use his 4th and 5th soul rings, only using the first 3 soul skills when fighting with Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others. Yunqi and the others returned to the hotel, with no more drama to enjoy. It didn't make much sense to stay any longer, and just as they were about to head upstairs, they heard Xiao Wujia's reprimand directed at Tang San and the others from above. "You guys are really embarrassing, with so many of you together. You can't even defeat a turtle." Oscar weakly replied, "Teacher Xiao, he is the Soul King." Xiao Wujia was taken aback, realizing he had just vented his frustration and momentarily forgot that the people before him were not as abnormal as Yunqi. He stopped speaking and returned to his room. The remaining Tang San and the others exchanged helpless glances, clearly at a loss. Was this really their fault? However, they didn't want to continue talking to Xiao Wujia, so they could only silently lick their wounds. After a night of silence, the next morning, as dawn broke, Xiao Wujia began to call everyone with his distinctive loud voice. A few people at Yunqi naturally didn't need to be called. Long before the sky began to brighten, they were already waiting for the first ray of purple light from the rising sun. The 3 women were the same, climbing up to the hotel rooftop with Yunqi. As for Tang San, due to his frostbite from last night, he rarely came out today to practice the purple extreme demon eye. Yunqi and the others heard Xiao Wuji's call, and just as their training was coming to an end, they descended from the rooftop and went downstairs. As soon as they arrived, they saw the sleepy Oscar and the others in a dazed state, and they greeted them. "Good morning, everyone." The group mustered their spirits and responded to Yunqi. "Good morning, Brother Qi." "Good morning, sisters-in-law." Yunqi and the 3 girls nodded in satisfaction. The sun gradually rose, enlarging the streak of fish-belly white, and the sky slowly brightened. Xiao Wujia also slowly approached the crowd, counted the number of people, and then said in a deep voice, "Let us go." The crowd had no choice but to follow Xiao Wujia's footsteps and leave the hotel. After leaving the small town, everyone quickened their pace towards the Douluo Forest. This time, Yunqi did not use her sword to fly ahead with the 3 girls, but leisurely followed behind Xiao Wujia and the others, enjoying the beautiful scenery around. After all, they were already very close to the Douluo Forest. Xiao Wu, watching the forest gradually reveal its full appearance from his sword, couldn't help but feel excited. It had been a while since she last came, accompanying Yunqi to hunt soul beasts and casually introducing Yunqi to Daming and Erming. Meanwhile, Oscar, who was running below, was also very excited, as he was about to obtain his 3rd soul ring. Oscar was eager to know what effect his 3rd soul ring would have, as acquiring a soul ring was indeed the most crucial thing for a soul master besides awakening, and it was all about luck. Whether one got a good soul skill or not was completely random, and before that, he had no idea what he would get. Oscar also understood that Xiao Wujia bringing everyone to the Douluo Forest would definitely help him obtain a better 1,000-year soul beast, so he had nothing to worry about. The Douluo Forest is located directly south of the Heaven Do Empire, and it spans across the 2 great empires of Luo and Heaven Do. Due to the abundance of soul beasts, this place has become the area where the boundary between the 2 countries is most ambiguous. However, from the map, most of the land area of the Douluo Forest lies within the territory of the Luo Empire, but the Heaven Do Empire certainly does not recognize that. Just because it's on your territory doesn't mean it belongs to you. Therefore, small frictions between the 2 countries are constant. But large-scale wars have never erupted due to the suppression of the Spirit Hall, as both empires do not wish to clash with the power of the Spirit Hall. As one of the 3 major gathering places for wild soul beasts, the Douluo Forest is naturally the place that people like Oscar most want to visit, as every visit signifies that they have progressed further. The Douluo Forest has existed on this continent for many years, and no one knows exactly how long it has been, but once you step inside and see the towering trees, it makes everyone aware of the forest's long history. From a distance, Yunqi saw the forest not far away in the sky, felt a refreshing plant fragrance, and breathed in the fresh air, which made her feel relaxed and nostalgic for Xiao Wu's home, that miraculous lake, where the air was truly intoxicating. Thinking of this, Yunqi grabbed Xiao Wu's hand and whispered in her ear, "Xiao Wu, let us find a chance to visit your home. This time I brought a lot of seasonings. It will definitely increase Daming's fondness for me." Upon hearing Yunqi's words, Xiao Wu also recalled the time they went to find Daming, where they almost got misunderstood by him. Luckily, Yunqi had retracted her aura in time. To express her apology, Yunqi treated Daming to barbecue, but there were too few seasonings, which made Daming not enjoy it fully. This time, Yunqi was clearly well prepared, and Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "What about the others?" Yunqi also followed Xiao Wu's gaze to look at Zhao Wuji below, and he chuckled, suggesting that Erming should knock a few people out soon. Seeing Yunqi act this way, Xiao Wu also grinned and nodded, finding it exciting to hear. Ning Rongrong, noticing this, came over and asked, "Brother Xiao Wu, what are you whispering about?" Yunqi also smiled mysteriously and said to Ning Rongrong, "You'll know when the time comes." Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, clearly planning to reveal her identity to Ning Rongrong. After all, with the aura concealing them, even a titled Douluo standing right in front of them wouldn't be able to see anything. Yunqi and several others were operating the purple extreme demon eye, looking out at a vast green ocean that seemed to stretch endlessly. As they got closer, Yunqi also descended on his sword, following Zhao Wuji and the others. Since they were near the Douluo forest, it was better to be cautious. This was no joke. The group finally reached the edge of the forest. Looking up at the towering trees that were at least 20 meters high, they couldn't help but marvel. Once inside the forest, the air became increasingly refreshing, and the temperature dropped noticeably, clearly blocked by the dense trees, making it feel particularly cool. The fragrant smell of fresh soil greeted them. At that moment, Zhao Wuji slowly spoke. "Everyone stop." Chapter 78. Inside the forest. The group consciously halted their steps. The journey of over 100 miles had allowed everyone's bodies to fully warm up, especially Oscar, who, as a support soul master, was now quite exhausted. Oscar looked at the well-rested group around him and quietly began to chant a soul spell. Afterward, he ate a sausage himself before distributing the other sausages to everyone, and Tang San and the others naturally accepted them. Having grown accustomed to Oscar's sausages over these days, they didn't think of anything else. After eating, they rested for a while, and the sausages transformed into streams of warmth, gradually restoring everyone's stamina and sweeping away their previous fatigue. Yunqi noticed that Yujian had brought a few girls down as well. Oscar, seeing this, still reluctantly handed Yunqi a few sausages. However, the lewd look in Oscar's eyes made the girls feel disgusted, and Yunqi quickly refused. "Thank you, Xiao Ao, we're not too tired, and we haven't consumed much soul power, so it's unnecessary. You should eat more yourself. Look at the sweat pouring down your forehead." Seeing Yunqi and the girls refuse, Oscar also stopped insisting. Zhao Wujia, noticing everyone had gathered, looked at the 8 people in front of him with his current eunuch-like voice and said sternly, "Listen carefully. The Douluo forest is not a soul beast forest raised by any country. The soul beasts here are extremely dangerous, and you can encounter attacks from 1,000-year soul beasts at any time, and even 10,000-year soul beasts." After a pause, Zhao Wujia continued, "So, once you enter the forest, do not stray more than 20 meters away from me. Otherwise, I won't be able to rescue you in time. Also, without my instructions, never casually hunt soul beasts. Do you understand?" Everyone responded in unison, understood. After that, Zhao Wujia turned his gaze to Oscar, who quickly understood and hastily recited a soul curse. In a short while, he produced a large number of sausages and cured sausages. He handed one to each person, and Yunqi received the sausages and casually placed them into her ring, taking the ones for the 3 girls as well. Seeing this, Oscar explained, "My sausages can maintain their vitality for 12 hours, so everyone doesn't need to worry about their effectiveness. The sausages are for recovery and hunger, while the cured sausages are for detoxification." Yunqi didn't express much, as it was completely useless to him, although the xian bean only replenished one every 10 days when it was just given to him. He had a whole bottle with 20 beans, so there was no need to worry about running out. 1 bean fully restored health. What more could he ask for? Tang San and the others also carefully kept them close, as this thing could be a lifesaver in critical moments. They didn't have Yunqi's confidence to deal with unexpected situations. As Oscar continued to make sausages and cured sausages, his soul power was quickly being consumed, and his face looked a bit pale, clearly showing signs of exhaustion. After all, Oscar's sausages worked great for others, but for himself, the recovery was only 1/3. He couldn't recover through eating sausages. He could only recover through meditation, but of course, the basic nourishment still worked. Seeing that the others had listened and were prepared, Xiao Wu no longer hesitated and waved his hand to the group, saying, "Let's go." He then had Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and Yunxi lead the way while he stayed behind to cover their backs, slowly advancing. Once they entered the forest, Xiao Wu's mood became excited. After all, since coming to the human world, the chances of returning were becoming fewer and fewer. She didn't take care about the opinions of others, constantly joking and laughing around Yunxi, completely oblivious to the potential dangers surrounding them. Yunxi certainly understands Xiao Wu's feelings, and the danger of the Stardow Forest to Xiao Wu is almost negligible. As long as he removes the aura around Xiao Wu, Daming and Erming will be able to sense it, so there is no need to worry about safety issues. Xiao Wu also knows her limits, and has always stayed within the 20 meters distance set by Xiao Wujia, so Xiao Wujia didn't say anything, only frowning. However, seeing Yunxi and Xiao Wu like this, he felt somewhat helpless. The terrain of the Stardow Forest is very complex. There are almost no paths within the forest, and one has to clear the way by oneself. Naturally, this task falls on Tang San, who is in the front. Seeing this, Tang San also took out a knife and kept chopping at the thorns and weeds in their path, which did not significantly affect the speed of the group. In fact, if Yunxi and Dai Ma Bai were to clear the path, it would be faster, but one didn't want to take action, and the other had the modesty of a girl. So this labor fell on Tang San. He had no complaints about it. Jokingly, Yunxi is now more important than his father. However, while clearing the way, Tang San also activated his purple extreme magic eyes to maximize his vision, carefully fearing that a soul beast might suddenly emerge from the grass for a surprise attack. Moreover, Tang San constantly remembered his childhood trauma, and his fear of certain soul beasts had long been ingrained in his bones. Yunxi and Xiao Wu were exchanging glances continuously during the journey, and Yunxi also directly withdrew the aura around Xiao Wu. She wanted to lure Erming over, as Yunxi's subsequent plan to trap them couldn't do without this big gorilla. Xiao Wu had no objections to this, as she hadn't seen Erming for a long time. All of this was done without anyone noticing, not even Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Soon, Yunxi and her group encountered a group of soul beasts blocking their path. Xiao Wujia noticed that Tang San had stopped and looked back, so he took the initiative to check it out. Lowering his voice, he said to the stopped group, "Don't move for now, I'll go take a look." The others nodded, and Xiao Wujia pushed aside the grass to look ahead, discovering that it was just a group of spiked rats. These soul beasts were small in size, with only the spikes on their backs and teeth for attack. And the soul beasts in front of them were merely a group of 10-year-old soul beasts. Seeing this, Xiao Wujia slowly said to the people behind him, "It's fine. Come over, it's just a group of 10-year-old soul beasts. We can deal with them easily." Tang San didn't stop him. Clearly, he harbored an irreconcilable hatred for soul beasts now. Seeing this, Yunxi took the initiative to step forward and block Xiao Wujia's actions, saying to him, "Teacher Xiao, there's no need. Just a group of 10-year-old soul beasts. If we walk past, they will be scared away. It would be bad if the smell of blood attracted other soul beasts." Upon hearing Yunxi's words, Xiao Wujia felt it made sense, so he stopped his actions, nodded slowly at Yunxi, and returned to the back of the team. Yunxi said to Tang San, "Xiao San, you continue to lead the way. There's no need to stop for some small soul beasts, just go around them." Upon hearing this, Tang San naturally agreed and didn't say much, just focused on clearing the path ahead. Chapter 79. Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Seeing Tang San being so helpful, Yunxi couldn't help but sigh. This tool person is really useful. Xiao Wu also came to Yunxi's side and whispered in his ear, "Thank you, brother." Yunxi felt a tickling sensation by her ear from the sweet breath of Xiao Wu, and a glimmer of desire flashed in her eyes. It was clear that Yunxi wanted to indulge again, but despite this thought, she didn't take any action, as it wasn't convenient at the moment. Instead, she just smiled and said, "What did we say about saying thank you earlier?" Xiao Wu also smiled sweetly, gave Yunxi a peck on the cheek, and with sparkling eyes, went to chat with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Yunxi felt a bit helpless after all. Only Xiao Wu could come to the Stardow Forest as easily as going home. Even Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were on high alert, fearing that some soul beast might suddenly attack them in this green, eerie forest, so they naturally did not dare to be careless. The Stardow Forest was indeed too dense. The phrase, blocking the sky and covering the sun, was not an exaggeration for this forest. The few people walking inside felt this way, and even sunlight was a scarce resource with only a few sparse beams shining down, adding a bit of warmth to the forest. After walking for about an hour, it was noon, and they encountered quite a few soul beasts along the way. Most of the soul beasts were only 10 or 100 years old, and upon seeing Yunqi and the others, they actively fled. Only a few foolish soul beasts took the initiative to attack, but they were quickly driven away by Yunqi and the others. Tang San and Dai Mubai also remembered what Yunqi had said to Xiao Wu earlier about not killing these soul beasts, fearing that the smell of blood would attract other bloodthirsty soul beasts. After all, soul beasts that grow through slaughter generally have a longer lifespan and are surprisingly strong in attack, so the group moved forward quickly with this thought in mind. Xiao Wu also looked up at the sky, sensed the time, and said, "All right, everyone take a break. Let's eat something before we continue." Xiao Wujia's voice clearly relaxed the tense group a lot. And Yunqi also timely used the sword energy of the Moon Shadow Sword to sweep away an area of about 10 meters. Looking down at the long sword in his hand, Yunqi felt even more that the Moon Shadow Sword was evolving continuously. Yunqi also believes that his martial soul will soon undergo a qualitative leap, and he is looking forward to it. Everyone cleared a large area around Yunqi, with a few glances, looking at him with curiosity. Yunqi noticed the gazes of Oscar and the others and smiled as he explained, "My martial soul has too much destructive power. If I'm not careful, I might accidentally kill some soul beasts. To avoid causing trouble, I didn't clear the way." Tang San believed him without a doubt, having no skepticism about Yunqi's words. Seeing Yunqi's explanation, everyone didn't think much of it. After all, Yunqi's image had already taken root in their hearts as a reliable, warm-hearted, and well-liked ultimate genius. The few of them also sat down on the ground without any pretenses, and Oscar began to share his sausages with Tang San and the others. Yunqi saw that a few girls were still standing there in a daze. She pulled out a folded carpet from her ring, laid it on the ground, casually took out some food to arrange, and then, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, sat down with the three girls in a cross-legged position. Xiao Wuji nearly squinted his eyes in disbelief. Were they here for camping or hunting souls? They were so well prepared. Amidst the envy and jealousy of the crowd, Yunqi began to feast with the girls, nearly making those who had been eating sausages all day cry from longing. Even Oscar found the sausage he had just made in his hand to be less appealing. In fact, they were at the outskirts of the Stardo forest. If they were deeper inside, Yunqi might not dare to be so extravagant. Xiao Wuji had set the rest time to 1 hour. So Yunqi and the others had ample time to rest and relax, and the outskirts of Stardo were relatively safe, so Xiao Wuji didn't say much. He just munched on his sausage while watching Yunqi enjoy her feast, feeling a bit envious. Yunqi naturally took everything around into his view, and with a beaming smile, he took out new food from the ring and waved at Tang San. Seeing his brother Chi calling him, Tang San quickly trotted over. Yunqi also looked at the thin Tang San in front of him, a trace of heartache flashing in his eyes. Tang San noticed all of this and then said, "Xiao San, look at how thin you are. You need to eat more to grow taller. Take this food and share it with Teacher Zhao and your classmates." Tang San's eyes turned red, and he trembled as he accepted the food handed over by Yunqi. Sensing the aroma wafting from it, he nodded vigorously and said with a trembling voice, "Thank you, Brother Qi." Xiao Wujia and the others were also paying attention to the situation here. Seeing this scene, they began to reminisce about the time when Xiao Wujia and Flender first met, and couldn't help but sigh at this friendship. Even Oscar and the others were influenced by it, murmuring, "Brother Qi really takes good care of Tang San." Beside them, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement, clearly supporting Oscar's words, and added, "Yeah." Tang San also began to share the food with everyone. Only the three girls noticed the smile on Yunqi's face disappear when he turned away, akin to a master of changing expressions. After about half an hour of rest, Xiao Wujia suddenly became alert and shouted at the still resting crowd, "Get up quickly. Something is approaching rapidly from the surroundings." After hearing the sound, Yunqi hurriedly activated the purple extreme demon eye. It's no joke. Yunqi's mastery of the purple extreme demon eye had already reached the level of a mustard seed, which was a significant rank higher than Tang San, allowing him to see through all illusions and the essence of certain things directly. Yunqi raised his gaze and noticed that a snake was rapidly approaching in the sky not far away, which also startled him. Isn't that the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake? With this thought, Yunqi began to have mischievous intentions, thinking it was impossible to let Oscar successfully absorb the soul ring of this snake. Everyone was also unaware of what was coming, including Xiao Wuji, who could only sense that something was approaching quickly, so they all summoned their martial spirits in unison. Xiao Wuji included. The rustling sound drew closer, allowing everyone to hear the movement of the soul beast clearly, highlighting how fast the unknown creature was moving. Xiao Wuji then said to Yunqi, "Yunqi, fly up and see what exactly is coming." Yunqi naturally followed Xiao Wuji's words and directly released his third soul skill, flying up on his sword. He pretended to look around a few times, but in fact, Yunqi already knew what it was. He just didn't say it immediately. After observing for a while, he said to those below, "It seems to be a snake, but it's not flying very high, only about 3 meters off the ground. It has a fleshy crown on its head that's bigger than its head, bright red like blood, and its tail is fan-shaped." Xiao Wujia, having traveled far and wide, naturally knew what this soul beast was and was overjoyed. He said to Oscar, "This is the wind-tail coxcomb snake, a rare soul beast that's just right for you. You're in luck, kid. That fleshy crown on its head is a great treasure." Before Oscar could express his joy, Yunqi immediately added, "This snake seems to be fleeing. There are signs that its abdomen has been injured by a blunt object. It's someone else's prey." Chapter 80, Capture It. Thanks again to the Great Electric Cat for the 100,000 starting point coins reward. Currently, the Great won 8 chapters. Hearing Yunqi's words, Xiao Wuji and Oscar calmed down a bit. After organizing their thoughts, they asked Yunqi above, "Is there anyone next to the wind-tail coxcomb snake?" Seeing Yunqi shake his head, Xiao Wuji immediately made a decisive decision and said to everyone present, "Prepare for battle." Seeing Xiao Wuji like this, Yunqi clearly intended to intercept, and Yunqi had no choice but to think about how to buy some time. At this moment, Tang San timely asked, "Qi Go, how long is this wind-tail rooster-crowned snake, and what is the color of its wings?" Yunqi also glanced at Tang San, and everyone tilted their heads, looking at this boy with a weak presence, not understanding why he asked such a question. Yunqi also took a look and said directly, "The wings are light red, about 6 to 8 meters long, is that so?" Tang San also pondered slightly. "This is a millennium wind-tail rooster snake. According to its length and the light red color mentioned by Qi Go, it should be a snake with a cultivation age of around 1,300 to 1,800 years. Tang San paused and continued. "According to the records and books, the wind-tail rooster snake is a non-venomous snake, but it has unparalleled speed. It usually attacks by wrapping its body around its opponent, and the nutrients in its comb can also unleash even greater speed in critical situations. Therefore, we can conclude that, Oscar, if you obtain the spirit ring from the soul beast, it should provide you with a speed-enhancing soul skill, which is very suitable for you as a support soul master, and can be life-saving in critical moments. The related soul skills can also provide speed enhancement for teammates." Oscar's eyes lit up, and it was clear that he looked at Tang San differently now, saying to him, "I didn't expect, Xiao San, that you know so much." Tang San shyly smiled and said no more. In fact, it wasn't just Oscar. Even Xiao Wujia and the others looked at him with new eyes, clearly like soul beasts. Soul masters are also full of wonders. The years and the effects of the soul skills provided are difficult for most people to judge, as they're often feeling their way across the river, but unexpectedly, Tang San had this ability. Seeing Tang San like this, Yunqi also squinted his eyes, clearly aware that the knowledge on Tang San was also being targeted, along with his memories about the celestial herbs. Dai Mubai, curious about Tang San's understanding of soul beast knowledge, asked, "Since Little Sin knows so much about soul beasts, do you know how to catch a wind-tail coxcomb snake?" After pondering for a moment, Tang San slowly replied, "Any snake is generally afraid of flying creatures, and our fatty's martial soul happens to be a phoenix, which can exert a certain suppressive effect." Upon hearing this, Oscar excitedly looked at Ma Hongjun and said, "Fatty, brother's happiness depends on you." Ma Hongjun felt a shiver run down his spine, looking at the enthusiastic Oscar, and with a complicated expression said, "I'll do my best." Just as Ma Hongjun finished speaking, a gigantic snake appeared before them, just as Yunqi had described, about 7 meters long, with a bright red crest on its head, flying low towards the distant forest. The group was surprised that the wind-tail coxcomb snake would run away without stopping, seemingly ignoring them completely. Oscar looked at Xiao Wuji, noticing he had no intention of intervening, and remembered Xiao Wuji's earlier words that he wouldn't help deal with such weak soul beasts. He then sought help from the others present. Dai Mubai was the first to act, launching a white tiger light wave that accurately hit the wind-tail coxcomb snake's tail. The snake's speed faltered momentarily, letting out a hiss, its head tilting as it opened its mouth towards Dai Mubai, spewing out a colorful mist, its crest suddenly glowing brightly. Its previously halted speed surged again, and it flew away into the distance, not intending to linger. As mentioned before, the wind-tailed coxcomb snake was not poisonous, and after the brief mist cleared, the group regained their sight, watching as the wind-tailed coxcomb snake had already run far away. After exchanging glances, Oscar urged the others, "Help me chase it." Hearing Oscar's anxious emotions, Yunqi and the others hurriedly chased after the wind-tailed chicken crest snake. However, whether their speed was the fastest was up to Yunqi to decide, as they were following the fastest Tang San at a leisurely pace. Oscar, seeing that the shadow of the wind-tailed chicken crest snake was almost out of sight, called out to Ning Rongrong, "Miss, can you give everyone a soul skill?" Ning Rongrong blinked and apologetically replied to everyone, "I'm sorry, I was just startled." She then slowly turned the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda towards the fastest Tang San and Dai Mubai, and several blue-green lights fell on the group with her incantation. The 7 treasures turn out the glazed tile second speed. Tang San and the others felt a lightness in their bodies, and their speed surged again as they rushed towards the wind-tailed chicken crest snake. After chasing for a while, the wind-tailed chicken crest snake had to slow down due to the many obstacles in the forest, dodging the surrounding tree trunks. This gave hope to Tang San and the others who were chasing in front. With Tang San's shout, "Blue silver bind," the group gasped for breath and gave Tang San a thumbs up. "You really are something, Xiao San." However, Tang San's eyes showed no joy as he said to the others, "Now's our chance. Quickly take down this snake." Dai Mubai directly unleashed his white tiger transformation, charging down fiercely at the wind-tailed chicken crest snake's flesh crown. Seeing this, the wind-tailed chicken crest snake tilted its head, causing Dai Mubai's attack to miss and create a gust of air. At that moment, Tang San felt the wind-tailed chicken crest snake's body becoming slippery. The blue-silver grass could no longer hold it. In just a moment, the wind-tailed chicken crest snake broke free from the blue-silver bind. Although it didn't fly low, its speed skimming close to the ground became even faster. Xiao Wuji, seeing that the snake was trying to escape, recalled the chase and felt somewhat helpless. As his third soul ring slowly lit up, "You still want to run? Do you want to tire me out? Leave it to me." The wind-tailed chicken crest snake suddenly felt a pressure weighing down on it, causing its speed to decrease significantly as it emitted a series of hissing sounds. Seeing the snake's speed greatly reduced, Xiao Wuji casually sat down under a big tree and, dissatisfied with the still-dazed group, said, "What are you all dawdling for? Go!" The group, as if waking from a dream, praised Xiao Wuji, saying, "Teacher, Xiao is mighty." They then showed malicious smiles towards the now slowed wind-tailed chicken crest snake, especially Oscar, whose mouth was almost grinning to the sky. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai rushed forward, while Tang San continuously bound the wind-tailed chicken crest snake, quickly knocking it unconscious. Xiao Wuji, seeing this, said to Oscar, "Recover your state first. Don't let anything unexpected happen later." Oscar excitedly nodded and sat down cross-legged, beginning to meditate. Chapter 81. Unexpected Events. Snake Lady. Ko Xingxiang Yunqi found himself helpless. Those who were meant to slack off had already done so. If he were to act, the moment he encountered the wind-tail rooster snake, he could sever its wings and tail. However, there was nothing he could do with Xiao Wuji present. A small 1,000-year-old beast clearly could not escape Xiao Wuji's gravity and could only be helplessly captured. However, Yunqi, while observing Oscar, who was still in meditation, activated his purple extreme magic eyes and noticed 2 figures rushing towards them from not far away. They had clearly detected the traces left by Yunqi and the others in the forest since they had rested there for quite a while. Xiao Wu also looked at the dazed-soul beast and felt somewhat uncomfortable. Yunqi gently held Xiao Wu's head and stroked her hair without saying a word. Xiao Wu was momentarily sad, but soon regained her composure. Oscar, unable to wait for his soul power to fully recover, received a short blade from Xiao Wujia, who looked at Oscar and said, "The night is long and dreams are many. Just pierce the brain directly under the crown of the wind-tail rooster snake." Oscar quickly took the short blade from Xiao Wujia and walked slowly towards the 1,000-year-old wind-tail rooster snake. Looking at the dazed snake, he chanted, "Transform into my soul ring." With that, he raised the short blade high and aimed to stab down. However, at that moment, a cold light shot out from the nearby dense forest, knocking the short blade out of Oscar's hand, producing a metallic clashing sound. 2 voices emerged from the forest. "Stop." One was youthful and the other hoarse. Soon, 2 figures appeared in front of everyone, coming from the direction the wind-tail rooster snake had arrived. Tang Sin did not immediately look at the figures that appeared, but instead lowered his head to observe the weapon that had just knocked Oscar's short blade away, revealing a glimmer of light in his eyes. The others did not notice Tang San's expression and were focused on the sudden appearance of an elderly woman and a young girl, both of whom were female. The older woman appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, with a head of white hair that was neatly arranged. Her eyes sparkled, and her face was flushed, showing no signs of being an elderly woman. Next to her was a very beautiful and alluring young girl, with short hair that reached her ears. Looking about 16 or 17 years old, she wore a fitted outfit that hugged her well-developed figure, and her large, dark eyes were fixed intently on the wind-tail rooster snake at Oscar's feet. Yunqi took a quick glance and estimated that it was slightly smaller than a kitten, but considerably larger than the ones owned by Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. The simultaneous appearance of the two made everyone on guard, especially Oscar, who almost cursed it out loud. However, upon seeing the 6 soul rings on the old woman's body, he immediately swallowed the curse he was about to utter. Xiao Wujia, noticing that the old woman was only a 6-ring soul emperor, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, his 7 soul rings were not to be taken lightly. The old woman and the girl looked at Xiao Wujia, who was sturdy but short, and both thought it was bad news. Their faces turned somewhat grim, thinking that a soul sage appeared right at the edge of the star-Do forest. Xiao Wujia was also reluctant to take action, as battles at this level would surely attract some opportunistic soul beasts, and his own injuries had not fully healed. He hoped the two in front of him would retreat. However, after chasing the soul beast for so long, the old woman and the girl would not simply let it go, even if the opponent was a soul sage. As long as they could hold on until their old companion arrived, any soul sage would have to submit. Xiao Wujia watched as the old woman's expression changed unpredictably, finally calming down slowly while suppressing the urge to urge Oscar to stop staring blankly and quickly hunt the wind-tail rooster snake. However, the snake-headed cane in the old woman's hand revealed a glimmer of light. Seeing this, Xiao Wujia softened his tone and asked the old woman, "Is there something you need? Old lady, why are you stopping my student from absorbing the soul ring?" The old woman understood that now was not the time for battle and needed to buy time. After coughing lightly, she slowly said to Xiao Wujia, "Respected soul sage, this wind-tail rooster snake is the soul ring for my granddaughter's promotion. We have been chasing it for a long time, and after searching the forest for quite a while, we finally found such a suitable soul beast." The implication was clear that Xiao Wujia and the others were breaking the rules of the soul master community. Xiao Wujia felt a wave of embarrassment and could only silently complain about Yunqi and the others for not quickly hunting down the soul beast. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such an awkward situation. However, Xiao Wujia was also good at playing dumb and said to the old woman, "How can you prove that? Besides, we captured this soul beast." The old woman smiled and replied, "Because we started hunting this wind-tail rooster snake first, and there are marks on its abdomen from our attack. When you encountered this snake, it must have been fleeing in a panic." Seeing Xiao Wujia's hesitant demeanor, Oscar eagerly said, "Even if you discover it first, you didn't capture it. The current situation is that we have captured it, and I need this wind-tail rooster snake for my promotion. Why should I give it to you?" The old woman did not expect Oscar, this young man, to dare to speak to her like that. Her expression darkened as she said to Oscar, "Is this your meaning?" Xiao Wujia was also startled and shouted at Oscar, "Watch your tone." Yunqi also found it amusing that those who can fight are considered mediocre if they dare not cause trouble, while those who may not be able to win and pose a potential danger are treated with a different attitude. This bullying the weak and fearing the strong was clearly understood. Oscar also calmed down significantly after being shouted at by Xiao Wujia. After all, even Xiao Wujia, who would usually defend him, showed a look of apprehension towards the elderly woman before him. Clearly, this was not someone he could speak recklessly to at present. Thinking of this made him break into a cold sweat, and in a moment of surprise, he sincerely apologized to the old woman. "I'm sorry, senior. My tone was a bit harsh just now." The elderly woman's expression eased a little, and she nodded, indicating that she would not hold Oscar's offense against him. She then continued, "Now, can we take this wind-tail rooster crown snake off your hands? Of course, I won't take it for free. I will give you some compensation." After saying this, she pulled out a large bag of gold soul coins from her soul guide device, weighing it in her hands, clearly showing her sincerity. However, Xiao Wujia was not someone who could be easily dismissed and slowly asked the old woman, "May I ask your name, senior?" The old woman looked at the man in front of her and felt a hint of annoyance, but still returned the courtesy. "I dare not. Being called senior is due to the respect from friends in the soul master world, who have given this title to the snake granny. My real name is Ko Xingxiang, and my husband is named Meng Shu. known as Dragon Lord. After a pause, the old woman continued. We have come to the Star-Do Forest this time for our granddaughter to obtain her third soul ring. Chapter 82. Ming Iran absorbs the soul ring. Xiao Wu felt his mouth twitch when he heard the old woman introduce herself and then mention her husband. Ning Rongrong, who was eating melon seeds nearby, found the old lady quite interesting, speaking in a tone similar to how she spoke in front of Flander. Xiao Wu was also relieved that he hadn't acted directly and held back the excited Oscar with a stern look. Then said in a deep voice, "Are you the snake granny from the legendary Dragon and Snake?" Ko Xingxiang smiled and replied to Xiao Wu, "I don't think anyone would impersonate this name, but may I ask for your esteemed title, Soul Sage?" Xiao Wu's expression changed slightly, and Oscar and the others fell silent, clearly aware that those famous in the Soul Master world were somewhat well known. The name of the legendary Dragon and Snake was known to everyone present, except perhaps for Xiao Wu. This couple became famous early on, and their strength was remarkable, especially the Dragon Lord Meng Shu, who was already a Soul Sage when Xiao Wu first heard of him. Now having reached the level of Soul Douluo, Xiao Wu wouldn't find it surprising at all. Moreover, Dragon Lord Meng Shu's martial soul was a dragon-headed cane, which complemented the snake-headed cane of the snake granny before him, allowing them to unleash a rather domineering martial soul fusion skill. Xiao Wu had witnessed the martial soul fusion skills of Yunqi and Xiao Wu, which were already extraordinary. The martial soul fusion skill of the elderly woman Ko Xingxiang and her husband Dragon Lord would be a meal ticket unless one had the strength of a title Douluo. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. Xiao Wu was merely a soul sage, and facing the two of them, he felt utterly powerless. Furthermore, it was rumored that the legendary dragon and snake were inseparable. With the snake granny here, Dragon Lord would likely not be too far away. Xiao Wu had indeed entertained some crooked thoughts, but they were merely thoughts. Even without his current injuries, wanting to kill the grandmother and granddaughter in front of him would be extremely difficult. The younger one could be killed, but the older one, if she insisted on leaving, would be impossible for Xiao Wu, a power-type soul master, to stop. Moreover, killing them would lead to the endless pursuit of Dragon Lord, and if he fled, the trouble would only escalate, facing the combined pursuit of the legendary dragon and snake. Thinking of this made Xiao Wu feel a headache, and he helplessly said, "I am Xiao Wu. Honored to meet you, senior." Ko Xingxiang was slightly taken aback, clearly recognizing Xiao Wu's name. "I thought, how could I casually encounter such a young soul sage? It turns out to be the infamous, immovable king." Xiao Wu felt somewhat embarrassed and thought, what infamous? It should be a notorious name. Although Xiao Wu thought this way, he did not accept Ko Xingxiang's praise, but merely shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I dare not claim such a title. I am just a wanted criminal, notorious indeed. However, I have long since retired to the mountains and now simply teach at an academy." Ko Xingxiang clearly understood the implication of Xiao Wu's self-deprecating words, knowing what kind of rogue he was in the past, and was cautiously testing him. Thinking of this made Ko Xingxiang feel more confident, and she said to Xiao Wu, "I'm a bit older than you, so I will take the liberty to call you Xiao Laodi." Xiao Wu had no objection and smiled, nodding, "All right, this title works in my favor." Ko Xingxiang also sensed her granddaughter's anxiety beside her, and didn't want to drag on the conversation with Xiao Wu. Calculating the time, her husband would be arriving soon. Giving her confidence, she said to Xiao Wu, "Let us not talk about family matters anymore. Let's discuss the ownership of this soul beast. This 1,000-year-old wind-tail rooster-crowned snake is very important for my granddaughter. Would you be so kind as to let it go? We will surely repay this favor in the future." Xiao Wu coldly snorted in his heart. Just a few words, and they want to take such a precious soul beast, which he naturally was not very willing to do. Seeing Xiao Wu's expression grow colder, Ko Xingxiang shifted her target and smiled at Oscar beside her. "Child, I see you are not very old, and you are about to become a 3-ring soul master at such a young age. How about this? As long as you are willing to give up this wine-tail rooster-crowned snake, our Exotic Beast Academy owes you a favor. If you have any requests in the future, feel free to ask us. How does that sound?" Oscar felt the pressure emanating from the snake granny and was silently comparing things in his heart. Xiao Wu wanted to say something to Oscar, but Ko Xingxiang sensed it and directly interrupted, saying, "Xiao Laodi, let us not rush. Let the child make his own choice. My husband should be arriving soon." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu quieted down, knowing that Dragon Lord was definitely not far from the snake granny. Choosing this moment to confront them would not be wise, so he could only leave it to fate. Although Oscar still wanted the soul beast, the situation was stronger than the individual, and he could only nod reluctantly, saying with a hint of reluctance, "Since the senior's granddaughter needs this soul ring so much, I can only reluctantly part with it." Xiaoxiang nodded in satisfaction and said to her granddaughter Meng Iran, quickly thank this young man. The young girl coldly thanked Oscar. "Thank you." Seeing this, Xiaoxiang urged Meng Iran, "Hurry up and absorb it." Clearly, Chao Tianxiang was also worried that delays could lead to changes, and she feared that Xiao Wu would intervene again. Meng Iran noticed her grandmother, giving her a look, so she stepped forward and approached the wind-tail rooster snake, directly using her snake-headed staff to poke the back of the snake's flesh crown with force. The wind-tail rooster snake immediately died, and its soul power gathered into a circular halo that slowly appeared above its corpse. Meng Iran did not dare to be careless and directly sat down cross-legged, fully absorbing the soul ring. Seeing her granddaughter successfully absorb it, Chao Tianxiang's old face began to show a hint of a smile, and her mood improved significantly. Oscar, knowing that the crying child gets milk, said to Chao Tianxiang, "Senior, is what you said before still valid?" Xiao Wu saw that Oscar was being so proactive and thought it wouldn't do to lose the soul ring without gaining anything, so he also let out a cold snort. Showing his displeasure, Chao Tianxiang awkwardly smiled and said, "Of course, when you're out in the world, you have to uphold principles." Saying this, she directly placed the money bag in Oscar's hands, then patted him on the shoulder with one hand, showing that she thought highly of him. With a beaming smile, she said, "How old are you now, and you've already obtained your third soul ring?" After Oscar received the money bag, he weighed it and felt its heft, which brought him joy. He directly replied to Chao Tianxiang, "Huh? I'm 14 now. I'm still one of the less skilled ones in the academy. Gu is the really impressive one." Chapter 83. Shocking Tianxiang for 10,000 years. Chao Tianxiang looked at Oscar with changed eyes. Glancing around at this group of children, they looked to be around 14 or 15 at most, but she really didn't expect that to be their actual ages. Most of them looked only 12 or 13, yet all exuded extraordinary auras. Didn't this mean that her granddaughter's talent was completely overshadowed here? Thinking of this, Chao Tianxiang showed an expression of disbelief. It wasn't that she lacked cultivation skills, but in such a situation, no one would believe it anywhere. Even Meng Iran, who was absorbing the soul ring, trembled slightly. The windtail rooster snake's soul power was gentle and non-irritating, making the absorption process smooth, allowing Meng Iran to also pay attention to her surroundings. Seeing Chao Tianxiang's face full of disbelief, Xiao Wu felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction from the bottom of his heart and smiled as he said to her, "Since you don't believe it, let you see for yourself. Yunqi, you all activate your martial souls and let the senior take a look." Yunqi also felt helpless, inexplicably becoming a tool for Xiao Wu to show off. However, he thought to himself that he could handle such trivial matters in the future. He had this thought in his mind, but did not immediately summon his martial soul. As everyone from Shrek Academy summoned their martial souls one by one, the 7 young boys and girls also shone with soul rings. Except for Yunqi, everyone's soul ring configuration was optimal. Tang, San, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wu were even at the 3-ring soul respect level, with a bunch of 100-year soul rings glowing along with 3 purple soul rings symbolizing 1,000 years, which successfully scared Chao Tianxiang. Meng Iran also quickly absorbed her soul rings. Looking at the scene before her, she instantly felt that her absorbed soul rings were no longer appealing, and even the joy of breaking the mirror faded significantly. Chao Tianxiang sensed that the world she recognized had changed. Otherwise, how could such a fantastical scene appear before her eyes? These children, aged 12 to 15, had already reached the levels of great soul master and soul respect, and their auras were so strong. Moreover, every soul ring configuration was the best, without a single 10-year soul ring in sight. What did this mean? It implied that everyone here had talents far superior to her granddaughters, and they were even younger than her granddaughter. After surveying the scene, Chao Tianxiang glanced at the inconspicuous Yunqi, who had not summoned his martial soul, and found a bit of solace. She naturally assumed that this handsome young man might not have such a good soul ring configuration and felt embarrassed to summon his martial soul among this group of geniuses. Not only did Chao Tianxiang think this way, but even Meng Iran, who had just finished absorbing her soul rings, thought the same. Looking at the boy exuding warmth, she felt a twinge of pity. Everyone also noticed the changing expressions of the grandmother and granddaughter, and finally followed their gaze to Yunqi, their eyes flashing with amusement. Meanwhile, Chao Tianxiang and Meng Iran became even more convinced of their assumptions as they looked at the others. Yunqi suddenly felt everyone's gaze on him, and he awkwardly touched his nose. Chao Tianxiang also steadied her emotions and said calmly, "They're all good, all geniuses. But why isn't that handsome young man over there summoning his martial soul? Is he too shy? It's also my fault for not taking care of the young man's feelings." Meng Yiran, feeling annoyed, said to her grandmother, "Grandma." Chao Tianxiang looked at her granddaughter in confusion, not understanding why she was angry. Meng Yiran was also a bit dazed, not knowing why she felt that way. She just didn't want to see the young man's sad expression, thinking he might not be strong enough. The three girls, including Xiao Wu, also turned their sharp gazes towards Yunqi, who was still touching his nose. Yunqi is a bit wrong this time. He didn't do anything at all. Although the halo is always on, it's unclear why Meng Yiran felt the need to speak up. Clearly, Xiao Xiangxiang couldn't withstand Zhao Wuji's proud gaze, and his pointed look at Yunqi made Meng Yiran a little uncomfortable. Meng Yiran lowered her head, her face slightly flushed from the gaze of her grandmother and the people around her, and softly said, "This will hurt others' self-esteem." Yunqi didn't expect that the girl in front of her was also someone with delicate thoughts, but she didn't think too much about it. Now there were three of them, and Yunqi wouldn't deliberately pursue or distance herself. Everything would go with the flow. Zhao Wuji's smile also froze for a moment as he looked at the pair of grandmother and granddaughter with a strange expression, clearly aware that they had misunderstood something. Then he said in a peculiar tone, "Hurt your pride? Are you talking about him?" Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's odd tone, the grandmother and granddaughter thought he looked down on Yunqi, and Meng Yiran slowly replied, "Yes, Your Excellency, Soul Saint." Zhao Wujia and the surrounding Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, and others couldn't hold back their laughter, looking at the serious girl in front of them. After exchanging a glance with her grandmother, Meng Yiran felt a surge of anger at the laughing crowd and asked them, "Why are you laughing? Do you think we are easy to bully?" Seeing that the snake lady was a bit angry because of his laughter, Zhao Wujia said to Yunqi, "You brat, quickly summon your martial soul. Let the snake lady see it." Seeing such a situation, Yunqi found it hard to escape. He activated his Xiantian skill, and the moon shadow sword in his right hand emerged, emitting bursts of cold light and revealing a hint of eerie aura. As his martial soul appeared, the soul rings on his body, for in total, purple, 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 and black, also appeared, constantly rising and falling, releasing an overwhelming presence. Meng Yiran and Xiao Xiangxiang, who had just been angry, were now stunned, clearly caught off guard by Yunqi's soul rings, which exceeded their understanding and worldview, once again shaking them. Compared to the collective martial soul summoning by Xiao Wu and the others earlier, though not as grand, the impact on the two was far greater. Tang San, observing the changing expressions of the grandfather-grandson duo across from him, turned to Ma Hongjun beside him and said, "Chiga's martial soul summoning is always this shocking." The others, including Ma Hongjun, nodded in agreement, enviously saying, "Chiga is the real genius." Seeing that everyone was silent, Yunqi directly retracted his martial soul into his right hand, and the soul rings on his body also disappeared. Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran rubbed their eyes hard to make sure they weren't seeing things. After exchanging glances, they asked Yunqi, "Little brother, may I ask how old you are this year?" Yunqi, seeing the cautious and inquiring expression on Granny Snake's face, smiled and said, "Granny, I'm 12 this year." As soon as these words were spoken, both Granny Snake and Meng Yiran were once again stunned, the echo of Yunqi's voice resonating in their minds. Chapter 84, Departure. 12 years old, 12 years old, 12 years old. Four-ring soul sect, four-ring soul sect, four-ring soul sect. Purple, 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 black, purple, 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 blick, purple, 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 blick. Clearly, the CPUs of the grandmother and granddaughter were overwhelmed by Yunqi's statement, unable to process it for a moment, short-circuiting. After a long while, Granny Snake and Meng Yiran finally came back to their senses from Yunqi's words. Xiao Xiangxiang looked at Yunqi with a somewhat unusual gaze and directly asked, "What's your name, little brother?" Yunqi also looked at the two in a daze and respectfully said, "Grandma, my name is Yunqi." Chao Tianxiang had no particular feeling when she first heard Yunqi call her grandma, but after hearing it again, she instantly felt how well-mannered this child was. She also suppressed her excitement and continued to ask Yunqi, "Do you have a marriage arrangement? Where do you live? How many people are in your family?" Yunqi was a bit confused by Xiao Xiangxiang's series of questions. Xiao Wu and the others exchanged glances and directly came to Yunqi's side, linking their arms with hers, as if declaring their ownership. Meng Yiran, who had been shyly looking at her grandmother, felt her gaze dim slightly when she saw the three girls beside Yunqi. Yunqi saw the three women come to his side and gently stroke their hands, comforting them for a moment before continuing to respond to Xiao Xiang. Grandma, I have 3 girlfriends and only 1 grandfather at home. Xiao Xiang noticed Yunqi's and the 3 women's reactions. Although she didn't see hostility in their eyes, she decided not to press Yunqi further. Observing his attitude towards the 3 women, she smiled and said, "That's great. With so many beautiful confidants, we certainly don't have that fortune." Yunqi also sensed the implications in Xiao Tianxiang's words. Clearly, she was not at ease handing her granddaughter over to a womanizer. After all, she had spent a lifetime with her late husband, supporting each other through thick and thin. Although she didn't look down on Yunqi, there was still a hint of discomfort. Xiao Tianxiang's gaze toward Yunqi carried a sense of regret, and Meng Yiran, after looking at Yunqi for a moment, kept her head down and said little. Xiao Wu and the others felt a bit embarrassed watching Yunqi, but they also understood that Yunqi's promise was serious. Their gazes toward Yunqi grew even more fervent, filled with an unspoken affection. This situation left everyone present feeling overwhelmed, as if they had been stuffed with dog food that was hard to digest. Seeing Meng Yiran's expression, Yunqi smiled faintly and said to the 3 girls, "There is still plenty of time." The girls exchanged smiles, their expressions speaking volumes, but they held onto Yunqi's hand even tighter, as if trying to merge Yunqi's body with their own. Xiao Xiang also felt her granddaughter tugging at her clothes. Although a bit reluctant, she still smiled at Zhao Wuji and the others, saying, "Brother Zhao, we'll take our leave for now. Let us have a good chat next time we meet." Zhao Wuji clearly noticed Meng Yiran's expression as well and nodded, warmly responding to Xiao Xiang, "Of course, of course." In truth, Yunqi understood Meng Yiran's feelings, but it wasn't love, just affection. Yunqi also liked various beauties and would glance at them more than once upon seeing them, but he couldn't selfishly force others to change their thoughts. Yunqi believes that if she keeps Meng Yiran by her side for a while, Meng Yiran will eventually give up the love philosophy she inherited from her grandparents. That kind of one life, one couple. However, Yunqi cannot do that. The way she just acted was also for Meng Yiran to see. Seeing her reaction, even though Yunqi likes beautiful women, she wouldn't pursue it. Soon, Xiao Xiang took Meng Yiran away from there, leaving the onlookers staring at each other, giving Yunqi a thumbs up, their eyes filled with admiration. Yunqi also held his head, feeling a wave of emotions as he reflected on how this group of people focused on his charm, worries, and boredom. Zhao Wujia watched the crowd, who had resumed their playful antics, and looked at Oscar. Oscar also felt the gaze upon him, and a chill ran down his back. Turning to see Zhao Wujia staring at the bag in his hand, he thought of something and shouted to everyone, "Everyone, this windtail coxcomb snake was caught with your help. Although it's gone now, we have so many gold soul coins to share." Tang San and Zhao Wujia's eyes showed a glimmer of joy. They were quite poor, and having an unexpected windfall was great. Seeing everyone gather around, Oscar divided the gold soul coins into 9 portions and handed them out one by one. The benefits Oscar received were clearly not just this little bit. He also gained a favor from the legendary dragon snake, which could not be bought with gold soul coins. However, no one said anything, as Oscar had voluntarily given up the soul ring to obtain it. If it were given to Tang San, it would somewhat feel like taking advantage of the situation, regardless of who the opponent was. After receiving the gold soul coins from Oscar, Zhao Wujia carefully counted them and hid them away cautiously. Tang San did the same. After all these years, he had learned to treat money with such caution because he could hardly keep any wealth. Yunqi found it somewhat amusing, seeing how frightened the child was. Clearly, Yunqi was a well-fed person who didn't understand the hunger of the starving. But even if he did, what did it have to do with Yunqi? The money was dropped by Tang San. It was Zhao Wujia's own expenses for treatment. It had nothing to do with Yunqi. After Zhao Wujia collected the money, he looked at the dead windtail rooster-crowned snake on the ground and said to everyone, "Since Oscar's soul ring is gone, let's stay a little longer and help Oscar obtain a suitable soul ring before we leave." Yunqi and the others had no objections. It was just that other people did. But Yunqi wouldn't leave either, as the mission was not yet complete. If they left, how could it be accomplished? The group tidied up and set off again on the journey to hunt the soul for Oscar. In the depths of the forest, Erming, who was hunting, quickly moved and caught a whiff of a familiar scent. After roaring a few times to the sky, he casually dealt with a few bites of the prey in his hands and then discarded it aside, racing towards the source of the scent, destroying numerous trees and trampling many blue-silver grasses along the way, leaving behind huge footprints. Meanwhile, the few people dealing with the soul beast were unaware of the unusual happenings in the distance, fully focused on the soul beast in front of them. The soul beast that Oscar and the others had their eyes on was not very large, and one could even say it was tiny, but it was extremely fast. Without Xiao Wu present, they could only passively take hits upon encountering it. Of course, excluding Yunqi and the three girls from being hit. The soul beast in front of them had a small body, pure white wings, and a short, pointed beak, but its eyes revealed a hint of spirit. Standing on a branch and looking down, as if mocking the crowd below, Yunqi also recognized the soul beast in front of him. Lark, a small bird-like soul beast that can fly. Chapter 85, Soul Skill, Rapid. Although it is not as suitable for Oscar as the wind-tailed chicken-crown snake, it is still a good choice for him. Xiao Wu did not want to complicate things, so he actively joined the others to hunt down the soul beast in front of them. Yunqi also pretended to launch a few sword energies, directly cutting down the lark. Seeing the fallen lark, Oscar was not careless. Under the protection of his companions, he swiftly struck down with his knife, directly hitting the lark's head. All of his soul power transformed into a purple soul ring, hovering above the corpse. Oscar quickly sat down, using his soul power to draw in the soul ring in front of him. The soul beast had just reached 1,000 years of age, so the absorption was very rapid. After a while, Oscar successfully absorbed the lark's soul ring. Oscar slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. In an instant, a faint white light emerged from his body, enveloping him completely. 3 soul rings slowly rose from beneath Oscar's feet, in addition to the original 2 yellow soul rings. There was now an additional light purple soul ring, symbolizing Oscar's official breakthrough to the Great Soul Master and entry into the Soul Sovereign realm. At 14 years old, the 31st level food system Soul Sovereign Oscar officially appeared before everyone. Xiao Wu, seeing this, approached with a smile, patting Oscar on the shoulder. However, due to his excitement, he was a bit too heavy-handed, causing Oscar to grimace in pain. Congratulations, Oscar. You've officially taken the first step towards becoming a strong one. With the 3rd soul ring, Oscar's confidence grew significantly, and he was very satisfied with the soul skills he had obtained. His height seemed to increase a bit, and his peach blossom eyes, which had lost their spirit after being drained by Dai Mubai, regained their luster. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun also stepped forward with cheerful smiles, saying to him, "Not bad, little Oscar. You become a soul sovereign so quickly. Fatty is still behind." Ma Hongjun clearly didn't mind Dai Mubai's teasing and glanced at him before shifting his attention away. However, during this time, Tang San had mingled well with the others and said to Dai Mubai, "Sister Mubai, Fatty is still younger than Oscar, so he will definitely break through soon." Oscar nodded and said to Ma Hongjun, "Come on, hurry up and break through to Soul Sovereign. This feeling is wonderful." Yunqi then led the 3 girls to Oscar and first congratulated him before curiously asking, "Little Oscar, what is your 3rd soul skill? Show us." Originally, Oscar was excited about obtaining his 3rd soul skill, but upon hearing Yunqi's question, he was taken aback and awkwardly stammered, "Maybe it's better to skip it. It's not very convenient here. Let's talk about it when we get back." Xiao Wu, feeling exasperated, slapped Oscar on the head and said, "How can you be so hesitant after getting the 3rd soul ring? Are you afraid we will laugh at you? You should know that your 3rd soul ring is also due to our efforts." Seeing Xiao Wu say this, and with everyone's curious gazes, Oscar braced himself and said, "I can show you, but you have to promise not to laugh." At first, it didn't seem like a big deal, but seeing Oscar's demeanor, everyone's curiosity was instantly piqued, and their eyes were fixed on him. Oscar, feeling helpless, raised his right hand and slowly recited the incantation for his 3rd soul skill. "I have a mushroom sausage." In an instant, a sausage shaped like a mushroom appeared on Oscar's right hand. Everyone couldn't hold back upon seeing the mushroom sausage in Oscar's hand, combined with what he said. Puffed. Clearly, everyone lost their composure, looking at Oscar with strange expressions and bursting into laughter while holding their stomachs. The 3 girls, seeing this, scoffed and said to Oscar, "Vulgar. Shameless. Disgusting." Oscar had a face and said to Yunqi and the others, "Didn't we agree not to laugh?" Yunqi also replied happily, "You said it, but we never agreed to your request." As for the reactions of the 3 girls, Oscar had long been prepared. He couldn't dare to hit them, nor could he win a fight. He couldn't even scold them, so what else could he do but endure it? When everyone heard Yunqi's response, they laughed even harder. The mushroom sausage in their hands matched with his miserable face, which was amusing no matter how you looked at it. Even Xiao Wu laughed for a while. After all, he had roamed the world and had never encountered such a peculiar soul skill. But being a teacher, after laughing for a bit, he stopped and looked at Oscar's tearful face, saying, "Little Ao, Tell everyone about your soul skill. After all, it's a 1,000-year soul ring. The effect should be quite good, right? Seeing Xiao Wu stop laughing and ask him, Oscar hurriedly changed the topic and said to everyone, of course, if you keep laughing, be careful that I won't give you any of my mushroom sausages. As soon as he said this, Dai Mubai pretended to be pitiful and said to Oscar, little AO, you wouldn't even give me one? While saying this, he pretended to wipe away the non-existent tears at the corner of his eyes. Everyone had initially stopped laughing, but seeing Dai Mubai's performance and Oscar's ghostly expression, they burst into laughter again. Dai Mubai covered his face and pretended to cry, but when he noticed Oscar ignoring him, he stopped pretending and reached out to grab the soft flesh at Oscar's waist, spinning him around 180 degrees and fiercely saying, are you going to give it or not? Oscar, who had never experienced such humiliation, responded with a bitter laugh. Yes. Yes. His voice was clearly trembling. Yunqi stepped forward to separate the two, as she didn't want to witness such a family dispute. It was too painful to watch. After they were apart, she pointed at the mushroom sausage in Oscar's hand and asked, little AO, what is the function of this mushroom sausage? Clearly, Yunqi was curious about how Oscar's soul skill turned out after he changed the original plot and obtained a soul ring that wasn't quite suitable for him. Oscar, seeing Yunqi come forward to help him, glanced at her gratefully, then proudly raised his head and slowly said, the mushroom sausage, the skill of my third soul skill, is speed. Ning Rongrong looked at Oscar in confusion, thinking that the skill was similar to her own, so why was he so proud? The others also looked at Oscar in puzzlement, as if questioning him. Oscar understood why everyone reacted this way. After all, acceleration skills were not uncommon in this world, especially with the body-enhancing acceleration skills like Dai Mobai's and the White Tiger's transformation. Yunqi's first soul skill also has a brief acceleration. Ning Rongrong can also provide acceleration to everyone. Chapter 86. Not very useful. Clearly, Oscar's rapid speed, in a literal sense, conflicts with Ning Rongrong's soul skill, and it doesn't even have the potential for development like hers. After all, Ning Rongrong's acceleration skill increases in speed with the rise of her soul power level. Seeing everyone's reaction, Oscar no longer kept them in suspense and proudly said, what if it has half the speed of a lark? Moreover, at the moment of consumption, it will burst out with a speed twice that of itself for 1 second, although it will instantly decay to 30% afterwards. This speed can be stacked with Miss Rongrong's soul skill. Upon hearing this, everyone was greatly shocked. After all, a 1-second burst speed, along with the ability to sustain afterwards, significantly reduced their underestimation of this soul skill. Yunqi didn't feel much, but to resolve his doubts, he asked Oscar, what about the duration? And how effective is it for a soul master like Teacher Xiao, who is at a higher level than me? Oscar awkwardly scratched his head, then lowered his proud head and said helplessly, the duration is only 1 minute, and as for how it works for a soul saint like Teacher Xiao, I'm not sure. Xiao Wuji's joy in his eyes also diminished significantly. Although it was still a decent soul skill, it was much weaker compared to Ning Rongrong's acceleration. After all, that skill could grow, but he didn't want to discourage Oscar. Instead, he extended his hand to shake hand with Oscar. Seeing Xiao Wuji's hand extended, Oscar understood the meaning and quickly placed the mushroom sausage in Xiao Wuji's palm, his eyes filled with a hint of expectation. Xiao Wujia took the mushroom sausage without hesitation and bit down on it, feeling the mushroom sausage turn into a small stream of pure soul power that spread throughout his legs. Xiao Wujia closed his eyes to feel it carefully, and after thinking about how to phrase it, he said to Oscar, not bad, the increase is not much. After all, our level difference is too great, so it's normal that it doesn't have much effect on me. Although Xiao Wujia didn't explicitly say how much the boost was, one could tell from his expression that Oscar's new soul skill was not very useful for someone at their level. Seeing the scene, Yunqi felt in her heart that this was right. A soul beast that had just existed for 1,000 years, and not even a suitable one. Achieving the current effect was already quite good. It was clearly unlikely to be useful, even to a soul sage. However, Yunqi did not show this and instead came to Oscar's side and said to him, little Oscar, don't be discouraged. At least for everyone. Your mushroom sausage has had a pretty good effect. Upon seeing Yunqi's comforting smile and words, Oscar was immediately moved and understood why Tang San had praised her so much in front of them. Such a great personality charm had none of the arrogance typical of a genius, and Oscar was deeply impressed by Yunqi. Seeing Oscar in this state, Yunqi couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity and forgiveness. These two things are too abnormal, simply lethal to everyone regardless of age or gender. Tang San was also contemplating the effect of Oscar's soul skill. He could only say that it was very strong at the moment, but its future potential was too weak. However, he did not express this clearly, merely standing next to Oscar and providing silent comfort. After everyone had chatted for a while, Xiao Wu, seeing that no one had said much about Oscar's soul skill, turned to the group and slowly said, "Although there were some unexpected occurrences, we still helped Oscar obtain his soul ring, and the purpose of this trip has been achieved. Little Oscar, how many of these mushroom sausages can your soul power produce?" Oscar pondered for a moment, then replied to Xiao Wu, "The consumption of his soul skill is much greater than the other two. If I go all out, I can only produce about 12, after which my soul power will be nearly exhausted, and I will need to recover through meditation before I can produce again." Xiao Wu looked around at the 8 people in front of him and said to Oscar, 12 is pretty good. In a sudden team battle, there's only a little bit of time, and if it's a lightning strike, you might even have extra reserves. Additionally, this number will increase as your soul power grows. Overall, it's still quite good. Hearing Xiao Wu's analysis, Oscar regained his previous expression, but before he could say much more, Xiao Wu interrupted him. "It's getting late. We should head back. After all, the forest is still quite dangerous." The group had no objections to Xiao Wu's suggestion. After all, it was difficult to eat and sleep well in the Douluo forest, and everyone was just looking forward to getting back to Shrek Academy to rest for a day. However, there were exceptions, as Yunqi and Xiao Wu were not thinking this way. After all, they had more complicated motives for coming, and they were anxiously wondering why Erming had not arrived yet. It is worth mentioning that Tang Sen no longer needed to obtain a third soul ring, as the face-devouring spider from the original story was completely unrelated to him now, losing a significant external advantage, which Yunqi was quite satisfied with. Yunqi was even a bit proud, thinking to himself, "Tang-san, oh Tang-san, you really should thank me. After all, these years without the troubles of the mundane world, your progress has been much faster compared to the original story. At such a young age, you have already become a soul master." If Tang-san knew what Yunqi was thinking, he would definitely be furious. After all, these years have been nothing but cultivation, with no time for anything else. And even when he did go out, he had no money to buy anything. Every piece of clothing had to be patched up for 3 years. Moreover, after the soul beast attack incident, Tang-san was afraid to go out, fearing that others would recognize him, which naturally led to his rapid cultivation. However, if given a choice, Tang-san would prefer to only be at level 30 now. Before Yunqi could continue his thoughts, Xiao Wu led everyone to begin their return journey. Yunqi is also craving the task rewards. However, it's hard to find a good excuse to say anything about staying. Fortunately, Oscar has acquired soul beasts quite deeply, and it was getting dark on the way back. Xiao Wu noticed that the sky was gradually darkening and turned to the others behind him, saying, "Let's rest for the night and set off back tomorrow morning." Upon hearing Xiao Wu speak, Dai Mubai and the others quickly cleared a spot to rest and set up camp. As everyone knows, lighting a fire is not allowed in areas inhabited by soul beasts, except in some special environments. However, it is clear that the Douluo forest does not belong to those special environments. Although most soul beasts fear flames, there is a small portion that is attracted to light, and these are mostly extremely dangerous beings. Xiao Wu and the others would not make such a fundamental mistake. Tang-san and several male students also began setting up temporary tents without needing Xiao Wu's instructions, while Yunqi naturally took out camping gear from her ring, which was much more advanced in style and comfort compared to what Tang-san and the others had. Dai Mubai, of course, was categorized with Yunqi and the others as girls and did not request help. Chapter 87. The night forest. The other tents were not very large, barely providing enough space for everyone to sit, but sleeping was out of the question. However, for those in Douluo Forest, having a place to rest was already quite good, and they naturally did not dare to expect any comfort. As it should be, when everyone saw the moment Yunqi finished setting up her tent, and then looked at their own simple tents, they instantly felt a significant gap between people. Yunqi is not only talented, but also lives a life of exquisite elegance. Dai Mubai naturally envies the treatment of the 3 women, and his eyes are filled with a desire to move in. Looking at the 4 of them makes Yunqi feel uneasy, and the 3 women, seeing Dai Mubai's expression, can only helplessly complain. Their gazes also threaten Yunqi, as if to say, "If you bring that thing in, none of us will stay." Yunqi naturally couldn't invite Dai Mubai to stay in the tent he had set up. With a hint of annoyance, he glanced at the 3 girls and said, "What do you take me for?" Dai Mubai, feeling a bit envious, looked around but saw that no one paid him any attention, so he quietly returned to Oscar's side. The night fell quickly, and, compared to the daytime, Douluo Forest, the night felt particularly frightening. The roars, cries, and sounds of battles from various soul beasts echoed continuously. Although the sounds were somewhat distant from Yunqi and the others, they couldn't let their guard down. After hastily finishing dinner, the last flicker of firelight extinguished completely with the arrival of night. As the teacher, Xiao Wu naturally took on the responsibility of keeping watch. Seeing that he had nothing to do, Yunqi took the three girls into the tent, where they embraced each other and began to cultivate. Outside, Xiao Wu gazed at the twinkling stars in the night sky. This was the only place they found where they could see the sky. With nothing to do, he began to ponder. Inside the tent, Yunqi asked Xiao Wu, "Did you find soul beasts for a long time today? Was the Douluo Forest like this before?" Hearing Yunqi's question, Xiao Wu's expression dimmed slightly as she replied in a low voice. "The current Douluo Forest is completely different from what it used to be. Many years ago, I remember what it looked like here, lively and prosperous. Although the outskirts of the Douluo Forest we are currently in are filled with millennium soul beasts everywhere." After a pause, Xiao Wu continued softly, "But now there are so many fewer. Soul beasts are decreasing year by year, and the newly born soul beasts can't keep up with the pace of being hunted." After careful consideration, Yunqi realized that it was indeed the case. Human soul masters cultivate rapidly compared to soul beasts, which have a much longer lifespan. Even with fortuitous encounters and rapid advancements, soul beasts cannot keep up with the hunting speed of humans, nor can they match the reproductive speed of humans. Although few humans become soul masters, the overall population is still significant, making it predictable that soul beasts may eventually face extinction. Yunqi felt uncertain about all of this. Even if a protection zone were to be established in the future, thinking about these matters now seemed futile. However, it is commendable that the Spirit Hall has taken measures to protect and restrict soul beasts, preventing excessive slaughter. Ning Rongrong, standing nearby, looked at Xiao Wu in surprise. Not understanding why Xiao Wu said those things, but she wisely chose not to ask, knowing that Xiao Wu would tell her when the time was right. After observing for a while, Zhu Zhuqing found nothing amiss and continued her cultivation. Having experienced helplessness, she naturally craved power more than anyone else here and would not waste a single moment on cultivation. Time passed quickly, and outside, Xiao Wujia began to feel a bit drowsy. Unable to cultivate or sleep, he kept gazing at the stars in the sky, which made it easy for him to doze off. Everything at night felt so beautiful. The wind rustled the leaves, creating a pleasant sound, and Xiao Wuji yawned and murmured, "This is great." Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Why had all the sounds of soul beasts disappeared at night? In an instant, his sleepiness vanished, and he stood up abruptly. With a low growl, Xiao Wujia activated his martial soul. He then shouted to the surrounding tents, "Everyone, get out of the tents, quickly!" The people inside the tents were naturally not sleeping. Upon hearing Xiao Wujia's voice, they hurriedly crawled out of the tents. A few people from Yunqi also came to Xiao Waoqi's side, but both Yunqi and Xiao Wu had a slight smile on their faces, with their lips slightly raised. Clearly, they had also noticed the disappearance of the surrounding soul beast sounds and naturally understood who had arrived. Oscar quickly inquired of Xiao Waoqi, saying, "Teacher Xiao, is something wrong?" Xiao Waoqi did not immediately answer Oscar's question, but instead, with a serious expression, said, "You all stay behind me. Something feels off around here. All the soul beast sounds have disappeared. It seems a big guy has arrived. No matter what happens next, we need to leave the Douluo Forest first." After Xiao Waoqi finished speaking, he thought of something and said to Yunqi, "Wait, Yunqi, I'll leave everyone in your hands. Use your sword to take them away directly." Yunqi also forced a bitter smile and said, "Teacher Xiao, I can't take so many people." Xiao Wujia clearly did not expect this, and he didn't know how many people Yunqi could take, so he helplessly replied, "Take as many as you can. For the rest, if anything happens, just run for it." Aside from Yunqi and Xiao Wu, who noticed Xiao Wujia's serious demeanor, everyone else started to feel tense, focusing intently on the surrounding movements. Just then, as Xiao Wujia's words fell, they witnessed an extremely bizarre scene. Every little sound was amplified infinitely, let alone the sound of trees breaking. It should be noted that the trees in the Douluo Forest are mostly towering into the clouds, and suddenly 2 of these trees, which none present could wrap their arms around, began to fall to the sides. A massive figure also stepped out from the dark forest with heavy strides. The moment they saw this giant, everyone present seemed to stop breathing, even forgetting to inhale, understanding why the sounds of soul beasts around them had suddenly vanished. The being before them, resembling a mountain, had a body covered in black fur that shimmered with a hint of brilliance under the light of the stars and moon. Its shoulders were at least over 7 meters wide. Although it wasn't as tall as the trees, it was still a giant compared to everyone else. Not to mention how terrifying it would be if it stood upright. Everyone dared not imagine it. There was a sense of oppressive pressure emanating from this life form. And cold sweat streamed down Xiao Wu and the others. Chapter 88, Titan Giant Ape. Looking at this creature that resembled a gorilla, its eyes were as large as 2 giant lanterns, shining with a crystal-like yellow light. Its body entirely black, with cracks flashing with red light. But it was clearly under control. Otherwise, how could this giant have approached without anyone noticing? Dai Mubai and the others swallowed hard. The shock from this giant far exceeded their current understanding. This creature, resembling a black gorilla, was simply too enormous. If it were just tall, that would be fine, but every part of its body was covered in muscles stronger than granite, bulging like little hills. The key point was that such a large creature approached without making a sound. Not even a breath could be heard. It wasn't entirely the creature's fault. After all, the last time it came, the commotion was so great that it prompted the personnel from the spirit hall to quickly write reports to their superiors. After Yunxi and Xiao Wu returned, the spirit hall also sent people to the Douluo Forest, conducting investigations for over a month. After Yunxi learned about this news, during his second visit, he naturally advised Erming to come quietly. Obviously, Erming remembered Yunxi's words, and Yunxi's warm aura and skills also deeply enhanced Erming's fondness for him. Otherwise, Erming wouldn't have been so easy to talk to. Tang Sen also recognized the giant creature before him and trembled as he said to everyone, "It's actually the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape." Upon hearing Tang San's words, the people around him showed expressions of despair. Even if they didn't know about the Titan Great Ape, they should understand the meaning and weight of being the king of the forest. The Titan Great Ape is a dominant presence in any soul beast gathering place, and according to what Tang San learned from his teacher Yu Xiaogang, there are not many that can rival it on the entire continent. Moreover, even a 100-year-old Titan Great Ape can compete with other 10,000-year soul beasts. After all, this species possesses unparalleled speed and strength, with virtually no flaws in attack or defense. The most terrifying part is that the Titan Great Ape can also unleash skills. Just like soul masters, no one knows what the Titan Great Ape skills actually are, as those who have seen them have mostly died. When Tang San heard that such soul beasts existed in the world, he naturally asked Yu Xiaogang more about it, and learned some things, though he wasn't sure about their authenticity. Many soul masters, regardless of whether they were strength-type soul masters or not, once hoped to obtain the Titan Great Ape's soul ring and wished to kill it for their own soul ring. They traveled great distances to the Douluo Forest, but in the end, they all quietly disappeared in this vast forest, and no one remembered their names. In the entire soul master world, only one person has ever killed a Titan Great Ape, and that was a 1,000-year-old one. It is easy to imagine that the Titan Great Ape possesses immense power and also has intelligence comparable to that of humans. In this forest, they're the absolute kings. Tang Sen ended his recollection of the Titan Great Ape and looked at the giant creature before him in fear. After all, the Titan Great Ape is still an ape, and seeing it now made Tang San feel nauseous, a strange taste in his mouth, and a dull pain in his body. The others were clearly too tense to notice Tang San's condition, all nervously watching the Titan Great Ape before them. Xiao Wu also found himself at a loss in this situation. Seeing that the Titan Great Ape did not retreat, this was much more stressful than facing Tang Hao. Xiao Wu never expected to be so unlucky. Helpless, he looked up at the Titan Great Ape and shouted loudly, "Respectful and noble king of the forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we will leave right now." After Xiao Wu finished speaking, he exchanged a glance with Yunxi and turned to leave. However, before he could take a step, he was directly pressured down by a powerful aura. With a thud, Xiao Wu fell to the ground, taking a mouthful of dirt. Xiao Wu also had a strange feeling that he had seen this scene somewhere before. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, seeing Xiao Wu's miserable state, naturally dared not move. As for Tang San, he was already overwhelmed by fearful memories, slumped on the ground, continuously recalling previous events. Looking at the Titan Great Ape's lower body, he muttered with vacant eyes, "Can't get in, no matter how I think about it. I can't get in." The Titan Great Ape could naturally understand human speech, not to mention Erming before it. Seeing Xiao Wu wanting to leave after speaking, it felt disrespected by such an insignificant soul saint daring to act like this. After giving Xiao Wu a lesson, Erming did not continue to attack, but but merely exerted pressure on him to prevent him from getting up. And this simple aura nearly scared Dai Mubai and the others into submission. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, frightened, grabbed Yunqi's hand. Looking at Yunqi's face, they clearly felt a little more at ease, but they were still surrounded by immense fear. Yunqi smiled helplessly at the situation. At least for now, she couldn't tell the two girls anything. They had to wait until everyone unrelated present had fainted. Daiming was naturally very excited to see Yunqi and Xiao Wu again, as it had been a long time. It was also craving the food made by Yunqi and was stepping towards the crowd. In just a few steps, it seemed to be stepping on Tang San's heart, and seeing that swaying giant object, it directly fainted in fear. Yunqi couldn't help but chuckle, not expecting that the god King Tang San would have such a day. It seemed that the previous use of the soul-calling incense had a good effect, leaving an indelible mark in the heart of a killer. Xiao Wu saw Ming approaching step by step and continuously exchanged glances with him. Ming understood that his sister Xiao Wu wanted to experience the human world, so he naturally couldn't go for the kill. With a stomp of his foot, he directly knocked out everyone except Yunqi and Xiao Wu. Seeing that her two sisters had fainted, Xiao Wu hurriedly checked and, finding no injuries, then kicked Zhao Wujia and the others one by one to confirm they were all unconscious. She helplessly said to Ming, next time, forget it. You wouldn't understand anyway. Ming scratched his head, looking at her with a somewhat aggrieved expression, like a child who had made a mistake. As the king of the forest and a titan great ape, he only showed such expressions in front of a few people. Yunqi was also holding the two girls, and seeing that they were fine, he said to Xiao Wu, don't say that about Ming. He didn't mean it. Then he looked up at Ming and said, Ming, long time no see. Ming looked very imposing, but his voice was as silly as a fool, responding to Yunqi in a deep, muffled tone. Yunqi bro, Xiao Wu sis, long time no see. Let's have a chat. Hello everyone, I am Stinky Tofu. As a newcomer in the online literature circle, this is my first time writing a book, and I want to thank all my friends who support me, especially to the two leaders of Electric Cat. His appreciation has motivated me to keep going. During this time, I have gone from knowing nothing to being somewhat aware, gradually getting familiar with the rules of the online literature world, and now that I am about to go online, I naturally feel anxious. It's like studying hard for 12 years and facing the college entrance examination soon. My work is the same. It needs to be shown to see if it's a horse or a mule. Actually, I don't have much confidence. I'm a one-round dropout, and my work didn't even get recommended a second time, so I'm quite worried about it. There's no way around it. Everyone faces many firsts, and my first as a writer depends on everyone as support. I have many things I want to say, but I don't know how to start. However, one thing is for sure, this book will definitely be completed normally, even for the two leaders of Electric Cat and all the silently supportive friends. I Stinky Tofu will absolutely not drop it. Chapter 89, Long Time No See, Ming. Xiao Wu also looked up at Ming, her gaze soft as she said, Long time no see. Ming paused for a moment, and a smile appeared on his wrinkled face as he leaned closer to Yunqi and Xiao Wu, showing his teeth. Yunqi also frowned when he saw the few people still lying there, and then said to Ming, do you have any soul beast friends who can knock these people out for a longer time? It would be best if they can't wake up from any injuries. Ming obviously didn't understand what Yunqi meant, and looked at him in surprise, saying, Brother Yunqi, weren't they with you? After Yunqi and Xiao Wu exchanged smiles, they said to Ming, these people are so cunning. We need to deal with them. Seeing that both of them said this, Ming didn't continue to ask and just shook his head, speaking in a deep voice to Yunqi. I'm not familiar with any soul beasts except for my big brother and sister Xiao Wu. I don't know any other soul beasts, but I can take you to look for them. They will all listen to me. Yunqi was taken aback by Ming's words and then smiled, saying, how could I forget? There are hardly any in this forest who dare not listen to you. Ming didn't continue to respond. He simply bent down, and seeing this, Yunqi and Xiao Wu jumped onto Ming's shoulders along with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. It's no wonder he's called the king of the forest. Just on his shoulders, many can stand, and although it's furry and not very comfortable, it's not unpleasant either. After Yunqi and Xiao Wu settled in, Ming stood up as well. The gaze of Yunqi is constantly elevated, and with the operation of the purple extreme demon eye, he can see clearly that the surrounding soul beasts are hiding and dare not make a sound. The smaller ones are playing dead, while the larger soul beasts are directly moving away. Yunqi found it both amusing and frustrating to see the soul beasts that have been troubling them appear in such a form under Ming's gaze. After standing up straight, Ming also said to Yunqi, should we take these people away? Yunqi looked at Zhao Wuji and the others lying on the ground, nodded, and said, Let's take them with us and find a soul beast that can make them dizzy and numb. Yunqi's heart is also filled with evil. He feels that he has become truly corrupt. Erming, seeing that Yunqi said this, confirmed that the two of them were seated properly, then grabbed the few fainted individuals and began to run towards the soul beast that he remembered having such abilities. Yunqi also felt what it meant to be as fast as lightning. Erming's reckless speed made Yunqi feel the northwest wind in his face, and he was almost in tears. He hurriedly used his soul power to circulate around his body, which alleviated his discomfort. Seeing Erming running so fast, Xiao Wu shouted loudly, "Erming, slow down." After hearing Xiao Wu's voice, Erming slowed down and chatted with Xiao Wu and Yunqi. "Sister Xiao Wu, brother Yunqi, why are you back this time?" Upon hearing Erming's question, Xiao Wu, holding Ning Rongrong, slowly replied, "Someone in the academy needs soul rings, so we came along." Seeing that the few people in his hands were here to hunt souls, a hint of fierceness appeared in Erming's eyes. Yunqi noticed that Erming's emotions were off and hurriedly said, "Erming, don't take action. Just leave them to me. I still have use for them." Xiao Wu also timely chimed in, "Yeah, Erming, don't act like that for now." Upon hearing Yunqi and Xiao Wu's voices, Erming didn't clench his fist as hard this time. Otherwise, he could have easily crushed the few people in his hand like ants. It's not entirely Erming's fault for having such hostility. The conflict between soul masters and soul beasts is deeply ingrained in their bones. Years of unremembered battles have created an irreparable hatred between the races. The reason Erming treats Yunqi so well is also due to Xiao Wu and the aura surrounding her. This is indeed an exception, as there is no one else in the human world who can compare to Yunqi. The rampant slaughter of soul beasts by soul masters has long filled all soul beasts with hatred towards humans, and as the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape is no different. Upon hearing that Zhao Wujie and others came to hunt souls, the fact that it didn't immediately kill them shows that it was in a relatively good mood. As for the battles between soul beasts, that is just normal survival of the fittest. They can't starve to death, can they? Helping Yunqi obtain soul rings is entirely about helping friends rather than adhering to principles. And this applies to relationships among soul beasts as well. Yunqi and Xiao Wu saw that Erming did not immediately take action, and they explained to him, "We have some conflicts with them, but we can't just kill them right away." Erming obviously looked a bit confused at Yunqi and Xiao Wu and questioned, "Since there are conflicts, why not just kill them directly?" Yunqi was also a bit troubled. He couldn't just explain that he was keeping it for rewards. But Erming clearly noticed Yunqi's distress and tactfully didn't ask. Only, "It's okay. I was just asking casually." "Brother Yunqi, we are almost there." Seeing Erming's intelligence increase, Xiao Wu also smiled and said to Erming, "It seems you've become a lot smarter during this time." Erming replied naively, "Ever since Brother Yunqi came last time and talked to me, I've been remembering it. When I have nothing to do, I go observe the soul masters in the Douluo forest, so I've learned a bit. Obviously, as a Titan Great Ape and a soul beast that has lived for so many years, he wouldn't be too foolish. He just hadn't applied his knowledge, and with a little serious study, he could understand many things." While Yunqi and the others were chatting and laughing along the way, they arrived in an area where flowers bloomed everywhere, making it look particularly unusual in this forest. Xiao Wu recognized the place and said to Yunqi, "This is the Flower Valley, where various plant-type, flower-shaped soul beasts are found." Yunqi was also astonished by the place in front of him. In the valley, the flowers, bathed in the twilight of the moonlight, appeared to shimmer and looked particularly beautiful. Yunqi also closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and was immediately filled with the fragrance of flowers. However, Erming seemed a bit uncomfortable in this place filled with floral scents, appearing somewhat uneasy. Seeing Erming like this, Xiao Wu laughed and said, "Erming, you're still like this?" Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Erming naturally recalled some past embarrassing moments. Looking at Yunqi's questioning gaze, he winked at Xiao Wu, as if to say, "Don't tell Yunqi." Yunqi naturally did not see the look in Erming's eyes and asked Xiao Wu, "What happened to Erming?" Xiao Wu looked at Erming, who was blinking wildly, smiled, and replied directly to Yunqi, "When Erming was still weak, he came here with my mother, Daming, and me. At that time, Erming was quite aggressive and caused destruction here. After being knocked out by the soul beasts, he was hung in the Flower Valley for 7 days. Fortunately, he is a Titan giant ape, and the soul beasts in the Flower Valley did not go all out. Otherwise, he would have been drained dry long ago." Chapter 90. Speculation on Xiao Wu's mother's death. Seeing Xiao Wu directly reveal his past, Erming looked at Xiao Wu with a pair of lantern-sized eyes filled with resentment. Xiao Wu also gazed at the Flower Valley in front of her, lost in thought. After exchanging glances with Yunqi, Erming understood what Xiao Wu was thinking. He slowly reached out his hand, wanting to touch Xiao Wu, but halfway through, he retracted it. He saw Yunqi holding Xiao Wu, who was nestled in Yunqi's arms, and felt a twinge of bitterness. His large yellow-orange eyes quietly closed. Yunqi didn't notice Erming's situation, and even if they did, they would just smile indifferently and not care. Just kidding. Erming has always been a devoted admirer. Yunqi also looked down at the girl in his arms, gently stroking Xiao Wu's back, and slowly said, "Xiao, are you thinking of your mother?" After Yunqi finished speaking, he felt Xiao Wu in his arms moving her head up and down a few times. Yunqi also let out a sigh and slowly said, "You'll have me from now on." Erming naturally felt uncomfortable as well, thinking of Xiao Wu's mother, that aunt who was so good to them. Yunqi slowly asked Xiao Wu about the troubling question that still haunted him. In his previous life, Yunqi had naturally seen two speculations about Xiao Wu's mother's death, and since there were two versions, he couldn't be sure which one was true. However, knowing this was a painful subject for Xiao Wu, he felt it was inappropriate to ask. But at this moment, it was also an opportunity. "Xiao Wu, how did your mother die?" Upon hearing Yunqi's words, Xiao Wu was taken aback, her eyes filled with a hint of fear as she recalled past events. With a choked voice, she said, "Mom entered the core area of the forest, a place of great danger that even Daming and Erming dared not venture into. Daming tried to find Mom's trace, but he saw her being eaten by a gigantic creature." Yunqi looked at the sobbing Xiao Wu in her arms, feeling a bit heartbroken. Yunqi also recalled the chaotic setting in the original work and slowly sorted out her thoughts, roughly understanding who Xiao Wu's mother was killed by. Xiong, the ancestor of the dark gold terraclaw bear. Yunqi also noticed Erming at the right time and found that Erming's gaze was a bit evasive. He understood why Xiao Wu's mother had died. It was likely because Daming and Erming felt guilty, which is why they took such great care of Xiao Wu. Yunqi recalled a passage she had read in her previous life. Daming and Erming teamed up to drive away a large bear. They were so powerful that they saved Xiao Wu. Then that bear turned out to be a dark golden terraclaw bear. After being defeated, it sought out the Bear King. Because of the scarcity of its offspring, seeing its injured descendants, it came to find Daming and Erming. It was at this moment that Xiao Wu's mother stepped forward, asking why her husband had not returned from the land of great danger. The Bear King was not a temperamental soul beast. It had already become a fierce beast. Naturally, it recalled the proud rabbit from 50,000 years ago when Xiao Wu's mother inquired. And it must have thought that it was impossible to agree to share that silkworm baby in a land of great danger. The massive creature referred to was indeed the Bear King. This explained the situation, but Daming and Erming dared not tell Xiao Wu the true reason, fearing she might rush into the land of great danger and die with her parents. However, Yunqi's current strength was completely insufficient to avenge Xiao Wu, so she could only keep it from Xiao Wu, waiting for the right moment to devise a strategy. Right now, she had no solution and could only hold Xiao Wu tightly, constantly comforting her. Soon, Xiao Wu regained her composure and said to Yunqi, "Let's go in and find that soul beast." Yunqi also smiled and nodded while looking at Xiao Wuji and the others who were still in Erming's hands, and together they jumped down with the two girls. Erming also followed Yunqi and Xiao Wu into the Flower Valley. As soon as they entered the Flower Valley, Yunqi felt many gazes, but they quickly disappeared. The reason Yunqi could sense the gazes wasn't due to any awareness, but because his purple extreme demon eye had already reached the third realm. Yunqi was silently thinking that the Flower Valley was indeed filled with plant spirit beasts. Everywhere, there were 10-year, 100-year, and 1,000-year spirit beasts, and occasionally, one could even see a few 10,000-year ones wandering around. If it weren't for the Titan Great Ape following behind, Yunqi would probably be overwhelmed by the sea of flowers the moment he entered, leading to an inevitable death. Along the way, Erming was continuously emitting its aura, intimidating the surrounding spirit beasts. Yunqi and Xiao Wu also carried Zhu Zhuqin and Ning Rongrong to their destination. At this moment, Erming also stopped and shouted at the enormous flower in front of him. Under the gaze of Yunqi and Xiao Wu, a giant orange-yellow flower slowly lowered its stem and gradually bent down, while the 9 green leaves surrounding it gently trembled. It was evident that this was a long-established plant spirit beast. Yunqi also recognized the identity of the soul beast in front of him, the 9-leaf ginseng. This type of soul beast is extremely difficult to grow, and once it matures into a 10,000-year soul beast, its pollen contains a substance that can stun both soul beasts and soul masters. Once infected, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to wake up. Even with external interference, it would not easily regain consciousness, but it would be able to feel pain. This also made the nine-leaf ginseng a soul beast that few soul masters dared to provoke after reaching 10,000 years. However, breaking free from this state is quite easy. As long as one uses soul power to block the mouth and nose in advance, they would naturally not easily fall victim to it. But at this moment, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and the others clearly did not have that ability. The nine-leaf ginseng was also in a panic, although it had already become a 60,000-year soul beast. Under the intimidation of the Titan giant ape, it did not dare to move, fearing that it would be uprooted, leaving it unable to even cry. Erming looked at the submissive nine-leaf ginseng and nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Yunqi and Xiao Wu and said, Yunqi, Xiao Wu, this is the soul beast we were looking for. Yunqi and Xiao Wu also nodded in agreement and said to the spirit beast in front of them, can you help us make these people unable to wake up for 10 days? At the right moment, Erming also threw Xiao Wu, Tang San, and the others onto the ground. Yunqi watched in horror, fearing that with just one wrong move, Erming would fall to his death. That would be quite a spectacle, one of the legendary gods being killed by a fall. Yunqi also crouched down, looked at everyone, and found that there were only some minor scratches, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the bulk of the reward still depended on Tang San's efforts. The nine-leafed also swayed its flowers in coordination. Although it couldn't speak, it could still understand some human words. Yunqi also made way, wrapping himself with soul power. Seeing this, Xiao Wu did the same. The nine-leaf gentian also began to shake its body, and pollen started to scatter from the flowers, drifting onto Xiao Wujia's and others' bodies. As soon as the pollen landed on them, it entered Xiao Wujia's and the others' mouths and noses with their breath. Yunqi looked at the nine-leaf clivia without any signs of abnormality, seemingly inquiring why. This made the nine-leaf clivia anxious, its body twitching continuously. Seeing it so flustered, Yunqi smiled and said, I understand what you mean. No need to rush. Chapter 91. I am a 100,000-year soul beast in transformation. Upon hearing Yunqi's words, the soul beast in front of them finally quieted down a bit. Seeing this, Xiao Wu smiled at Yunqi and said, Brother, why are you scaring it? Yunqi also said with a sly smile, I was just saying it casually. Xiao Wu didn't continue either. She just looked at Xiao Wuji and the others lying on the ground, then slowly raised her head and said to Yunqi, Brother, what should we do now? Yunqi looked at the many soul beasts around and then at his own hands, seemingly lost in thought. Anyway, seeing the Titan giant ape, Erming gave him an inexplicable chill, causing him to shiver. Xiao Wu also noticed Yunqi's slightly upturned lips, and instead of feeling scared, she found the man in front of her very charming. Yunqi also noticed the gazes of Erming and Xiao Wu, and turned to smile at them. Why are you all looking at me? Upon seeing Yunqi turn around, Erming quickly pretended that nothing had happened, while Xiao Wu, with a beaming smile, hugged Yunqi's arm and said to her, Let's see how you decide to deal with them. Yunqi shook her head and said, Let's get the little kitten and Rong together first. Xiao Wu also looked at Yunqi with a hint of concern and said, Is that okay? Yunqi naturally knew what Xiao Wu was worried about and comforted her, saying, Don't you trust your sister? Besides, I'm here. Only then did Xiao Wu feel relieved and nodded. She turned to Erming and said, Erming, these two girls are my sisters and people I recognize. They will live with me in the future. So please don't be impulsive later. Erming looked at Xiao Wu, who was serious and naturally didn't say much. Seeing Erming hesitating to speak, Xiao Wu understood what he was worried about. In fact, Xiao was also a bit worried. Previously, she and her mother had helped a human woman, who told them many stories. Xiao Wu and her mother quickly learned the human language. After that woman recovered, she left the forest, and Xiao Wu's mother was worried that the woman would come back to harm them, so they moved away. After Xiao Wu transformed, her mother also left a note and disappeared. Xiao Wu didn't know the reason, but that human woman forced them to leave their home and live with Deming and Erming, while her mother couldn't bear the pain of thinking and went to a dangerous place. So Xiao Wu was also worried that Ning Rong would tell her family and bring soul masters to find her. However, thinking of Yunqi's earlier expression, Xiao Wu relaxed a lot and said to Erming, Erming, I know what you're worried about, but I trust Brother Qi. Seeing that Xiao Wu had brought up Brother Yunqi, Erming turned to Yunqi and asked, Brother Yunqi, can you protect Sister Xiao Wu? Yunqi looked at Erming, nodded solemnly, and then said slowly, Don't forget, your sister Xiao Wu's aura can be shielded. Didn't you experiment with it yourself? Only then did Erming feel relieved. Seeing the situation, Yunqi didn't say much and directly used his soul power to slowly stimulate Ning Rong and Zhu Qing. The two women only experienced a slight shock without any injury to their bodies, and under Yunqi's infusion, they quickly woke up. Yunqi watched as the eyes of the two girls flickered slightly, and he nodded to Erming, who helplessly blinked. Before long, the two girls gradually woke up. As soon as they saw Yunqi, they hurriedly said, Chi-Chi, why are you also dead? Chi-Chi, are you here to accompany us? Seeing the two girls on either side of her crying, Yunqi was at a loss for words, unsure whether to speak up or not. However, the genuine emotions of the two girls naturally touched her as well. Yunqi also hugged the waists of the two, feeling their softness, and softly said to them, all right. It's okay, we're not dead yet. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance, then turned to look at Yunqi in unison, unconsciously tugging at Yunqi's leg. Seeing Yunqi's grimacing expression, both girls were filled with the surprise of having survived the calamity. After all, not everyone could come out alive from the hands of the Titan giant ape. Especially now, soul beasts are particularly resentful towards soul masters who come to hunt them. Zhu Zhuqing also noticed something and said to Yunqi, where's Xiao Wu? Is Xiao Wu okay? Yunqi also smiled as she looked at Zhu Zhuqing, then touched her beautiful hair and said, what kind of identity does Xiao Wu have? You already know that. Think carefully, why are we able to survive? Zhu Zhuqing was naturally not foolish. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to survive the assassinations between the family and the royal family and escape to Soto City. Under Yunqi's reminder, she also looked at Yunqi and said, are you saying? Yunqi also nodded. On the contrary, Ning Rongrong beside her looked completely confused. Seeing this, Yunqi smiled at Ning Rongrong and said, don't overthink it. Let Xiao Wu tell you herself. After saying that, Yunqi looked behind the two girls, who also understood Yunqi's meaning and turned around following her gaze, only to feel almost numb. As Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong turned around, they saw a pair of familiar eyes, bright and round like lanterns, staring directly at them, while Xiao Wu beside them was subconsciously ignored. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong let out a sharp scream, turning to grab Yunqi's hand, preparing to leave. They pulled with all their might, but couldn't budge Yunqi. And with a hint of fear in their eyes, they said, brother, run. Seeing this, Xiao Wu walked over slowly from behind and said to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, there's no need to run. The Titan giant ape in front of you won't hurt you. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's voice, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly thought of something and loosened her grip on Yunqi's hand a bit, but Ning Rongrong hurriedly turned to Xiao Wu and said, Xiao Wu, run. Her tone was so urgent that the two boys looked at the two girls below with confusion, suddenly feeling like they were the villains. While Ning Rongrong clearly didn't hear Xiao Wu's words, Yunqi and Zhu Zhuqing approached to comfort Ning Rongrong, saying, calm down, the Titan giant ape won't harm us. Seeing the three of them so composed, even Zhu Zhuqing, who had just been with her, had become calm. Ning Rongrong felt a bit puzzled. However, this time she clearly heard Yunqi's words. Xiao Wu noticed that Ning Rongrong had calmed down a bit and said to her, Rongrong, haven't you always wanted to know my identity? Ning Rongrong saw that the Titan giant ape standing behind Xiao Wu did not move, and although she was still nervous, she was not as agitated as before. After taking a few deep breaths and patting her small chest, she nodded at Xiao Wu. Seeing that Ning Rongrong did not respond, Xiao Wu continued to speak to herself. I'm a transformed spirit beast from 100,000 years. Ning Rongrong immediately felt as if thunder had exploded in her heart, with turbulent waves rising within her, looking at Xiao Wu in disbelief. Chapter 92, The Eunuch Academy. Yunqi and Zhu Zhuqing, along with Xiao Wu, silently watched Ning Rongrong in front of them without saying a word. After a while, Ning Rongrong figured out why she was still alive and hadn't died at the hands of the Titan giant ape, and why the Titan giant ape hadn't attacked her. Then she thought of something and looked around anxiously. She urgently said to Xiao Wu and the others, there's no one around, right? Why did you say that out loud? What if someone hears it? Seeing Ning Rongrong's reaction, the Titan giant ape, Ming, also relaxed a bit. At least the human in front of him didn't react with greed at first. The three of them from Yunqi exchanged smiles and said to Ning Rongrong, it's okay. Besides Tang San and the others, there's no one else around, and they're all unconscious to the point that they can't wake up for at least 10 days. Only then did Ning Rongrong breathe a sigh of relief and said to the people from Yunqi, you scared me to death. I thought I would never see you again. Xiao Wu, feeling a bit confused, asked Ning Rongrong, Rongrong, don't you have any thoughts about this? After pondering for a moment, Ning Rongrong smiled gently at Xiao Wu. We are sisters. I don't care about your past, but right now we are united as one, and Chigo wouldn't want to see me betray those close to me. What if he doesn't want me anymore? Xiao Wu was also touched and stepped forward to hug Ning Rongrong, choking back her tears as she said, thank you, Rongrong. Seeing this peaceful scene at Yunqi, my mood was also lifted. After a while, the two girls finally parted. Yunqi turned to the three girls and said, "Now that Xiao Wuji and the others have fainted, they have been affected by a special condition from the soul beast beside me. What do you think we should do with them?" Zhu Zhuqing recalled some methods from her family for dealing with enemies, but those were too bloody, so she naturally didn't mention them. Xiao Wu also didn't have any good ideas. However, Ning Rongrong, who was standing by, had lively eyes and a mischievous demeanor, clearly having thought of something fun. Yunqi looked around and, seeing that Ning Rongrong seemed to have an idea, curiously asked, "Rongrong, do you have something in mind?" Ning Rongrong, noticing Yunqi's question, turned her head and silently glanced at Zhao Wujia and the others, revealing a sly smile as she said, "How about we change the name of Shrek Academy to Eunuch Academy?" As soon as these words were spoken, even the two Ming behind them felt a chill and quickly adjusted their hair, trying to cover themselves. Yunqi and Zhu Zhuqing, as well as Xiao Wu, widened their eyes in disbelief as they looked at Ning Rongrong. Seeing everyone's reaction, Ning Rongrong's face turned slightly red as she said, "Is this method not acceptable? I see Dai Mabai is gone, and Ma Hongjun is out of the game. Now there are only a few left inside." What Ning Rongrong didn't know was that Zhao Wujia had also lost half of his strength. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu clearly hadn't thought of this method. Looking at their friend, they suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Truly, she is the little demon girl. Meanwhile, Yunqi was quickly brainstorming, pondering whether what Ning Rongrong said would affect her future plans for profit. After thinking for a while, Yunqi also nodded in response to Ning Rongrong's hopeful gaze. There was no helping it. Regarding this matter, Yunqi couldn't resist. Seeing Yunqi nod, Ning Rongrong cheered and jumped onto Yunqi, hugging his head and giving him a kiss. Yunqi also responded with a smile. Erming clearly had never seen a kiss between humans, and his eyes widened as he watched closely. Xiao Wu, seeing this, said to Erming, "Erming, close your eyes. Children shouldn't look at this." Erming looked at Xiao Wu, who had her hands on her hips, feeling inexplicably wronged. Thinking to himself, "I've been a soul beast for 100,000 years, hey. Still a child." Seeing the look in Erming's eyes, Xiao Wu stomped her foot and pointed at him, saying, "Hurry up." Erming, feeling so distressed, covered his face with his hands, but there was a gap between them, and he didn't know how big it was. Yunqi naturally noticed the commotion over there and chuckled as he let Ning Rongrong down. There was no choice. It wasn't good for this little friend who had been around for 100,000 years. Ning Rongrong also looked at the Titan giant ape behind her, her eyes filled with surprise. It was hard not to find it amusing to see the king of the forest in this state in front of Xiao Wu. However, this scene didn't last long, as everyone returned to the topic of how to deal with Zhao Wujia and the others. Although they had confirmed the plan, there was still some hesitation in fully committing to it. Yunqi held a shiny knife in his hand, feeling a bit hesitant. After thinking for a moment, he said to the nearby Clivia, "Could you help me out again?" The Clivia shook its flowers, and seeing this, Yunqi directly said, "Can you help me get rid of all there using your method?" The Clivia shook its leaves again. Yunqi did not leave any traces, sending Zhao Wuji, Tang San, and others in turn to stand in front of the nine-leaf begonia, and then covered the eyes of the three girls. Yunqi and Erming were also staring at the actions of the nine-leaf Clivia. In fact, it wasn't that Yunqi couldn't bring himself to act. It was just that after the bright knife had been used, it would definitely be obvious that it was a knife wound. Before long, the nine-leaf Clivia also began to follow Yunqi's instructions, using her own methods to take care of everyone one by one. It's important to know that those who were fainted by the nine-leaf Clivia, although unable to wake up, could still feel pain. This means that their consciousness was active, but they couldn't hear or see anything, only feeling the pain coming from somewhere in their body. Yunqi and Erming also heard the heart-wrenching cries rising and falling, and they were startled. They never expected that the seemingly harmless little flower in front of them would be destroyed in such a manner. Yunqi looked at the only person who made the nine-leaf gentleman orchid unable to take action and also understood why. Yunqi looked at the task where everyone was seriously injured and naturally couldn't let Dai Mubai suffer alone. He stepped forward, kicked a few times, and broke Dai Mubai's arms. Even in his sleep, Dai Mubai let out a painful howl. Hearing this sound, Yunqi finally revealed a pleasant smile. It hit the mark. Although the three women had their eyes closed, they could still imagine the tragic scene happening not far away, and couldn't help but discuss. Those who provoke the brother are really unfortunate. It's chilling. Don't worry, the brother only treats those he dislikes like this. He is very gentle with us and those he cares about. After a long while, the screams around gradually became weak and powerless. Seeing this, Yunqi casually found a healing plant spirit beast in the Flower Valley to help Xiao Wujia and the others stop the bleeding, and then didn't pay any more attention. The task at Yunqi has been completed, and I silently recited in my heart. After opening the task panel, I look at the taskbar. Task: let the Shrek team suffer serious injuries in the Douluo Forest. Reward: Team Soul Power Booster has been issued. Chapter 93, Sky Blue Bull Python. The rewards received at Yunqi were immediately bound to Xiao Wu without any hesitation. Among the girls, Xiao Wu has the highest soul power. After binding with Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong can also quickly advance their soul power cultivation until they are on par with Xiao Wu. Yunqi is very satisfied with this reward. After all, he doesn't want his woman to just be a vase. Of course, even if she is just a vase, as long as their relationship is established. Yunqi has ways to protect her for a lifetime. Yunqi looked at the fallen members of Shrek and felt a sense of emptiness. The only ones he disliked in Shrek were Flander and Li Yusong, and now that it was done, it was time to leave this academy. He wasn't interested at all in the girls from Tianshui Academy, the beauties of the Royal Fighting Team, or the three beauties of the Spear Hall. Really, as he thought about it, Yunqi wiped away the non-existent drool and covered the severely injured individuals with a cloth to shield Zhao Wujia and the others. Only then did he turn his gaze to the three girls. After walking over slowly, he patted their shoulders and said softly, "All right, it's all done." The three girls removed their eye coverings and looked at the river of blood not far away, feeling a chill run down their spines. Zhu Zhuqing quietly asked Yunqi, "Brother Qi, are they okay?" Yunqi looked at the expressions of the several girls, smiled calmly, and then slowly said, "It's nothing, just a little bit of blood." The three girls exchanged glances and replied, "Yeah, just a little bit of blood." Yunqi didn't pay attention to the gazes of the three girls. He looked at Erming behind him and said to Xiao Wu, "Do you want to go to your house and take a look?" Xiao Wu was also taken aback and pointed at herself, questioning, "Me?" Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu's dazed expression and said with some annoyance, "Who else could it be? It's been a long time since I've seen Deming. We have to go visit him." Hearing Yunqi say this, Xiao Wu nodded happily and turned to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "Zhuqing, Rongrong, do you want to come to my house to play?" Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong didn't expect Xiao Wu to ask them, and also nodded happily. After a moment of thought, they turned to Yunqi and said, "What about Tang San and the others?" Yunqi almost forgot about this matter. In fact, he felt uneasy no matter where he placed it. So he turned to Daiming. Daiming, seeing Yunqi's gaze on him, was also at a loss. After thinking for a moment, he said to the nine-leaf begonia, "You are responsible for taking care of these people. You can't let them die. We'll come back in a few days." The nine-leaf begonia. How could it dare to disagree? With the Titan giant ape having spoken, it hurriedly controlled the flowers to sway up and down. After solving the issue at Yunqi, he nodded at the nine-leaf. Seeing that Zhao Wuji and the others wouldn't wake up for a while, he felt relieved and said to Erming, "Erming, let's go take a look at the Great Ming together." Yunqi didn't want to ride the sword. After all, in this starry forest, he didn't want to become a target for no reason. It was much safer to stay on Daiming. Daiming also bent down, signaling Yunqi and Xiao Wu to get on. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who were nearby, had never seen such a scene. The king of the forest was being ridden by them, and their little faces turned red, clearly very excited. Yunqi and Xiao Wu also expressed their understanding, smiling at the two girls and saying, "It's okay, come up. Daiming won't tease you." Seeing that the situation was settled and that it was Xiao Wu and Yunqi's people, Daiming naturally wouldn't make things difficult for the two girls, and he said in a deep voice, "Come up, little girls." Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were thrilled when they saw the giant creature inviting them, and they quickly jumped onto the shoulder of the Titan giant ape. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong hurriedly thanked Daiming, exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Daiming. Thank you, Your Highness, King of the Forest." Before Daiming could feel proud, Xiao Wu slapped him on the shoulder and said, "Huh, little girl?" Clearly, Xiao Wu was reminded of something when Daiming called Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong little girls. Daiming, being a bit silly, noticed Xiao Wu was a little angry and quickly corrected himself, addressing Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, "Sister Zhuqing, Sister Rongrong." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu felt satisfied since, after all, he was her brother, and she and Zhuqing and Rongrong were sisters. Otherwise, it would have been a mess. In fact, it was Yunqi who had asked Daiming and Daming to change their way of addressing them. Yunqi found it both amusing and frustrating, unable to do anything about his girlfriend being too serious. After having the first time, Erming naturally didn't hold back for the second time. Knowing that there were few people aware of it and they were all his own, Erming didn't care anymore. Once everyone stood firm, he let out a roar towards the sky. then advised the nine-leaf gently fragrant before running towards the core area of the Douluo forest. Along the way, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing gradually became numb, transitioning from initial excitement to a state of shock as they encountered more and more 10,000-year soul beasts, many of which had such powerful auras that the two girls didn't dare to make sound. Yunqi was also holding a few women, one on each side for about 100 years, and one was even lying in his arms. Seeing this, couldn't help but silently complain, standing on my shoulder and flirting, not taking me seriously at all, sob sob sob. The two women also felt the comfortable aura in Yunqi's embrace and gradually became less afraid of the soul beasts outside. While Yunqi and the others were admiring the scenery of the Douluo forest, they also arrived at the core area. Yunqi is also filled with thoughts. Knowing what resides beneath the lake of life in the core area is a great terror for Yunqi at present. However, it's still okay for now, as there is still a long time before they emerge. The surface of the lake is only inhabited by Daming, which is not bad at least for now, as there is no need to worry about ending up like Xiao Wu's mother, who vanished without a trace. The area of the core region is not very large compared to the outskirts, but that is only relative. Yunqi and the others were also looking at the lake of life in the distance, where waves were rising, and they knew who had emerged. Also stopped at the right moment, quietly watching the rippling surface of the lake. Just in an instant, under the gaze of Yunqi and the others, the surface of the lake suddenly shook violently, bubbling up with a large number of bubbles, and a gigantic dark shadow, over 100 meters long, slowly emerged from the lake. A massive bull's head broke through the surface of the lake accompanied by towering waves. Yunqi and Xiao Wu had met, so they were naturally not afraid, but they were still somewhat shocked. As for Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong beside them, they were completely in a daze. There was no helping it. The imposing presence of the sky blue bull python was entirely focused on the two girls. If it weren't for the fact that it was sitting on Ming's shoulder, they might have fainted. If Yunqi hadn't been supporting the two girls, they probably would have collapsed by now. Chapter 94, Barbecue by the Lake. The two girls couldn't help but be shocked. A being even more terrifying than the Titan giant ape, with such a massive size, was also staring in astonishment at Xiao Wu, thinking that this family of soul beasts was too formidable. Yunqi and Xiao Wu saw Tianqing Yopong and directly said, "Daming, long time no see, they are our own people." Seeing this, Daming also eased his momentum and greeted Yunqi and Xiao Wu. "Brother Qi, Sister Xiao Wu, you are back?" "We are back." Daming looked at Yunqi with confusion and asked, "Are these two also your wives?" Yunqi felt a bit embarrassed to say so directly. "Yeah, just like your sister Xiao Wu." Daming was also taken aback. Ever since Xiao Wu saved him when they were young, Daming had developed special feelings for Xiao Wu, but he had never expressed them and, like quietly guarded her side. Yunqi naturally noticed the silence of Daming and secretly felt pleased. The green plum is no match for the sudden arrival. Daming and have become old defeated dogs. However, Daming and were still very sensible, knowing that their little dance sister had fallen in love with a human. They did not get angry, but silently wished her well. Seeing the happy smile on Xiao Wu's face was enough for them. While talking, Yunqi and Xiao Wu also jumped down from Ming's shoulder with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, raised their heads, and observed the sky. The sky was also exuding a milky white hue, and the sun was slowly rising. Yunqi also said to Erming, go get some more meaty ingredients. I'm treating you all to barbecue. Last time, you didn't eat enough. Erming, who was originally lounging around, immediately perked up upon hearing Yunqi's words. After all, their bodies couldn't handle delicate cooking. During this time, had been going out during the day to learn from soul masters and then snatching up all the prepared meals. In the daytime in the Douluo forest, there were not as many restrictions on starting a fire, as the sun's cover generally meant that ordinary soul beasts wouldn't notice the flames. Excitedly patted his chest and scampered off towards the core area, clearly unable to wait to eat the barbecue made by Yunqi. Daming also swallowed hard, knowing that Yunqi could capture the appetites of two top-level soul beasts over 100,000 years old just with her aura and skills. How impressive that was. Yunqi didn't take a break. She just arranged for a few girls to stay in the house where Xiao Wu used to live, and then she started to make a fire outside by herself. Before long, also returned, carrying two large soul beasts and some flowers and plants. Yunqi naturally recognized those two soul beasts and couldn't help but sigh, saying that the Titan giant ape was indeed formidable. Those two soul beasts were at least 10,000 years old. It reminded him of when he and Xiao Wu nearly lost their lives hunting the iron armor dragon. The two 10,000-year soul beasts in front of him were the Fearclaw Bear and the Scarlet Flame Pig King, both of which were quite difficult to deal with among soul beasts. Of course, their meat was also extremely delicious, and the flowers and herbs in Erming's hands were natural seasonings. Erming had lived in this forest for an unknown amount of time and naturally knew a few things. This time out, he had brought back some treasures. Yunqi looked at the two soul beasts in front of him and felt a bit overwhelmed. Both were massive creatures over 20 meters long, making the cleanup naturally very labor-intensive. Yunqi didn't hesitate too much. He just helplessly glanced at Erming before summoning his martial soul and started to process the ingredients for the two soul beasts. The three girls resting in Xiao Wu's room heard the noise and came out to check. Seeing Yunqi struggling to cut the ingredients alone, they stepped forward to help. Others might not know, but Daming and Erming saw Xiao Wu helping Yunqi wipe away non-existent sweat and serve tea, which diminished their desire to eat barbecue significantly. Although they weren't exactly jealous, who could understand the sourness in their hearts? Yunqi was touched as she watched the three girls come to help. They had hardly any experience with this kind of work, so their efforts naturally weren't ideal. Seeing them flustered, Yunqi suggested they take a break. However, none of the three were the type to enjoy resting alone, and even Ning Rongrong, the playful girl, stepped forward to assist Yunqi. With their combined efforts, the soul beast was quickly cut into pieces. Yunqi skillfully applied various seasonings, looking at the large pieces of meat and then at his relatively large stove, lost in thought. After a moment, he called for Erming to come over and said to him, "Erming, punch a hole in that spot on the ground." Although Erming didn't know what Yunqi was planning, he obediently complied, walked over, and raised his fist, creating a hole of moderate size under Yunqi's guidance. Yunqi specifically had Daming reinforce it. Then he piled up a lot of firewood in the cave, threw a match down, and left it alone. He came to the stove side to start roasting. The three girls saw this and felt it was interesting, saying to Yunqi, "Bro, we want roast meat too." Yunqi looked at the expressions in the eyes of the three and understood that he couldn't stop their intentions. After dividing a skewer of well-prepared grilled meat, the three women began to imitate Yunqi's techniques, continuously turning the skewers and occasionally applying a bit of oil and spices. Before long, the grilled meat was sizzling and oozing with oil, releasing an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. The first batch of the Yunqi has almost arrived, and now I am at the pit, looking at the extinguished flames and the charcoal left by the wood. I slowly nodded and casually used my martial soul to chop several tree trunks, placing them above the pit, suspending large chunks of meat on the rack. Hovering in the center of the pit, after Yunqi completed all of this, he found a stone slab and placed it directly over the pit, then covered it with soil. He returned to the three women, smiling as he looked at the scene. The sun had already risen, and the lake of life reflected the sunlight, illuminating the sky. The blue ox python surfaced, creating a hint of a rainbow, while the titan giant ape drooled, staring motionlessly at the roasted meat in Yunqi's hand. Zhu Zhuqing was brewing tea nearby, while Xiao Wu was competing with Ning Rongrong to see who could make the meat smell better. Everything seemed so peaceful, beautiful, quiet, and wonderful. The wind stirred the ripples on the lake's surface, and the leaves rustled, brushing against Yunqi's hair and caressing the faces of the three women, carrying the aroma of roasted meat deep into the forest. Yunqi calculated the time and noticed that the skin of the roasted meat had turned golden and crispy. He poked the meat lightly with his sword to feel the inside, cut out a few small pieces, blew on the surface of the meat, and then walked in front of the three girls, handing the roasted meat to them one by one. Seeing this, Xiao Wu didn't hesitate and directly picked up a piece of meat roasted by Yunqi, shoving it into her mouth. Immediately, a delightful sound was made. "Wow, it's so delicious." Chapter 95. The Brief Gaze of the Food God. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong saw Xiao Wu's reaction and also took their roasted meat without hesitation. A special aroma instantly spread in their mouths, rushing straight to their brains. The little cat and the little witch immediately felt a wave of happiness surrounding them, making them feel particularly lightheaded. Meanwhile, Daming and Erming were drooling as they watched the roasted meat in Yunqi's hand. Yunqi naturally noticed the ticking sound behind him. When he turned around, he found that Erming's drool had almost spread to his feet, creating a puddle on the ground. Yunqi helplessly said to Erming and Daming, "Your pieces of meat are too large. They need to be grilled a little longer." Daming naturally knew that one can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, but Erming was different, staring eagerly at Yunqi. Then, taking advantage of Yunqi's moment of inattention, he directly grabbed the grilled meat in front of him with his hand and started gnawing on it. This left Yunqi beside him dumbfounded. Seeing Erming like this, Daming couldn't help but join in as well, his massive body surfacing completely. The gigantic bull head lowered down. Using soul power to control the grilled meat in front of him, and stuffed it into his abyssal mouth, slowly chewing. Xiao Wu, seeing this, said to Daming and Erming, "You guys eat slowly, it's not fully cooked yet." However, the 200,000-year soul beasts, already caught up in their cravings, paid no attention to Xiao Wu, continuing to eat. Seeing that her words were ineffective, Xiao Wu sighed and said to Yunqi, "Brother, it's all your fault for grilling it so deliciously." Daming and Erming wanted to listen to me. Yunqi chuckled at this and didn't mind Xiao Wu's playful reproach. She simply asked the three girls, "Is it delicious?" Upon hearing Yunqi's question, the three girls nodded enthusiastically like little chicks pecking at grain, their eyes sparkling with happiness. Seeing this, Yunqi cut off a piece of meat for herself and popped it into her mouth. After a few bites, she also joined the ranks of those devouring rice. Daming and Erming's grilled meat quickly disappeared as they continued to stare eagerly at the grill. The grilled food is almost ready, and Yunqi said to Daming and Erming, "It's ready, let's eat." Yunqi also had foresight, taking away 4 portions of barbecue in advance while speaking, and then walked aside. Seeing Yunqi say this, Daming and Erming didn't hesitate either. However, the sight of the 2 big guys fighting over the meat left Yunqi stunned, and they almost got into a fight. But Yunqi didn't mind. After all, the 2 brothers had lived together for so long. They wouldn't let such a trivial matter hurt their feelings. It was just playful teasing. Yunqi also brought the barbecue with the big platter in front of the 3 girls, ready to slice the meat. When Zhu Zhuqing saw that Yunqi was still preparing to help them cut the meat, she took out a small knife and said to Yunqi, "Sister Qi, let me do it. You've been grilling the meat for so long." Yunqi saw the smile in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes and accepted her concern without hesitation, gently placing the plate in front of Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, seeing this, also stuck out their tongues shyly, and both got up. Xiao Wu took Ning Rongrong to a fruit tree not far from the lakeside and picked some refreshing fruits to bring back. After enjoying the service from the 3 girls for a while, Yunqi returned to the pit he had just dug, cleared the surrounding soil, and opened the stone slab. The moment it was opened, Daming and Erming were taken aback as if they had seen golden light. The entire lake of life was filled with the aroma of roasted meat. The 3 girls were also enchanted by the fragrance in the air, clearly having never encountered such a method of roasting meat. They blinked their big eyes at Yunqi and asked, "Brother, what method is this? Why does it smell so good?" Yunqi noticed the expressions of those around her, revealing a hint of pride in her eyes. She thought to herself, "What a joke. This is a unique method from my previous life in the Great Jiang. Combining the specially prepared sauce with the unique soul beast meat from Douluo Continent will naturally create a unique chemical reaction." The 3 girls, seeing the golden and crispy surface of the grilled meat, couldn't help but swallow their saliva, their eyes filled with desire. Yunqi also timely interjected, "This is my secret recipe, something most people don't know about." Meanwhile, in a different dimension at the bottom of the lake of life, a woman with a terrifying aura slowly turned her body in her sleep, her high and delicate nose sniffing the fragrant air. After smacking her lips, she continued to sleep deeply. In the divine realm, a man also caught a whiff of an inexplicable fragrance. He then shifted his gaze, surveying the surrounding world. Once he confirmed that the scent came from the Douluo Continent, his expression became extremely excited, but that excitement quickly faded after a moment of realization. The man was none other than the god of food. The god of food murmured, "What a shame, it's not a food-type soul master." After saying this, he no longer focused on this world. Yunqi obviously doesn't know that he has been watched by the god of food, but even if he did, wouldn't matter, as this divine position is not what Yunqi desires. Moreover, the idea that only food-type soul masters can take on the role of the god of food is also laughable. There are so many exquisite cuisines in the world, yet in the original story, the god of food actually allowed Oscar, who only knows how to make sausages, to attain this divine position. It's simply unbelievable. Yunqi looked at the pit filled with grilled meat, its outer skin mostly a golden color. After that, he brought over a plate of something resembling sesame seeds and poured it directly into the pit. He took away a piece of meat that looked the best and said to Daming and Erming, "The rest is up to you." Before Yunqi could leave, Daming and Erming exchanged glances, and it seemed as if a fierce flame burned in their eyes, an indescribable kind of fire. Yunqi seemed to see a flash of lightning in the moment their gazes collided. Yunqi quickly left with the roasted meat, realizing it was not a place to stay for long. Sure enough, after Yunqi stepped out of the pit, the battle between Daming and Erming was about to break out. In an instant, their fight ignited, heading straight for the roasted meat, clearly both wanting to take the initiative. After years of interaction, they understood a simple truth. The one who grabs the food first enjoys it more. with so much meat available and both soul beasts being so large. If they didn't compete, they wouldn't be satisfied. Yunqi quickly came to Xiao Wu and the others, turned to look at Daming and Erming struggling around a small pit, and asked Xiao Wu, "Is it okay for them to be like this?" Xiao Wu also slowly raised her head from eating, glanced casually, and calmly replied, "It's fine. They've been doing this for many years. They just like to fight over food. I'm used to it." Seeing that Xiao Wu had said this, Yunqi and the others naturally felt relieved. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also looked at the roasted meat from the clay oven in Yunqi's hands, their eyes revealing a desire to eat. Yunqi directly placed the meat on the table without bothering to cut it, taking out a few small knives and saying to the three girls, "If you want to eat, just cut it yourself. It tastes better when you cut and eat." The three girls listened to Yunqi's words in a daze, but didn't think much about why it tastes better that way. They just picked up the knives and started cutting the meat. Yunqi said this with a hint of nostalgia. Chapter 96. Changes at the bottom of the lake. After all, being isolated from the world creates an inherent sense of detachment that cannot be eliminated. Thankfully, over the years, Xiao has always been by my side. When I was younger, Grandpa Jack also took care of me, which helped reduce this loneliness. Seeing Yunqi lost in thought, Xiao naturally knew that Yunqi was feeling inexplicably sentimental again. She picked up a knife, cut a small piece of roasted meat, and directly brought it to Yunqi's mouth. Yunqi instinctively opened her mouth and ate the roasted meat. Once she snapped back to reality and looked at Xiao Wu, there was a hint of softness in her eyes. Noticing the change in Yunqi's gaze and knowing everything was fine, Xiao Wu said to her, "Brother, if you don't hurry, the meat will be gone." Upon hearing this, Yunqi also joined the food army. The joyful time lasted for quite a while, but as soul masters, they still focused on cultivation. After finishing their meal, Yunqi took the girls to sit by the Lake of Life and began to cultivate. It was no joke. This was the best cultivation spot in the entire StarDo forest. Of course, that was just on the surface. The real best spot was next to that little silkworm, which was the ultimate charging treasure. The three girls also sat down to meditate. The weakest of them, the little cat, seemed to be affected by the presence of the Lake of Life or something else, as her soul power circulation speed was incredibly fast. Even her Xintian skill was several times faster than usual. The little cat suddenly opened her eyes in excitement, ready to share her situation with the others. But when she opened her eyes, she saw Ning Rongrong's astonished expression. After exchanging a glance, they both understood why they were so shocked. Yunqi also sensed the movements of those around him and slowly said to the little cat and Ning Rongrong, "This is my special ability. Plus, being in the core area of the StarDo forest, it's not surprising to have this speed." Xiao Wu also opened her eyes and replied, "Brother has many mysterious places. Hurry up and cultivate." The two girls then suppressed their excitement and began to focus on their cultivation. After finishing the barbecue, Daming and Erming also stopped their actions. Daming returned to the Lake of Life, while Erming lazily lay next to Yunqi and the others, relaxing in the sun. Time passed quickly, and after 7 days of cultivation at the Lake of Life, Yunqi and the others also felt that their soul power had improved, especially for the lower-level Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, both of whom had leveled up by 1 rank. Zhu Zhuqing reached level 28, while Ning Rongrong's soul power level reached 27. It's worth noting how little time had passed since they came to Shrek Academy, and they both managed to advance. Yunqi also understands that his rewards are effective, like a team spirit power enhancer, similar to the learning devices in Pokemon, allowing for rapid advancement. For Douluo Continent, it's practically a cheat. After all, this thing can quickly help low-level soul masters level up, and in Douluo Continent, the level of a soul master determines everything. Daming and Erming naturally know that the end of this training for Yunqi and the others means they will have to leave, as Sister Xiao Wu still needs to go to the human world for training. Although they feel a bit reluctant, they cannot change this fact. Yunqi and the others packed up their things from the past few days and placed them into Yunqi's ring. They slowly approached Daming and Erming, saying, "Daming, Erming, we're going back. It's been a long time, and it won't be easy to explain if we don't return." Daming and Erming looked at Yunqi and the others with reluctance and said, "How long until you come back again?" Xiao Wu naturally stepped forward and said to her 2 younger brothers, "Don't worry about us. Once we become stronger, we can come back anytime." However, Daming and Erming still looked at Yunqi and the others with reluctance. Xiao Wu was also deeply moved, recalling the many memories of the past years, her eyes slightly reddening. Just as Xiao Wu was feeling emotional, Daming and Erming shook their heads and said to Xiao Wu, "No, we want to ask how long it will be until Brother Yunqi comes back." Yunqi looked at Daming and Erming in confusion, feeling a bit lost. Xiao was also taken aback, staring at Daming and Erming as she asked, "Aren't you going to miss me?" Daming and Erming, being straightforward, replied to Xiao Wu, "Sister Xiao Wu, these days we've been enjoying Yunqi's barbecue, and we feel a bit reluctant to see Yunqi leave." Xiao Wu immediately felt 1,000 critical hits and froze in place. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, seeing Xiao Wu's loss of composure, burst into delightful laughter, but to Xiao Wu's ears, the laughter sounded anything but pleasant. Xiao Wu wished she could knock some sense into these two foolish guys for making her feel this way. Yunqi also smiled helplessly, understanding why Daming and Erming were reluctant to part. He took out the remaining secret seasoning from the ring and said to them, "Take this well. You have been watching me make it all these days, so when you want to eat it, you can make it yourselves. At least it's much better than eating it raw." As he spoke, he placed all the seasonings on the ground. The reluctance in Daming and Erming's eyes diminished significantly, and their faces were filled with joy. Yunqi thought of something and slowly poured out 10 immortal beans from the ring. This was also the first time Yunqi took them out, but the moment they were out, Yunqi felt something was wrong. Originally, the plan was to give them to Daming and Erming, so they would have a trump card when facing the dark demon evil god tiger, to prevent them from getting hurt, and to have something to use in emergencies. However, unexpectedly, the energy contained in the immortal beans was too overwhelming. As each bean was poured into Yunqi's palm, it immediately released a strong surge of life energy. Before everyone could see clearly, the bottom of the lake suddenly shook violently, and Daming, Erming, and Xiao Wu instinctively showed expressions of fear, as if they realized something. Before they could speak, everyone, including Daming and Erming, instantly fainted. Only Yunqi remained standing in place, looking at the fallen people, feeling a tremor in their heart, and a surge of anger flooded in. Suddenly, a stunning figure appeared in front of Yunqi, and upon seeing Yunqi's angry face, she was momentarily taken aback, then inexplicably explained, "They are all fine, just fainted for a while, and can wake up any time." Even she herself didn't know why she felt the need to explain to this insignificant human in front of her. Yunqi heard the cold voice of the stunning figure in front of her, which gradually calmed her emotions. Looking at this exquisite figure that was beyond description, with long silver hair cascading down her back to her ankles, not only was the hair smooth, but it also had a texture akin to silver crystal. There was a beauty that words could not describe, and all depictions fell short of capturing her unparalleled beauty. Her slightly pale, fair skin and purple eyes were striking. Dressed in a silver battle robe, she also appeared very alluring. Her pair of eyes was incredibly beautiful, with long, curled eyelashes, and her purple eyes were clear and transparent, especially when her gaze carried a hint of the confusion of just waking up, evoking a sense of tenderness that was hard to resist. Chapter 97, Soul Be Sovereign. Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna. Yunqi naturally recognized who the woman in front of her was. After all, the two most beautiful women in Douluo were Qianren Xue and Gu Yuna, and based on the woman's appearance and her entrance, Yunqi didn't need to think to know who she was. Just as Yunqi was lost in thought while looking at the woman, terrifying figures surged up from the bottom of the lake, transforming into human forms and coming to the woman's side. Yunqi was also instantly overwhelmed by the imposing aura of these fierce beasts, unable to breathe and incredulously looking at everything around him. The 6 figures surrounding him, upon seeing the woman in the silver robe, were also excited and bowed down in unison, saying, "Master." The woman in the silver robe was none other than Gu Yuna. She gently parted her lips and slowly said to the 6 people around her, "Get up." The most imposing among them, a burly man, looked at Gu Yuna with concern, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly asked, "Master, weren't you recovering from your injuries?" "Why?" Clearly, the leading man's question echoed the doubts in the minds of the others. Gu Yuna glanced at the leading man and, with a cold expression, slowly replied, "I have found something that is helpful for my injuries." "It's nothing. Ditian, you all can go back now." Ditian, seeing that Gu Yuna had spoken, did not dare to ask more questions. He exchanged a glance with the surrounding fierce beasts and then transformed into a giant black dragon, returning to the bottom of the lake. Among the 6, a beautiful woman with green hair glanced at Yunqi and noticed the strong life aura emanating from him. She naturally understood that what the master needed was in the hands of this human man, but she said nothing more. After seriously remembering Yunqi's appearance, she transformed into a green swan and returned to the bottom of the lake to continue her cultivation. The other 4 figures followed suit, but all noticed Yunqi's presence. The pressure on Yunqi lightened immediately with the departure of the crowd, and only then did he feel a bit more comfortable. Given Yunqi's current strength, It was already good enough that he didn't kneel down to face these terrifying beings alone. Yunqi slowly straightened his back, calmed his mind, and respectfully said, "May I ask what you need from me, Your Excellency?" Gu Yuna, with her pair of silver eyes, also stared at Yunqi for a while before slowly saying, "Who are you? Where did the thing in your hand come from?" Yunqi listened to this chilling voice and continued to be careless. Before Yunqi could speak, the fairy beans in his hand disappeared and then appeared in front of Gu Yuna. Yunqi saw the immortal bean being picked up by Gu Yuna and pondered for a moment, not daring to be careless. Knowing that in front of such an existence, one should not speak lies casually, he respectfully said half-truthfully, "My name is Yunqi, a level 44 soul master. The item in your hand is called the immortal bean, and only I can produce it. The immortal bean contains immense energy and has a strong recovery ability. As long as a person is not dead, they can recover in a short time, and it can also restore energy and stamina." After hearing Yunqi's words, Gu Yuna fixed her gaze on him for a moment, and after confirming that he was not lying, she slowly nodded. "Since you can produce it, then you can stay here." Upon hearing this, Yunqi was taken aback and immediately activated his charm and forgiveness auras to the maximum, respectfully saying, "I am honored by your regard, but I am still a student. Only when my strength is sufficient can I produce more immortal beings." Gu Yuna clearly sensed the implication in Yunqi's words and felt somewhat surprised. For so many years, this was the first person who dared to refuse her, yet she surprisingly felt no impatience. Her gaze towards Yunqi also became increasingly dangerous. After sensing the gaze of Gu Yuna, Yunqi also felt a chill in his heart. This is bad. The halo effect has raised Gu Yuna's suspicion. It makes sense, after all. A soul beast king that has existed for countless years would naturally be alert to a human who shows no aversion to rejection and even feels it is justified. After carefully examining Yunqi's body with her soul power, Gu Yuna found that he was not tainted by any aura from the divine realm, which eased her mind a little. After all, as a soul beast, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards this human man was abnormal no matter how you looked at it. After pondering for a moment, Gu Yuna said to Yunqi, "How did you come to the core area of the Douluo Forest? By the way, it's best to be honest otherwise. I can't guarantee that you're partner, and you won't run into trouble." Yunqi felt a strange familiarity with these words. After thinking for a moment, wasn't this similar to what he said when he took Xiao Wu? After a brief internal complaint, he realized that he couldn't hide anything from this ancient being in front of him. The divine realm was aware of other worlds and had some understanding of beings from beyond. With this in mind, Yunqi was also considering how to curry favor. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to speak the truth. After all, the woman in front of him could easily crush him, and Yunqi didn't want to bring devastating disaster to Xiao Wu and the others due to a momentary mistake. One of the girls is a 100,000-year soul beast transformed, and I believe you've noticed that. I am in a romantic relationship with her, and the other 200,000-year soul beasts are my lover's brothers, which is why I'm here. Gu Yuna was also taken aback. After hearing this news, she even temporarily forgot to hold Emperor Tian accountable for his lax management. Looking at the three girls lying on the ground, she asked Yunqi with a puzzled expression, which of the three is the 100,000-year soul beast transformed? How come I don't know? Yunqi was also taken aback, then suddenly patted his head and removed the aura concealment from Xiao Wu. Yunqi didn't expect that the aura concealment would work on the Silver Dragon King, and could only sigh at how powerful this thing was. At the moment Yunqi came into contact with the aura, Gu Yuna also instantly realized that the girl in the pink clothes on the ground was a transformed 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit, and she momentarily found it hard to understand the human boy in front of her. "How'd you do it?" Gu Yuna's cold voice echoed in Yunqi's ears again. Yunqi also replied helplessly, unable to avoid answering. "I am a person from outside the world, unintentionally reincarnated as a baby in this world, bringing along some special abilities from outside, which is quite reasonable, right?" After the dragon god of the dragon realm was slain, Gu Yuna, formed from the divine essence of the dragon god, became the Silver Dragon King, the second soul beast sovereign following the dragon god. Naturally, she knows that there are many worlds outside of Douluo Continent. However, encountering such a reincarnation with memories and abilities is a first for her. This could barely explain why Yunqi can create celestial beings and conceal the aura of soul beasts. Gu Yuna is naturally very envious of Yunqi's ability to conceal the aura of soul beasts. She has been hiding in the Douluo Forest to recover from her injuries, unable to go out and needing to avoid the gaze of the divine realm. The man's ability to conceal his aura, which can even fool her, must also be able to deceive the beings of the divine realm. Thinking about this, Gu Yana felt a surge of envy, looking at Yunqi, thinking that Yunqi must be from a world with a higher status than this one. Yunqi also feels a bit uncomfortable being watched. If he knew Gu Yuna's inner thoughts, he might laugh, as he comes from a world without any extraordinary abilities. He wonders what she would think. Chapter 98. Yunqi with aspirations of a swan. However, Yunqi is unaware of this. Gu Yana looks at Yunqi before her, naturally knowing how significant his role is for the entire spirit beast world, and she can also have freedom while restoring her injuries. Thinking of this, her gaze towards Yunqi begins to change. Yunqi also felt a sudden sense of pressure. After thinking for a moment, Na said to Yunqi, outside the world, "It's quite unexpected. Why is the divine realm not paying attention now?" Yunqi did not know the secrets behind it, and could only force a smile while looking at the beautiful dragon in front of him. There was nothing he could do. With just a move, she could easily crush his existence, so Yunqi didn't dare to be greedy. As for the reward he had, the subconscious modifier, he didn't even dare to try it. Just the influence of a halo was already detected by her. If he modified it, wouldn't he end up being eliminated? Gu Yana looked at the man before her and continued, "Since you can conceal your aura, then try it on me." In the moment when Yunqi activated her aura to conceal herself, Gu Yana felt her own presence vanish entirely, to the point where she couldn't even sense herself. And she didn't know how it would be outside the Stardew Forest. With a thought, Gu Yana instantly disappeared before Yunqi, cautiously stepping out of the range she had set. After staying outside for a while without noticing anything unusual, a hint of relief appeared on her stunning face. She gradually began to pay more attention to the people outside of Yunqi's world. Picking up the immortal beings, she wasn't afraid of any issues. After sensing the energy within, she closed her eyes and slowly brought the beans to her mouth with her delicate fingers. In just a moment, a rich life energy burst forth from Gu Yuna's mouth, instantly filling her whole body. After feeling that the energy had a certain positive effect on her physical injuries, she directly consumed all 9 remaining in her hand. Gu Yuna trembled all over, her complexion flushed, and her eyes began to become hazy. A voice filled with a hint of ethereality slowly emerged from the mouth of this soul beast overlord. After a short while, the Silver Dragon King glanced around with a strange expression, and after scanning the area with his soul power, he finally felt relieved. What a joke. A king cannot be insulted. What if someone saw him? Seeing Gu Yana disappear, Yunqi also had some inappropriate thoughts. Just as he was about to move his feet, he realized he couldn't even blink and suddenly felt defeated, waiting honestly for Gu Yana to return. After a while, Gu Yana had also teleported around this world of Douluo, feeling the long-lost sense of freedom. After swallowing a fairy bean, her injuries stabilized a bit. At least she wouldn't have to endure the pain all the time. Gu Yana looked at Yunqi in front of her and found him much more agreeable. At least she no longer harbored hostility towards him just because he was human. Yunqi cautiously asked, "Have you succeeded, sir?" Gu Yana slowly nodded and replied to Yunqi, "Not bad. Both items are useful to me." Yunqi finally felt relieved. Although a bit frustrated, there was nothing he could do. Gu Yana seemed to sense Yunqi's thoughts. With a thought, the bindings on Yunqi were released. After moving his limbs a bit, he continued to ask, "Can you let me go?" Gu Yana was also deep in thought. After a moment, she suddenly shot out a beam of silver light from her hand, directly aimed at Yunqi. Yunqi was also startled, seeing the silver light rushing towards him. He quickly activated the ghost shadow technique to evade it. Gu Yana noticed that Yunqi was still trying to dodge, and his unusual movements immediately sparked a hint of amusement in her eyes. Clearly, Yunqi thought the silver light was meant to kill him, and cold sweat began to run down his back as he kept dodging. After watching for a while, Gu Yana felt bored. The speed of the silver light suddenly increased and struck Yunqi's left hand in the blink of an eye, transforming into a mark. Yunqi looked at a diamond-shaped mark on the back of his hand and was taken aback, thinking to himself that it turned out not to be something that would kill him. Yunqi also looked at Gu Yana with a resentful gaze, as if to say, "Why are you treating me like a monkey?" Gu Yana felt a bit uncomfortable under Yunqi's resentful stare and said to herself, "You can leave now. The mark on your hand is just a beacon. Why need the fairy beans? I will come and find you." Yunqi's corner of the mouth twitched, and his expression was filled with helplessness. The situation was stronger than the individual, and Yunqi silently vowed in his heart that he would definitely ride this dragon in the future. He was determined. Gu Yana also sensed a strange resentment from Yunqi's heart. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she looked at Yunqi with a mysterious expression and said, "It seems like you have some extraordinary thoughts in your heart." Yunqi also forgot about this. The person in front of him with so many years of reading expressions and a strong ability, could easily guess some thoughts. However, it was evident that he thought Yunqi was concerned about being exploited for his fairy beans. If he knew Yunqi's true thoughts, he probably wouldn't have asked, but would have taken action directly. Yunqi hurriedly suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart and slowly said to Guyu Na, I wouldn't dare. If you have any needs, feel free to come to me in the future. If you want to experience the human world, you can also come to me. Only then did Guyu Na nod, gave Yunqi a deep look, and turned to say, if you encounter any difficulties in the future that you can't solve, just input your soul power into the mark on your left hand. Don't use it unnecessarily. After saying this, her figure immediately disappeared. Yunqi also inexplicably touched the mark on her left hand, feeling a bit surprised inside. In the original work, this beautiful woman was so captivating after being captured. Moreover, she was very powerful. Under the cover of her aura, Yunqi could be considered to have found a backing. Xiao Wu and the others, along with Deming and Erming, also slowly opened their eyes. After Yunqi saw Xiao Wu and the others wake up, he hurriedly stepped forward to support them and asked with concern, Are you all okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Upon hearing Yunqi's voice, Xiao Wu and the others looked at him in surprise and said, Bro, are you okay? They began to search for injuries on Yunqi's body, and after confirming he was fine, they let out a long sigh and, still shaken, asked, Bro, what happened back there? Daming and Erming, hearing Xiao Wu's question, also stared wide-eyed at Yunqi, their expressions still revealing a hint of fear. After all, the existence that could knock them out in an instant without them even seeing, it must be something that even the one in the land of great danger couldn't match. Yunqi didn't say much, only slowly raised his left hand. Daming and Erming, upon seeing what was on Yunqi's left hand, sensed the hidden aura and were instantly taken aback, feeling an unexplainable awe. Seeing the situation, Yunqi also forgot that Daming and Erming were unaware of the existence of Guyu Na, and said with a smile, It's nothing. I've encountered a noble being. Yunqi hurriedly changed the subject, as he didn't know whether Gaiwina would mind him mentioning her existence to others. He understood the principle that trouble comes from speech. Let's go back. It's been so long, and we don't know how our teacher Zhao is doing. Erming, you'll need to help us put on a show when the time comes. Erming, who wasn't very bright, nodded, clearly still pondering what the object in Yunqi's left hand was. Seeing this, Daming spat out a mouthful of water at Erming and said seriously, Don't think too much about what you shouldn't know. Clearly, Daming knew a bit more than Erming. Daming had a slight trace of dragon blood in him and felt a heavy dragon pressure upon seeing the diamond-shaped mark. It was the suppression of bloodlines from higher dragon species. Yunqi's reaction also confirmed this guess. Seeing Daming's serious tone, Erming stopped his chaotic thoughts and said to Yunqi, Just tell me what to do when the time comes. Chapter 99. The fact that everyone is a eunuch. Yunqi nodded, and after the three girls glanced at this beautiful place, they said goodbye to Daming. Daming, we'll come to see you again next time. Daming also responded seriously, You are welcome to come again next time. Seeing this scene, Yunqi couldn't help but chuckle. Daming, this soul beast overlord-like existence, after a few days of interaction, was completely unpretentious, like an old duck, attracting repeat customers. However, Yunqi felt Daming's sincerity and said to him, Take care. After saying that, she turned around to face Erming, who, upon seeing this, instinctively bent down. Seeing this, Yunqi and others also jumped a few times, stepping on Erming's solid muscles, which were as firm as small hills, and landed on Erming's shoulders. Yunqi patted Erming on the shoulder and said, Go to the Flower Valley to pick someone up. After Erming nodded, he began to stride forward, running towards the direction of Flower Valley. The soul beasts along the way were so frightened that they quickly fled. After all, the Titan Great Ape had been coming out to hunt soul beasts like crazy every day for the past 7 days. The surrounding soul beasts were a bit shadowed, especially the larger soul beasts, who were afraid that the Titan Great Ape was coming to find them. When Yunqi and the others saw this, they said to Erming, Look at how scared these soul beasts have been by you these past few days. Erming, feeling a bit embarrassed, smiled sheepishly and hurriedly ran towards the Flower Valley. There was really no way around it. What Yunqi made was incredibly delicious, so Erming couldn't help but hunt every day. In fact, at their age, whether they ate or not wasn't that important anymore. The main focus was on cultivating soul power. However, his taste buds had been captured by Yunqi, making it impossible to resist. Amid the playful banter, Yunqi and the group arrived directly at the Flower Valley, where they found Zhao Wuji and the others being well protected. Clearly, they hadn't died, but their faces were extremely pale, and they had lost quite a bit of weight. Especially Tang San, who, from a distance, looked like nothing but skin and bones. After all, 7 days without food or water was tough. The soul beast didn't know what to do. The 9-leaf ginseng only managed to keep a few of them alive with the healing soul beasts in the Flower Valley, maintaining the minimal consumption. Fortunately, everyone present were soul masters, so their bodies were still relatively sturdy, and they wouldn't die from 7 days without food or water. However, those 7 days had completely healed the injuries of the few, leaving no possibility for further recovery. Yunqi also jumped down from the Titan giant ape and slowly said to the 9-leaf clivia, "Thank you for your trouble these days." The 9-leaf clivia also joyfully shook its body, and upon seeing Yunqi and the others arrive, it seemed to finally relieve itself of the burden. After all, taking care of these few people while ensuring they don't die was still somewhat challenging. Erming, seeing that the task was completed, also spoke in a deep voice to the 9-leaf clivia. "From now on, I will protect your Flower Valley soul beasts." Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at Erming, wondering where he learned this bossy tone from. Yunqi is quite familiar with this, as it was a story about the gangsters that he shared with Daming while hunting outside with Erming these days. However, Yunqi didn't think much of it. It was just something he talked about out of boredom. But obviously, Daming and Erming were deeply captivated by Yunqi's story. Who knows if the starry great forest can ever return to peace in the future? Upon hearing the words of the ancient Titan giant ape in front of it, the 9-leaf gentleman orchid joyfully shook its flowers, almost shaking off its buds. When Yunqi returned to Erming's shoulder, Erming also grabbed Xiao Wuji and the others on the ground and ran towards the outskirts of the starry great forest. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong saw Xiao Wuji and the others and worriedly said, "Chiga, how are we going to explain this to them later?" Yunqi saw the two women asking questions and smiled lightly, thinking to herself, "What a joke, with the halo of approachability and the halo of forgiveness. Even if I offend in front of my husband, after some time, I will only feel that Yunqi must have ulterior motives, striving for harmony between us as a couple." Yunqi was lost in thought for a moment, especially in front of the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna. Although these two halos were useful, they would be noticed. "It's fine. When the time comes, Erming can just put on a show for us." Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong saw that Yunqi was confident and did not ask further. After thinking for a moment, Yunqi slowly said to the few women and Erming, "At that time, we do it like this, then like this. All right." The outskirts of the starry forest, the signs of humans appearing around are also gradually increasing. Yunqi and the